Yo, what's up guys? This is your favorite fanfic YouTuber, the Fanfic Majesty. Become a member of the channel to access more content. The link is in the description. Hokage reincarnated as Neji Hyuga 1NH Chapter 1 Awakening Entry System. Collect your brain. Comrades who want to store their brains, please store your brains here. First, let's recall what we said last time about the most basic requirement for ninja graduation, which is the 3 body techniques, namely transformation technique, clone technique, and body replacement technique. Alright, Rock Lee, now you will demonstrate the clone technique to everyone. At this moment, a guy with a watermelon head suddenly jumped up. He shouted loudly, "I'm sorry, teacher, I haven't learned the clone technique yet." Anko Mud Private Marseille, I'm so sorry. After saying that, Rock Lee bowed 90 degrees. This action immediately made the people around burst into laughter. The 3 body technique is the most basic ninjutsu among ninjas. It is understandable that you cannot learn clone technique. But the man in front of him didn't know any of the 3 body techniques. That was really funny. Hey, Rock Lee, please sit down. Iruka stood in front of the podium and sighed. He saw Rock Lee's efforts, but unfortunately, he didn't seem to have the talent to become a ninja. Rock Lee, although your ninjutsu talent is a little lacking, your taijutsu is still very good. You can ask Neji for advice appropriately. The graduation exam will be held next year. I hope you can master the 3 body technique and graduate successfully. Thank you so much, teacher. Rock Lee's voice seems to have endless energy, and every word he says is like a lion's roar. Neji-kun, I may have to trouble you from now on. Please guide me after class. I really need your help. Rock Lee said respectfully, but no one responded after a long time. Many students in the classroom immediately began to sneer. Hyuga Neji is the genius of the Hyuga family. That's right, I'm still guiding you to be the last one. It's just a watermelon head. I don't know where you got the courage from. The sound of many discussions reached the ears of the genius. He turned around and glanced at Rock Lee lightly. Expressionless. Then he turned his head again, staring straight ahead, without saying a word. Although Rock Lee was a little disappointed, he still cheered himself up. Oh, I will never give up. I will make you accept me. Suddenly, there was another round of sneering sounds. Little did they know that Hyuga Neji was in a completely confused state at this moment. Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? Advertisement. 3 questions in life. I remember I was supposed to jump back and forth on a 100-meter cliff. Neji muttered in his mind. He was an extreme sports enthusiast and was doing an extreme sport at the time, but how did he suddenly travel to Hokage? He has a parachute, how come? Oh, the parachute broke. In an instant he understood. Neji looked around at the strange yet familiar environment and smiled bitterly. Why would he be reborn as anyone else? Why did he have to be reborn as a guy with a mark on his head? As the memories within this body continued to flood back, he seemed to faintly hear a special voice. Ding! Successfully detected that the traverser is binding to the system. System binding. Binding successful. The entry system has been successfully bound. The system detected something wrong with the host's body and is preparing to eliminate it. Elimination successful. Neji touched his forehead subconsciously. The veins next to his eyes bulged slightly, and a 360-degree view without blind spots was presented in front of him. The stigma of caged bird has been broken. At this moment, Neji turned his gaze to the system panel. Host. Hyuga Neji. Occupation. Ninja. Contains entries. White eyes, blue, genius, gold, Hyuga bloodline, blue, gentle fist method 8 trigrams palms flow, purple, water style chakra, blue, earth style chakra, blue, fire style chakra, blue. After reading it all, Neji probably understood. The entries are divided into 8 levels: black, gray, white, green, blue, purple, gold, and red. The method of obtaining entries is also very simple. Just contact. Neji had a blank expression on his face, and deliberately moved his hand a little to the side, and then, accidentally, touched Tenten. Ding! Start extracting entries. Extraction successful. Open black lens bracket Weapon Master, green, close black lens bracket, Weapon Master, green. You are adept at controlling various weapons. P.S. You are even better at controlling the little devil. Cough cough cough. Seeing the system's evaluation, Neji almost couldn't help but scream. FK you little devil. FK you little devil. Although the world of Hokage Ninja is a Japanese comic, how can we develop electric little devils now? Do you want to install it? Install it. Let me make it clear in advance, he is not interested in little devils or anything like that. Advertisement. Not long after, the lecture was over. Rock Lee rushed over. Neji-kun, please teach me how to use the 3 body technique successfully. Rock Lee gave a very standard 90-degree bow, Then Neji patted his head. Why? Rock Lee was stunned. Tianshin, who was standing by, was also stunned. Is Neji a little too gentle today? But Neji didn't care about that, he silently recited extraction in his mind. After a moment, an entry popped up. Open black lens bracket hot-blooded boy, purple, close black lens bracket. Yoho, to think that a word 1 level lower than that of a genius like me from the Hyuga family appeared? This little Leo really has something on him, he only has 1 purple entry. But after he saw the system's evaluation, Neji suddenly fell silent. Hot-blooded youth, purple, your willpower will become strong, and you will have several times more perseverance for anything. but too much muscle hurts the brain. P.S. Do you know why it is so high? That's because of the IQ. The IQ has dropped sharply. Cough cough. This can't be installed. Neji hurriedly stopped the system. If this system was installed on him, he could imagine what would happen in the future. Two men in green jumpsuits were walking handstands in the sunset, saying something like, "If you can't do 1,000, run 10 laps around the playground." "No, I don't want to be like this, Neji. Are you happy about anything lately?" Tenten asked curiously, looking at Neji, how to say it. Normally, Neji is much more cold, but talkative, but at this moment, Neji seemed to be talking too little. And his actions were weird too. "Neji-kun?" At this moment, Rock Lee also looked up at him curiously. "Yes, I understand, but I am not suitable to teach you. Let Tianshan teach you. Girls are more sensitive than boys, so she is more suitable to be your mentor." Neji came back to his senses and said calmly, "Why?" Tianshan was stunned. "No way, Neji actually praised me?" Chapter 2. Make money as soon as you send it out. For a moment, her cheeks flushed and she looked shy. You know, Neji is a genius in their class, and as a genius of the Hyuga family, he is handsome and cold. He can be compared to the Uchiha Jr. in the next grade. Neji praised me. Tianshan was secretly happy. "Why, Tenten, is this what Neji said?" Rock Lee was a little dazed and scratched his head. Neji is a genius, and it's clear that he has higher skills. But since he said that Tianshan's mind is more delicate and more suitable for teaching him, it means. This is true, yeah, he always has a sullen face and acts pretentiously. Since you Neji said so, then it should be like this. "Ah, Tianshan, please teach me how to successfully perform my three-body technique. I really can't do anything with you, so leave it to me," Tianshan said proudly. At this moment, Neji, who heard their conversation, couldn't help but shake his head. It is not easy to teach Rock Lee three-body technique. Tianshan doesn't know yet what is waiting for her. After class, Neji no longer wanted to stay here. Now that the entry system has been awakened, of course I should get in touch with more plug-in personnel. But then again, I'm really lucky that I'm still in the ninja school, Neji murmured. If you have already graduated from the ninja school and followed that might guy teacher, it would not be very convenient for you to obtain entries in the future. After all, there are no graduates who always go to ninja schools. This will definitely arouse the suspicion of the old man from the third generation. As he was thinking, suddenly there was a bang and Neji seemed to have bumped into someone. "Tisk, don't you look at the road?" A childish voice came. Neji looked up and froze. The clothes with the ping-pong racket marks on them, the styling, the face. Isn't this the second pillar? Neji's lips curled up slightly. This was truly a godsend. He didn't even need to look for anyone, this guy just came right up to him. He once again deliberately stepped forward, using his great physical advantage and being the Byakugan user of the Hyuga family. Neji quickly found a very nice position. Advertisement. A technique to hit him without going too far, with a click. Sasuke was knocked to the ground. "You speak in a rather loud tone, kid. It seems you don't even know how to respect your elders." Neji looked down at him and spoke calmly. At the same time, he silently recited, extract, in his mind. Suddenly, he saw the colorful colors on Sasuke's body. Black, gray, white, green, blue, purple, gold, almost everything except red. Wow, is this how the protagonist is treated? Try a little of all kinds. The next moment, the extracted entry was drawn out. Indra Chakra, gold. This is the chakra left behind by Indra before his death. Because of his twisted will, every generation of reincarnation possessed by Indra Chakra will be negatively affected by it. P.S. Useful, one of the materials for synthesizing Rinnegan. Side effects. You may become darker, and the probability of an unknown old age is greatly increased. Would you like to wear it? Then just wear it, after all it is a legendary synthetic material. I finally got some gold, I can't just refuse it, right? Neji immediately installed this, Indra Chakra, gold, on himself. My luck is pretty good too, I got a gold out of 3 draws. UB *************** D. A roar filled with extreme darkness brought Neji back to reality from his golden fantasy. Sasuke was already standing by now, staring at him coldly. Not all so-called seniors are worthy of respect, only those with strong abilities are worthy of respect. And I don't think you are that person. Neji raised his brows and went forward to bump into him again to see. Snort. Do you think I'll let you succeed? I just wasn't prepared enough? Sasuke sneered in his heart, and he gathered all the chakra attached to his body and collided with Neji again. Click. Sasuke kneels again. You actually launched a sneak attack. Sasuke covered his abdomen, raised his head and looked at him with a gloomy expression. A sneak attack? Neji pretended to look confused and muttered. That's weird. I clearly attacked from the front, why do you define it as a sneak attack? Advertisement, could it be? Could it be that your brain has shrunk into a cerebellum? So you can't understand the meaning of sneak attacks and frontal attacks? Neji looked at Sasuke with pity, what a poor little fellow. A-hole. Hearing the other party mocking him like this, Sasuke couldn't help it anymore. I want to challenge you. The noise almost resounded throughout the entire corridor. All the students who followed the academy looked over quietly, their faces full of curiosity. Oh my god, it's Uchiha Sasuke, he really is so handsome. Wow, that one is so handsome too. His eyes are white. That person is from the Hyuga clan. I think he is one level older than us. I think his name is Hyuga Neji. Wow, Neji-sama is so handsome too. Ha ha ha, of course. Neji is not only handsome, but he's also the top student in our grade. First in the grade. What a coincidence. Hey, Sasuke is also first in our grade. A challenge from the top of the grade to the top of the grade? A heroic and unrestrained voice suddenly rang out. That's Rock Lee's voice. Next to her is a little girl named Tianshan with a bun on her hair. What's wrong with you, Neji? Why are you suddenly confronting someone? Tianshan and Rock Lee just arrived and didn't know what happened. Oh, I didn't expect a junior like you to be so courageous. Neji smiled and pointed outside to the practice field. I'll give you one day. We'll meet at that place again at noon tomorrow. HMPH, why tomorrow noon? Just now, Sasuke was full of fighting spirit. That won't do. You just took a hit from me, how could I take advantage of you? Neji shook his head. Haha. Do you think this little injury will have any effect on me? Sasuke sneered. That won't work if you lose, and you suddenly said something like, because I pointed a finger at you before. If it gets out, won't others laugh at me, Neji, for bullying the weak? Neji shook his head, giving him a, I'm going to cheat the moment I see you look. This immediately made Sasuke very angry. Who would cheat? How could he, the great Uchiha family and the great Uchiha Sasuke, cheat? Good, tomorrow, I will make you admit defeat sincerely. I hope you don't flee without a fight tomorrow. After saying that, he glanced coldly at Neji and then left the crowd. Chapter 3. Entry Explosion. Neji smiled and didn't care. His actions not only gave Sasuke time, but also gave himself time. He just traveled through time today, so he can do some tricks. But I guess when the real fight starts, I still feel a little uncomfortable. After he goes back tonight, he will practice once and get familiar with the Hyuga family's fighting style, and he should be able to adapt to it. After all, Neji is a hardworking genius, and those muscle memories are ingrained in him. Neji, don't go too far, I'm still your junior, Tianshan said innocently. Neji-kun, I will cheer for you in tomorrow's game. Ah, warm friendship. I'm excited too. Today I'm going to run around the playground 50 times. If I can't do that, I'm going to do a handstand and walk around the village 20 times. After Rock Lee excitedly told his story, he immediately ran outside. Hey, didn't we agree that you should let me teach you the three-body technique? Damn you, Tianshan said angrily. How can you just leave like that? But Neji hadn't left yet. He looked at his well-off younger classmates and had some thoughts in his mind. If it's these fish, what entries will appear when you touch it? With that in mind, Neji casually walked towards a student from the Ninja Academy. Your name is Umekawa Niku, right? Neji looked at the other person and patted his shoulder sincerely. Yes, that's right. Umekawa Niku seemed a little flattered. He is a pure nobody in the Ninja Academy. My parents are both commoners and don't have much money. This time he came to the Ninja Academy because his parents simply said that they heard that being a ninja was very profitable, so he responded to the call of the village and entered the ninja school. But unfortunately, his talent is too mediocre. Up to now, he hasn't even learned the three-body technique in school. He will graduate at the beginning of next year, so he probably won't be able to graduate. He didn't expect that a person as dazzling as Hyuga Neji could pay attention to someone as insignificant as himself. Yes. I have high hopes for you. You will definitely be able to do things that others cannot do in the future. Neji said nonsense casually. He looked into the other's eyes, but his mind was already immersed in the system. Ding, extraction begins. Ah, it's really bad. Seeing that this guy only had two colors, black and gray, Neji immediately complained in his heart. Advertisement, lazy boy, gray. Do today's work tomorrow, and tomorrow's work the day after tomorrow. The result is that you don't have to do anything tomorrow. Yeah, P.S. Don't doubt it, he is just lazy. Also, don't touch it. Maybe you can throw it to someone you don't like. Vomit. Neji raised his eyebrows. It seems that the entries he extracted can actually be transferred to others. What is the method of handing over? Touching. He touched that Umekawa Neji again, and suddenly, Neji felt it was okay. Forward. Open black lens bracket lazy boy, gray, close black lens bracket disappeared from his own system space column. It was visible to the naked eye that Umekawa Niku's eyes were droopy at this moment, as if he had not woken up yet. Hey, what's wrong with me? Why'd I suddenly feel weak all over? I feel like I have no interest at all. What's going on? Umekawa Niku was puzzled. Hyuga Neji, a famous person, is cheering for himself, but why can't he cheer up? How strange. He had just decided to practice seriously this afternoon, but after thinking about it carefully, he decided that he might need to rest today. As the saying goes, a good day always starts in the morning, right? So let's continue to work hard from tomorrow. He suppressed the weirdness in his heart and wanted to say some words of gratitude to Neji, but who would have thought that Neji had left him? You are Lewin Messi, right? I remember you. You sat next to me at the beginning of the school year. Ah, yes, is that so? Certainly, and you, Wang Yun Yibizi, I remember you. Last time, you should have mastered the clone technique and the transformation technique, right? Now the assessment will be next spring, how are you doing? Ah, I'm still a little short of the point. You too. Commander Duji, I have also been paying attention to you for a long time. In my opinion, you have the greatest potential. And you? The same to you, I see you, Neji was obviously having a lot of fun, and he had a great time suggesting entries. After touching one after another, he accidentally came to a little girl. He saw a little girl with white eyes hiding behind the crowd like a mimosa, with her hands on her chest, looking a little dazed. The little girl with the white eyes looked at Neji with a timid expression. She lowered her head and raised it from time to time to take a look, then lowered it timidly again. Ning, Neji-chan. Hyuga Hinata. Neji came up with this name in his head. What followed was the subconscious indignation that arose in my body. Advertisement, but in an instant, he was slapped away. FKU, I'm a man who has already watched the finale. How could I be influenced by you? Who do I think I am? I am a young pioneer of the new era of the 21st century. Neji-chan. Seeing that Neji didn't respond to her, Hinata shrank back again and mustered up the courage to shout again. Hinata had noticed the actions here long before. Looking at Neji just now, she felt that her brother Neji seemed to be starting to become a little different. Although he still has a cold face now, but he seemed to have become as gentle as before. Hinata quietly looked up. Obviously, before, Neji looked at me with such pain and hatred in his eyes. But now, that feeling doesn't seem to appear. Yeah, long time no see. Neji suppressed his restless heart and slapped Hyuga Hinata on the head. Term extraction begins. Girl's shyness, purple. She is usually timid about trivial matters, but she will never make mistakes at critical moments. She looks weak, but she has a strong heart. P.S. Even the most shy girl will muster up the courage and stand up at the critical moment. Hinata raised her pair of white, clear eyes and stared at Neji blankly, never looking down. She didn't know why, but she just felt that her brother seemed to be coming back. Yeah, long time no see, Oni-chan, after sunset. Neji was currently looking at his trophy. It is so rich. It was so rich that he didn't know what to say. Brainless boy, white, your intuition is slightly improved. P.S. Hey, I have a brain, but I just don't use it. Heartbroken boy, gray. Your mood will occasionally go down for a period of time, which will affect your combat effectiveness. P.S. Don't look at it anymore. That girl doesn't even have you in her eyes. You don't even deserve to be cuckolded. Chapter 4. Divine Skills, Terrifying Black Entries. Procrastinating boy, gray. Your movements begin to become slow. P.S. Should I step out of the door with my left foot or my right foot first? This is a question worth thinking about. I am not a procrastinator, I am a philosophical person. Socially anxious boy, gray. When you are in a crowd, your all-round abilities will decline. P.S. You dare to come over here? If you dare to come over here, I will run away. Gluttonous boy, white. When hungry, your predation ability is slightly improved. P.S. Big Eater Challenge? You found the right person. Resentful boy, white. Your training speed will be slightly increased, but you may become possessed. P.S. What? Hurry up and give this entry to the enemy. Love, white. It can improve combat effectiveness at critical moments, but will cause errors in daily judgments. P.S. You guessed it right, she is a nymphomaniac, or you can say she is in love. Anxious boy, gray. His strength and mobility have declined. P.S. No need to look at it, make arrangements for your opponent quickly. I am a waste, black. When practicing, the chakra growth rate increases in years. If it is less than a year, 0.01 card, of course it is Kakashi's card, will not be given. P.S. It appears, a magical skill. It is simply a magical skill. Quickly use the item attack method. Girl's shyness, purple. She is usually timid about trivial matters, but she will never make mistakes at critical moments. She looks weak, but she has a strong heart. P.S. Even the most shy girl will muster up the courage and stand up at the critical moment. I played against almost 10 people in a row, and except for Hyuga Hinata, almost no one played green. All are gray, white, and there is one black magic skill. I'm so tired, this guy wants me to become the god of war? Neji stared blankly at the series of entries, somewhat confused. When you meet Pain and Madara, don't say anything, just give them a set of decadent youth combination. Who can stop it? Neji looked at this series of entries and felt a little sad. I don't know what these terms will look like if they're installed on other people, and how long they will last. If it's permanent, I'll make Konoha village into my shape. Neji laughed, but when he left the ninja school today. Advertisement. I have also encountered passers-by or dogs around me, but there was no entry information that could be extracted as prompted by the system. In other words, only some people with special abilities or who have practiced chakra can extract it. That's not bad. At least the entire ninja school is his cradle. But this youth series. Neji looked at his own series of boys, which seemed to be all about emotional factors. Similar to Rock Lee's, hot-blooded boy, purple, Hyuga Hinata's, girl's shyness, purple. Although the level is only below gold and red, they all come at a cost with side effects. Hot-blooded youth, purple, can give strong mental strength, but the brain will always be in a short-circuit state. Girl's shyness, purple, she can make the right choice at critical moments, but is usually a fool. Is this the price of idealism? The balance of yin and yang? Although I didn't get anything good out of them, I did have a trump card. Neji looked at the scariest entry. I'm waste, black, chakra growth rate increases in years. If less than a year, no 0.01 card will be given. Neji closed his eyes and tried to recall who had triggered this terrifying killer item. Figured it out. Kamioka Shiitake, very good, I remember your name and appearance. Hyuga Ning silently recalled the other person's appearance in his heart. I'll have to get in touch with him more often. Who knows, maybe extreme terms like, I am a waste, black, can be posted again? Who said that garbage entries are useless? Bullshit. That is really useful. Neji swore that if Shimura Danzo passed by him, he would definitely give this entry to him. And now, his entry is, Host, Hyuga Neji, Occupation, Ninja. Advertisement with entries. White eyes, blue, genius, gold. Hyuga Bloodline, blue, gentle fist method 8 trigrams palms flow, purple, water style chakra, blue, earth style chakra, blue. Open black lens bracket fire style chakra, blue, close black lens bracket open black lens bracket weapon master, green, close black lens bracket open black lens bracket Indra chakra, gold, close black lens bracket. In the space column, there are still a lot of decadent youth module combinations. Not bad, not bad. On the first day of the journey, there came a gold and a green, a group of young men affected by the gray status and a black curse. It's really wonderful. After looking at his income, Neji started to practice seriously. After all, Urtsutsu will have to fight tomorrow. This year is my last year at the Ninja Academy, which means it is the 62nd year of Konoha. During the 62nd year of Konoha, the 12 ninjas will graduate one after another. Uchiha Sasuke is now 1 year younger than him, which means he is already 11 full years old, not nominal years old. Now I only have about a semester or so to communicate with my dear Sasuke. We must extract something good from this kid. In fact, Neji still wants to test the waters by making an appointment to fight Sasuke tomorrow. For each character, can they extract it once a day, once a month, or can each person only extract it once? He doesn't know any of this. Moreover, this system will only work when extracting entries and will ignore me at other times. It's really a bit naughty. At night, Neji practiced several times standing on the eaves, performing a set of gentle fist methods of the Hyuga family style. In a very short period of time, he had become completely familiar with the operation of the chakras in his body. Not bad. Is this the ability of a genius? Neji exclaimed. Genius, gold. You have extraordinary penultimate talent, and are a potential rising star that others cannot catch up with. Your understanding, development, and extension of this ability are all round enhanced. P.S. Genius is hard work plus talent, not just talent, I see your hard work. This is the only golden entry in Neji, and it is also the only entry below the red entries. Neji lay on the roof and quietly began to recall his so-called life. Hyuga Neji, born in Konoha in the 50th year. He graduated from the Ninja Academy in Konoha 63 and made his official debut in Konoha 64. At the time, Hyuga Neji was around 12 or 13 years old, and in his duel with the so-called protagonist Uzumaki Naruto, his talent amazed the Hyuga family. Chapter 5. Work hard, young man. From the gentle fist method 8 trigrams palms, I realized 8 trigrams palms 128 palms. From 8 trigrams air palm, a basic skill that every Hyuga family member can master, I learned the Hyuga family's unique skill, 8 trigrams palms revolving heaven. In fact, in Hyuga Neji's own mind, I already had the general idea of 8 trigrams palms revolving heaven. But it's still a little far from being complete. In the later period, even in Shippuden, Hyuga Hinata, who was known as the White Eye Princess. He has only learned up to the level of 8 trigrams palms, 64 palms. The 64 palms of the 8 trigrams palms already existed, but no one taught the 128 palms. Hyuga Neji's talent can be seen in Madara, but afterwards he became just like everyone else. This is a bit of a pity. In the early stages, Neji's talent was indeed strong enough. Because he works hard, because he is not only talented but also hardworking. Because of his resentment towards his family and his father's death, he worked day and night and grew stronger. But after untying the knot in his heart, he began to relax. When talent is not supported by hard work, even the most extraordinary genius will become just like everyone else. Neji felt deeply about this. In his previous life, when he was in school, he remembered reading a text. A family had a baby. The child was able to speak within a few months of birth. A few years later, he was able to recite poems and compose lyrics without any instruction. The parents were delighted and showed off to their neighbors in the village instead of sending their child to school to allow him to continue his development. By the time they reach adulthood, children have already lost the talent to compose poetry and couplets. Talent is like a seed. When you water it with your hard work, this seed will take root, sprout, and grow into the fruit called genius. If you only rely on your talent and stick to your old ways, the seeds will lose the nourishment of fertilizer and become withered. That won't do. When Neji thought of this, he immediately stood up and performed a set of 128 Hyuga gymnastics punches. Although he wants to become the god of war, he cannot neglect himself. The reason why Neji was so talented before was because of the indignation in his heart. The departure of my father, the inaction of my family, etc. Plus there's a madman like Rock Lee in the team. Advertisement. There's no way a guy like him, who has such a deep blood feud, would be defeated by someone who has no hatred or grudges, right? It's hard for Neji not to work hard, but now that he has been reincarnated as Neji, all these thoughts that motivated him to make progress are gone. If he really doesn't work hard at this moment, his genius level will probably drop. Neji thought about it and did some gymnastics boxing for another half an hour. The Hyuga family's taijutsu is pretty good, but it's a pity. In the later period, Hokage already drives a Gundam. No matter how strong his physical skills are, they can never be stronger than 8 inner gates. But this is not a big deal. Next year, he will join Might Guy's team. When the time comes, extract this entry from Might Guy. The next day, Neji came to the ninja school. Next to her is Tianshin with her hair tied in a bun. Age: 11 years old. If anyone has such ideas at such a young age, then there is really something wrong. Especially since Neji is still a healthy adult at heart. So, I just touched it, that's all, there's no other meaning to it. Neji raised his hand and touched Tenten's little ball. Yeah, pretty round. Tianshin was stunned for a moment, and her little face suddenly turned red. What's going on? How come Neji, who was so cold before, has become like this in the past 2 days? Although he still looks cool, his tone of voice and actions are really considerate. Ding, extraction begins. Wind-style chakra, green, chakra of wind attribute, can perform wind attribute ninjutsu. P.S. You don't seem to have this thing, so can you install it? Well said. Install it now. Neji claimed this entry as his own without hesitation. Advertisement. Then he looked at Rock Lee next to him again. What would it be this time? After he found an excuse, the two began to have physical contact. Ding, the entries are starting to be extracted. Physical skills master, green, your body will gradually adapt to high-intensity training and quickly understand the changes involved, increasing your reaction speed and combat intuition. P.S. What? Are you looking down on my gentle fist method 8 trigrams palm style, purple? You green guy, I'm purple. Neji took a look at the entry. Gentle fist method 8 trigrams palm style, purple. This is originally a taijutsu style, and it is one that has been passed down to this day by the Hyuga family. Although Neji didn't learn much in that house, he also reached the purple level on his own. These two should be the same type as taijutsu master, green, right? Neji read it carefully, and after making sure there were no side effects, he threw the entry at himself. Suddenly, the entry for taijutsu master, green, was not added to the list, but was mixed into the faction of gentle fist method 8 trigrams palm style, purple. This is really interesting. In the same school, will the weak be devoured by the strong? Neji felt it carefully, and he didn't seem to feel any special changes. Is it possible that I can only feel it when I'm fighting? No. Many tough taijutsu styles of fighting suddenly appeared in Neji's mind. I see. It turned out to be like this, but for someone like me who has the Byakugan, these physical skills are a bit weak. Neji shook his head. The physical strength of a ninja is limited, unlike in Pirates King, where it can be strengthened using armament haki. The physical strength of a ninja is mostly enhanced by using chakra, and the enhancements of most ninjas are extremely limited. As for the Hyuga clan who have the Byakugan, they are the natural nemesis of physical ninjas. Just a slight touch can block the flow of chakra and restore the opponent to the mortal state. For Rock Lee's taijutsu master, the gentle fist method developed by the Hyuga family in conjunction with the Byakugan is a real nemesis. Time soon came and it was time to go home from school in the afternoon. In the morning, after verification by Neji, each person has only one chance to extract an entry per day. Neji tried it on a small time player he had touched the day before, less than 24 hours later. No success. But after 24 hours, he can extract entries from Tianshin and Xiao Li again. But I just don't know if I can extract the same entry. If it is really possible, then, that would be really cool. Chapter 6. Instant Kill. That black entry is really amazing. If he could extract black entries like this and then install them for the other party, that would be amazing. I can't improve myself, but I can weaken the enemy. Neji secretly made up his mind to try and see if he could extract the same entry. It should be possible, right? But the extracted entries need a cooldown period? You have to try it seriously to find out. On the playground, the Ninja Academy gathered together, and they looked curiously at Sasuke who was standing in the venue with his hands in his pockets and a grim look on his face. I heard that Uchiha Sasuke and Hyuga Neji had a fight yesterday. What? Hyuga Neji is a year older than us, isn't Uchiha Sasuke too strong? Yes. The genius of the Hyuga clan, and the remaining genius of the Uchiha clan. It really makes me a little excited. Who will win? Who will win in the end? Everyone present discussed the matter with great joy. Whether it's the Byakugan of the Hyuga clan or the Sharingan of the Uchiha clan, they are both very famous in the village. I didn't keep you waiting too long, Hyuga Neji is here. He took slow steps and walked to the center of the playground, confronting Sasuke. Humph. I thought you were going to run away from the battlefield. Sasuke snorted, his lips curled in disdain. Neji chuckled and said. You're a little stiff from posing, aren't you? Sasuke froze, a little stunned. Could this guy be able to read minds? His innermost thoughts were actually read in an instant? No, the Byakugan's abilities are mostly in detection, and it doesn't have the ability to read minds. Sasuke took a deep breath and got into position. Stop talking nonsense. I've wanted to see the Byakugan of the Hyuga family for a long time. The Byakugan of the Hyuga family and the Sharingan of the Uchiha family are both extremely special bloodline limits in Konoha. However, of the two major families, only the Hyuga family remains, and the former glory of Uchiha has finally come to an end. But Sasuke doesn't care at all, he will restore the glory that the Uchiha family deserves. Sharingan is the most powerful, he will prove it today. Advertisement, okay, I'll let you see how powerful the white eyes are. Veins popped out around Neji's eyes, and his already cold face became even colder. HMPH, Sasuke snorted, his dark eyes starting to change. The bright red Sharingan appeared, with a small Magatama in it. Oh my god, Sasuke actually activated the Sharingan? This is the first time I've seen Uchiha's Sharingan. Wow, Sasuke is so handsome. The two of them started moving at the same time, as if they had telepathic connection. Sasuke's attacks were extremely fierce and his murderous intent was very strong. But to Neji, this murderous aura seemed very weak. With the Byakugan's ability to see through things, Sasuke could now see clearly the trajectory of the chakra in his body. He blocked Sasuke's attack with one hand, and with the other hand, he put two fingers together and attacked a certain acupuncture point. Suddenly, Sasuke's face changed, and he suddenly lost the strength to lift his other hand. Without the transmission of chakra, his attack power was greatly reduced with just his teenage arms. Sasuke tried to lift his foot to perform a kick, but unfortunately. Once the Hyuga family catches us, our next actions will not go as they wish. Use two fingers to cut off the transmission of chakra. Once it succeeds, chakra cannot be transmitted properly, the speed will slow down and the body will become incoordinated. The Hyuga family's fighting method is exactly of this type. One strike succeeded and he was sent away directly. Otherwise, how could it be possible to develop continuous attack skills such as 8 trigrams 32 palms and 8 trigrams 64 palms? Because once the first palm strikes, the people of the Hyuga family will be able to connect to the next palm strike infinitely. The second palm, although it is called the palm, most people in the Hyuga family use their fingers. With a touch of his fingertips on the acupuncture point, Sasuke suddenly slowed down again. 4 palms. 8 palms. Neji Star moves very quickly. Once the attack begins, the gentle fist method begins to connect. His attack speed will only get faster. As the opponent's acupoints are hit one by one, his reaction ability and attack power will only become slower and slower. Just 8 palms, Neji had already blocked the flow of chakra throughout Sasuke's body. With a bang, Sasuke was knocked away. Advertisement. Everyone present was staring at this scene in a daze, as if they hadn't reacted yet. Sasuke. Just lost like that? Is this a contest between geniuses? The battle lasted only a moment, and some of them even just looked up. Neji's palm technique was as fast as lightning, before they could see what was happening. Sasuke flew backwards like a dead dog. A-hole. Sasuke somersaulted and got ready. His face was gloomy. Sharingan clearly saw Neji's movements. But his body couldn't react. Not only was he unable to react, but Neji's attack was far more powerful than he had imagined. It's just ordinary punches and kicks, there's nothing wrong with it, at most you'll feel a little pain. As a member of the Uchiha family, I will not be unable to tolerate any pain. But Neji's attack is different. He doesn't use fists or palms, but fingers. The place he poked, it's like a deflated ball. Not only does it hurt, but I also can't exert any strength for a short period of time. Is this the Byakugan of the Hyuga family? It really lives up to its reputation? Do you want to continue? Neji asked in a deep voice. If he had not shown mercy just now, it would not be as simple as 8 palms. Humph, this is just the beginning. Sasuke sneered, since my fists and feet can't defeat you, I'll use ninjutsu. After saying that, his fingers began to flash rapidly, and one hand seal after another began to run. The rest of the students watched and counted the number of handprints quietly. However, after counting a certain amount, their expressions changed. This is not any of the 3 basic ninjutsu taught in school. Tisk. I didn't expect Sasuke to already know this kind of ninjutsu. A boy with pigtails in the crowd said, when everyone was looking forward to what kind of ninjutsu Sasuke would use. Suddenly, he flew backwards. The continuous seals in his hands also stopped. Neji, who was standing opposite him, slapped out with one palm again without making any hand seals. Chapter 7 Sasuke is stunned. Everyone is shocked. 8 trigrams palms Kongjong. Neji said calmly. 8 trigrams palms Kongjong. This is the most basic palm technique in the Hyuga family. It can be said that anyone from the Hyuga family will use this palm technique. No seal palm technique. You only need to activate the chakra in your palm to create a sharp palm wind as a shockwave. You don't need any seal techniques, you just need to let the chakra pass through your acupuncture points, that's it. Sasuke flew backwards. He didn't even finish his fire-style great fireball technique seal before Neji got the better of him. I win, Neji said calmly. After this time, there was no suspense in the game anymore. The body replacement technique is dead simple, but it is also impossible for the opponent to suddenly switch to the body replacement technique seal while performing other ninjutsu seals. Even the god of ninja has to clap his hands. At the very least, one-handed seals must have a certain shape. How is it possible that you suddenly switched from the fire style's ninjutsu seal to the body replacement technique? This kid, Jizu, hasn't even graduated from the ninja school yet. If a few years pass, Sasuke might be able to use this superb technique. But Sasuke, who is still in the ninja school, cannot have such high precision control. But, damn it. Sasuke knelt on the ground, staring at his hands in disbelief. He actually lost so easily. Lost so completely? It only took 2 rounds of fighting, but he lost. His taijutsu was killed instantly, and he couldn't even use ninjutsu? Is Sharingan really inferior to Byakugan? The students from the ninja school who were watching were shocked when they saw that the duel ended so suddenly. Hyuga Neji is so strong, he is worthy of being the famous genius of the Hyuga family. Yeah, a genius is a genius. Even Uchiha Sasuke is nothing in front of the Hyuga family. Advertisement, of course. I heard from my father that the Hyuga family is the largest family in Konoha. They're very powerful. Everyone was talking about it. Although the expected evenly matched battle did not take place, the overwhelming power of this fight shocked them immensely. Let me see what Sasuke pulled out for me. He ignored Sasuke's slump. Neji watched with interest the entry that was extracted from Sasuke this time. 1 Magatama Sharingan, green, can see through the enemy's eyes, observation is enhanced, dynamic vision is enhanced. P.S. 1 Magatama Sharingan is not Laozi's limit, but Nijuzi only has 1 Magatama. Crying. Neji raised a brow. What does this mean? Could it be that if Sasuke's Sharingan has evolved to 3 Magatama at this moment? So the entry drawn this time is the Sharingan in the 3 Magatama state? Then how long do I have to wait? Neji couldn't help but complain. As for this guy, Urtsutsu, he only produced 1 Magatama on the night of the genocide. By the time he opens the 2 Magatama Sharingan, wouldn't that mean we have to wait 2 years? Suddenly, Neji's heart skipped a beat. If he gave Sasuke a Sharingan upgrade, does that mean that the amount of Sharingan he can extract next time will be even higher? This might be a good idea. Neji had an idea in his mind that he wanted to give it a try. The so-called Sharingan is nothing more than the level of Yinton. The more complete the Yin escape technique is, the higher the level of the Sharingan will be. All those emotional stimulation therapies before were just some means of enlightenment. The so-called Yin Dun refers to spiritual energy. In previous animation plots, because Indra, the eldest son of Sage of Six Paths, inherited the Yin escape power of Sage of Six Paths, which is also known as spiritual energy. So every time he opened his eyes, it seemed easy. Or perhaps it was because his innate spirit was so full that it was easy for him to activate the Mangekyo Sharingan without any side effects. Advertisement. But after Indra, the bloodline began to dilute and the perfect nature of Yinton began to decline. By the time it came to the Uchiha clan, the spiritual energy of Yin-Tun was no different from that of a normal person. As a result, not only did it become increasingly difficult to open the eyes, but the side effects also became increasingly powerful. This forced stimulation by the Uchiha family caused emotions to swell violently, resulting in a brief and sharp rise in Yin-Dun's spiritual energy. This false eye-opening method is essentially fine. But after reaching a high level, the Yin-Dun will come down. Why does second Hokage Senju Tobirama say that Uchiha are born evil? This is because for the Uchiha family, the spiritual energy of Yin-Dun will only rise sharply when their emotions fluctuate greatly. Negative emotions are always much more intense than positive emotions. This feeling will make them temporarily ignore the side effects of Sharingan and allow them to experience a wrong choice that will only grow stronger as long as hatred exists. Why is it that in the Uchiha family, if the older brother gets the younger brother's eyes, or the younger brother gets the older brother's eyes, they can upgrade to the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan? This is of course because the spiritual energy that serves as Yin Tsukushi in Sharingan has been replenished and the level of Yin Tsukushi has reached the standard. That's why there is no side effect of blindness. In fact, Neji guessed that the requirement for advancement to the Mangekyo Sharingan might not necessarily be to exchange the eyes of one's brothers. As long as it can complete the integrity of Yin-Dun, that's enough. Of course, in order to achieve high adaptability, it is best if the spiritual energy of Yin-Dun is closer to one's own blood relationship. However, in addition to changing eyes, there is actually another way to enhance mental strength. That is exercise. Why can't Indra always beat his brother Ashura? Why was Indra stronger than his brother when he was young, but became weaker when he grew up? That is of course because, as the life energy of the Yang-Dun body, it can continuously nourish the spirit as it grows, making the spirit become stronger and stronger. A strong spirit means a strong Yin-Dun, in a sense. Yin escape, Yang escape, these are all chakra attributes, and are all a kind of blood relationship. Maybe a person is born without Yin-Dun in his blood, but that doesn't mean he has no mental power or no spiritual energy, right? How can people live without spirit? Therefore, when a person's spirit is strong, he may not have the Yin-Dun chakra attribute, but he does maintain a certain balance. What about Yin-Dun's spiritual energy? The spiritual energy is too strong, and the body is weak and can't keep up with its own spirit. Even though the spiritual energy of Yin-Dun is extremely full. Chapter 8. Who said you can leave? But as time goes on, the weak body cannot withstand such a huge power, and the huge spiritual energy becomes a burden. Without a strong carrier, mental strength will fade over time and the spirit will gradually weaken. Yin-Dun is the blood of the body, so it is full and full. But when it comes to one's own mental strength, that's not necessarily the case. The Uchiha family's bloodline, in Neji's previous life, was the person who studied it most carefully. The situations of their families are nothing more than the following. His mental power is strong, but his Yin-Dun chakra attribute is too weak. Yin-Dun chakra has powerful attributes, but the mental power is too weak. Or, both are quite weak. In other words, if you want to upgrade the level of Sharingan, you need to improve your mental strength and yin and chakra attributes. Sasuke is the reincarnation of Indra. His own chakra is stronger than that of the average Uchiha. But judging from the situation of Uchiha Madara, it is probably because he has reincarnated too many times. As a result, there is no way to directly activate the Eternal Mangekyo and achieve the Yinden mechanism. But Neji doesn't need to think about this now. By then, even Sasuke's Yinden chakra won't be enough. That doesn't matter, it's none of his business. If he brushes one more pair of eyes, won't the entries be enough? Think of this. Neji already knew what the most important thing for Gigi to do now was. Strengthen your mental strength, that is to exercise the body. Neji walked over proudly and stood straight in front of Sasuke. What's wrong? Is this the extent of the Uchiha clan? A-hole, what did you say? Sasuke's face was angry, his fists were clenched tightly, and his face was full of unwillingness. Although he wanted to yell at him, the arrogant Uchiha would definitely not be limited to this. But in fact, he was not very confident. Neji's performance just now was really strong. It gave him a sense of deja vu as if he was facing an unshakable iron wall. Whether it's physical skills or ninjutsu, I'm no match for him. Even if he stood up and shouted proudly, Uchiha's honor must not be shaken, and then stepped forward to save face. I'm afraid that not only will it not have any effect, but it will also lead to a severe defeat. Neji's expression was grim, a hint of sarcasm rising from the corner of his mouth. It seems that the Uchiha clan has also declined, with only an unpromising orphan left alive. Advertisement normally, I see you've been living a lazy life, right? You haven't made any progress at all. You, what did you say? Hearing this, Sasuke's veins popped up and he looked at him angrily. The anger in Sasuke's heart was burning. This guy is really going too far. Isn't it? Look at your current performance. Are you worthy of being called a member of the Uchiha family? You really disappoint me. Neji shook his head, his tone full of sarcasm. I'm the top student in my grade, Sasuke said with a blushing face. Do you need me to reward you with a little red flower? Neji gave him a calm glance. Who wants your little red flower? I'll remember this time. I'll get it back later, Sasuke said coldly. After saying this, he turned around and left, but Neji's voice suddenly came from behind. Who said you can leave? You challenged me before, and now that you failed, do you want to leave? That's too much of a disrespect for me. Neji snorted. You still want to fight, right? Okay, then I'll fight with you. Sasuke couldn't hold back his anger anymore and raised his hand to start a fight. But Neji held up his index finger and shook it. You're so weak right now that I can't muster up any interest in you. There's no point in abusing you right now, but if you want it back, I can give you another chance tomorrow. Tomorrow? Sasuke frowned. One day? This. Okay, I'll challenge you again tomorrow? Sasuke immediately decided that after returning home tonight, I must think carefully about the future strategy and how to defeat this hateful guy Hyuga Neji. Good, but now you have challenged me and lost. I can't just let you go like this, I need to punish you, Neji said coldly. Punishment? Sasuke frowned. Of course, you challenged me and lost, so of course you need some punishment to motivate you. Neji pretended to sigh. It's a shame for someone like you with Uchiha blood to continue to be so decadent. Decadent? You actually said I was decadent? Advertisement. Sasuke's eyebrows twitched, and he felt very upset. Why did he become depressed? I don't know why, but when this guy with the rolling eyes talks, I always want to punch him. Plum. Neji suddenly looked towards the crowd of onlookers. What's wrong? Soon, Rock Lee ran in front of the two of them. Neji, what do you want from me? Who is this guy with thick eyebrows and big eyes? Sasuke frowned secretly in his heart, feeling that something bad was about to happen. This guy is Uchiha Sasuke. From today on, he's your little brother. Neji turned around and looked at Sasuke. As punishment for losing to me, you will train with this guy. For the next day, you will need to practice whatever he does. Sasuke was stunned for a moment, and after a while, he asked in confusion. The punishment you mentioned, is that simple? Is it simple? Neji remained calm. This guy is at the bottom of our class, but he is one of the hardest working people I have ever met. His name is Rock Lee, although he has no bloodline to be proud of. But his perseverance is much stronger than that of a decadent Uchiha like you. Don't call me a decadent Uchiha, Sasuke frowned and said coldly. Okay, then prove to me that Sasuke is not a decadent guy. When you have completed your punishment, I will be waiting for you here tomorrow, in this practice field. Neji said calmly. Humph, how difficult is that? Sasuke snorted. Ever since his family was wiped out by that guy when he was 7 years old, he has been thinking about revenge all the time. Whether it was shuriken throwing, physical skills, ninjutsu, or chakra training, he did not miss a single day. Not only that, he even doubled the amount every day. It is just to become stronger as quickly as possible so that he can have the chance to kill that man. Come on, watermelon head, you say we. Sasuke's fighting spirit had just been ignited when he saw the guy with the watermelon head. Suddenly tears started streaming down his big eyes. Neji. Rock Lee threw himself into Neji's arms with a touched look on his face, but was immediately avoided by Neji with disgust. FKU, leave me alone. Neji distanced himself from the guy with a blank expression. Chapter 9. Sasuke. Is it that simple? I'm so touched, Neji. Moved. What's there to be moved about? I'm just telling the truth. Neji. Don't come close, it's disgusting. Tianshan stared blankly at the scene in front of him, his mind a little dazed. Neji in the past wasn't so easy to talk to, but this kind of Neji has a different flavor. Tenten doesn't dislike the current Neji. In the crowd, Shikamaru sighed. That guy Sasuke is probably going to be in trouble. Why? Choji asked while eating potato chips. Nothing. Shikamaru didn't want to explain further, it's so troublesome to explain. Oh, Sasuke, first do 10 frog jumps around the village. If you can't do that, then do 1,000 jumps. Let's get started. Rock Lee was so excited that he couldn't help himself. He urged Sasuke to stand up and shouted. It's just hopping around the village 10 times, too easy, Sasuke sneered. After finishing this warm-up exercise, he can go back to practice meditation and cultivate chakra. He originally thought that this guy Hyuga Neji wanted to punish him cruelly. If that were the case, it would be absolutely impossible for me to do it even if I lost face in front of everyone. He is not a fool, he will not do whatever others tell him to do. But he didn't expect that this guy Hyuga Neji would just ask him to do these trivial things. If that's the case, then why not? Just treat it as exercise. As he was thinking, Sasuke watched the movements of the guy with the watermelon head in the green battle robe and started to learn from him. 1, 2, 3, 4. If you can't do that, do 500 push-ups in a row. 1, 2, 3, 4. Sasuke, hurry up and shout after me. Advertisement. HMPH. What a long-winded guy. Everyone on the practice field watched the two men jump away from the scene. Everyone was sighing. Uchiha Sasuke, who was so powerful before them. At this moment, in front of the Byakugan messenger of the Hyuga family. But it is so fragile. It's true that comparing yourself with others will make you angry. After a while, the people watching around had dispersed. Teacher Iruka, who was hiding in the dark, also secretly breathed a sigh of relief. These little guys are so noisy. Iruka sighed. The news of Neji and Sasuke's duel yesterday had already reached the ears of these teachers. Fortunately, Neji is more sensible than expected. No major accidents occurred. Ninja schools do not forbid competition. As long as the situation is not particularly serious, it is almost always within the rules. But the Hyuga clan and the Uchiha clan, these two guys are not ordinary people. If anything goes wrong with either of them, I can't take responsibility. But I really didn't expect that Neji has grown to this point. Iruka smiled bitterly. He was afraid that even in his current state, he would not be able to gain any advantage when fighting against Neji. The battle ended so easily. Should we say that he is worthy of being the genius that the Hyuga family is proud of? Neji is probably the best in the current ninja school, as long as there are no accidents. After knowing that nothing happened to either side, Iruka left with peace of mind. As the sun sets in the west, the afterglow of the sun slowly sets on the street. I made money, this time I really made a lot of money. Neji looked at his harvest today with excitement. Who says being an extra is useless? It is really very useful. Today, he got back into the group of decadent teenagers. And it's a completely different type from the last time. But even if you don't understand the type, the general meaning is still the same. This is all the result of his secret interactions with other classmates in his own classroom today. I'm just lazy, Gray, in normal state. Your reaction speed is greatly reduced. In combat state, your combat reaction speed is slightly reduced. P.S. I don't want to move, brain hole opening, black. When you perform ninjutsu, your mental power is always not focused, and the first time you perform ninjutsu, you will definitely fail. Refresh every day. Advertisement phosphorus monosulfide. It's time for the god of ninja to try out the feeling of nothingness when he claps his hands together. The lustful boy, white. When you see a woman, your lower body swells slightly, your blood surges, and your melee combat becomes stronger. P.S. Please pay attention to your little brother, you are sexually harassing. Useless, black, your body is very fragile, and your defense is decreasing every day. You need to take care of yourself. Don't fight with others. P.S. Do you know what crunchy means? There are some other gray and white entries, but they all mean almost the same thing. Neji looked at these curiously. After selecting the gray entries so many times, he had almost figured out what the entries were called. Most of the gray entries are the 7 deadly sins, such as greed, gluttony, lust, pride, envy, and laziness. Of course there are other types, such as sadness, fear, anxiety, etc. Gray entries, without exception, are almost all harmful, and all of them lower the status and combat capabilities. Of course, these are also the entries that are most likely to be exposed. Generally, these gray entries are mostly revealed by some extras. Maybe these are the only words they have that can make the system explode, Neji muttered. After all, as civilians, they have neither blood nor potential, nor ninjutsu. Their only decent emotions are worth looking at. But this is just right for Neji, haha, if anyone dares to provoke me now. Then let that guy's 10 original sins explode at the same time. Neji sneered. These extras are truly my treasures. He really didn't expect at first that the entry system could be used in this way. But it's better this way. Powerful entries are hard to obtain, but harmful entries are too easy to obtain. And today, 2 more black curse entries were revealed. I am really lucky. Just thinking about it, in the future, I will be able to use these black terms to attack the other party out of the blue, which will be absolutely interesting. Neji was very excited. How come this feeling is even better than withdrawing money? Especially this one. Neji looked at this, brainhole, black. The first time you perform a ninjutsu, you are bound to fail. If it affects Nagato, Shinra Tensei will be invalidated once. If it affects Uchiha Madara, the Rinnegan is negated once. At worst, the problem can be put on Obito so that he can have a chance to steal Kamui's magical skill. Chapter 10 Vortex Bloodline. This entry once again erupted from that Kamiyama Chudo. I really don't know how wonderful this guy is, Neji sighed. It would be a great joy if Kamioka Shigetoshi could continue to produce black entries for him. Kamioka Shitake, this supporting role will definitely become the cornerstone for him to conquer the ninja world in the future. Neji-chan, congratulations on winning the competition. Hinata's little figure came closer quietly again at some point. Ah, there are so many happy things today that I almost forgot about you, little girl. I touch, Neji deadpanned, rubbing his palm over Hinata's head. In less than a moment, the entries extracted by the system started again. Gentle fist method. 8 trigrams palm style, white, your fist skills are 1 level higher than that of an ordinary person, but not much higher. P.S. Bye, really bye, then watch your words, I am Zabuza. Neji was silent for a while, and then he threw Hinata's entry back into her body. Damn it, after all, she is the White Eyes Princess, and her white eyes are of the highest purity. How can there be such a rubbish entry? Hinata was stunned for a moment. She felt like she had just become more proficient in the gentle fist technique. Have you been slacking off on your gentle fist practice lately? Neji asked coldly. Neji-chan, how did you know? Hinata was a little dazed, with a hot feeling on her face as if she had been exposed. Nonsense. The terms of your gentle fist spell are all the worst white, how can you not neglect it? After all, she is the white-eyed princess in the movie. Stop looking down on me all the time, can you please give me some effort? Neji really wished that at this moment, he could restore his eyes to black. Because then Hinata could see herself rolling her eyes. I have snatched so many entries. Neji was almost familiar with the low-level entries and had a rough idea of their scope. The black entries should be at the desperate level, and the talent in a certain field is really terrible. It is at the extreme negative level, advertisement. Gray terms, negative levels, are negative status terms that reduce combat effectiveness. White entries are of normal standard. That is to say, above average, but not much higher. Just a little bit better than the average ninja. Green entries are at the Grandmaster level, which is a series of entries that greatly enhances combat effectiveness. Last night, after Neji had the entry, Weapon Master, Green. He has gained great proficiency in the use of various weapons. Combined with the Byakugan, he is not much worse than the average Shunin. Hey, when I passed by here, I seemed to hear a yellow-haired boy say that he likes powerful female ninjas. Neji scratched his chin deliberately, it seems to be called, something like Uzumaki. Uzumaki, man. Hinata's eyes lit up. Masaga. Oh right, I think it's called Vortex Minion. Yeah, that should be its name. Hinata's face fell. Neji-chan, my name seems to be Uzumaki Naruto, no, not a minion. It doesn't matter whether they're yellow or not. Neji waved his hands, indicating that this was not the point. Look at the kids nowadays, they all like powerful female ninjas. If you keep dragging your feet like this, when you grow up and want to get married, no one will look down on you. Hinata's face turned pale, as if she was really shocked by Neji's words. He immediately trembled and promised himself that he would practice diligently in the future. Neji couldn't help but sigh when he saw his sister like this. Really? By the way, why did this little girl Hinata fall in love with Naruto? Neji didn't pay much attention to the love affairs among the Hokage. Rather, it seems that there is no emotional line among Hokage? Neji's eyes moved and his Byakugan began to activate. The surrounding scenery began to become transparent. He saw it, the blonde boy hiding behind the bushes. What on earth is this guy doing? Neji frowned, but then again, it seemed like he hadn't extracted Uzumaki Naruto's entry yet. This is a good opportunity. Advertisement. While talking to Hinata, Neji deliberately moved closer to the bushes. Suddenly, Neji pretended to be cool, his face full of alertness. Who is here? As he said this, he kicked the bushes. Suddenly, a yellow-haired man was kicked out by him. Ah, it hurts. Naruto got up from the ground and rubbed the spot where Neji had kicked him. Naruto. Hinata was startled and her fair face suddenly turned red. I didn't expect Naruto to be hiding in the bushes. Why is this happening? Could it be because? Neji asked calmly, what are you doing hiding here? As he spoke, he also looked at the entries prompted by the system. Whirlpool Bloodline, blue, possesses strong vitality and abundant chakra. P.S. Hiss, the blood of Nagata's sister is so terrifying that it actually sucked half of the blood of the Uzumaki clan. Naruto, you should be the little red-haired one. Neji paused as he looked at the introduction. The blood concentration of Naruto Uzumaki's Uzumaki clan is only at the blue level? This is similar to the bloodline of his Hyuga family, both are blue level. When it comes to bloodlines, are they all at about this level? Neji began to ponder. The bloodline of the Hyuga clan and the Uzumaki clan, these are all big clans among the Hokage, but their bloodline is only blue? White is better than average, green is excellent, and blue is elite. If you think about it this way, it seems to be about the same. Neji thought about it and felt that it made sense. The white entry is almost enough to become a genin. After all, I still have some talent, not an ordinary person, so I can become a genin without any problem. As for green, the one Magatama Sharingan is green, which is considered a special ability. Chunin is about the same level. If it's blue, it's Jonin level. Purple is probably at the Cage level. Hey, you're so awesome. Naruto had no complaints about Neji kicking him down, instead he said with excitement. You are so awesome that you can actually beat that arrogant guy. How did you train? Naruto said excitedly. Well. Neji pondered for a moment. The Naruto in front of him was full of treasures. Whether it's Nine Tails Chakra or Ashura Chakra, the material for synthesizing Rinnegan, this is what he wants. Chapter 11 Third Hokage. Of course, I have to train hard every day, and then practice hard day after day and night after night. Yeah, that's what I think too. I want to become a powerful ninja like my brother in the future. Naruto yelled. Naruto. So cool. Hinata's face turned slightly red, and she hid behind Neji without knowing when. Only a small head appeared, looking at Naruto quietly. Neji laughed and chatted casually with Naruto, earning the title of Big Brother. There is no other reason, it's just that Naruto now really wants to be recognized by others. Normally, Naruto only has 2 or 3 friends in the ninja school. It really made Naruto extremely excited to meet someone who could communicate with him so normally at this time. After chatting for a while, Neji suggested going out for ramen together. When Naruto heard that Neji actually liked ramen, his eyes suddenly lit up and he immediately nodded and agreed. Hey, you aren't Hinata. Only then did Naruto notice Hinata hiding behind Neji like an ostrich. I. Hinata's face turned red visibly. Suddenly I felt as if my head was about to explode, and I stammered and couldn't utter a word. If you look closely. Naruto looked at Neji, then at Hinata, and said, you two seem to have the same eyes. Hinata is my sister. Of course, this Byakugan is the bloodline limit of our Hyuga clan. Neji replied with a smile. I see, so that's how it is. Naruto smiled cheerfully. The two of them walked side by side to the ramen shop, leaving Hinata standing there, hesitant. A chance to get intimate with Naruto-kun. Hinata just wanted to go up. Suddenly, another thing came to my mind. Miss, you should avoid contact with that yellow-haired guy in the academy. He is a symbol of bad luck. Suddenly, Hinata stopped, but Neji and Naruto didn't stop and continued to move forward. Brother, isn't Hinata going to eat ramen with us? Naruto subconsciously looked behind him. Advertisement, I guess she has other things to do. Let's go together today. Oh. Neji had no intention of pulling Hinata over. From memory, the Hyuga family did issue an order that the younger generation was not allowed to approach Naruto, the Nine Tails Jinchuriki. When he was reincarnated as Hyuga Neji, he carried this memory with him. Rather, it should be that the people from the major families are restricting the younger generations from communicating with Naruto. As for why I do this, the simple reason is just in case something happens to Nine Tails and hurts her child. The other aspect is, it has something to do with the Hokage. The third generation old man wanted to ban the major families and win over Naruto, the Nine Tails Jinchuriki. Among those who had contact with Naruto, almost all of them were members of the Hokage lineage, such as the Ino Shikacho clan, and the Sarutobi clan. As for the other families, Neji didn't know, but when Naruto entered school, the Hyuga family told him not to get in touch with this guy Naruto. Of course, this also prevents Naruto from having too much exposure to some secrets of the ninja world. After Neji attended the ninja school, he discovered that a lot of its content had been cut, and there was almost no history of the ninja world. Things like the First Ninja World War, the Second, and the Third are rarely mentioned. Even the structure of Konoha was reduced by half. In ninja schools, what is taught are mostly simple training, chakra attributes, free body technique, some ways of exercising the body, and the will of fire, emphasis added. There is almost no introduction about ninjas, bloodline inheritance families, etc. For example, at this moment, Uzumaki Naruto doesn't know that the Uzumaki family is a family with bloodline limits. Neji thought secretly. The contact between the children of the big family and Naruto is likely to allow Naruto to obtain some special information, making him aware of his extraordinariness, which is likely to affect the operation of the seal. Or the development of Naruto. Arriving at the Ichiraku ramen shop, Neji opened the door and suddenly saw an old man. Third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen. Oh, Grandpa Hokage, you're eating ramen here too. Naruto saw the third Hokage and shouted excitedly as well. Advertisement. Hello, Naruto, and Neji. Third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen took a puff of his cigarette, sat quietly in his chair, and ordered 3 bowls of ramen. Hokage-sama, Neji greeted. Sarutobi Hiruzen looks like a kind old man, but in fact he is a bit complicated. He is a politician through and through. No matter how it changes, this fact can never be denied. Whether it's Naruto's current experience or the fall of other heroes such as Konoha's White Fang, this guy's shadow is almost always present. Naruto, eating ramen all the time is not good for your nutrition, Sarutobi Hiruzen said with a chuckle. It's okay, Grandpa Hokage, I just like eating ramen. Ramen is simply the most delicious food for me, said Naruto. Hehe, sometimes you still need to balance your nutrition. Look at you, you've lost weight again recently. Completely meaningless conversation. Neji commented silently in his mind. It's not that Naruto doesn't want balanced nutrition, but besides the boss of Ichiraku Ramen, most of the other villagers refused to buy food for Naruto. Naruto has money, but it is not the property left by his parents. Every once in a while, Sarutobi Hiruzen will come to Naruto with his monthly salary and brainwash him. The ramen is here, eat it while it's hot. This time, let Grandpa Hokage treat us. Sarutobi Hiruzen said. Okay, thank you, Hokage-sama. Neji thanked him and didn't say anything polite. He sat next to Sarutobi Hiruzen and rubbed against him intentionally. The next second, the entry was extracted from Sarutobi Hiruzen's body. MLM Master, Purple, your words always make people believe you. Depending on your status, your words will greatly enhance others' trust in you. P.S. The highest level of deception is to brainwash yourself. I believe it myself, why don't you believe it? Neji was silent. So you really have joined a pyramid scheme, right? And just now he saw that Sarutobi Hiruzen did not have any golden light. In other words, Sarutobi Hiruzen's entry is only at the purple level. This really surprised him. As a third Hokage, he didn't even have a decent golden entry. Chapter 12. Old man, let me give you some goods. This old guy from third generation doesn't look that strong. Neji frowned. The brilliance of an entry can represent the strength of a person's combat power. Maybe this is not complete, but it is worth considering. If you think about it, the third Hokage doesn't have many battle records. It's better to say that there are almost no battles that allow Sarutobi Hiruzen to show how powerful he is. Things like the strongest third Hokage, Doctor of Ninjutsu, etc. They're all just hype. The title of the strongest third Hokage is obviously fake the moment you hear it. As for the ninjutsu doctor, hehe. The so-called ninjutsu doctor is someone who masters all the ninjutsu information of Konoha. This is a right in itself for the shadows of the 5 major ninja villages in the 5 major countries. No matter which village the Kage comes from, he will definitely know most of the ninjutsu of the ninja village. Except for some secret techniques of some big families that are not passed on to others, isn't this a matter of course? However, Sarutobi Hiruzen still wants to promote this ninjutsu. The answer is simple. Because of second Hokage. It is this forbidden technique left by the second Hokage that gives Sarutobi Hiruzen the capital to challenge. The various forbidden techniques left behind by the second Hokage Senju Tobarama are extremely terrifying in the ninja world in terms of both power and influence. The reason why he was given the title of Doctor of Ninjutsu in the ninja world was mostly because of his experience as a ninja warrior in second Hokage Senju Tobarama. Senju Tobarama was in his early 60s when he died. With the blessing of Chakra, he was still in his prime. For the Golden Horn, who only ate a few pieces of Nine Tails meat, it should be easy for the Silver Horn to deal with it. Whether it is the Flying Thunder God technique, or the tandem paper bombs, there are countless other forbidden techniques. Senju Tobarama, no matter what, can't lose. But he lost. Neji thought about it carefully, and combined with the third generation member Sarutobi Hiruzen and the forbidden technique he performed, the conclusion became clear all of a sudden. Senju Tobarama is someone who used forbidden technique too much, so his body is full of side effects. He may not live long. In each major ninja village, there are rating marks for ninjutsu. Like S level, A level, B level, etc., they are all divided according to levels. But there is one item that is quite special. That is forbidden technique. Not all ninjutsu that are extremely powerful are called forbidden technique. Advertisement. Powerful ninjutsu is called S-level ninjutsu. Ninjutsu that can threaten the ninja itself, or even threaten its companions, or have other uncontrollable injuries to its own people, is called a forbidden technique. However, most of the second Hokage's techniques are forbidden techniques, and the side effects they cause are of course unimaginable. Just like the wind-style Rasenshuriken created by Naruto, it turns out to be an S-rank ninjutsu. However, because it is extremely destructive to the arms and even the body, the arms will be directly scrapped if used a few times. That's why Tsunade requested that the wind-style Rasenshuriken be listed as a forbidden technique. This sequelae was not resolved until Naruto obtained Senjutsu Chakra. Suddenly, Neji thought of something. Could it be that when Boruto is told decades later, Naruto is affected physically and mentally because he used a lot of forbidden technique when he was young? It's not impossible. Multiple shadow clone technique. This is an extremely buggy skill. Naruto has been using it since he graduated from the Ninja Academy. In other words, Naruto has been using the forbidden technique since he was 12 or 13 years old. Maybe he was young and didn't feel anything, but when he reached middle age, the symptoms began to gradually appear. By the time of the Boruto story, Naruto may have realized this problem. Therefore, it is possible that Naruto will subconsciously restrict the use of multiple shadow clone techniques. However, Sarutobi Hiruzen, the old fox, knew that this forbidden technique would have side effects, but still used it on people. It is obvious that the so-called spirit of sacrifice is at work. Young people should sacrifice themselves for the big family of Konoha. He said nice things but did nothing. This old man is just as foul-mouthed as Danzo. Neji sighed. The third Hokage is now over 60 years old, but he still doesn't look like he's in good shape. It's obvious. The forbidden technique left by the second Hokage was useless to old man Hiruzen. That's why he was able to survive the Third Ninja World War and still be alive today despite having so many hidden injuries on his body. You know, during the war years, the average life expectancy of a ninja was only around 30 years old. Those who live longer are mostly rear-line personnel, that is, those in power. Haha, no wonder the old man hasn't taken any action. Advertisement. Because once he takes action, everyone will know that this guy is a paper tiger. A paper tiger that dies after being used once or twice. Neji laughed. He understood a little. Why did Konoha, which seemed as strong as a lion, surrender to Cloud Shinobi Village in the first place? A very simple conclusion. After experiencing the Third World War, Sarutobi Hiruzen knew very well that in front of the Raikage, he was just an appetizer. He could only rely on his so-called residual power to intimidate other villages. An old man who refuses to die is a thief. Neji commented coldly in his heart. Don't die when you should, die when you have no other choice. If Minato was still alive, if Kakashi's father Konoha's White Fang was still alive, the ending would definitely be completely different. Konoha at that time will be its most prosperous era. What a pity. The older an old man gets, the more nostalgic he becomes, and his values become more solidified. Neji-kun, what do you think of the Will of Fire? While Neji was thinking, Hiruzen suddenly asked a question. Here it comes. He came over with his brainwashing method. I knew this old man would say something like this. Neji didn't seem to panic at all when faced with the question from third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen. He first put the MLM Master, Purple, on himself. But this is not the end. Procrastinating boy, Gray, your movements begin to become slow. Anxious boy, Gray, his strength and mobility have declined. Heartbroken boy, Gray, your mood will occasionally go down for a period of time, which will affect your combat effectiveness. In the warehouse, Neji selected 3 gray items from the 20 or so gray items and placed them on Sarutobi Hiruzen. Neji put it on Sarutobi Hiruzen easily. And the other party didn't even notice it. The so-called Will of Fire is unity. I believe that the Will of Fire passed down by the first Hokage is intended to make all people in Konoha become one family. Chapter 13 The Will of Fire. Therefore, if we want to become a family, we must eliminate the grudges between each other. Therefore, ninjas should not exist in the form of a family, but in the form of the Konoha family. In this way, every family member is part of the big group of Konoha, and every person in Konoha is a family member of everyone. Let us live in harmony, help each other, and build a beautiful home together. Let Konoha be filled with love, let the people of Konoha have enough food to eat, and let the children of the ninjas grow up happily. Only when children grow up healthily, Konoha can become stronger. Sarutobi Hiruzen was stunned. I was completely dumbfounded. He never expected that Hyuga Neji would have such a deep insight into the Will of Fire. This is what a Konoha shinobi should be like. For a moment, Hiruzen was completely moved by Neji's words. Great, that's great, Sarutobi Hiruzen said excitedly. Although this is quite different from his understanding of the Will of Fire, it is also a kind of Will of Fire. Neji said it so well. The ninjas of Konoha should not exist as a family, but as Konoha. This sentence in particular is so well said. Isn't this what it means to protect Konoha? Although I don't understand what Big Brother said, he seems very powerful. Naruto scratched his head. Neji chuckled a few times but didn't say much. If you want to truly achieve a Konoha without grudges, what needs to be done most? The answer is, all the families were broken up into small pieces, and dispersed among the people. All ninjas must obey Konoha's laws, and family rules cannot be used to arbitrarily decide the life and death of a ninja. But is this possible in the ninja world? Of course not. It must be impossible. The bloodline limit is something that binds powerful families together tightly. It is simply impossible to have no barriers between ninjas. Because the ninja village was originally built on the basis of the ninja family. Advertisement. That's right, the most important thing in a ninja village is not the civilians, but the ninja family. If Sarutobi really wants to abolish the family system, either all the families unite to dethrone Sarutobi Hiruzen from the position of Hokage, or all the families unite and leave Konoha village. In any case, the ninja families will never sit still and wait for death. After finishing the meal, Hiruzen left happily. Another successor to the Will of Fire has been found. Hyuga Neji, I didn't expect that after going through that, he still has such deep feelings for the village. It turns out that the Will of Fire is everlasting. Giving up your own small family for the sake of the big family of Konoha. Not bad, not bad. The third Hokage thought to himself. Actually, as for Hyuga Neji, because of the Cloud Shinobi village incident, they sacrificed Hyuga Neji's father. The reason is because of Konoha's concession. So logically, Neji should hold a grudge against the village. But it doesn't matter. How old was Neji at that time? At that time, the people in Konoha's upper echelons had no idea that this little kid who was only a few years old could become a genius in the village. Not only is he a genius, but he is also the most famous genius in the Hyuga family. All of a sudden, Hyuga Neji's identity began to be taken seriously. Well, with Caged Bird, as long as the Hyuga clan is still there, we can control the Hyuga Neji. Although Neji is a great genius, the tragedy of genius is that he is nothing more than a puppet under power. Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't care too much about Neji's affairs. Because of the Hyuga main family, all the people in the branch house have been planted with curse mark, caged bird, so the people in the Hyuga branch house. He can be said to be the most loyal ninja in Konoha. Even if they want to accomplish something, they will be restricted by the clan. So even if Konoha did something like sacrificing Hyuga Neji's father, they wouldn't worry at all that Neji would get into trouble. The third Hokage left in peace. At the same time, in another place. It's so easy, Sasuke said with a smug look on his face. A few beads of sweat dripped down his forehead, and it was obvious that this matter was not as easy as he said. After such a long time, he finally completed the training of circling Konoha village 10 times. To be honest, Sasuke had never trained in taijutsu for such a long time before. He usually planned his time reasonably, with half of his time spent on training, half on ninjutsu training, half on hand seal speed, and half on kunai throwing. Advertisement. Although average, there are some small achievements in every area. Yoshi. The next task is to climb a cliff with one hand. If you can't climb that cliff, then do 500 push-ups in a row. If you can't do 500 push-ups, you have to jump rope 1,200 times. Quote. Rock Lee was still as active as ever. He shouted slogans loudly and pointed at the cliff. Sasuke, who had just finished frog jumping 10 times around Konoha village, was suddenly confused. Haven't we already frog leapt 10 times around Konoha village? Sasuke couldn't help but remind him. Yeah, we just finished it. You're really awesome, Sasuke. Rock Lee smiled widely. Quote. Sasuke had no idea what was going on in the mind of this strange guy in green clothes. At the beginning, it's not just about leapfrogging around Konoha village 10 times. When you can't do it, do you have to do 500 push-ups in a row? But now both of them have completed the task, and they still have to do push-ups. Sasuke said nothing. Just do it. How could he, the great Uchiha Sasuke, be afraid of a challenge? HMPH, it's a good opportunity to train my chakra control. Sasuke's mouth curled up slightly. This could be considered a disguised form of chakra control training. Soon, the two began to climb towards the highest cliff outside Konoha village. A few hours later, both of them have successfully reached the top of the cliff. Huh, so easy. Sasuke was breathing heavily, beads of sweat beading on his forehead, a small smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. This kind of training program is nothing to him. As expected of Uchiha Sasuke from the Uchiha family. Humph, of course, as a member of the Uchiha family, this amount of training is just a piece of cake for me. Then let's do 500 push-ups in a row. If we can't do 500 push-ups in a row, we have to jump rope 1,200 times. Rock Lee shouted with a fiery face. This is youth. However, Sasuke was stunned when he heard his words. This, isn't it over yet? Chapter 14. Sasuke was exhausted. I was just saying it casually. I was just pretending. I was just trying to save Uchiha's face. You actually took it seriously. Looking at the energetic Rock Lee, Sasuke immediately felt something was wrong. This guy with a watermelon head and thick eyebrows is definitely not an ordinary guy. At this moment, Sasuke began to examine Rock Lee formally. You, what's your name? Sasuke asked in a deep voice. Jump frog 10 times around the village and climb the highest mountain in Konoha. After completing these two exercises, he was almost exhausted. But the guy with the watermelon head in front of me. There is no trace of decadence at all. It's simply incredible. Me, I'm Lee, Rock Lee. Rock Lee still showed a bright smile and answered the other party. Lee, I don't think there's a family like this in Konoha village. Sasuke frowned and began to think carefully about Konoha's family ninja. Ino Shikacho, Sarutobi, Mito, Kurama, Hyuga. After thinking about it, he still couldn't think of any family with the surname Lee. I don't have a family. I am just an ordinary civilian. Rock Lee spoke openly about his life story. What? Sasuke's pupils dilated. This guy is a civilian. Really a civilian. Not only that, in Rock Lee's story, his parents were also civilians. Sasuke was shocked. As a commoner, he is so serious and hardworking in his cultivation. He, the young patriarch of the Uchiha family, is actually not as good as a guy of commoner origin. How can this be tolerated? Other Uchiha Sasuke can transfer to Hyuga Neji. Because Hyuga Neji's family is the largest family in Konoha, the Hyuga family. The Uchiha was once the largest family in Konoha. So it was not unfair for him to lose to the Hyuga family. But Sasuke couldn't accept losing to this guy with no background. Advertisement. Good. Sasuke took a deep breath and said seriously. Let me practice with you and see what your limit is. He still has strength, he can continue training. He had never been lazy in his training in the past. If I leave here now, wouldn't I become the decadent Uchiha that Neji mentioned? We must never bring shame to the family. Oh. This is youth. Rock Lee looked at the energetic Uchiha Sasuke and suddenly became excited. Then let's start training without further delay. Next, let's do 500 push-ups in a row on the cliff. If we can't do 500 push-ups in a row, we have to jump rope 1,200 times. Oh. As the sun sets, two boys in their early teens begin competing on the top of the hill. Sasuke saw that the speed of Rock Lee's training was constantly increasing. Sasuke-kun, just keep your own pace. There's no need to practice with me. No one can train so fast at the beginning. Rock Lee said kindly. But when Sasuke heard it, it was a different story. What? I follow you to practice. Is there no need to force me to follow? Doesn't this mean that I, Uchiha Sasuke, am not as good as you? Isn't it just a competition of physical strength? Who's afraid of who? He gritted his teeth and immediately increased the pace of his training. It's just a small matter. Do you still need to tell me? Of course I am keeping my own rhythm. This is just my original rhythm. Oh, Sasuke, you are so amazing, really amazing. Rock Lee said excitedly. In the Ninja Academy, there are only a few people besides him who can do such a lot of training. Gradually, the sun is almost setting. Sasuke sat down on the cliff, his clothes soaked with sweat. Tired. I never thought that training could be so tiring. After completing 500 push-ups, I felt exhausted. Now his legs felt as if they were tied with 1,000-pound rocks, and it took a lot of effort to lift them. Wow, Sasuke, you are really amazing. I didn't expect you could actually finish it. You are worthy of being a member of the Uchiha family. Advertisement. Rock Lee smiled brightly. Next is 1,200 consecutive jumps and 10 handstands around Konoha village. That's the end of today's training. What? Sasuke stood up in shock and looked at Rock Lee with horror. This isn't over yet. What kind of monster is this guy? Sasuke gritted his teeth. This training method is simply squeezing the ninja's physical limits. It's so scary, and in the end, he had to circle the village 10 times, while standing upside down. That's right. There are only the last 2 trainings left. Rock Lee said with a smile. Do you train like this every day? Sasuke couldn't help but ask. That's right. Today's training may be a little less, but it doesn't matter. I can just add more training in the morning. Sasuke was silent. Seeing this guy working so hard, for a moment, he really felt that what Neji said did make sense. Decadent Uchiha. Compared to Rock Lee, he really seems to be a decadent Uchiha. Let's do it. Uchiha Sasuke. Sasuke's face was uncertain. But in the end, he couldn't resist Rock Lee's praise and Neji's promise. Sasuke didn't return home until it was dark and the moon was hanging in the middle of the sky. He didn't know how he got back. Especially that guy Rock Lee, he always says, Sasuke is so awesome, the Uchiha family are really strong, and other such flattering words. Sasuke was unable to say things like, I'm actually no longer capable of this, I'm actually a coward. So tired, Sasuke lay prone on the bed, feeling as if his entire body was being blasted by a jack. Both his legs and hands were brutally tortured. Now he doesn't even want to lift a finger. I also need to practice shuriken and ninjutsu. Sasuke muttered. But the next moment, he fell asleep. The next morning, when Sasuke woke up and went to school, he was late. Damn it, the amount of training yesterday was ridiculous. That guy is obviously a taijutsu-type ninja. Sasuke sat in his seat, his face darkening. He is not a ninja who specializes in physical skills, so of course he is not as good as Rock Lee. Ha. Sasuke, were you defeated by Neji-sama yesterday and are now depressed? At this moment, in front of Sasuke, a yellow-haired boy laughed at Sasuke without hesitation. Chapter 15 The Broken Water Mirror Ball. What did you say? How could I be so depressed because of such a small thing? Looking at your gloomy face now, I guess you are afraid that you will be beaten up when you fight with brother Neji later. Naruto still said cheerfully. I. Sasuke's eyes widened, he had forgotten about this matter. Yesterday, he had indeed promised Hyuga Neji that he would regain his face today. But I was really tired after practicing yesterday. He had completely forgotten about the incident. Even when I got up in the morning, I rushed to school without even having breakfast. I clearly made up my mind yesterday that I must come up with a strategy when dealing with Neji today. But unexpectedly, he was too relaxed yesterday and actually forgot about this matter. Sasuke's face was grim, he looked at his legs now, they were still shaking. It was obviously due to overtraining yesterday. His current condition is even worse than yesterday. If I face Neji, there is no chance of winning at all. We still have some time, we need to think of a solution quickly. Sasuke muttered. He ignored Naruto and hurriedly began to think about battle strategies. The other side, Neji started to take the test and draw entries again. But this time he was disappointed. He didn't extract any terms from Tiantian and Rock Lee. Ding, there are currently no new entries available for extraction. Neji looked surprised. He tried several people and the results were the same. There are no new entries to extract. On the first day, he extracted Weapon Master, Green, and Hot-Blooded Boy, Purple, from Tiantian and Rock Lee. On the second day, the 2 entries I got were Wind Style Chakra, Green, and Physical Skills Master, Green. These 2 guys, are there only these 2 entries? No, you can't think like that. Neji began to think seriously. On his first day, he extracted mostly entries related to emotion types. The second day's content is mostly about blood, chakra attributes, etc. Advertisement. After the emotions and blood have been extracted, only the skills are left. Now I have almost searched all the things in these 3 aspects.
I see. It seems that most of the general ninja attributes are related to bloodline, chakra attributes, and skills. Neji thought about it. Now everyone is in ninja school, and they hardly learn any special skills, so no new entries are born. Naruto and Sasuke are still better, they have far more attributes than the average person. It can keep him eating for a long time. Time flies. When school was over in the afternoon, quite a few people had already gathered at the practice ground. Among them, Choji, Shikamaru, Sakura, Hinata and other 12 ninjas of Konoha, as well as some other supporting ninjas, almost all of them came. Yesterday, Neji said that he would give Sasuke a chance for revenge. Ah, Lord Neji is so handsome. But Sasuke is so handsome too, which one should I choose? Ino screamed. HMPH, Sasuke is mine. Sasuke will definitely succeed in his revenge today. Sakura said viciously. Sasuke is the best. That's not necessarily true. Lord Neji is a genius of the Hyuga clan, a true genius. My father told me that even people from the Hyuga main family cannot compare to the talent of Hyuga Neji. Ino said seriously. After hearing this, Sakura also began to hesitate. It was because Sasuke lost too quickly yesterday. So now she doesn't have much confidence that Sasuke can win. Ah, Shikamaru, do you think Sasuke can get it back? Choji said while shoving potato chips into his mouth. Who knows? Shikamaru chuckled. Sasuke wants to regain his face from Neji, but it's probably impossible. Hyuga Neji is not on the same level as these idle guys. My father once said that if we were to choose the most suitable person to become a ninja in this ninja academy, Hyuga Neji would be the best choice. Shikamaru's eyes sparkled. The protagonist is here. As expected, Sasuke came and lived up to everyone's expectations. He will challenge Neji again today. Haha, it looks like your basic skills aren't particularly solid. Neji couldn't help but laugh as he looked at Sasuke's shaky legs. HMPH. Stop talking nonsense. Sasuke's face froze. Advertisement. He didn't want to talk to Neji anymore. Sasuke and Neji's second duel is finally about to begin. In everyone's expectant eyes, puff, Sasuke flew backwards again, just like yesterday. Rather, in terms of time, the battle between the two was even shorter than yesterday. Just one move and it's over. Sasuke had absolutely no power to resist. His performance today was even worse than yesterday. This is Uchiha Sasuke. He feels so rubbish. Yeah, in front of Neji, Sasuke is just a passerby. I lost again. Sakura's heart sank when she saw Sasuke flying backwards. See, I told you. Lord Neji is the genius of the Hyuga clan, a genius that even the main family can't match. Ino said with her eyes lighting up when she saw Neji's majestic appearance. Both Sasuke and Neji are so handsome. For Ino, no matter who he is, as long as he is handsome, she will be crazy about him. And Neji is not only handsome, he also has a naturally cold face. Those natural white eyes are amazing to many people. It seems Neji's talent is even more terrifying than the rumors say. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at the scene in the crystal ball and couldn't help but nod. Not bad. It's good to become stronger. Neji, who knows the will of fire, will become the backbone of Konoha village when he grows up. Only then can he be entrusted with the important task of protecting the village. Telescope technique. This is an extremely dirty ninjutsu used by the third generation. It is mainly used to spy on the women's bathhouse, and of course it can be used to spy on the whereabouts of ninjas from time to time. However, this kind of technique needs certain limitations and cannot be used at will. Third generation only looked at it for a while before closing the image on the crystal ball. Suddenly, Sarutobi Hiruzen felt his head sink and subconsciously grabbed the object next to him. With a snap, he pushed the crystal ball to the ground and it broke into pieces. Chapter 16 The Cyclical Nightmare. No. When Sarutobi Hiruzen came to his senses, he exclaimed in pain. This crystal ball is an important medium for using the telescope technique. This is his greatest treasure for peeping into the women's bathhouse. Once the crystal ball shatters, his telescope technique will be completely scrapped. What happened to me just now? Did I go to the women's bathhouse too many times yesterday, so my energy and blood are insufficient? Sarutobi Hiruzen was in a very low mood. This crystal ball is no ordinary item, it is Karigakur's water mirror ball. This is a precious treasure captured from Karigakur, the land of water, during the previous ninja war. Sarutobi Hiruzen had also studied it before, but he never figured out how this crystal ball was made. He only knew that it was a product of the Mizunatsuki clan. Now that it's broken, it's almost impossible to find another one. There was no way Karigakur would give this to him for free. What's wrong with me today? Why am I so unlucky? Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled bitterly. I always feel like my head is swollen today and I don't want to think. Alas, I am really getting old. Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't realize that all this was caused by the terms Neji had cast on him. Procrastinating boy, Gray, your movements begin to become slow. Anxious boy, Gray, his strength and mobility have declined. Heartbroken boy, Gray, your mood will occasionally go down for a period of time, which will affect your combat effectiveness. Because of heartbroken boy, Hiruzen's mood started to get low. Because of the procrastinating boy, Hiruzen's movements began to become sluggish. Because of the anxious boy, Hiruzen's mind began to worry. Neji had no idea that his unintentional action had led him to accomplish a great thing. The water mirror ball seized from Kurigakure was broken. Oh, I was really too careless. This water mirror ball is the treasure of the Mizunatsuki clan. Now that Kurigakure has sealed off the village, it is almost impossible to get such a thing. Hiruzen still felt a little distressed. The water mirror ball of the Mizunatsuki clan can monitor by inputting chakra, and it can monitor in places with water mist. Generally speaking, he wouldn't unleash the mist shinobi technique out of nowhere in Konoha village to deliberately monitor people, because that would make other families think he was an idiot. By accident, the water mirror ball was connected to the mist in the women's bathhouse, and then Hiruzen discovered this wonderful use. Advertisement. What a shame. Hiruzen shook his head. Although the water mirror ball was broken, it did not have much impact on him. But his heart was bleeding. What if he wanted to peek into the women's bathhouse in the future? Do I have to follow Jiraiya's example and go to the door of the women's bathhouse to peek? How can this be possible? He is the third Hokage of Konoha village, the ninja world's ninjutsu master. How could you do such a shameless thing that would affect the reputation of the Hokage? Alas, Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed. In Konoha, he couldn't use the mist shinobi technique, so he could only use it for his hobby of peeping into the women's bathhouse. There's no one in the women's bathhouse right now. I should have known better than to go and spy on what's going on in the ninja school. To take a peek at the ninja academy, you need to do some preparation in advance before you can connect. In other words, the kids in the ninja school were not very alert. If it was a Jonin level ninja, they would be able to see through his arrangement at a glance. In the ninja academy training ground, a cloud of misty vapor suddenly disappeared. The water vapor is distributed very transparently, and if you don't look carefully, you might mistake it for a white cloud. However, in Neji's eyes, Hiruzen's little trick certainly could not be hidden from him. It disappeared. Is the spying over? Neji thought silently as he saw that there was a missing piece of white cloud in the sky. The basic uses of the white eyes are telescopic eyes, perspective eyes, and insight eyes. When the X-ray vision is turned on, all the people around will turn into virtual images, allowing Neji to see the flow of chakra in them. Of course, using chakra as a disguise would naturally not be able to escape Neji's gaze. Without caged bird, Neji's Byakuyan no longer has blind spots. The moment it opens, the 360-degree scenery around him is reflected in his brain. The white cloud in the sky should have disappeared, but Neji saw some chakra flowing. This is obviously a ninjutsu used by someone. This old man from third generation is really interesting. Neji sneered. The duel had just ended. Sasuke stood up from the ground and graciously admitted his defeat. There's no way, he's not in good condition now. I give up. Very good. Then the punishment task is the same as yesterday. You continue to train with Lee today. I will wait for you to challenge me at this time tomorrow. Neji said coldly. Advertisement. What? Sasuke was confused. Not you. You. What's wrong? Neji frowned. As a member of the once glorious Uchiha clan, are you so unwilling to make progress now? Uchiha Sasuke, you really disappoint me. I originally thought that the Sharingan, which was once one of the three major eye techniques in the ninja world, on par with the Hyuga family's Byakugan and the Sage of Six Paths, Rinnegan, would give me a little surprise. But I didn't expect that such a good Sharingan would belong to such an unprogressive person. Don't you want to restore Uchiha to its former glory? Why do you have to be so decadent all day long? Sasuke's face turned red as he listened to Neji's scolding. Stop talking. I'm a real man. I admit defeat when I say so. The Uchiha clan has always been fearless. Isn't it just training? Sasuke gritted his teeth and did it. If you practice physical skills more, you will become stronger. Oh. Sasuke, are you coming with us today? Then let's warm up and run 10 laps around the village. Rock Lee said excitedly. Good. Sasuke's face twitched. Damn it. I don't know why, but he is so fond of this guy Rock Lee. A feeling of panic arose in my heart. After so many training sessions yesterday, how can he still be full of energy today? It's really incredible. Woohoo. Looking at Sasuke's receding back, Neji's lips curled up slightly. It seems that he has found a stable and continuous entry extraction machine. In the following period of time, he will squeeze all the attributes out of this guy Uchiha Sasuke. Look at what we have gained this time. Neji opened the system panel and looked at what entries were extracted from Uchiha Sasuke this time. Uchiha Bloodline, Blue. Chapter 17, the second stage of the White Eyes. Uchiha Bloodline, Blue. Shout. It looks like something pretty good has come out this time. Seeing this, Neji couldn't help but laugh. Yesterday, he had already drawn Uchiha Sasuke's one Magatama Sharingan. But Neji never used it. Because he had one uncertainty. The Sharingan entry was installed on myself. But he doesn't have the blood of the Uchiha family, so will some strange phenomena occur. For example, like Kakashi, there is no way to turn off the Sharingan. But now he doesn't have to worry. At this moment, the bloodline of the Uchiha family has been obtained. But, it's another blue entry. Neji frowned. Are there any standards for purple entries? The blue grade is just above the green Grandmaster and is an excellent grade. Could it be that Uchiha Itachi took away half of it? Neji began to think seriously about this problem. If you think about it, Sasuke's talent is pretty average among the Uchiha clan. Just looking at the performances of Obito, Shisui, and Itachi, they are far superior to Sasuke in almost every aspect. And in the plot, Sasuke's expression is also disappointing. Especially during the Sharingan's eye-opening process. It seems that Sasuke's Uchiha bloodline is really quite ordinary. Even if it is a parasite of Indra Chakra, it cannot change the concentration of the parasite's own Uchiha bloodline. Neji muttered. This really surprised him. Brother is so awesome, he easily beat that Sasuke again. Neji, aren't you being too harsh? I always feel sorry for that Uchiha Sasuke. Neji-chan, Wuwuwu. After the duel was over, a lot of people immediately gathered around Neji. Naruto, Tenten, Lee, and the red and angry Hinata. There were even Ino, Choji and other members of the 12 strongest creatures who came over. Advertisement. Neji smiled slightly at this. How could he miss this opportunity to steal an entry? At this moment, Neji took this opportunity to start frantically extracting entries. After some greetings, Neji said goodbye to everyone and left the Ninja Academy. Not bad, not bad. It's really a great harvest. Neji couldn't help but laugh. The entries just extracted from a few cockroaches are really not comparable to those of ordinary extras. Open black lens bracket white eyes purple close black lens bracket. The density of your white eyes is terrifyingly high. P.S. Absorb, absorb, Lousy will absorb it all, Lousy will start the second stage of white eyes. The second stage of the eye roll. Neji looked at the introduction on the system and was stunned for a moment. What does the second stage white eyes mean? Is this what Tenseigan meant? Or something else? Neji looked at the entry for the Byakugan he possessed. Open black lens bracket white eyes blue close black lens bracket. Possesses powerful visual abilities such as perspective, farsightedness, and insight. P.S. Sigh, I can't see the end of the second stage of Byakugan. When will it be comparable to Mangekyo Sharingan? This introduction is the second stage of the Byakugan. Is it on the level of the Mangekyo Sharingan? Neji's eyes moved. Maybe it is really possible. In the Otsutsuki clan, almost all members use the Byakugan as their normal eye. Moreover, the abilities born from the Byakugan are also extremely terrifying. For example, Otsutsuki Kaguya's Byakugan can emit a huge amount of pressure through his Byakugan, shocking people around him into a state of fainting, and even causing substantial damage to objects. This is like the Conqueror's Haki in the Hokage world. Furthermore, in Kaguya's hands, the Byakugan can actually control the minds of others and perform illusions similar to the Mangekyo Sharingan. There is also Otsutsuki Momoshiki, who can see the fate of others through his Byakugan, and later sees through Boruto's future. Otsutsuki Kinshiki's Byakugan can transfer oneself or surrounding objects between real space and alternate space, which is an advanced space-time ninjutsu. Neji rubbed his chin. The Hyuga clan's rolling eyes were definitely not as simple as he imagined. If we compare only the Sharingan and the Byakugan. After they upgraded the Rinnegan and Tenseigan, it was obvious that the Tenseigan was more powerful and directly affected the operation of the moon's orbit. In other words, the Byakugan is actually more powerful than the Sharingan. However, no one knows what the promotion channels for Byakugan are. Advertisement. The Sharingan has the ability to enhance vision, copy ninjutsu, and release illusions. The same goes for the white eyes, looking far away, seeing through, and understanding. Sharingan can be upgraded to Mangekyo Sharingan through the outpouring of emotions. Its fundamental is spiritual energy, which is yin-dun. Etc. Sharingan requires the impact of emotions and the completeness of yin-tun. So, could the channel for the advancement of the Byakugan be yin-tun? Neji's face twitched. It's not impossible. After being promoted to Tenseigan, 2 types of attacks can be performed in Tenseigan mode. There are 2 skills of life and destruction, the creation of all things based on the yin-yang escape technique, and the annihilation of all things. The advancement of the Tenseigan requires the blood of the Otsutsuki clan, but to advance to a level similar to the Mangekyo Sharingan, it may be enough to simply use yin-yang release. Hehe. It really makes me curious. What will the 4th stage of the Byakugan look like? Neji chuckled. He thought of Boruto's upgraded Pure Eye. Boruto's Pure Eye ability might be a type of the 4th stage Byakugan. I remember that Boruto's Pure Eye's ability is to purify negative effects, see through space-time fluctuations, teleport to another space, and create another space. If you think about it carefully, this is not inferior to the power of Rinnegan, right? Quote. Neji's eyelids twitched. It really was like that. It's not possible that the Otsutsuki clan's Rinnegan is just a bonus, and the awakened Byakugan is their true innate talent, right? I can't figure it out. But it doesn't matter. Why not just touch more people from the Hyuga family when the time comes? Let me collect the entries. Neji first opened his Byakugan and looked around the house. After making sure that the 3rd generation old man was not spying on him, he began to load the entries. The first is the Magatama Sharingan. Add on. Soon, Neji's white eyes had transformed into a red Sharingan with a Magatama. It's really a bit troublesome. Neji frowned. Fortunately he didn't withdraw it in advance before. After the Sharingan is activated, it affects the Byakugan, and it cannot be turned off at will, just like Kakashi's Sharingan. But fortunately, he still took the bloodline of the Uchiha family today. Chapter 18 Six Meridians Divine Sword. The current Neji panel content is Host. Hyuga Neji. Occupation. Ninja. With entries. White eyes purple, genius, gold, Hyuga bloodline, blue. Gentle Fist Method 8 trigrams palms flow purple water style chakra, blue earth style chakra, blue fire style chakra, blue weapon master, green wind style chakra, green Indra chakra, gold MLM master, purple whirlpool bloodline, blue Uchiha bloodline, blue 1 Magatama Sharingan, green Yin Dun chakra, green Yongdun chakra, blue. Oh, Neji raised his eyebrows. When he installed the Sharingan, a Yinton suddenly appeared behind him. After looking at the Sharingan's advancement, it turns out to be related to Yin Dun. As for Yangtun chakra, this is because of the fusion of Uzumaki bloodline. But speaking of Yin Dun, Neji suddenly looked at the entries he had extracted today, and there was an entry with good luck among them. Open black lens bracket Yin Dun chakra, blue close black lens bracket from Shikamaru. I didn't expect Shikamaru's Yinton potential to be so deep, it's incredible. Neji immediately replaced it without hesitation, with his own green Yinsu chakra. This is the most valuable entry I have come across today. Yin release is a necessary requirement for awakening the Sharingan, and may also be one of the conditions for awakening the Byakugan. Therefore, Neji thinks that the completion of Yin-Yang chakra should still be ranked first. As for the entries contributed by others, contrast BCH green, the enemy may underestimate you because of your gentle appearance. PS. Look at my Sakura peach bomb. Dexterity green, you have a certain talent for yin escape techniques. PS. I have been making heart shapes for so many years, and it is not in vain. Big Eater green, you can fill your body and store energy by eating continuously. PS. If you don't have Choji's pill, don't take it. You will really become a fat man then. There are some others, which are all escape techniques. Advertisement. Even Naruto didn't come up with any good entries today. It's a mess. Let me tidy it up. Neji pondered for a moment, then began to change the entries he held. Host. Hyuga Neji. Occupation. Ninja. With entries. Skill talents. Genius Gold, Gentle Fist Method 8 trigrams palms flow, purple weapon master, green MLM master, purple dexterity, green. Chakra attributes. Water style chakra, blue earth style chakra, blue wind style chakra, green. Fire style chakra, blue yin style chakra, green yang style chakra, blue Indra chakra, gold. Bloodline limit. Buy-in purple, 1 Magatama Sharingan, green. Bloodline constitution. Hyuga bloodline, blue whirlpool bloodline, blue Uchiha bloodline, blue. It looks much better this way. Neji nodded in satisfaction. Now among the 7 basic chakra attributes, he only lacks the thunder chakra attribute. But this is not a problem. Uchiha Sasuke has currently had his blood, Indra chakra material, and Sharingan extracted from him. What's left is the art of escape and talent. It's just for today and tomorrow, and you can almost draw the escape technique. After thinking it through, Neji stopped thinking about these things. He came to the Hyuga clan's training ground and began his daily training. Moreover, he is constantly developing new ways to use the Byakugan. Compared to the Sharingan with 1 Magatama, the Byakugan is much more powerful than the Sharingan. Even the 3 Tomo Sharingan, compared to the Byakugan, is just an additional illusion skill. However, people of the Hyuga family who possess the Byakugan are never disturbed by illusions. They can see the chakra flowing in the ninja's body, and those illusion skills that are powerful for ordinary people are just a piece of cake for the Hyuga. Unless it is a strange talent like the Kurama clan, or an illusion performed by someone who has reached the level of Yuhi Kurenai's father, Mangekyo Sharingan Uchiha Itachi, etc. Otherwise, most illusions would be useless to them. Advertisement. Even the Sharingan's copying ability rarely works. Because the Hyuga clan specializes in physical skills, they rarely even perform hand seals. The largest family in Konoha, although it doesn't seem to be very powerful in the anime. But in fact, the Hyuga family can really deserve this title. Bang bang bang. Suddenly, several wooden stakes placed in front of Hyuga Neji were blown up by an invisible attack. 80 Gods Aerial Attack. This is a move that belongs to Otsutsuki Kaguya. It is a move that trains chakra to the limit, gathers it in the palm of the hand and then releases it to form countless powerful fists. Whether it is attacking or defending, Susanoo is extremely perfect. She once defeated Sasuke with one move. Of course, it is impossible for Neji to learn these. 80 Gods Air Attack not only requires chakra to be trained to ultimate, but is also a move that belongs to the Bloodline Net. Bloodline Net is an advanced ability created by fusing the 5 elements of fire, wind, thunder, water, earth, and yin and yang 7 chakra nature transformations. The new jutsu formed by the fusion of 2 chakras is called Kekkei Genkei. 3 types are called Bloodline Elimination. The 7th type is called Bloodline Net. Neji is still far from that level. What he used now was just to release chakra outside the acupuncture points to form tiny wind needles to attack others. It is similar to the 6 Meridians Divine Sword in martial arts novels. Sure enough, with wind attribute chakra, this technique becomes stronger and stronger. Neji thought secretly. Chakra originally has no attributes, so the power of this move will not be very strong. But after having the wind attribute, you can add wind attribute to the acupoints to attack. At the same time, when using Revolving Heaven, the wind attribute can also strengthen the defense, making Neji's wall stronger. Not only that, he can also learn the martial arts in martial arts novels as a reference. The 6 Meridians Divine Sword is a good example. Especially since Neji himself has learned the revolving heaven that is exerted out from the acupuncture points, this makes him more proficient in simulating the Six Meridians' divine sword. With the blessing of Genius Gold and the memories of his past life as a foundation, Neji's current talent is unique in the ninja world. In just a few days, he mastered Revolving Heaven, which Neji had not fully mastered. The Golden Genius entry is truly terrifying. Chapter 19 Sasuke. No. And in another venue, Sasuke is doing physical training with Rock Lee. Moreover, today's physical training is much more than yesterday's. Who? Sasuke only managed to do half of it before he was exhausted as a dead dog. He could no longer hold on to the continuous high-intensity training. Only at this moment did he realize how ridiculous his previous training was compared to Rock Lee. This guy is simply training himself to death because he can't die. Damn it, I'm Uchiha Sasuke, how could I be defeated by this guy? Sasuke gritted his teeth and rested for a while, then started to catch up with Xiaoli's pace again. Sasuke-kun, you didn't do 500 push-ups in a row. You have to recalculate. Go, shout with me. If you can't do 500 consecutive push-ups, then you have to jump rope 1,200 times in a row. Xiaoli said sternly. Quote. Sasuke's eyes widened and he shuddered. What? Still need to recalculate. No, Xiaoli's training volume is so terrible that even Neji shook his head when he saw it. Not to mention Sasuke. After he finished practicing yesterday, he fell into a deep sleep. When I continued to practice today, my muscles and bones were still aching. But he still didn't give in and forced himself to finish it. After returning to the Uchiha station, Sasuke fell asleep again. What shuriken training method, what ninjutsu training? He doesn't have the strength to muster up any strength now. Just thinking about having a good sleep. He was really too tired. The next day, Sasuke was late again as expected. Hateful. Sasuke arrived at the ninja school and gritted his teeth in anger when he recalled his behavior last night. I had clearly made up my mind to continue training in shuriken and ninjutsu after finishing the training. But I didn't expect that he couldn't make it yesterday and fell asleep again. And I was late today. Advertisement. Ha ha ha. Sasuke is a late king. Naruto, who was standing next to him, laughed at Sasuke without hesitation. Get lost. What do you know? I am different from you, the last one who only knows how to have fun every day. Sasuke said coldly. I trained too late yesterday, so I got up late this morning. Oh, I trained yesterday too, but I wasn't late today, Naruto made a face. HMPH, your training amount is bullshit. Sasuke snorted. But he suddenly remembered something. That is, it seems like he is going to duel with Hyuga Neji again today. Damn it, why on earth did it become like this? Sasuke got a splitting headache when he thought about it. Why did he challenge Hyuga Neji for 3 days in a row? It was just a simple challenge, why did it turn out like this? Sasuke moved his legs, but they were still sore and numb. His current condition is much worse than yesterday. There's no need to think about it, I'm sure I'll lose today's duel. Even when he was in good shape yesterday, he was killed instantly. Not to mention the state he is in now. As expected, Sasuke was defeated miserably in today's duel. Ah, I was defeated by one move again. Haha, I've already guessed the ending. How could Uchiha Sasuke possibly win against Neji? He is a recognized genius among the Hyuga clan. Words like these continued to spread among the crowd. Sasuke, who was knocked to the ground by Neji, also heard these remarks. Damn it, I failed again. Sasuke gritted his teeth. The white eyes are really too restrained. Whether using ninjutsu or taijutsu, the flow of chakra will be seen through. It is simply impossible to defeat Hyuga Neji using taijutsu. I am so disappointed. Today's mission remains the same. You continue to train with Xiaoli. I will be waiting for your challenge tomorrow. Ah, will we continue the challenge tomorrow? Sasuke's face suddenly turned purple. But as an Uchiha, how could he avoid this challenge? He immediately gritted his teeth and accepted it. Advertisement. It also doesn't fit the Uchiha image to keep getting defeated and not save face. Hey, Sasuke, let's start the training quickly. Rock Lee said with a smile, showing a pair of big white fangs. Quote. The corner of Sasuke's mouth twitched, his expression remained unchanged, but his body honestly began to frog jump. If he had known it would be like this, he would not have challenged Neji. Isn't this just looking for trouble? When will this kind of life end? Sasuke thought miserably. Will this continue until tomorrow? No. Neji, who was standing there, looked at the entry that he had extracted from Sasuke today. Open black lens bracket lightning style chakra, blue close black lens bracket. Good boy, now I have all 7 attributes. Neji seemed a little excited. Almost every one of the 7 basic chakra attributes has reached the blue level. It's so cool. Wow, brother Neji is really awesome, that's so cool. How can that mere Uchiha Sasuke be a match for big brother? Naruto, being the younger brother, immediately came up and started praising him. It was really that guy Sasuke who was too arrogant in their classroom. He keeps a sour face all day trying to be cool, and even the little Sakura he likes is attracted to him. But now, after seeing Sasuke being humiliated for 3 consecutive days, the girls in the class have become a little indifferent towards Sasuke. Yes, now Neji is a celebrity in the ninja school. Defeat Uchiha Sasuke, and then, without knowing when, he already has a group of little fangirls. Especially those who originally liked Sasuke, most of them have now turned their attention to Neji. It turns out that handsome guys are not only in their class, there are even more handsome guys outside. Especially since Neji interacted less with people in the lower grades, he always cast a hazy feeling over everyone. This made everyone start to fantasize about themselves. Neji is so awesome, he's worthy of being a member of the Hyuga clan. So handsome. Ino's eyes lit up with little stars. HMPH, you're a fickle guy. I still like Sasuke. Little Sakura hesitated for a moment, then said firmly. Neji's lips curled up slightly and he casually patted Naruto's shoulder. The next moment, the entries began to be extracted. Ashura Chakra, Gold, one of the synthetic materials of Rinnegan. Chapter 22 Tomo Sharingan. Not bad. Neji raised a brow, not expecting another golden one. But, I don't think I saw a single red entry. Neji scratched his head. Are the red entries that hard to find? Even the protagonists Naruto and Sasuke do not have any red entries on them. The red entry, could it be that it represents the Six Paths level? Rinnegan level, Neji began to think. It seems to be the case. Red entries are too rare at the moment. Neji had never seen anyone with a red entry on them. It seems that the rarity of red entries is really not exaggerated. Not only the red entries, he also only has 3 gold entries. 2 Rinnegan synthesis materials, 1 genius gold entry. It seems like the road ahead is going to be long and arduous. Neji sighed. He had almost squeezed out all the contributions that the 12 young warriors of Konoha could give him. The most basic chakra entries and emotional talent entries were almost all copied. Unless new entries appear on these guys, otherwise, there may be no new entries born. If you want these new entries, you have to ask for them from the Jonin. But that will have to wait until I graduate from the Ninja Academy. It's almost the end of the year, and next spring will be when I graduate. Neji thought silently. The Ninja Academy graduates in spring and autumn. Normally, he would graduate next spring. Naruto, Sasuke and the others will graduate in the second half of the year. Before that, new entries may not be available. In the next month or so. Neji began to constantly hone his skills, and with his genius efforts, his training in the 6 Meridians Divine Needle had reached perfection. At this time, Uchiha Sasuke has gradually adapted to this training state. During this month, he repeatedly challenged Hyuga Neji, but failed again and again. But that's not the point. The point is that after he fails, a guy with a watermelon head will come to him for training. And this is just the beginning of hell. After a month of hard study, Sasuke was surprised to find that he had become stronger. Advertisement. Yes, I have definitely become stronger. In the past, when he was throwing kunai and doing physical training and ninjutsu training, he needed to practice for a long time before he could feel his progress. But now only a month has passed. Not only did his kunai throwing speed increase, but the speed at which he formed seals with his hands also increased. It's really amazing. Sasuke stood on the cliff excitedly and shouted. Oh, I can feel that I am getting stronger. Uchiha Itachi, you be **************, clean your neck and wait. Suddenly, Sasuke suddenly felt a faint warm energy in his eyes. He seemed to realize something, and immediately took out a kunai and looked into his own eyes. In those scarlet eyes, 2 magatama as big as beans were hanging. 2 Tomo Sharingans. Sasuke is excited. It's actually 2 Tomo Sharingan. It's really incredible. I didn't expect that he would open 2 Tomo Sharingan at this time. Haha, I never thought that I, Sasuke, would have such an opportunity. Is even God giving me a chance? Sasuke's mouth curled up slightly when he saw this. Uchiha Itachi, even God wants you to die, this is destiny. Get up, let's practice some more. Oh, this is youth. Rock Lee shouted excitedly. During this month, his relationship with Sasuke has changed beyond recognition. Almost every time after school at the ninja school, Sasuke would train with him. Although at the beginning, Sasuke was not very willing to train with Rock Lee. But today, he doesn't think so anymore. Isn't it just training in physical skills? Then practice. Maybe it will even be possible to open the 3 Tomo Sharingan. Sasuke couldn't help but curl up the corners of his mouth when he thought about this. Now he has basically adapted to Rock Lee's training rhythm, plus he has awakened the 2 Tomo Sharingan. It won't be long before he can regain face from Hyuga Neji. Hyuga Neji, wait, advertisement. Tomorrow, I will let you know what a real Uchiha is. Sasuke said proudly. With the double Magatama, his eyesight has been greatly enhanced. Not only can you see the general process of ninja hand seals, but you can also react in time. And now his physical skills have also caught up. Neji wanted to continue suppressing him with taijutsu, but it was simply impossible. He now has the physical strength to react to the Hyuga family's taijutsu. On the other hand, Neji is looking in the mirror. At this moment his eyes were not white, but red. This was a term he had taken from Uchiha Sasuke, and with the Uchiha bloodline, he could open and close terms at will. Double Magatama. It took a lot of effort. Neji said lightly. Yes, in this mirror, Neji's Sharingan has been upgraded to 2 Tomo Sharingan. And there was no emotional stimulation method used, just simple daily training and running in. Now that Neji has the blood of the Uchiha clan, he can completely let his Sharingan develop on its own. But, is my eye power a little too strong? Neji asked in surprise. The Sharingan of these two Magatama are almost comparable to his previous Byakugan. Could it be that he stimulated the Uchiha bloodline and awakened the Sharingan as well? But because of the entry, he already had a Sharingan with one Magatama, so the two Sharingans were integrated together. So, he absorbed the power of a one Magatama Sharingan. It looks like this. Neji thought silently. It's just like the classic eye-swapping game of the Uchiha clan. Transplanting his brother's eyes onto his own eyes is mainly to absorb the pupil power of the Mangekyo Sharingan contained in the Sharingan. The original one Magatama entry also became the nourishment for the newly awakened Sharingan. The Sharingan entry has now reached the blue entry. Neji chuckled. After more than a month, he had figured out the usage of the terms. When a month has passed, the attributes of other ninjas will be cooled down. However, the only entries that can be extracted are those related to emotions. It is the so-called Youth League. However, entries like Youth League cannot be superimposed within the same entry. Chapter 21 Explosion. 10 consecutive shots. Speaking of which, these youth groups are of no use to me. Neji said in distress. Those black and gray terms are easy to deal with, they can be applied to the enemies. But those white, green, and purple sentiment words. Almost without exception, all are defective. For example, Shaoli's hot-blooded youth purple will cause a person's IQ to drop sharply, but in terms of perseverance, it is indeed very effective and can make a person have several times more perseverance. There is also Hinata's girlish shyness, which is also something that looks rubbish but is actually still somewhat useful. Hyuga Neji scratched his head, these were definitely not things he could use for himself. In other words, these entries are for friends. Give it a try on them tomorrow and see. Oh my god, isn't this equivalent to personality implantation? Neji suddenly thought of this. If it really works, maybe in the future the Ninja Academy. No. It should be said that all the ninjas in Konoha have completely become like him. Some of them can't wait. Neji could sense that when the same escape technique entry was added to the Chakra attribute entry, the strength of the Chakra attribute entry was secretly increasing. Now his 7 major attribute entries are all blue. There are also 2 golden Indra Chakra, Ashura Chakra entries. These 2 are used to fuse into the Rinnegan. Under normal circumstances, they are not very useful. Although Neji was curious about the uses of these 2 chakras, he did not delve into it too much. Wait until the next day. Neji ran into Naruto on the way. Brother, Sasuke has become more and more powerful recently. Naruto couldn't help but mutter about this. He beat me again during our last training session. I didn't have the energy to fight back. Yes, recently, Uchiha Sasuke's physical skills have improved and he is fighting Naruto. It's as simple as Neji beating Sasuke. Naruto's fighting ability was not that good to begin with, and now that Sasuke has become even stronger, he is even worse than Sasuke. Hehe. The reason why Sasuke is so strong is of course because he works hard enough. You can also train with Sasuke next time. Advertisement. Neji patted Naruto's head casually, then subconsciously began to extract the entries. There are really too many entries about Naruto. Especially those emotional terms. Hua boy, green, you are distracted by words, and the probability of being bewitched increases greatly. Late bloomer, green, your consciousness is ignorant and you are like a naughty child in the early days. Inferiority youth, white, he desires recognition from others and is easily led by others. He gains more combat power when praised. Optimistic boy, blue, for all hatred, you keep the mentality that since it's in the past, let it be in the past. Open black lens bracket talkativeness, blue close black lens bracket. Good at speaking, with a certain chance of causing resonance in others. Charming young man, purple, your chance of using the skill of charming is greatly increased, ignoring your strength level. Evil boy, purple, hate, be angry. Endless evil is sweeping in, and your combat power is greatly enhanced. Jealous teenager, angry teenager, hateful teenager, depressed teenager, bad teenager. It's almost a mess, with all kinds of entries. Every time Neji extracts an entry from Naruto, this guy can come up with new tricks. Among these, it is obvious that there is not only Naruto's entry, but also Nine-Tails' entry. Nine-Tails is known as the most evil-tailed beast. They were strolling outside peacefully. When Hashirama saw this, he was immediately filled with horror. How can there be such a terrifying creature in the world? Then he said, Nine-Tails, you are too dangerous. Then he was slapped by Hashirama and was stunned and sealed for decades. Therefore, Nine-Tails was imprisoned for no reason. The negative energy in your heart is simply a bottomless pit. This is also the reason why Neji hasn't drained all the entries from Naruto's body in a month. Nine-Tails is simply the ninja world's version of the evil of this world. Alas, Neji sighed. In the first half of the month, Uchiha Sasuke had been squeezed dry by him until nothing was left. But now, after a month, Naruto's entries still show some things that he could not predict. He has too many mood entries. Moreover, the emotional entries will be refreshed after 1 month. At the beginning of the new month, Neji had to work hard to extract entries again. Half Nine-Tails Chakra, Gold, one of the clones of the Divine Tree Chakra, it is the strongest tailed beast and has almost bottomless chakra energy. Advertisement. P.S. Damn, after a month, I finally pulled out the most valuable thing from this kid. Tears are running down my cheeks. Neji's eyes widened and he stopped in his tracks. This Nine Tails entry was extracted by him. Brother, what's wrong with you? Naruto turned around curiously and looked at Neji, who was standing still. Nothing. No, I have to hold it in. The last one couldn't hold it in, but was killed by the author. Ha 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 ha. It's really great. Neji looked at the genuine Nine Tails entry and Kakuzu was about to lose control of his mouth. Sage Body, Nine Tails, Sharingan, Byakugan. He has obtained almost all of Konoha's important bloodline limits. The value of the 12 guardians of Konoha has been squeezed dry by him. The next step is to upgrade these entries. Neji thought secretly. However, let's load the Nine Tails entry now. Suddenly, after half of Nine Tails Chakra, gold, was added, Neji's entry changed drastically. Host. Hyuga Neji. Occupation. Ninja. With entries. Emotional category. Skill talents. Genius gold, Chatanla, gold, Neji Cell, gold, Resurrection Factor, gold, High-Speed Regeneration, gold. Gentle Fist Method 8 Trigrams Palm Style, purple, Weapon Master, green, MLM Master, purple, Dexterity, green, Crisis Sense, blue. Chakra Attributes. Indra Chakra, gold, Ashura Chakra, gold, half of Nine Tails Chakra, gold, Yongdun Chakra, gold. Open black lens bracket water style chakra, blue close black lens bracket open black lens bracket earth style chakra, blue close black lens bracket open black lens bracket wind style chakra, blue close black lens bracket. Fire style chakra, blue yin dun chakra, blue lightning style chakra, blue. Bloodline limit. Byakugan purple. Open black lens bracket 2 Magatama Sharingan, blue close black lens bracket. Bloodline system. Vortex bloodline gold. Hyuga bloodline purple, Uchiha bloodline blue. Chapter 22 10 golden entries. Exploded. After installing half of Nine Tails Chakra, several more entries appeared. Neji seemed a little excited. The original Yang Release Chakra, blue, successfully leapt past the purple and reached Yang Release Chakra, gold. There are several more entries in the skill talent type. High-Speed Regeneration, gold, as a part of the chakra that perfectly integrates the sacred tree, you have a powerful self-healing ability. This ability is far stronger than Hashirama cells. P.S. This is the power of half a Nine Tails. Do you know that if one tail gets 1 point, I get 1 point? If 2 tails gets 1 point, I get 1 point. I am the strongest now. Neji Cell, gold, strong cell activity that is difficult to estimate and difficult to destroy. It has strong recovery ability and strong combat ability. It has the attribute of immortality. After the host dies, it can regenerate randomly, Nine Tails feature. P.S. Hashirama cells. Bullshit. He is outdated. Neji cells are the universal ones in the new world. Chatanla gold, your chakra is almost infinite and difficult to be exhausted. P.S. Not much. Kakashi estimated that half of Nine Tails is only about 100 cards. Of course, Nine Tails, don't admit this. At least 1,000 Kakashis are needed. Resurrection Factor Contract gold, since the host merged with the tailed beast to become a new tailed beast, due to the tailed beast's characteristic of rebirth after death, the host will be randomly resurrected after death. The time is unknown, the place is unknown, and the awakening time is unknown. P.S. You ask me. I don't know either. Crisis Sense, blue, can sense people who have malicious intentions towards the host. P.S. Where are you from? A derivative of the Vortex bloodline. What surprised Neji the most was that his Uzumaki bloodline was also assimilated. Whirlpool bloodline, gold, the Yang Release Chakra is too saturated, and has exceeded the height that this bloodline limit should have. It has strong chakra, strong recovery speed, strong combat ability, and strong perception ability. You have completely surpassed the bloodline of the Senju clan. P.S. I applied to change my name to Neji bloodline. It's incredible. It's really incredible, Neji exclaimed. It's just that I loaded half of Nine Tails. The other half is still in hell, that's how awesome it is. Now his panel can be described as luxurious. 7 golden entries were directly derived. Now he has 10 golden entries. The original blue level Yongtun Chakra has reached the gold level. The Vortex bloodline has also reached the gold level. There is also the buggy skill of resurrection after death, but the activation conditions seem really scary. After fusing the 9 tails, Neji sensed that there seemed to be no tailed beast consciousness in his body. In other words, he is now a tailed beast in human form. Advertisement. It's really awesome. Neji wanted to laugh wildly. It really paid off that he had been touching Naruto for a month, as he finally got the grand prize. This is still the Yang attribute 9 tails. If you get the Yin attribute 9 tails, doesn't that mean that Yinton Chakra will also reach the gold level? Brother Neji, you. Suddenly, the way Naruto looked at Neji changed. He seemed to feel a strange feeling. But before he could think carefully, he immediately covered his stomach and cried out. It hurts, my stomach hurts so much. What's going on? Why does my stomach hurt so much? Naruto was hunched over, holding his stomach, his face a purple color. How could that be? Could it be that 9 tails sensed something? Neji was surprised. Although he now has 9 tails as entry, he is still Hyuga Neji. And even if it was snooping, it would be useless. Neji just has a few thousand extra calories of chakra at most. If we don't fight and explode, no one will know. But if he is also a Nine Tails, it is possible that he can feel the chakra in his body. This feeling. With a bang, the huge claw marks hit the fence, making a loud noise. In the darkness, Nine Tails' huge figure gradually emerged. His face was gloomy and his eyes were bloodshot. It feels like the aura of a tailed beast, but it feels like there's something different mixed in with it. The most important thing is that the feeling is a little similar to him. What's going on? Nine Tails suddenly remembered his half-body. Could it be that those ninjas did some evil experiment on my half of my body? Suddenly, scarlet-tailed beast chakra began to emerge from Naruto's body outside. Advertisement. Neji was extremely surprised. Is this the tailed beast chakra leaked? Is the reaction so intense? When seeing Shukaku before, Nine Tails didn't suddenly react so violently, right? Before he could react, several Anbu ninjas wearing cat masks suddenly ran out from the surroundings. Their movements were extremely swift, and they quickly slashed at the back of Naruto's neck, causing Naruto to faint. He looked at Hyuga Neji coldly. Hyuga Neji, don't mention this to anyone. What? Suddenly, the Anbu ninja's expression suddenly changed. Nine Tails Jinchuriki, who had been knocked unconscious by him, suddenly woke up again. That rich Nine Tails chakra didn't stop flowing even when Naruto fainted. And because of this, Naruto was able to wake up so quickly. At this moment, Naruto's entire body was covered in red chakra. It's so hot. This tailed beast chakra, when it touched Anbu's arm, was like being scalded by boiling water. The Anbu people threw Naruto out subconsciously. Tisk, this guy isn't even a Jonin. Neji couldn't help but click his tongue. How could someone who is not even a Jonin have the guts to think he can suppress Naruto? Naruto, who was thrown out, has now become a different person. He rolled over and landed steadily, with his hands and feet coiled on the ground like a wild animal. The vertical pupils in Naruto's eyes are like those of a wild beast, and the two fox ears on his head symbolize ominous disaster. Oh no, how could this happen? Nine Tails Jinchuriki is out of control. The two Anbu people exclaimed immediately. Why is this happening? It was clear that the Anbu members who were in charge of surveillance before had never encountered such a situation. But why did this happen to them? Everyone in Anbu knows that Naruto is Nine Tails Jinchuriki. I have known this for more than 10 years. But during this period of time, Naruto has always behaved well and has not lost control. So the Anbu people were just doing routine surveillance. Chapter 23 Nine Tails loses control. They originally thought that this was just a simple task to take a break from their busy schedule. This is how it should be, this is how it should have been. But, an accident happened. Oh no, Nine Tails Jinchuriki is out of control. We must report this to the Hokage-sama. I will hold this Jinchuriki here, and you go to the Hokage office building to report this matter to the Hokage. The Anbu members, divided into groups of two, immediately divided the work. The other man nodded and hurried towards the Hokage's office building. Boom. Naruto, wearing the tailed beast costume, suddenly attacked. He had a fox coat on his hands, and his claws were incredibly lethal. So fast. Anbu's ninja's pupils suddenly shrank, and he had no time to react. He could only put his arms in front of him to reduce the destructive force. But this was of no avail. The powerful attack force blasted the Anbu ninja away in an instant. A large bloody mark appeared on his chest. It was just a simple claw attack from Naruto. It's the evil Jinchuriki indeed. The Anbu ninja only felt a sharp pain in his chest. Naruto originally had his eyes on Neji and wanted to attack him. But when he heard what the Anbu ninja said, he subconsciously recalled the time when he was insulted as a fox demon when he was a child. Suddenly, an angry and tragic emotion spread out. He gave up attacking Neji and instead continued attacking the Anbu ninjas. HMPH, don't think you can do whatever you want, demon fox. The Anbu ninja roared, and the hand seals began to connect at a rapid speed. Earth-style heart decapitation technique. The ground beneath my feet began to loosen and turned into a quagmire. Soon, the quagmire enveloped Naruto and pulled him underground. In the end, only Naruto's head was left exposed on the ground. Snort. The Anbu ninja snorted and slid behind Naruto, preparing to hit him harder and knock him unconscious. But I never expected that Naruto's strength was so great. He actually broke free from the restraints of Earth-style ninjutsu and rushed out of the deep pool of mud. Advertisement. Cracks appeared in the ground, and were broken apart by Naruto. What? The Anbu ninja looked at the scene in shock. Before he could react, his entire body flew out and hit the wall beside him. In his original position, there was a fox figure instead. Hateful. Anbu's mask was broken and blood was oozing from the wounds. I didn't expect that he was just a little kid, but he could burst out with such great power. Sure enough, the demon fox is the demon fox. He took out his kunai and wasn't going to hold back. But it was obvious that his body had been affected by Naruto and his reaction speed was not as fast as before. In just a moment, Naruto had rushed in front of him, and the demon claw was about to fall from his head. At this moment, a stream of air suddenly rushed over and stopped Naruto's next attack. Really? I thought you were so strong. You're so arrogant to me here, but it turns out you're just a loser. Neji said coldly. I didn't expect that the ninja who was monitoring Naruto was so weak. He was almost killed by just one hit from Naruto. Hyuga Neji. How are you? Upon seeing Neji stopping Naruto's actions, the Anbu ninja looked shocked. This is Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, how could he block Jinchuriki's attack so easily? Even he, a Chunin, was powerless against this demon fox. As the genius of the Hyuga clan so powerful. At this time. After being interrupted by Neji, the fairy tale transformed Naruto has now shifted his target to Neji. He bared his teeth, ready to attack Neji. It seems that the seal is still quite solid. Neji quietly observed Naruto's current state. At present, he just has an extra layer of illusory-tailed beast coat, and has not yet evolved into the black and red-tailed beast coat. If that's the case, then it will be much easier. Neji began to get into position. It's just the chakra that seeped out from Nine Tails, it's nothing. You know, he now has half of the Nine Tails chakra. And since he has loaded the Nine Tails chakra, in a sense, he is already the same creature as Kurama. Advertisement. That's right. The power of the entry allowed the power of Nine Tails to be completely integrated into his body. The current Hyuga Neji is neither Nine Tails Jinchuriki nor a simple collection of Nine Tails chakra. It is a pure creature that transcends both. Nine Tails chakra also has a compatibility issue with the host. Just like when Boruto was first released, Kurama and Himawari were a perfect match. Kurama also said that Himawari may become the strongest Jinchuriki among all the Jinchuriki in the future. Maybe in the future, it will be possible to activate the heavy particle mode without consuming Nine Tails' life. And now Hyuga Neji's fusion level is even higher than that of Uzumaki Sunflower. Come on, let me try the power of the new entry. Neji was eager to try. Now he has 10 golden entries. Even without Mangekyo and Rinnegan, as long as he continues to grow normally, he will become more powerful than the ninja god Hashirama in the future. Roar. Naruto rushed over like a wild beast, at a very fast speed. His fiery red-tailed beast coat made him look like a bloodthirsty monster. Be careful, don't touch his red steam. Suddenly, the Anbu ninja hurriedly reminded. It was because of the strange red steam that his arms and chest were all burned when he came into contact with Naruto. But the next moment, the Anbu ninja was completely stunned. He saw that Neji actually forcibly took on the scalding red steam, and even had enough strength left to slap Naruto in the abdomen. As we all know, once it was hit by someone from the Hyuga family, the chakra with impact will rush into the opponent's body, causing the chakra in the opponent's body to be unable to connect. The situation after that is the Hyuga family's home turf. Just shut up and watch quietly. Why are you talking so much? Neji snorted. The whites of his eyes opened, and blue veins began to linger around his eyes. 2 palms, 4 palms, 8 palms, 32 palms. Almost in an instant, Neji quickly blocked the chakra points around Naruto. Especially since Neji was a blue star person in his previous life, he knew the wonderful uses of the major acupuncture points in the human body. Therefore, the attacks are almost all targeted at the crucial acupoints of the human body. Chapter 24 Jonin Assemble. After integrating the wind attribute chakra, the attributellus chakra originally used by the Hyuga family became even more powerful. After hitting Naruto's major acupoints, the chakras continued to swirl in his acupoints. For a moment, the Nine Tails chakra that seeped out from the abdomen was forcibly blocked at the torso. It's really incredible. On the other hand, Anbu was quite fast and in just a moment, he had arrived at the Hokage building. Hokage-sama, this is bad. The Anbu ninja said hastily as he jumped right over from the window of the Hokage building. Num. At this moment, the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen was smoking a cigarette leisurely. He has been feeling very low lately. After the water mirror ball broke, Hiruzen hadn't seen his little sister take a bath for several days. Alas, don't you know that it's very boring for an old man in his 60s to stay alone in this Hokage room? Calm down and don't be anxious. Just speak slowly, Sarutobi Hiruzen said in a low voice. Jinchuriki is out of control. What? Hearing the Anbu ninja's words, Sarutobi Hiruzen jumped up from his chair in shock. What did you just say? Hiruzen looked confused. He couldn't quite believe what the other person said. Hokage-sama, it is absolutely true. I am the Anbu ninja assigned to monitor Uzumaki Naruto on my shift. While monitoring Uzumaki Naruto, he suddenly went berserk and out of control. And red evil chakra was revealed from his body. The Anbu ninja quickly told everything he had seen. Naruto is out of control. What is going on? The third Hokage was confused. How could it get out of control? More than 10 years have passed, and there has not been a single case of the system getting out of control. How come at this moment, Naruto, the Jinchuriki, suddenly lost control? 3. Suddenly, the door to the Hokage's office opened. Danzo hurried in with a few root ninjas. Advertisement. I told you that brat is unreliable. After we subdue him this time, hand Jinchuriki over to the root. I will definitely train that brat well and make him play the greatest useful role for the village. Danzo, are you also secretly monitoring Naruto? Hiruzen frowned. I should have said not to attack Naruto. Things are different now, he's out of control. Danzo's expression remained unchanged, but the circles of bandages made him look terrifyingly gloomy. Let's go. We don't have time to keep chatting here. If Nine Tails Jinchuriki gets out of control, it will be a disaster for the village. Have you forgotten the Nine Tails attack more than 10 years ago? When Hiruzen heard this, he didn't have time to hesitate and immediately summoned many Jonin to go to the place where Naruto lost control. It is worth mentioning that although the situation is urgent, these two old guys are still waiting here. HMPH. Danzo couldn't help but sneer when he saw this. Hiruzen, you really are getting old. At the beginning, they went on a mission with second Hokage Senju Tobirama and encountered an encirclement and suppression by Kinkaku and Ginkaku. At that time, a ninja was needed to come as bait, and he backed off, but Hiruzen overcame his fear and stepped forward. Therefore, he was appointed as the third Hokage by the second Hokage Senju Tobirama. But today, the brave young ninja has finally become what he was before. Second Hokage, I wonder if you can still believe that you are right now after seeing what Hiruzen looks like. At this time, through the communication team's contact, the Jonin scattered throughout the village had also begun to receive the news. In the Konoha cemetery, Kakashi stared at the tombstones in a daze. This is what he does every morning. As luck would have it, the road from his home to work was right in the middle of the Konoha cemetery. Many Konoha shinobi are buried here, as well as his closest family members and friends. His father is Konoha's White Fang, his master is Minato, his wife is Shinkuna, his brother is Uchiha Obito, his companion is Hirano Rin. Whenever he got up in the morning and went to work, he would pass by here and couldn't help but come over to take a few glances. And this look often lasts for a long time. After all, since we're passing by, we should at least come and see Obito, Lin and the others. Otherwise, wouldn't they be too lonely? Kakashi now seems to be in a daze, or reminiscing about the past. Advertisement. Suddenly, a voice came from his mind. It's the Yamanaka clan's communication. Kakashi's eyes narrowed. Something happened to Jinchuriki. Obito, Lin, I'm leaving. This is our last Konoha village. I will definitely protect this place. After Kakashi said this heavily, he disappeared from the spot in an instant. On the cliff, Might Guy is at the back hill of Konoha village, starting his necessary daily exercise. As a physical ninja, he is not needed for some of the usual secret missions, so Might Guy seems to be particularly free. What? There's a mission. It's finally the turn of my Konoha blue beast to appear. Guy ran towards the village excitedly. In the residence of the Kurama clan, Shihihong is working as a tutor here. The Kurama clan really is not short of money, and they even let a Jonin personally teach their children the techniques of illusion. Alas, this child's talent for illusion is probably far superior to mine. I wonder what he will achieve when he grows up. After Shihihong sighed, suddenly a message came to her mind. After hearing the message, her eyes fixed, and after hurriedly saying goodbye to the other party, she immediately ran towards her destination. Jinchuriki is out of control. This news reached almost all the Jonin in Konoha village. This matter is too serious. 10 years ago, Ninetales lost control. If the fourth Hokage hadn't tried his best to stop it, who knows what would have happened. All the top Jonin were rushing towards Naruto. However, at the crime scene, the Anbu ninja was completely stunned. That terrifying demon fox was subdued. Under Neji's fierce attack, all the chakra overflowing from the 9 tails on Naruto's body were dispersed. Whether it was the arms or the legs, everything returned to its original state. Even the evil chakra in the chest was wiped out. This is too scary. Is Hyuga Neji such a scary ninja? Said the Anbu ninja in shock. He seems to be still in Jonin school now, right? Neji hasn't even graduated yet, but he's already so powerful. When he becomes a ninja in the future, it is hard to imagine how much he will grow into. Chapter 25 Hyuga Neji's terrifying strength. Didn't they say 9 tails was about to go berserk? What's going on? Danzo looked displeased. He had received news that Jinchuriki had gone berserk, so he rushed over in a hurry. This was a chance to put pressure on Hiruzen. If the Jinchuriki really went berserk, then he could use this opportunity to claim the 9 tails Jinchuriki from the root. Danzo is confident that he can train 9 tails Jinchuriki to become a puppet that only obeys his orders. But when they arrived at the scene, they found that this place was not as the Anbu ninja said. At this moment, Naruto was far from going berserk. Rather, Naruto is now being beaten and brutally abused by Neji. Neji was merciless, and the 8 trigrams palms had reached 64. But it hasn't stopped yet. 65 palms, 66 palms. Neji hit more than 100 times and didn't stop. So cruel. Stop. Suddenly, at this moment, several Jonin teleported to Neji's side. Kakashi blocked his swinging wrist, and Might Guy, Kurenai Yuhi, and the other Jonin joined forces to curb all of Neji's movements in an instant. Almost all of Neji's limbs were firmly controlled. Stop it. If you keep hitting him like this, he will die. Kakashi said calmly. What a terrible young boy. Might Guy said in a deep voice. Shihi Kurenai also looked alert. This young man's attack power is very strong. She is already a Jonin now. But when I tried to hold the wrist of this guy with a rolled eye, I almost failed. If she hadn't used all her strength immediately, she might have been able to break free. That would be really embarrassing. You know, even if she is a Genjutsu type Jonin, she is still a Jonin. How could I be slapped in the face by someone who is not even a Genin? This guy is so young and looks like he hasn't even graduated from the ninja school, but he has such powerful strength. Yuhi Kurenai was secretly shocked. Even though she was a Genjutsu type Jonin, she felt the oppressive force of Hyuga Neji. This young boy's strength is probably far beyond that of the average Genin, and even the average Chunin might not be his match. Advertisement. As this, Hyuga Neji. The third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was standing on the roof, was also extremely surprised when he saw the scene. On the battlefield, a Chunin had a large gash in his abdomen, which was even covered with burns, and collapsed to the side. This is clearly the wound left behind by the attack by Nine-Tails Jinchuriki Naruto. But look at Hyuga Neji again. This guy, who hasn't even graduated from the ninja school, doesn't have any injuries on his body. That's not all. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked solemnly at the runaway Naruto opposite him. Neji is still suppressing the berserk Naruto. This is incredible. He met Hyuga Neji a month ago. I also read his information in my spare time. A recognized genius of the Hyuga clan, and the first recognized genius of the Hyuga clan since the establishment of Konoha village. In the ninja school, he is also the top student in the grade and is an excellent student. But at this moment, he realized just how talented this genius recognized by the Hyuga family was. This is more than just genius. This guy is simply a monster. Danzo exclaimed. He just used the Hyuga family's gentle fist technique to deliver a combo of more than 100 palm strikes. This boy with white eyes is just a student, but his strength is so terrifying. The Hyuga family's gentle fist method has extremely strict levels, including 32 palms and 64 palms. Just the level of 32 palms alone, what the Hyuga family can perform is at least Chunin level. As for the 64 palms, that is a move that can generally only be performed by the core members of the Hyuga family. At this moment, Neji actually threw out more than 100 palms in a row. No wonder Kakashi, Might Guy, Yuhi Kurenai and several other Jonin acted like this. The gentle fist technique can perform upwards of 100 palms, even they have never seen anyone in the Hyuga family who can perform it. With over 100 such brutal blows, they couldn't help but worry that Neji had beaten Naruto to death. I'm telling you, this fighting style is too brutal, isn't it? Kakashi said in a lazy tone. He is your companion after all. Isn't it a bit too much to hit him like that? If it was him, after receiving more than 100 palm strikes from the Hyuga family, he would probably be paralyzed for a while. Just a little bit. What? Kakashi asked in surprise. Advertisement. Might and Kurenai Yuhi were also looking at Neji in confusion. Just a little bit more, and I can seal all the acupuncture points on his body. Because of you, all our efforts have been wasted. Neji said coldly. Before Kakashi could ask what this meant, suddenly, they felt the extremely dangerous chakra behind them. Originally, after being hit by Neji, almost all of Naruto's acupuncture points on his body were blocked. He had already drained out all of Nine-Tails' remaining chakra, and all that was left was the last acupuncture point in his abdomen, and then everything would be fine. But due to the interference of Kakashi and others, Neji failed. Naruto, who was hit by Neji, lost his restraints. The scarlet chakra began to spread out from the abdomen again. Oh no, Yuhi Kurenai's eyes widened, this child can still move. This is incredible, is this the power of Nine-Tails? Kakashi said solemnly, revealing his other eye, the one that contained the 3 Tomo Sharingan. They acted in a hurry before and did not see the situation clearly. Because all of Naruto's Nine-Tails chakra had been dispersed by Neji, except for the last bit. So this led them to misjudge. With the power of Nine-Tails, Naruto is recovering rapidly from the injuries he had previously suffered. That's it. Kurenai Yuhi first cast an illusion, trying to contain Naruto in advance. But it was useless, the tailed beast's chakra was too unstable, and the illusion was lifted in an instant. Leaf Strong Whirlwind. Might kicked Naruto away and he got stuck deep into the wall. Mistakes made by men should be made up by men. Might Guy used his strong physical advantage to lock down the runaway Naruto. Fortunately, Naruto has been defeated by Neji, otherwise the number of tails behind him might increase to several. Sure enough, it's very hot. Guy felt the hot-tailed beast chakra on Naruto's body and curled up the corners of his mouth. But my heart burns even more. You did great, Guy. Suddenly, the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, was already beside Naruto. He untied Naruto's belly button, revealing a seal pattern on his stomach. Chapter 26. Plot against Danzo. 5 Elements Seal. 5 Will-O-the-Wisp appeared on the third generation's 5-fingered hand, and he then pressed down on the seal on Naruto's navel. Is this a seal placed by Orochimaru? Neji watched the third generation's familiar moves and suddenly felt a surge of emotion in his heart. Without Nine-Tails chakra, Naruto fell into a coma. You did a great job, Neji-kun. This time it was thanks to you that you contained Naruto in advance, otherwise, the consequences would be disastrous. After doing all this, the third Hokage looked at Neji with admiration. It really is, the more I look at it, the more I like it. Humph, he's just a slave. No matter how outstanding he is still under the control of the clan. Danzo was disdainful. He didn't care how great Neji was right now. Even if he is the most outstanding genius in the history of the Hyuga clan, so what? As long as the people of the main family use the caged bird secret technique, Hyuga Neji, the genius of the Hyuga family, will be just a useless person. Hokage-sama, what's going on? Naruto suddenly walked halfway in. You have to do the whole act, Neji pretended not to understand and asked in confusion. Liar. Please keep this matter confidential and don't spread it outside. The third generation signaled Neji not to say anything more. Okay, go to school first, and leave the rest to us. Don't worry, Naruto will be fine. After saying this, he even looked at Danzo a few times on purpose. Seeing this, Neji didn't say anything more and just left. And when he was leaving, he naturally would not miss this opportunity. I finally got to meet Danzo, so how could I not reward him with some good entries? Wouldn't that be too cheap for the other party? There is no need to touch the item to assign it, just throw it on. First of all, useless Black, your body is very fragile, and your defense is decreasing every day. You should take care of yourself and don't fight with others. Advertisement. Brain opening, Black, you have an active mind. When you perform ninjutsu, your mental strength is always out of focus. The first time you perform ninjutsu, you will inevitably fail. It refreshes every day. I am waste Black, when practicing, the chakra growth rate increases in years. If it is less than a year, even 0.01 card, of course it is Kakashi's card, will not be given. The 3 cursed Black entries are all given to you. Not only that, in addition to the Black entries, Neji also picked out several gray entries. Hua teenager, inferiority complex teenager, jealous teenager, repressed teenager, bad teenager, procrastinating teenager, and a series of gray terms. There are 7 gray entries and 3 Black entries in total. Try Laozi's personality transformation punch. These are almost all unconscious entries, emotional entries, and there are not many traces to be found. This is his own problem and has nothing to do with anyone else. Even if the curse entry, I am a waste Black, is loaded. That could also be the aftereffects of Danzo fusing with Hashirama's cells. Anyway, Danzo, this chimera, not only fused Hashirama's cells, but also installed the Sharingan on his entire arm. If anything goes wrong, he won't be suspected. He only wondered if there was something wrong with his Sharingan or Hashirama cells, or if Orochimaru had played a trick on him. Neji left leisurely. Unexpectedly, I was so lucky today. When Kakashi, Might Guy, and Yuhi Kurenai touched him, he certainly couldn't let go of the opportunity. Start extracting immediately. Kakashi's Master of Creation, Gold, Might Guy's, Blue Beast Gold, and Yuhi Kurenai's Illusion Grandmaster, Purple, each one of them is really amazing. 2 more gold items were added. Now he had 12 gold items. Creative Master, Gold, you will get a huge bonus to the development of new moves and the proficiency of ninjutsu. P.S. Sharingan, I want Obito's Mangekyo Sharingan. Blue Beast Gold, your fighting talent is greatly enhanced, your close combat awareness is greatly enhanced, your willpower is greatly enhanced, and learning physical skills is twice as effective. P.S. Why isn't the red beast here? Illusion Grandmaster, Purple, when you practice illusion, you will quickly become familiar with it and master it. P.S. It's not bad. It looks like it's somewhat useful. Although my Sharingan only has 2 Magatama at the moment. Advertisement. When installing these 3 items, Neji found that his mind began to become active. Especially for close combat, as well as some ideas about illusions, all of them emerged like a tide. This is really interesting. After Neji left, the 3rd Hokage took Naruto away, with Kakashi and others following him. What a scary boy, Kakashi. He's probably not much different from your past self. Might Guy laughed. It's true. That boy with the white eyes is from the Hyuga family. What's his name? He looks even more powerful than the average Chunin. Yuhi Kurenai sighed. Hyuga Neji. It should be him. Legend has it that he is the only genius boy ever identified by the Hyuga clan. Now it seems. This kid is not just a genius, it's probably not an exaggeration to say that he is a monster. He can even stop Jinchuriki from losing control. What a scary guy. Kakashi went back to his lazy self. Inside the Hokage's office, Naruto was sealed tightly. Hiruzen, I've said it before, hand over Jinchuriki to the root, I will make sure he is well behaved, and then he will be the perfect ninja machine. Danzo said. That's enough. How many times do I have to tell you this? There's no way Naruto will be handed over to you, Hiruzen retorted immediately. Naruto is the 4th Hokage's child, let's not talk about that. This is a time of peace, not the 3rd Shinobi World War where wars are raging, so there is no need to train the Jinchuriki. How many times do I have to tell you before you believe me? That brat is just a child. Even if he has the blood of the Uzumaki clan, he is just a brat. If something like this happens once, it will happen a second time, and then he will bring unimaginable disaster to Konoha. Danzo said with great regret. The other Jonin, seeing the 2 big men arguing, were too embarrassed to interrupt them. That's enough. I've made up my mind about this matter. But, don't forget, Danzo, I'm the Hokage, the 3rd generation said with heavy eyes. Okay, you're going to regret this. No, I believe in Naruto. He will definitely not let me down. Chapter 27 Hiruzen's thoughts. Danzo's face darkened. Damn it, this old guy was just brave once, and then happened to be chosen as Hokage at a critical moment. Is it necessary to emphasize it every day? He was really PD off. Danzo left angrily. Only after the root ninjas left did the 3rd generation breathe a sigh of relief. I didn't expect that 11 years have passed since that incident. I almost forgot about the seal. 11 years have passed since the Nine Tails attacked Konoha village. The seal that was engraved on Naruto back then was almost loosening. Hokage-sama, what should we do with this Jinchuriki? Kurenai Yuhi asked in confusion. It's okay. I'll talk to Naruto later. The 3rd Hokage waved his hand, not really caring. After so much time has passed, it's obvious that the seal has loosened. I have just added another layer of 5-element seal on Naruto's seal to stabilize the sealing formation. Unless there are any accidents in the future, things like today should not happen again. This matter is my fault. I even forgot to check the seal of Naruto. Third generation shook his head. He had really been a bit lax these days. I stay in the Hokage's office every day. I don't know why I either want to sleep or be lazy. Sarutobi Hiruzen, Sarutobi Hiruzen, what's wrong with you? Isn't it just a water mirror ball? Doesn't it mean that I can no longer peek at the beautiful women in the village taking a bath? Are you so depressed? How can you be so depressed as a Hokage? How can you be depressed over such a small matter? Quote. As he thought about it, the third Hokage's mood began to get depressed again. Depend on. I'm used to peeking into the bathhouse every day. If I don't look for a day, I always feel like something is missing. Sarutobi Hiruzen's mood unconsciously became depressed again, and his movements began to slow down as well. What's wrong with me? Am I really old? Or am I addicted to visiting women's baths? Hiruzen looked at himself in surprise. That's really strange. Why has his condition become depressed from time to time since the water mirror ball broke? Advertisement. And there are also procrastination, narcolepsy, anxiety, etc. Is he really old? Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at his old hands in confusion. It seems that it is time to select the fifth Hokage. It's time for me to abdicate. But who will become the fifth Hokage? Sarutobi Hiruzen raised his head and looked at the people in front of him. Might Guy, who is full of youthful energy but no brains, definitely won't do. A master of illusion, a stunningly beautiful Yuhi Kurenai. How could a Hokage be a woman? She was not qualified. Then there is Kakashi, who has a very high reputation for merit and a good family background. He still needs experience. Kakashi is not from the Hokage faction. If he becomes the Hokage, he might leave the village's jurisdiction. Hiruzen secretly shook his head. He felt that none of the three Jonin were suitable. It would be nice if they could have their own faction, or if they could have someone from the prestigious Sarutobi clan come out. The brilliance of the fourth Hokage, Namikaze Minato, was too dazzling. And Minato is too perfect for a Hokage. He doesn't need any advice from others, and he is too famous. We cannot allow such a person to become Hokage. Hiruzen closed his eyes and thought. At the beginning, he wanted to let Namikaze Minato become Hokage, and then he would sit behind the scenes and rule the country. But I didn't expect that Minato was not only fast on the battlefield, but also fast in handling things. Before they knew it, Minato had already finished all the things he needed to do for the day. Especially since Minato's attitude is tough and belongs to the upright style. To Minato, those secret organizations in the root are out of control and should be rectified. Alas, although Minato is Jiraiya's disciple, he does not belong to the upright Sarutobi lineage, nor to the Danzo lineage, nor to the Hokage advisor lineage. He is a lineage of his own. Hiruzen sighed. Before, he thought Minato was his apprentice, and since he was very polite to him, he must be on his side. But when Minato became Hokage, he realized that it was not like that at all. Also because of Minato, Hiruzen's way of selecting the Hokage successor has become more and more extreme over the past 12 years. No matter who he looks at, he seems unqualified. No matter who he looks at, he seems to be lacking in quality. Advertisement. In other words, he was far inferior to Sarutobi Hiruzen. It would be better for him to take power himself than to let the other party take power. Inside the ninja school, Hyuga Neji was leisurely replenishing the entries. Brain hole opening black. When you perform ninjutsu, your mental power is always not focused, and the first time you perform ninjutsu, you will definitely fail. Refresh every day. P.S. Please use it in the right way, thank you. I am a waste black. When practicing, the chakra growth rate increases in years. If it is less than a year, 0.01 card, of course it is Kakashi's card, will not be given. P.S. It appears, a magical skill. It is simply a magical skill. Quickly use the item attack method. Useless black. Your body is very fragile, and your defense is decreasing every day. You need to take care of yourself. Don't fight with others. P.S. Do you know what crunchy means? Sure enough, a new month has arrived and the emotional entries have been successfully refreshed. Neji's lips curled up slightly. I had just used up these three powerful terms, and they were added again the next moment. By the next month, the emotional entries of these three people will be refreshed. Then he can make money again. Duge Jishui, Kamioka Juidu, and Kong Rafenzi are three civilian ninjas. You must find out the details of these three people. After I leave the ninja school, I will have to go and chat with them from time to time and check their entries. Neji nodded in satisfaction. Not bad, but unfortunately, the rarity of black entries is even rarer than that of gold entries. He searched the entire ninja academy, and apart from these three people, only Naruto might have the black entry. But because of Nine Tails, Naruto has an insane amount of items on him. And almost all of them are gray. If you want to draw a black entry in the lottery, you really need a certain amount of luck. HMPH. Hyuga Neji. Today I will take back all the humiliation I have suffered over the past month. Suddenly, in front of the classroom door, Sasuke appeared here without knowing when. He swaggered over and declared war on Neji with a proud look on his face. Sasuke was extremely proud. He had awakened the two-tomo Sharingan yesterday and his strength had been greatly improved. He can now see things that he couldn't see before. Facing a mere Hyuga Neji, see how you defeat him. Chapter 28 Uchiha Sasuke's Declaration of War. Wow, when did Uchiha Sasuke become so brave? Could he have been beaten into a mental disorder? I think Sasuke might have doubted his life after being beaten by Neji. I think that might be the case. After all, if it were me, I would definitely collapse after being beaten up for more than a month. Tisk tisk tisk, Sasuke is really patient. In the classroom, many students from the ninja school began to discuss quietly. The looks they gave Sasuke were all full of teasing. In the past, they thought Sasuke was a cool-looking, powerful man, a rare genius in the ninja school. But things were completely different a month ago, after Sasuke and Neji had a fight. Sasuke was beaten up for a whole month. Gradually, no one took this Uchiha man seriously. Isn't he just an Uchiha who gets humiliated every day? What's there to admire about him? Same old, I'm going to teach you a lesson in the practice field. Sasuke still looked confident. It was as if all the countless defeats in the previous month had become a thing of the past. Okay, I already know what you're thinking. But it's almost time for class, Sasuke, please go back to your class quickly. Mizuki said with a smile. Sasuke, you're late again. In the next class, Teacher Iruka's roar suddenly spread throughout the corridor. Sasuke's expression remained unchanged, he put his hands in his pockets, turned coolly and walked to his class. Being late or something, isn't that enough this month? He had gotten used to it a long time ago. It's really strange, why is Sasuke so confident today? Tenten felt very surprised. Did he prepare some killer trick? Hehe. At this moment, Shaoli smiled proudly. Neji-kun, don't underestimate Sasuke-kun. His strength is now different from before. You'd be surprised if you saw it. Hearing this, Neji looked surprised. Advertisement. What? His Sharingan upgraded to 2-Tomo Sharingan. Quote. What happened to you? Woo, I don't know anything. Shaoli quickly covered his mouth. He had promised Sasuke to keep his awakening of the 2-Tomo Sharingan a secret. Haha, it looks like 2-Tomo Sharingan has really been awakened. After confirming this, Neji seemed a little excited. Not bad, this guy Sasuke really gave him a surprise. He awakened 2-Tomo Sharingan, which means a new entry was born. If that's the case, doesn't that mean he can draw new entries? When he awakens the 2-Tomo Sharingan, I will give him the 2-Tomo Sharingan entry. Adding it to your 2-Tomo Sharingan will greatly enhance your pupil power. Neji thought so. After absorbing the power of the double Magatama, his 2-Tomo Sharingan will probably become 3-Tomo Sharingan in no time. By then, when Sasuke's Sharingan becomes 3 Magatama, I can make money from him again. 1 entry for 1-Tomo Sharingan, 1 entry for 2-Tomo Sharingan, 1 entry for 3-Tomo Sharingan. Combined with the original eye power of his original 3-Tomo Sharingan, it is probably not long before he can open the Mangekyo Sharingan. Sasuke-kun, I didn't say that. Neji-kun guessed it himself. Shaoli thought silently. Wait until school is over in the afternoon. Sasuke came to challenge as always. But this time he came with full confidence. If you ask him why he has such confidence, it is of course because a 2-Tomo Sharingan. After having the 2-Tomo Sharingan, Sasuke suddenly felt that the whole world had opened up. The food tastes delicious, the water tastes sweet, and even when I sleep, I feel extremely peaceful. Wow, Neji is still so handsome. Neji is so cool, really cool, I like Neji the most. Outside the venue, a group of little fans shouted excitedly. Neji is the most handsome. Neji, I love you so much. Ino said excitedly. Neji-sama, keep going. Little Sakura's face flushed as she shouted in the crowd, unwilling to be outdone. Advertisement. UB**********D. Don't you like your Uchiha Sasuke? Why do you suddenly like Neji again? Ino immediately started cursing. So what? Didn't you like Sasuke before? The person you like now has become Hyuga Neji, right? What qualifications do you have to say that to me? Little Sakura shouted unyieldingly. Shut up, you broad forehead, you didn't say that a month ago. Ino got angry when she heard this. When I gave up Sasuke and fell in love with Neji. This wide forehead means that she will not fall in love with Neji and will continue to like Sasuke. But in just 1 month, this B**********D completely forgot what he had said before. Little Sakura, you just want to go against me, right? Ino laughed angrily. She likes Sasuke, and little Sakura likes Sasuke too. Now the person she likes has become Neji, and soon after, little Sakura's crush also changes from Sasuke to Neji. Isn't this just going against yourself? Huh, you think too highly of yourself, don't you? I like Neji-sama, what does that have to do with you? When little Sakura heard this, her eyes widened and she looked completely incomprehensible. Sometimes she really wanted to see what was in Ino's head and why she thought like that. Who does she think she is? Shut up, you broad forehead, I think you are sincerely against me. Where is your Sasuke? Are you going to abandon your Sasuke? Ino scolded. Sasuke will definitely meet a woman better than me. That's right, Sasuke will definitely meet a woman better than me. Little Sakura muttered. In fact, she did like Sasuke's type at the beginning. But ever since she saw Sasuke and Neji fight several times, she has been changing her mind. Neji is so awesome. Not only is he cool, but he's also extremely powerful. Even Sasuke, who was top of their grade, was completely crushed by him. As time went by, Sasuke was beaten into a weakling again and again, and little Sakura's mentality was constantly changing. In fact, this is not something difficult to understand. After all, everyone admires the strong, and whoever is stronger will get more attention. The reason why Sasuke is liked and loved by so many people. That's because he is the top student in the grade, he is very capable and he is also good looking. Chapter 29. This is Tomo Sharingan. But when a person comes out who is stronger than him, is the top student in the grade, can beat Sasuke, and is also extremely cool in appearance. After this all-round crushing, why should everyone continue to like Sasuke? Little Sakura silently recalled what happened a month ago. Although Neji looks extremely cold, his actions are actually very gentle. Looks like he's the same type as Sasuke, but actually he's not. A month ago, Neji had, affectionately, touched her head several times. In the following few days, little Sakura truly felt Neji's warmth. Although after that, Neji no longer had these intimate actions. But, this was the feedback that little Sakura didn't get from Sasuke. Sasuke never acted so gently towards him. But although Neji doesn't talk much on the surface, his actions are actually very gentle. Neji-kun. Little Sakura clenched her fists. Only now did she see clearly that Sasuke was like a stinky stone in a toilet, hard and difficult to deal with. I've been around him for so long, but he doesn't show any consideration for me at all. Neji-sama is still the best. Recalling the scene of Neji touching her head, little Sakura suddenly became shy again. Even though it was only a few times, Neji was really gentle. Hehe. In reality, Neji was touching her just to extract the entry. Otherwise, Neji said that he definitely didn't have any thoughts about little Sakura. Contrast B***** are quite interesting. But Neji doesn't like the contrast BCH like little Sakura, he likes another kind of contrast BCH. As for these people's liking, Neji just laughed. People with strong abilities can always gain the attention and favor of others. Just like Obito and Kakashi. Everyone knows whether he should choose the last one in the class or the little genius in the village. Even Yuan Yelin always chose Kakashi in the end. Strength can bring many things, such as fame, money, and also, showing off. Now, Sasuke put his hands in his pockets, he has already started to pretend. Hurry up and start. You won't be able to defeat me as easily as before in front of my Sharingan. He said confidently. At the same time, Magatama began to appear one after another in Sasuke's black eyes. Advertisement. 2 Tomo in total. 2 Tomo Sharingan. Shikamaru saw the 2 Tomo in Sasuke's eyes and immediately showed a surprised expression. I didn't expect Sasuke to have upgraded his Sharingan to the double Magatama level. Looks like Neji is in some trouble now. 2 Tomo Sharingan. Then Neji-sama won't get hurt, right? Ino said hurriedly after hearing Shikamaru's words. Shikamaru was silent, he didn't know what to say. Alas, he is really a born nymphomaniac. He could foresee what would happen next. If Sasuke defeats Neji and keeps doing it for a while, then maybe Ino's obsession with Neji might shift to Sasuke again. Really? Shikamaru shook his head. Women are really troublesome. In the arena, Sasuke looked very proud. How? The Sharingan of my Uchiha clan. With the blessing of my pair of Magatama Sharingan. Hyuga Neji, everything you do, nothing can escape my eyes. Haha, then you can give it a try. Neji suddenly rolled his eyes, and the veins around his eyes bulged, making him look even colder and more oppressive. HMPH, look at my Uchiha Ryu close physical technique. Ever since the Sharingan evolved, Sasuke has really become more and more arrogant. He knew that Neji's area of expertise was close combat, but he still pressed forward. Alas, after Shikamaru saw this, he felt like Sasuke was going to make the same mistake again. If it were him, he would definitely keep a distance from the people of the Hyuga family and use the kite tactic. Haha, I can see it, I can see it. Sasuke was extremely excited. A month ago, he fought with Neji and couldn't even see his opponent's opening move. But now it's different, with the 2 Tomo Sharingan, he can already see Neji's opening move clearly. Sasuke knew that this move was definitely meant to stab him in the abdomen. Do you think I will be defeated by you in one move like before? Sasuke's mouth curled up slightly, and he suddenly teleported to another location. Too slow. After a month of devilish training, his physical skills have greatly improved and he is now completely different from before. Hyuga Neji, go eat shit. Advertisement. Sasuke teleported behind Neji and immediately used all his strength to perform a side kick. Lion combo. Damn you, I want you to pay back this month's humiliation in one go. Sasuke smirked. This distance. This speed. Exactly. I'm going to kick you until your nose bleeds. Even if you could see the rolling eyes all around you in 360 degrees, it would be absolutely impossible to dodge it. Oh no, Lord Neji is in danger. Ino exclaimed. Neji, no. Little Sakura looked at the scene in front of her in shock. Could it be that the invincible Neji would really lose to Sasuke? Of course not. Sasuke's smug expression suddenly froze. Neji, who was originally at that location at that time, suddenly disappeared. What? Sasuke lost his voice. What on earth was going on? How is this possible? Even 2 Tomo Sharingan couldn't see that guy's whereabouts clearly. How is this possible? This is the Sharingan that the Uchiha clan is so proud of. 2 Tomo Sharingan, that is only below the top level 3 Tomo Sharingan. How could he not see my whereabouts at all? The speed and accuracy are indeed much faster than a month ago. A large hand suddenly appeared in Sasuke's field of vision. Neji appeared behind Sasuke without him noticing. He turned his back to Sasuke, and reached back with his big hand to block Sasuke's face, pulling him hard, causing the latter to lose balance and fall to the ground. Wow, Neji-sama is so handsome. Neji-sama, there is really no way you can lose. Many people couldn't help but scream when they saw how cool Neji was. So cool. Little Sakura Ino's eyes were full of stars. Facing Sasuke's powerful attack, Neji suddenly disappeared, then teleported behind Sasuke, with his back to Sasuke, a cold expression, and one hand holding Sasuke tightly. A real man never looks back. So handsome. Is this true? Isn't this too unfair? Shikamaru's mouth twitched. Over the past month, they had nothing to do, so they just watched Sasuke's daily challenges as fun. Chapter 30 Konoha Village Personality Transformation Plan. Therefore, he knew Neji's previous fighting style and speed. But at this moment, Neji seemed like a completely different person. Was it possible that all his previous battles were just to hide his strength? No. Maybe it's because I simply didn't use my full strength. After all, from the current perspective, Sasuke's strength does not seem to be enough for Neji to exert his full strength. It's really a monster, Shikamaru exclaimed. How could such a terrible monster appear out of nowhere? However, at this moment, Sasuke, who was knocked down by Neji again and collapsed on the ground, was completely dazed. How could I lose? I have already awakened Sharingan, how could I lose? This is 2 Tomo Sharingan. Sasuke, lying on the ground, was somewhat incredulous. Are the Byakugan of the Hyuga family really that powerful? This. Sasuke was like a deflated ball, and suddenly became depressed. The result shouldn't be like this. Recalling the words I said to Neji before. Then he declared war with a confident look on his face, and now he just felt his face burning. It's really embarrassing. Uchiha Sasuke, I have seen the efforts you have made over the past month, and you have done a great job. Now that you have even activated the 2 Tomo Sharingan, you are finally no longer the decadent Uchiha you once were. Neji was extremely excited. His entry extraction this time was exactly as he expected. 2 Tomo Sharingan Blue, your dynamic vision is greatly improved, your pupil power is strengthened, and you can cast illusions. P.S. This is the result of Sasuke and Lee training for a month. You just got it for free. Snort. What's wrong with getting a freebie? Neji sneered in his heart. Lousy just likes to get something for free. Immediately, he loaded the newly extracted entries from Urzuzi onto himself. The next moment, he felt that the power in his eye sockets had increased. His own Sharingan was originally 2 Tomo Sharingan, but now has an entry for Sasuke's 1 Tomo Sharingan once, and Sasuke's double Magatama entry once added to it. Advertisement. The power contained in his eyes now far exceeds that of the ordinary 2 Tomo Sharingan. In terms of practical application, it may be comparable to 3 Tomo Sharingan. It really is. Sasuke, you are so nice. Neji was touched. If it weren't for Sasuke's hard work, how was it possible for his Sharingan to be upgraded to this level in just 1 month? No. Sasuke still needs to train well. By the time Sasuke reaches the level of 3 Magatama. If he could extract it once more, then the day would not be far for him to open the Mangekyo Sharingan. Sasuke, you know what I mean, right? The punishment for losing, Neji said calmly. Sasuke was knocked to the ground, looking dejected, which was in stark contrast to his arrogant and pretentious appearance in the morning. He lost again, and he was killed in 1 second. Even though he has already awakened the 2 Tomo Sharingan, he still can't see Neji's limit. This feeling of powerlessness reminded him of the memories hidden deep in his heart. Once upon a time, there was a man who made him feel deeply powerless. There was no trace of resistance in his heart. And now, he actually felt the same deep sense of powerlessness in Neji. It was as if no matter how hard he tried, he could never beat the other person. Damn it, how am I supposed to kill Uchiha Itachi if I can't even beat this guy? Sasuke's face darkened as he pounded the ground hard. Am I really like what Neji said, that I have become decadent without realizing it? Think about it, that guy at his age. He had already graduated from the ninja school ahead of schedule, and even awakened the 3 Tomo Sharingan. At the end, he even broke through the limit of 3 Tomo Sharingan and became Mangekyo Sharingan, killing all the tribe members. And now, he has only awakened the 2 Tomo Sharingan, and he is already proud and complacent. Sasuke looked somewhat forlorn, his shoulders drooped, as if he had suffered a great blow. He said nothing and walked forward with his head down. Neji raised his eyebrows. Did Sasuke seem to be hit by himself in his current state? Advertisement. But it's not really his fault. He now has 12 golden items all over his body. There are more than blue and purple entries. If he gets serious, not to mention Sasuke, even if Nine Tails is reborn, he will be no less inferior. We can also fire Tailed Beast Bomb with our mouth. That won't do. I'm still waiting for your 3 Tomo Sharingan entry. Neji pondered for a moment, and he felt that it was time. It's time to put the Konoha Village Personality Transformation Plan into action. After deciding this, he looked at Sasuke's back. This guy is too depressed now, so we need to give him some positive and sunny words. Neji began to look through his own vocabulary. To be honest, after this month, there are actually a lot of entries in his entry library that he doesn't use. Not to mention the black and gray ones. There are also white, green and purple ones. Most of these were extracted from the 12 young warriors of Konoha. All of them are idealistic entries, with high upper limits, but also great side effects. Entries related to emotional talent are the easiest to create. This is something that everyone is born with, unlike other acquired terms that require hard training to produce a golden term. Found it. Neji's eyes suddenly lit up. Open black lens bracket hot-blooded boy purple close black lens bracket. He extracted this entry from Shaoli. Although after installing this entry, your brain will become dull and your IQ will drop significantly. But at the same time, the host's willpower, perseverance, determination, and ability to act will be greatly improved. Immediately, Neji threw the purple entry at Sasuke. After the entry was loaded on Sasuke, Sasuke's drooping shoulders straightened up visibly. Oh, Uchiha Sasuke, you are the last glory of the Uchiha clan, how can you continue to be decadent here? Sasuke suddenly seemed to have figured something out. After a loud roar, he instantly turned into a hot-blooded boy. I've decided. I'll double my training today. I'm going to beat you, Hyuga Neji. I, the great Uchiha Sasuke, will never admit defeat. Sasuke yelled loudly. Let's get started. Lee. Chapter 31. Sasuke, the hero of the hot-blooded manga. Oh, Sasuke, I thought you would be disappointed because you lost to Neji-kun, but I didn't expect that I underestimated you. Sasuke, you are really great. Xiao Li said excitedly. Seriously. Originally, Sasuke awakened the two-tomo Sharingan yesterday. He felt that after challenging Neji this time, he would definitely surprise Neji. But what was unexpected was that even if Sasuke possessed the two-tomo Sharingan, he was still killed instantly by Neji. This couldn't help but make Xiao Li worry about Sasuke's mental state. But unexpectedly, Sasuke managed to pull through on his own. It's really great. Sasuke snorted, waved his fist, and shouted passionately. Starting today, the amount of training will be doubled. First, do 20 frog jumps around Konoha village. If you can't do that, do 1000 push-ups. If you can't do 1000 push-ups, do 2400 jump ropes. Let's start today's training right away. Sasuke looked very motivated. A month ago, he trained in this way, and his strength increased greatly, and he even opened the two-tomo Sharingan. In that case, he would double his training volume, and he would definitely become stronger in a month. By then, awakening 3-tomo Sharingan won't be a dream anymore. When I awaken the 3-tomo Sharingan, I will definitely get this debt back from you. Hyuga Neji, remember this. My lifelong enemy. Quote. Sasuke yelled as he began to frog hop along Konoha village. Isn't Naruto your lifelong enemy? Neji scratched his head. I always feel like Sasuke-kun seems to have become like Lee. Is it because he's been with Lee for too long? Tenten murmured. Why does it feel like only a month has passed, and Sasuke seems to have been assimilated by Lee? Ahahaha. Neji smiled to himself at Tenten's whisper. This is the power of words. The order of precedence of terms is very important. For emotional type entries, the upper limit seems to be purple. Therefore, Xiao Li's hot-blooded youth purple currently has the highest priority. Even though Sasuke has negative emotion entries now, as long as they are not in the purple entry, they will all be suppressed by hot-blooded boy purple. He really is outstanding, Neji muttered. It works really fast. Advertisement. But, Neji looked at the other hot-blooded boy purple in his entry warehouse. Who should use this entry? I feel a little sleepy. Shikamaru muttered lazily. Suddenly, Neji looked over with dark eyes, and there seemed to be a strange and dangerous light in his eyes. Shikamaru shuddered subconsciously when he saw Neji like this. Damn it, I always feel that Neji has bad intentions towards him. No, I feel like I can't stay here any longer. Slipped away. Shikamaru hurriedly pulled Choji and ran away. Tisk. Neji clicked his tongue. If this entry didn't have the side effect of lowering IQ, he would have immediately pressed the button on this lazy guy. Epsilon equals Omicron ***. Oh. To be honest, he really wanted to see the hot-blooded boy Shikamaru version. Unfortunately, once I gave him this hot-blooded boy purple, he would probably become an idiot version of the hot-blooded boy Shikamaru. Or a mediocre version. That won't work. It's so hard to find a character with high intelligence, so don't ruin it. The installed entries cannot be retrieved again. In the end, Neji had no choice but to give up the idea. Then he looked around and started doing his old job again. Exactly 1 month has passed, and it is time to collect entries for the 12 little strongmen again. Seeing this, Neji immediately set his sights on someone he was familiar with. Little Sakura, long time no see. Suddenly, Neji touched the other person's head with a calm expression. Open black lens bracket contrast BCH green close black lens bracket the entry is here. Yes, long time no see, Neji-kun. Little Sakura responded shyly. Neji finally touched me again. Little Sakura was somewhat happy in her heart, as the last time she was touched was a month ago. After feeling Neji's warm palm, little Sakura sank a little. Advertisement. But Neji moved quickly and didn't spend too much time on little Sakura. After all, there are other entries that need to be collected by him. Looking at Neji walking away, little Sakura felt lost in her heart. Why is Neji always so hot and cold towards me? Ino also had the same idea as her. Neji-kun. The Neji-kun I just met, the Neji-kun with gentle manners seems to be back again. Ino was extremely excited. Looking at Neji's gentle actions, she felt that being ignored for the past month was all worth it. Ino's chakra attribute is really high, Neji muttered. Last month, I touched Ino for a week before I finally drained him clean. It's really not easy, especially since every chakra attribute entry of Ino is blue, it is not much different from him. But now, of course, he has squeezed her dry. Now there are only emotional talent entries produced every month. Young girl, green, you will gradually fall in love with a handsome, strong, and good-looking boy. P.S. No, why is this thing green? It doesn't seem worth it. A new entry. Neji was surprised. After the boys' group ended, he actually developed a girls' group. This is really getting interesting. What's with the term, young girl? This is just an upgraded version of being love-brained, Neji muttered. Who is this thing for? It feels like it's not of much use. Young girl. What would happen if it was used on a man? Will it become a boy? Neji isn't sure, but it's worth a try. At the corner on his way home, he suddenly saw a familiar figure. Is that you, Hyuga Neji? Shihihong looked at the talented boy in front of her in surprise. Hello, the most beautiful lady among the confused trio. Neji greeted. The confused trio. The corner of Shihihong's mouth twitched. This is really, I don't know how to refute it. You little guy, you are so sharp-tongued at such a young age. You won't be liked when you grow up, Shihihong said seriously. Neji smiled. I've learned your lesson. Have you not finished get off work yet? Work hard and strive for a promotion and a raise. I'm rooting for you. Chapter 32. Encountering Shihihong by chance, giving you 2 entries. Among the Hokage, Kurenai Yuhi is definitely one of the most beautiful women. In terms of appearance alone, his favorite female character among the Hokage is Konan from the Akatsuki organization, and the one in front of him, Kurenai Yuhi. By the time of Boruto, the android Ida also looked very beautiful. When I grow up, I will pull all these girls into my harem. Especially Yuhi Kurenai, the way she wears bandages is really interesting. Neji wanted to peel off the bandages to see if Kurenai was wearing anything underneath. Was she really naked with the bandages tied around her? It would be a bit too extravagant for such a person to be the daughter-in-law of Hiruzen's son. And that short-lived guy should not waste her time. He made such a beautiful woman a widow for the rest of her life. I'm telling you, you may not know this yet. I'm the Jonin of Konoha village. Yuhi Kurenai sighed, then spoke seriously. For a kid like you who hasn't graduated from the ninja school yet, you're not even a genin. When you see me, you should call me Yuhi Kurenai sensei, or Yuhi Kurenai senior, okay? Neji looked at the other person in surprise, and then he took action. Suddenly, Neji put 2 fingers together and shot out a 6-meridian magic needle, which hit the acupuncture point on Shihihong's abdomen. Ah! Shihihong suddenly cried out, covered her abdomen, and her legs became weak. She felt like she couldn't stand up anymore. Originally, she was a head taller than Neji, but at this moment, with her body hunched and her butt raised, Yuhi Kurenai had become shorter than Neji. Neji walked over and patted Kurenai's shoulder. It's a good thing to have a dream, and I support you. Come on, you can definitely become a Jonin. Of course, you have to start as a genin first. Quote. After some teasing, Neji had already walked away. Shihihong could vaguely hear the other person muttering, you can't even take one of my moves, and yet you're still pretending to be so high and mighty, and you lie without thinking, it really makes me laugh to death. Suddenly, Shihihong's fair face turned red. A-hole. Are all kids nowadays so arrogant? I'm so angry. I really am a Konoha Jonin. Shihihong felt a little angry and wanted to rush over and beat up the kid. Advertisement. But, recalling Neji patting her shoulder and his stern face just now, Yuhi Kurenai couldn't help but be moved. Do kids nowadays love to act cool so much? If I were still as old as him, I would probably have been bewitched by him in just a few seconds just now. Shihihong sighed. Forget it, since you are still a little cutie, I will forgive you this time. Kurenai gave up the idea of chasing after Neji and giving him a beating, and instead touched her own abdomen. That was the part where Neji attacked him. This little fellow's attack speed was really fast. Not only did he not form any seals, but there was no sign at all. This time I really fell into his hands. Shihihong sighed. Hyuga Neji is indeed the little genius of the Hyuga family. That should be similar to the Hyuga family's basic palm technique, 8 trigrams palms empty palm. But Neji can actually shoot out a chakra cyclone with just 2 fingers, and its power should not be underestimated. Especially the preparations before making a move, which I have no idea about at all. Kurenai Yuhi had seen Neji's attack, but didn't have time to dodge it. Who knew that his 2 fingers were so powerful that they could poke her stomach and make it growl from a distance of more than 2 meters? Alas, why aren't there any handsome boys like this among my peers? Shihihong sighed. She subconsciously recalled the face of Sarutobi Asuma, one of her suitors. He is very attentive, but he just doesn't look that good. When he was in the ninja school, he looked like a second-generation rich kid. Compared to the current Neji, it is really far behind. Strange, why would I suddenly compare Asuma and Neji? Yuhi Kurenai asked in surprise. What is she doing? After being humiliated by a little kid, you fall in love with him. Shihi Hong, you are such a piece of shit, how old are you already? Sunset Red Naughty Road. Being obsessed with a child is too much. Young girl, Green, you will gradually fall in love with a handsome, strong, and good-looking boy. Admiration for the strong, Green, you will unconsciously develop admiration for those who are stronger than you, which can increase your combat effectiveness to a certain extent. Advertisement. When Neji touched Sunset Red, he threw both green terms to the other party. That's why Neji's behavior made Kurenai Yuhi act like a little fangirl. Today's entry extraction, let me see what Yuhi Kurenai can give me. Neji looked at it curiously. There are almost no other types of entries that are favorable to the Konoha Xiaoqiangs. Now is the time to turn our big hands against those Jonin. Cold and charming, Green, you have outstanding looks, but beautiful women always have thorns. In battle, your attack power will increase. P.S. Rose with thorns, come on. Interesting. Neji looked at the entry with interest. Emotional entries are rare and do not have side effects. If that's the case, then install it. This entry doesn't say that it must be used by women. Neji happily loaded it onto himself. As for appearance. Neji's appearance, among the Hokage, is a super handsome guy. Unlike Madara-san's hockey-like handsomeness, Neji is simply handsome. No skills at all, just cool. Although he is a man, he has fairer and more delicate skin than Hinata, his sister. In addition to the reason for his hard training every day, Neji's face is extremely prominent and angular. This kind of fair and rosy skin, if it was in the previous life, I don't know how many girls' white moonlight it would have been. No wonder Kurenai Yuhi has such wild thoughts about Neji. After all, in terms of the whiteness of the skin, even Kurenai herself cannot compare to Neji's whiteness. After returning home, Neji immediately began to practice. Now his Sharingan has reached the level of double Magatama, and his pupil power is much higher than this level. If he doesn't practice well now, when will he practice? However, while Neji was training, the Hyuga clan was also discussing Neji's behavior. In the clan meeting, that guy Hyuga Neji has been too flamboyant lately. Even the Hokage is paying attention to him. Hyuga Neji, the person from the branch house. What's there to worry about? He's just a person from a branch house. Chapter 33. Defeat the runaway Jinchuriki. The tribe members are shocked. No. In the morning, I received a message from the perception squad saying that Nine Tails was out of control. By the time I got there, it was over. According to Anbu's news, the person who subdued the out-of-control Nine Tails seems to be Hyuga Neji. What? After hearing this, the others all showed surprised expressions. Hyuga Neji subdued the out-of-control Nine Tails Jinchuriki. Are you kidding? Neji is just a student at a ninja school, how could he be so powerful? Everyone seemed to be distrustful of this news. At this moment, they all recalled the situation 11 years ago when the Nine Tails Demon Fox invaded Konoha. That was truly a disaster. If the fourth Hokage hadn't sacrificed himself to save the village, the consequences would have been disastrous. Indeed, Hyuga Neji does have a reputation as a genius among the Hyuga clan. But compared to Nine Tails, the title of genius seems insignificant. After all, even the fourth Hokage died at the mouth of the demon fox. It's not that exaggerated. Hyuga Hiyashi, who was sitting at the main seat, spoke up. The Jinchuriki seal is still there. Nine Tails chakra has only leaked out a little bit. So it's not that powerful in terms of strength. When the Hyuga clan heard the news, they were immediately convinced. That makes sense. Well, in that case, it's not impossible. Yes, although Hyuga Neji is a rare genius in the Hyuga family, it is impossible for him to have such terrifying abilities in his teens. Listening to the various discussions among the elders of the various clans present, Hiyashi changed the topic and talked about another matter. At the scene, someone saw Neji using 8 trigrams palms, delivering a combo of more than 100 palms. Do you know what this means? What? That Neji kid actually used the Hyuga clan's 8 trigrams palms gentle fist method to perform a combo of more than 100 palms. Or to the rampaging Nine Tails Jinchuriki. After hearing this, the great elder's eyes suddenly widened like copper bells. Advertisement. Even for the people of their main family, it is extremely rare to successfully deliver more than 80 consecutive palm strikes on the enemy. I didn't expect Neji to have grown to this point. It's really shocking. However, after everyone was amazed, great joy followed. The stronger Neji grows, the more beneficial it will be for them. Their safety can be better guaranteed. After all, Hyuga Neji was just a member of the Hyuga family branch house throughout his life. What is the mission of the Hyuga branch house people? Isn't it to protect the clan members? Protecting the clan members is the destiny of branch house people when they are born. It is their unshakable responsibility and lifelong obligation. The stronger Neji is, the safer it will be for them. Moreover, there is a caged bird engraved on Neji's forehead, so even if he goes out to fight, he doesn't have to worry about his Byakugan being taken away by the enemy. He is simply a natural war machine. Many elders of the clans immediately thought of this. Well, Neji did a good job in stopping Nine Tails from going berserk. He deserves a reward. That's right, we did push that Neji a little too hard before. It's time to reward him. After hearing about Neji's behavior, many elders began to speak. Previously, Neji's position in the Hyuga family was extremely awkward. Since Hyuga Neji is from the Hyuga Hiyashi faction, daily teaching is also carried out by their faction. However, Hyuga Neji's father, Hyuga Hazashi, who was originally assigned to the branch house, died due to an accident. Therefore, according to the joint relationship, the person who will teach Hyuga Neji in the future should be Hyuga Hiyashi. But since it was Hyuga Hiyashi who killed his father, Neji and Hiyashi have a bad relationship. Because of this, Neji received very little education from the Hyuga family. Almost everything he has learned so far was taught by his father, Hyuga Hazashi. At that time, Neji couldn't even perform 32 palms, let alone 64 palms. Advertisement. However, he did not expect that after only a few years, he not only mastered the 32 palms, but also became a genius that many members of the Hyuga clan could not catch up with. Now, facing the runaway Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, he could actually use the gentle fist technique to perform a combo of more than 100 palm strikes. It can be said that Hyuga Neji's talent is far beyond that of the other members of the clan present here. There is a world of difference. Ahem. Hyuga Hiyashi coughed dryly, looked at the faces of the elders, and then spoke seriously. Neji is very talented, and as the head of the Hyuga clan, this is a good thing for us. But everyone should not forget that the Uchiha clan, the largest family in Konoha, was too extreme, and that's why they were destroyed. This incident instantly woke everyone up. That's right. As the largest family in Konoha, we can't follow in the footsteps of the Uchiha. That makes sense. And Neji's behavior has been a little off lately. Not only is he very close to the Jinchuriki, he's also got some connection with the descendant of the Uchiha, and even the Ino Shikacho clans.
That's not a good idea. If the third Hokage gets suspicious, he might suppress our Hyuga family again. That's right. The third Hokage is not an ordinary person. Hiyashi, please ask Neji to keep a low profile these days. He is really too flamboyant, which doesn't fit the style of our Hyuga family. Hiyashi nodded and sent out a master of gentle fist from the branch house to teach Neji. At this time, Neji was studying the bloodline limit at home. Senju Hashirama's bloodline limit appears to be a fusion of the two chakra attributes of earth and water. But in fact there is a third attribute, which is the Yongdun chakra attribute.
So wood style is actually a fusion of the three chakra attributes. Neji began to experiment with the fusion of wood style. Since Senju Hashirama can fuse into wood style, why can't he fuse into wood style? He has everything that Senju Hashirama has. Ashura's chakra Neji was also extracted from Naruto. There is also sage body. Although he did not extract Hashirama's sage body, he now has a sage body that surpasses Hashirama. After fusing the Nine-Tails entry, Neji can feel an endless amount of chakra energy in his body. Chapter 34 Let your son and daughter die. Not only that, his physical strength is definitely higher than Shaoli's now. Transplanting Hashirama cells might just be a burden to him. After all, the Neji cells he currently possessed were derived from Nine-Tails. It can even be said to be a part of the Ten-Tails chakra. This composition is definitely a level higher than Hashirama's sage body. All that's left is to see if I can synthesize the wood-style chakra. Neji thought secretly. He set up a barrier around his house, making it impossible for outsiders to enter silently. What's more, I have the white eyes, so I can try it unscrupulously in this yard. Through Neji's exploration, he found that the properties of the 7 basic chakras of general ninjas were almost hovering at the 3 levels of white, green, and blue. Purple chakra attributes, almost none. This is like the distinction between upper, middle and lower. The blue is the highest chakra attribute, the green is the middle chakra attribute, and the white is the lower chakra attribute. I have tested it many times in the past month. If I want to upgrade the chakra attribute to the purple level, I may need to fuse the chakra attributes. Neji thought silently. The fusion of the two chakras can allow a single chakra to possess the attributes of both chakras at the same time. In this way, not only will the released ninjutsu be extremely powerful, but a new school and bloodline limit family can also be created. As Neji continued to try, his door suddenly opened. The person came in through the main entrance, but his behavior was somewhat rude. The man walked in with such arrogance that he didn't even knock on the door. He just pushed the door open and walked in forcefully. Because of the protective barrier, Neji could clearly sense that someone had broken in. Are you Hyuga Neji, the genius boy in the family? You don't look anything special. The person who came had a pair of white eyes and was obviously a member of the Hyuga family. But the other person was not young, and looked to be in his 30s. Neji gave him a slightly cold glance and immediately knew that this guy was from the branch house. Because everyone in the branch house has the caged bird curse engraved on their foreheads. Therefore, most people in the branch house choose to cover their foreheads. As for the people from the main family, they would show their foreheads proudly. This symbolizes their family's status and their own nobility. What do you want from me? Neji stopped trying and asked the other party. Advertisement. Hehe, considering your age, you are quite talented. You can be called a genius of our Hyuga family. Hyuga River Valley smiled and shook his head, a hint of disdain flashing in his eyes. We are all from the same branch house, so why is this guy the one that attracts everyone's attention? But so what? As a member of the branch house, I was born and destined to protect the main house. No matter how talented Neji is, in the eyes of the main family, he is just a bodyguard and loyal dog. Since you stopped the runaway Jinchuriki before, the clan leader specially asked me to come and teach you the secrets of my Hyuga clan's gentle fist method. Hyuga River Valley spoke to himself as he walked in front of Neji and lowered his proud head. From now on, you can call me Teacher Hegu. Please use the gentle fist technique to show me the level of your gentle fist technique. He said. Neji had a blank expression. Be my teacher. Give you the gentle fist. I'm afraid you have some serious illness. Roll. Neji said coldly. What did you say? Hyuga Hedani was a little stunned, as if he couldn't believe what he heard. I said, get out of here and don't let me see you again. Neji said coldly. Okay. You evil disciple, don't think you can act recklessly just because you have a little talent. Without someone to teach you, what do you think you can figure out on your own? Quote. The Hyuga Valley was about to explode with anger. He is also a highly respected senior among all factions in the branch house. Moreover, because he is a Grand Master of the Gentle Fist method, he is often invited by the elders of the clan to teach the young masters and young ladies of the clan. Originally, he came to Neji to teach according to his family's wishes. However, Neji's reputation among the Hyuga clan was not very good. Because of the mess that happened a few years ago, Hyuga Neji has been ostracized both in the main family and in the branch house. In this environment, who is willing to teach his Gentle Fist method? He was also very arrogant and would not even go to the classes given by the clan leader himself. Advertisement. In this state, even if he is a genius, how far can he explore? For a normal person, it is so difficult to move forward aimlessly in the darkness. Therefore, Hyuga Valley felt that his arrival must be a ray of hope for Neji in this dark world. With his guidance, Neji will surely become stronger than ever before, and even make great progress, becoming the true #1 genius boy of the Hyuga family. Originally he didn't want to offend Neji, but he had no choice but to ask him to do this since it was the clan leader himself. Hyuga Valley reluctantly agreed because of the clan leader. But he never expected that when he walked in, not only did the students not give him face, but they even told him to get out. Phew. Hyuga River Valley took a deep breath. Hyuga Neji, I know you are angry with the clan leader because your father was replaced as clan leader. But the patriarch has already given you a lot of face. Since you don't want to accept the clan leader's teachings, the clan leader has sent me to give you a special lesson. You should be content. Quote. And the mission of our branch house is to protect the main family. Your father died protecting the patriarch, he should be relieved in his grave. Because this is his mission since birth, dying to protect the clan, this is your father's honor. You shouldn't resent the clan leader for this, but should be proud of your father. Oh, hee. Neji almost couldn't help laughing when he heard this long speech. How old are you? Hyuga was stunned for a moment, then said, I am 37 years old. Are you married? Nature. Hyuga Hegu said proudly. As a famous master of gentle fist in the Hyuga family branch house, how could he be single? I became friends with the daughter of our neighbor Shengsing family, and we have a son and a daughter. Then let your son and daughter die. Neji said coldly. What? Hyuga Hedani was stunned. If the death of your son or daughter can save the life of one member of the main family, would you do it? Neji continued to ask. Chapter 35. What a pity to be born in a branch house. This. Hyuga Kawaguchi was stunned for a moment, recalling his lovely son and newborn daughter. For a moment, he was speechless. You are simply lying. He was furious. It was impossible for such a thing to happen. You hesitated. Didn't you say that we should take protecting the main family as our mission and regard it as an honor to sacrifice our lives to protect the main family? Neji sneered. Then why are you so opposed to this? I just swapped positions. Why are you so opposed to it? As long as your son and daughter die, won't the people of the Zong family be saved? You should sacrifice your own children and wife to save the people of the clan. This kind of behavior should be proud. You should be proud of it, why hesitate? I. Hyuga Hegu was speechless. For a moment, he was speechless because of this kid. You little brat, you're talking nonsense. Protecting the clan is our duty, what does it have to do with my wife and children? When it is time to protect my clan members and sacrifice myself, I will march forward without hesitation. Hyuga River looked at Neji coldly. He had looked down on this guy before, but he never thought that this guy would be so smart. I was just a little bit away from falling into his trap. If one were to let his sons and daughters exchange for the lives of his clan members, this is simply a false proposition. This thing can't possibly happen. HMPH. Neji looked at the other person's face and laughed out loud. You've been shaken. Don't forget, you are a man of the Hyuga family, and your wife's last name is no longer Yamaxing, but Hyuga. From now on, your sons and daughters will all have the last name Hyuga. Your son is not yet 3 years old, right? When they are 3 years old, and caged bird is engraved on their foreheads. By that time, you will realize that they are also part of the Hyuga family. You will be a member of the branch house for your whole life, and for generations to come, you will be a member of the branch house for all your lives. Advertisement. You say I am spreading rumors to confuse the public. Haha, not necessarily. Why can't you be sure that when you are old, your sons and daughters have grown up? Will they encounter a situation where they need to sacrifice their lives to save the clan? Hyuga Valley heard what Neji said and became more and more shocked the more he listened. He couldn't help but recall his ignorant look and his father's sad face when he was first engraved on Caged Bird. Only now did he understand why his father had that expression. Because, when his son was 3 years old, his fate for the rest of his life was destined to be a shield for the Zong family. You are such a bullshit kid. I am here today only to teach you the gentle fist method. I will not discuss other matters with you. Hyuga Hegu hurriedly stopped his thoughts. He couldn't think any further. If you have any inappropriate thoughts, it would be disrespectful to the Hyuga family. Now in his 30s, his ideas are already deeply rooted. Even though he is still avoiding it now, when he reaches the moment when his son is old enough to be engraved with Caged Bird. He knew that the day he could not escape would eventually come to him. You are not qualified, so you should go back. No one can be more advanced than me in the Hyuga family's gentle fist method. Neji said seriously. What he said was the truth. No matter whether it was the people from the main family or the branch house, none of them could reach the depths of his exploration of the gentle fist method. People in branch houses have always been defeated by the gentle fist method. Even most people can't perform the gentle fist method, revolving heaven. The gentle fist method is just the basics for the clan, and they will not delve into it too deeply. Because in addition to the gentle fist method, they also have a secret technique that only the main family can learn, the soft step double lion fist. So when it comes to the basic combo gentle fist method, no one in the clan is more proficient than Neji. What's more, he has now successfully taught himself the absolute defense revolving heaven, which only members of the main family can learn. He needs someone from the Hyuga family to teach him. No need. If it is the soft-footed double lion fist, then he is still interested. But that kind of secret skill can only be taught by a master of the family like Hinata. So now Neji can no longer learn anything from the Hyuga family. Arrogant. It's really too arrogant. After hearing Neji's arrogant words, Hyuga River Valley couldn't help but snort. He is just a junior who has not even graduated from the ninja school, yet he speaks so arrogantly. He was the master of gentle fist in the branch house, but he was actually called unqualified by a kid in his early teens. Advertisement. It's really hilarious. Let me give it a try. What kind of ability do you have to be so arrogant? Hyuga River Valley wanted Neji to recognize the gap between himself and the other party, so he took action. As a master of taijutsu who has practiced for over 30 years, his physical strength is definitely superior to that of Neji when he was a child. But when he grabbed Neji with his entangled hands, it felt like what I was holding onto was not a person, but a huge rock that was impossible to move at all. Hyuga Valley looked shocked. How could this be possible? Neji's body is like an old tree with roots. No matter how much strength he exerted, he couldn't move at all. That's enough. If you keep going like this, I won't be polite. Suddenly, Neji crossed his hands and made a Tai Chi gesture. The Hyuga River Valley felt as if I had lost my way and suddenly turned around, and I couldn't see the scenery clearly. By the time he came to his senses, he had collapsed to the ground. Powerful. How could this guy be so strong? Hyuga Kawaguchi's face was shocked. He was the one who attacked first, but was still countered by Neji. And what's the matter with this move? Is there such a move in the gentle fist method? What trick did you use? Hand of heaven and earth. This is not the Hyuga family's gentle fist move. Hyuga Hegu said in a deep voice. Of course not. I created it myself. Neji said casually. You didn't realize this simple thing on your own. The Hyuga Valley was greatly shaken. Self-created. Has Hyuga Neji grown to this point? Hyuga Hegu stood up, brushed off the dust beneath him, and looked at the other person deeply. You're right. I'm not qualified to be your teacher. I'm just too arrogant. Hyuga River Valley didn't stay any longer and walked out of Neji's house. After hesitating for a moment, he looked at Neji behind him and sighed. You were born in a branch house. What a pity. Chapter 36 Neji's True Strength. If Hyuga Neji was born in the main family, then there is no doubt that he will become the next patriarch of the main family and lead the Hyuga family to regain its glory. But unfortunately, he was born in a branch house. Just like what Neji said. Being born in a branch house is like being a bird in a cage. You lose your freedom and have shackles instead. They are the shield of the clan members throughout their lives. After leaving Neji's house, Hyuga River Valley headed straight towards the camp of the head of the Hyuga clan. Hey, 8 trigrams fists and 16 palms. In the yard, 2 little girls were fighting. One was about Neji's age, the other looked about 5 years younger. But what was strange was that the little girl, who was only 6 or 7 years old, almost crushed another child who was much older than her. Hyuga Valley looked at the 2 children and frowned subconsciously. Far from it. It's really far away. The little girl, about 7 or 8 years old, looked pretty good and could perform about 10 consecutive hits with the gentle fist. But compared to Neji, it's far worse. Although Hiju had never formally practiced gentle fist with Neji. But he estimated that Neji's gentle fist technique had reached perfection. It is even possible that he has already mastered the 64 palms. After all, he has already created his own gentle fist technique, Shenkan hand. It's Hiju, why are you back again? Hyuga Hiyashi asked when he saw the person coming. Chief, I can't teach Master Neji. His talent is far superior to mine. Hyuga Valley sighed, greeted the clan leader, and then said. Master Neji has an extraordinary talent. He has created a new move from the gentle fist method. The gentle fist method, Shenkan hand. An old man like me cannot teach Master Neji, let alone be his teacher. Hiyashi didn't seem surprised to hear what the other party said. As that's so, but Neji actually figured out a new move in the gentle fist method. This is really unexpected. Hiyashi sighed. He couldn't help but look at his two daughters. Advertisement. Although he was a member of the Zong family, he was very distressed about his daughter's talent. Because no matter whether it is Hinata or Hanabi, compared to Neji, they are just like the light of fireflies and cannot be compared with him. Hinata, stop talking. Hiyashi looked at the way she was being crushed by Hanabi, who was about 5 years younger than her, and he had already decided to give up on Hinata in his heart. Hinata is far too weak to be the next Hyuga leader. Hanabi's talent is higher than Hinata's, and he has made up his mind to train Hanabi vigorously. But compared to Neji, Hanabi is still far behind. If it's Neji, sigh. Patriarch, you don't seem surprised. Seeing the nonchalant expression on Chief Hiyashi's face, Hyuga Valley was very surprised. Looking at the Patriarch's expression, it feels like he has already anticipated this situation. Oh, you don't know about that yet. Hiyashi looked at the other person's stunned expression and suddenly remembered. Only the elders of the main family can participate in the meeting. The branch houses are not eligible to participate. Neji has already taken 8 trigrams palms to over 100 palms, Hiyashi explained. What? After hearing what the Patriarch said, Hegu was stunned and his brain stopped working. The two sisters Hinata and Hanabi who were practicing against each other also stopped what they were doing in surprise. Neji-chan, has she become that powerful? Hinata was shocked. Now, she couldn't even master the 32 palms. But brother Neji not only mastered the higher level of 64 palms, he even broke through the limit of the gentle fist method. Father, little Hanabi suddenly raised her hand. She asked with some confusion. Didn't you say that the highest level of the gentle fist technique is only 64 palms? How could Neji Ni-chan deliver more than 100 palm strikes? What level has he reached? Quote. Little Hanabi's eyes were full of confusion. Isn't there only 3 levels of the gentle fist method, 16 palms, 32 palms, and 64 palms? How come more than 100 palms suddenly appeared? Advertisement. Yeah, that's right. Originally, the gentle fist method only has 64 palms, but there is no limit to palm techniques. Hiyashi explained with a smile. Little Hanabi, have you discovered a pattern? 16 palms, 32 palms, 64 palms, each realm is mutually increasing. I don't understand. Father, Hanabi only has 10 fingers, and can't count them. Little Hanabi stretched out his hands, and his 10 fingers shook back and forth. As he counted, he began to feel dizzy. This kind of arithmetic problem is too difficult for a child of only 6 or 7 years old. Hanabi said that now she only knows addition and subtraction. Multiplication, increment, etc. I have never heard of them. Hehe, what this means is that your brother Neji has broken through to a new level of gentle fist, 128 palms. Hanabi, you have to practice hard and master the 128 palms in the future, okay? Hiyashi said with a smile. I understand, father. Hanabi will definitely master Neji brother's 128 palms. Little Hanabi cried. Hinata, in contrast, gave a wry smile. Hanabi is still young and doesn't understand the difference. When she grows up, she will understand how amazing Neji's achievements are. After all, there are probably only a few people in the clan who can reach the level of 128 palms, or even no one at all. Master Neji is too strong. Hyuga Valley sighed. Originally he thought that Neji had just reached the level of 64 palms like him. After all, for the Hyuga family, the gentle fist method is the limit. But unexpectedly, he surpassed his limits and actually carved out a path for himself. This kind of person. Alas, it's such a pity. If Master Neji was born in the main family, he would definitely be the shining star of the Hyuga family. Well, if Neji isn't interested, then you don't have to force it. You can back off, Hiyashi said. Okay, Patriarch. By the way, your child seems to be almost 3 years old, right? When Hiju was about to leave, Hiyashi suddenly spoke again. Yes, Chieftain, my youngest son, Hyuga Jock, will be 3 years old in half a year. Yeah, when he turns 3, it will be time to get caged bird engraved on him. Hyuga Valley's heart trembled when he heard this. Is this day still coming? People in the Hyuga branch house will engrave caged bird on their children when they are 3 years old, without any exceptions. Even a genius like Neji is not exempt from this rule. This is the absolute rule of the main family, and no one will be allowed to make this exception. Chapter 37 Hot-blooded Sasuke. Yes, Chief, I will bring my son here then. Hegu sighed and stepped back. Seeing the other person's dejected look, Hiyashi wanted to say something, but he was powerless. After all, he didn't want to do that if he could. But that's impossible. Caged bird can effectively prevent the Hyuga family's white eyes from roaming outside, which is the basic rule for the survival of their Hyuga family. Just like the Uchiha clan who possessed the Sharingan, they didn't have the means of caged bird, which led to the leakage of Sharingan. We, the Hyuga clan, must never make that kind of mistake. Hiyashi said secretly. 11 years ago, Nine Tails was controlled by the Sharingan. Maybe it wasn't the Uchiha clan who did it, but who said it was the Sharingan that controlled Nine Tails. If the village doesn't suspect them, who would they suspect? It's almost the end of the year, and I don't know if Neji will attend the clan gathering. Hiyashi sighed. He felt mostly guilty about Neji, and didn't know how to make amends. Neji didn't like him either. And because of him, Hinata was ignored by Neji. Things had come to that point, and he didn't know how to face Neji. Meanwhile, Neji, after leaving the Hyuga Valley, continued to practice and comprehend the subtleties of the wood style. Yes, it seems my guess is correct. Neji pondered for a while, he had almost figured out these routines. The blue-level chakra attribute is the basis for the fusion of bloodline limits. Most of those who fuse the chakra attributes of their Kekkei Genkai but do not have blue-level ones will probably fail. However, Hyuga's current 7 chakra attributes are almost all blue. Moreover, Yangtun also grew into gold because of 9 tails. It can be said that almost all the factors required to form the wood-style Kekkei Genkai have been achieved. With the help of the 2 entries Genius, Gold, and Creative Master, Gold, Neji's ideas continued to emerge. I'm afraid it won't be long before wood style can be reproduced. There will be a clan meeting at the end of the year. This is an opportunity, Neji thought secretly. At the end of the year, the Hyuga family has a gathering and participates in various activities. Of course, one of the activities is to test the strength of the younger generation today. Neji also got the name of a genius because he won the clan meeting in the past few years with an overwhelming advantage. However, he hasn't attended this clan meeting for several years. Advertisement. Because his peers were already too weak for him. Continuing to fight with them would be nothing more than bullying. Boring. But Neji doesn't think so now. Go. Must go. If I don't go, how can I extract the entries of these guys? The clan meeting is a good opportunity. He can use the system to extract the Byakugan entries of the Hyuga family members. Once the number of Byakugan entries increases, he will be able to gather all the elements to evolve the Byakugan into Tenseigan. All that's left is Otsutsuki's bloodline to unlock Tenseigan. Therefore, this party at the end of the year is a must. Time quickly came to the next morning. When Neji was just leaving for school, he saw 2 unknown creatures, with legs on top and heads on the bottom. Oh, Lee, before going to school, we have to run 10 laps around Konoha village. Sasuke said passionately. Sasuke, we have already run 7 laps handstand, that's enough. If we don't go to school now, we will be late. Rock Lee reminded hurriedly. What are you afraid of? Humph, I'm used to being late. Sasuke said proudly. He was late almost every day last month. You don't know it until you are late, and you realize how comfortable it is to be late. Never mind, just finish the remaining 3 laps first. Lee was still hesitating, but Sasuke immediately called out. Lee, have you forgotten? Don't you want to be the best taijutsu ninja in Konoha? Have you forgotten your ideal? It's just 3 laps. We just need to finish them within the time limit and then rush to school. Isn't that enough? Rock Lee's eyes lit up when he heard Sasuke's brilliant idea. It's so sexy. Sasuke, you are so smart. You are worthy of being the pride of the Uchiha clan. Well, of course. Come on, we have to speed up. Now is the moment when every second counts. Sasuke suddenly started to speed up. Ah, I can't admit defeat. Xiao Li also began to chase Sasuke. The 2 of them were walking very fast. Even though they were walking upside down on their hands, their speed was terrifyingly fast, not slower than a normal person running. Advertisement. It only took the blink of an eye for the 2 of them to pass Neji and continue running forward. Good morning, Neji. Hyuga Neji, wait for me this afternoon. I won't lose again this time. Rock Lee and Sasuke's voices came at the same time. Neji scratched his head as he looked at Sasuke, who now had a completely different personality. He now has only one thought in his mind. Fortunately, he did not greedily load hot-blooded youth purple onto himself at the beginning. If I were to load it on myself, wouldn't I be like Sasuke now? At this moment, under Neji's control, Sasuke really became a second pillar. There is no way of thinking in his mind, it's so straightforward. There is not much time left before class starts. But the 2 of them still thought they could run 3 laps around Konoha village within the limited time. And he was running upside down. It really takes a lot of perseverance. He is indeed a passionate young man. Go, go, go. Are you ready, Lee? Time is running out, we need to speed up again. Oh, at this moment, Shikamaru yawned, rubbed his eyes as he heard 2 figures rushing past. Why, it seems like there are 2 people now. Shikamaru was a little confused, that person seemed to be Uchiha Sasuke. How did he get involved with Rock Lee? It's really crazy. Has Sasuke finally been assimilated by Rock Lee? Shikamaru sighed. He used to meet Rock Lee almost every day when he went to school, but now there was suddenly one more person and he felt a little uncomfortable. The most important thing is, it became noisy. Really, you didn't sleep well so early in the morning and had to do something like this. Shikamaru yawned and swung sleepily again. After arriving at the school, Neji began to collect the emotional entries of his classmates. I used it a lot before, when I was in Danzo and 3rd generation. Chapter 38 Unlucky Danzo. I added more of them in the past 2 days, and the reserve of gray entries is almost enough. But black entries are not so easy to store. He immediately used the black entry he had just saved last month on Danzo. He didn't know how he was doing recently. Alas, it's such a pity that I can't verify the power of the black entry. Neji felt a little regretful. After all, those 3 black entries are his trump card. In a sense, that is something more terrifying than the black entry. In fact, Danzo is in a very embarrassing situation now. Damn it, what the hell is going on? Did Orochimaru trick me? Inside the root base, Danzo had a gloomy look on his face. He found that many things were wrong with his body, not only his body, but also his mind. The worst thing is that after he uses chakra, the chakra he uses will never be restored. This is the most fatal point. Danzo had a gloomy face. He had no time to take care of anything these days. He was anxious to find Orochimaru who had betrayed him. Damn it, Lousy kindly funded your experiments, kindly provided you with so many experimental subjects, and even provided you with data for your research. But you turned around and blamed me behind my back. He is truly an ungrateful person who can never be tamed. Danzo was so angry that he smashed the table. What the hell is wrong with my body? He roared. Now he didn't dare to use chakra too much. I didn't even dare to walk faster, let alone things like climbing walls and flying over rooftops. Danzo can only move around relying on his own body. This makes him no different from a man in his 40s or 50s. It's because he still has Hashirama cells in his body, otherwise, he would really become a man in his 60s. Which link went wrong? Did the Sharingan react adversely with the Hashirama cells, or did the Hashirama cells resist the Sharingan? Danzo was furious. Obviously, everything was fine at the beginning. But I don't know what happened these days. I feel a little mentally unstable from time to time. Then, by chance during a ninjutsu training, Danzo discovered that when I was performing ninjutsu, some other messy thoughts always popped up in my mind. Advertisement. Moreover, he was extremely skilled in the art, and had practiced the seal for 60 years, yet he failed. This was simply a fantasy to him. How long do you think I've been practicing? How many years do you think I've been forming seals? More than 60 years. And this is not the point. He only failed in ninjutsu once, and he can perform it skillfully afterwards. The most important thing is yet to come. After I performed the ninjutsu, there was no sign of the chakra in my body recovering. You know, he had Hashirama cells transplanted into him. Consumption like this will be recovered in no time by the powerful recovery ability of Hashirama cells. But no, there is no sign of recovery at all. This doesn't make sense at all. Danzo gritted his teeth and looked coldly at the subordinates in front of him. Find Orochimaru for me and see what's going on. The root ninja nodded and immediately dodged away. Looking at the swift speed of these people, Danzo's heart was bleeding. It would be impossible for him to act like a ninja until he figured out why the chakra in his body would not recover. You can only move like the elderly, either running or walking. What's going on? Hashirama's cells are still able to recover. But why can't I restore my chakra? Danzo closed his eyes and began to refine his chakra. But without exception, there is no share today. Little did he know that the black entry, I am waist black, on Danzo's body was shining. With a snap, Danzo's hand cramped again. That was the hand he had just used to knock on the table. My body is actually starting to become increasingly fragile. Danzo said in horror. Why is this? When he was trading with Orochimaru, he checked it many times. Only after making sure there were no problems did he start the cell transplantation technology. But now, whether it is chakra's recovery ability or the continuous decline in body strength, there are many loopholes. Advertisement. Is it because I'm old? Danzo asked in surprise. After all, he is already over 60 years old this year. He has experienced the Second Ninja World War and the Third Ninja World War. You have to know that the average life expectancy of those ninjas at that time was less than 30 years old. He was able to live to be over 60 years old, which made him quite a long-lived ninja. No, it can't be because I'm old. When Danzo thought of this reason, he immediately killed his idea. He hasn't become Hokage yet, and he hasn't realized his ambitions in Konoha village yet. What is 60? He wants to live to be 100 years old. He must live until the time when he successfully becomes Hokage. It must be because of the Sharingan, and there is something wrong with the fusion of Hashirama's cells. Danzo looked at his arm wrapped in bandages. The entire arm was covered with Sharingan. Each Sharingan may be a cause of the problem. After all, we still need to find Orochimaru. Danzo is not suitable for solving technical problems, so this matter can only be solved by Orochimaru. He knew that this was most likely revenge for his greed, but there was nothing he could do about it. Then I'll trade some information about Konoha village with Orochimaru. Danzo sighed. This is all for the future of Konoha village. If Konoha village loses its roots. He simply couldn't imagine what stupid thing Hiruzen could do given his pedantic appearance. Everything is for Konoha. Time flies, and the Huxia New Year is coming soon. The Hyuga clan also started to get busy. Not only the Hyuga clan, but all the major clans in Konoha village will organize their own gatherings, hold parties, and celebrate in various ways. Each clan's gathering may be different, but the Hyuga family's gathering will definitely not include a martial arts competition. As members of the clan, they had to demonstrate their strength so that the people in the branch house would not feel rebellious. This is inevitable. After all, no one wants to see themselves submitting to a weak family. Therefore, in order to consolidate their position, the clan members will definitely have a competition with the branch house members. Of course, as a member of the branch house, Neji can generally play. It's just that the children of the Zong family are too weak, so he has no interest in them. Chapter 39. The annual family meeting is coming. Furthermore, Neji and Hiashi have a bad relationship and have not attended clan meetings for several years. But this time is different. Neji is already prepared for this year's annual meeting and is going to pick a fight against the main Hyuga family. Because he wants to engrave a large number of the main family's Byakugan entries and then fuse them into Tenseigan. For the first half of the year, I have been avoiding contact with the Hiashi clan leader. To prevent him from noticing that the caged bird mark on my forehead has disappeared. It seems I need to take a little risk this time. Neji thought silently. He didn't quite understand Hiashi's perception of caged bird as the controller of caged bird. But under normal circumstances, the people of the main family would never take the initiative to perform the caged bird secret technique. Unless it was like Neji's father Hazashi, who had a strong murderous intention towards Hinata, Hiashi activated the caged bird secret technique for his daughter. But Neji is just a teenager now. What's more, he lost his father because of Hiashi, so Hiashi would not use the caged bird secret technique for both emotional and logical reasons. Just like during the Chunin trial, when Hinata was beaten so badly by Neji that he was about to collapse, but Hiashi still kept his composure and didn't take action. He clearly felt guilty. Because of him, Neji became an orphan, and Hiashi clearly felt extremely guilty deep down. He knew Neji would not kill, so he let his daughter endure Neji's attack without helping. If that's the case, then the rest will be easy. Neji's eyes flickered. Generally, only the clan leader has the authority to control the caged bird secret technique. The other elders will not interfere for now. Naruto, where are you going to celebrate the new year at the end of the year? Shikamaru asked. I'm all alone. Naruto trailed off. During the new year, Shikamaru and Choji, who were his best friends, would all go back to their own families and it would be almost impossible for them to come out. As for the third-generation grandfather, he also has to go back to his Sarutobi clan to host the annual meeting. Naruto thought about it and realized that the new year actually had no other meaning to him. It's just the same as usual. Since you have so much free time, why not go and celebrate the new year with Sasuke? Neji said casually. Sasuke. Naruto was startled, then looked at the figure. New Year's Day. Sasuke frowned. I don't have time to celebrate the new year right now. Besides, I'm the only one in the Uchiha clan, so how can I celebrate the new year? Of course it's time for training now. Advertisement. Hyuga Neji, I'm going to practice hard while you're having fun, and then I'm going to surpass you fiercely. When the time comes, Neji, just wait for me, Uchiha Sasuke, to step on you. No, that's right. Naruto suddenly seemed to have found an excuse. He yelled, you guys who only know how to have fun, I will surpass you while you are having fun. I will definitely become the 5th Hokage before everyone else. What, you want to practice too? Sasuke asked. That's right, I also want to practice, and then surpass them and become the new generation Hokage. Naruto said excitedly. Shall we go together then? Of course, Don't get me wrong, I just want someone to supervise me so I don't get lazy, and I've gotten used to practicing with Xiao Li recently. Sasuke said proudly. Well, if that's the case, then there's really nothing I can do to you. Naruto suddenly laughed happily. There's really nothing I can do. Let me, Uzumaki Naruto, come train with you. I tell you, I, Uzumaki Naruto, have the best perseverance in the world. Humph, wait until you can keep up with me. What, you dare to look down on me? In that case, let's compete to see who has stronger perseverance. Naruto said angrily. Okay, it just so happens that I haven't finished my training for today, so let's run 10 laps around Konoha first. 10 laps. Naruto's eyes widened, and he was a little confused by the words coming out of Sasuke's mouth. Do we really have to circle Konoha 10 times? What are you still doing standing there? Hurry up and catch up. Sasuke's figure was getting farther and farther away in the distance. Let's run. Naruto gritted his teeth and decided to fight. It's just 10 laps. Uzumaki Naruto's perseverance is the best in the world. After saying that, two figures, one black and one yellow, began to compete. Oh, it seems that a new pair of good friends are about to be born in Konoha. Neji said with a smile. After adding the hot-blooded boy purple attribute to Sasuke, this guy can talk a lot more. Although she still looks a bit arrogant, her character is much more sincere. Advertisement. As the Huxia New Year approached, even Xiao Li disappeared. He is also busy working for his family. Hinata, what's wrong with you? Neji asked in surprise, noticing that Hinata looked a little off. Neji-chan, am I really that bad? Hinata sighed. Neji thought for a moment, let me see how your gentle fist is going. Hinata took a stance, then attacked Neji. After a moment. In terms of physical talent, you are indeed quite bad. Neji said seriously. Wuwuwu. Hinata burst into tears. Neji scratched his head. There is no way around it, and it is the truth. Hinata has extremely pure Byakugan, but, as we all know, the Uchiha clan's Sharingan requires emotional stimulation to gradually upgrade. The Hyuga family has different Byakugan. However, it requires hard training to develop the power of the Byakugan. Although Hinata's Byakugan is of high purity, his use of it is not even half as strong as mine. As the saying goes, if you are not good at it, practice more. It's just that Hinata's personality is a little weird, so she is always timid when practicing. If you continue to practice in this way, no matter how hard you practice, you will only get half the result with twice the effort. Half the result with twice the effort. Blue, your personality is too timid, which will be a big obstacle in your daily practice. You often have to work twice as hard to achieve twice the results of others. P.S. The fighting chicken among noobs. I'm talking about you, Hyuga Hinata. Neji looked somewhat helpless as he looked at the entry he had pulled out of Hinata. This was an emotional entry, and this was the third time Neji had extracted this entry from Hinata. Tisk, among my positive entries, there is no entry that neutralizes this entry. Neji is also helpless about the entry Hinata. What can he do? He can only eat it cold. But, Chapter 40 Personality Transformation 2, Hinata of Normal Mind. Neji looked at another entry. Over the past 3 months, he had extracted 3 emotional terms from Rock Lee. Open black lens bracket hot-blooded boy purple close black lens bracket. If this term is used, Hinata's shy personality will most likely disappear. Similarly, after the state of mind has changed, the entry twice the effort, half the result blue should also be erased. But, lowering intelligence is a hard operation. Neji smiled bitterly. Don't you see that Sasuke has become a real fool now? That's not right. Neji saw another entry in his entry warehouse. Girl's shyness purple, she is usually timid about trivial matters, but she will never make mistakes at critical moments. She looks weak, but she has a strong heart. Girl's shyness purple and hot-blooded boy purple are both entries of the same level. If I give hot-blooded boy purple to Hinata, is it possible to neutralize this habit to a certain extent? Neji pondered for a moment. This was not impossible. The main reason is that these two terms conflict with each other. So there is a certain probability that another situation may occur. If that's the case, let's give it a try. Neji thought secretly. Emotional terms can change. Just like Hinata, when she was little she was timid, but when she reached girl's generation, she became much weaker. When it came to the young woman Hinata, the timid look was almost gone. Therefore, emotional terms can be changed. Therefore, open black lens bracket hot-blooded boy purple close black lens bracket. I lost. Neji had a blank expression on his face as he quietly watched the entry for hot-blooded boy purple fall into Hinata's body. Well, Hinata suddenly felt as if she had calmed down. It was as if all the previous worries had disappeared. The most obvious thing is that before, Hinata's hands seemed to be tightly pressed against her body, which looked very obscene. But at this moment, Hinata put her hands on both sides of her body. Advertisement. Neji-chan, what did you do to me? Hinata asked in confusion. Why does it feel like she has suddenly become much calmer? Hinata could only blame Neji who was by her side for this sudden change. Neji said nothing and patted Hinata's head. Let me see if there are any new entries. The normal-minded dazed girl, Blue, a girl who survived the conflict between the jealous and twisted opposite psychology, the passionate and bold, and the timid and cowardly. You are calm most of the time, not too passionate, not too timid, and normally you don't make mistakes. But, your brain is not very smart. P.S. Hinata didn't seem that smart before, did she? She made a profit this time. Oh, Neji raised his eyebrows, he really guessed it right. The collision of the two purple entries produced a new entry. It's just downgraded. The purple entry has become a blue entry. But this shouldn't be a problem for Hinata. Neji-chan, Hinata asked. Yeah, this is the magic that Ni-chan cast. Don't tell anyone, okay. Hinata nodded vigorously, indicating that she would definitely not tell. I don't know if it's because of the normal-minded dumb girl, Blue. Neji looked at Hinata's eye rolls, which seemed to have become much rounder. It looks so pure and flawless, and so, round. I feel stupid and silly, like I was easily deceived. Neji was silent. Would something really happen in the future? Hinata, don't eat candy from strangers from now on. It might be poisonous. Do you understand? Hinata looked at Neji strangely and nodded silently. Why do I feel like Neji-chan seems to be treating me like an idiot? It's really a strange feeling. Why do I know that Neji-chan treats me like an idiot? Am I actually an idiot, so Neji-chan looks at me like this? Hinata thought dully. I really don't understand. The end of the 62nd year and the beginning of the 63rd year of Konoha. This period of time is quite important. Advertisement. In the 63rd year of Konoha, the 12 young masters of Konoha Shinobi School will graduate one after another this year. After this, the main storyline of Hokage Ninja officially begins. All kinds of troubles will follow in the future. But Neji now has the capital and is no longer afraid of these troubles. After a month of research, he has successfully developed the wood style bloodline limit. With Yang attribute chakra, and a golden chakra, the power of his wood style will definitely not be inferior to that of first Hokage Senju Hashirama. Unlike Yamato, his wood style is just like the bloodline limit of an ordinary ninja, without any style at all. Although Yamato was cultured using Hashirama cells, the Yang chakra in his body is too scarce. The Yang chakra is the life energy and is a necessary condition for the wood style to thrive. Only when the Yang chakra is in place will wood style appear extremely terrifying. After Neji mastered the wood style, he could almost walk sideways in the ninja world except for some extremely strong ones. Because once wood style is touched, it will forcibly absorb the opponent's chakra. This is something that no ninja can solve. Because of this, the first generation can fight longer and stronger. Neji-chan, will you go to the annual party this year? Hinata asked curiously. She felt that her relationship with Neji had improved a lot this year and was no longer as tense as before. So maybe Neji-ni-san. This year's annual meeting. Let's go. Neji pondered for a moment and then said. Really? Hinata was pleasantly surprised to hear Neji's words. Then I will tell my father about this immediately. Having said that, she trotted back to her home. Neji couldn't help but smile at the other's slightly anxious look. If he hadn't been reincarnated as Neji, maybe. Father. Father. Hinata, who had already arrived at her home, ran to her father and spoke anxiously. Neji-ni-chan. Neji-ni-chan said he wants to attend this year's annual meeting. What? Hiyashi looked particularly shocked when he heard the news. After all, Neji hadn't attended the Hyuga clan's annual meeting in several years. Especially in the past few years, Neji has been almost ostracized by the people in the branch house. Neji-chan is going to attend the annual meeting. Little Hanabi asked curiously. Chapter 41. The annual meeting begins. Little Hanabi. As this Neji's first time attending the annual meeting, I want to sit with Neji. Little Hanabi raised her hand. Hiyashi heard this, smiled and nodded in agreement. In fact, this is not Neji's first time attending the annual meeting. Instead, he has attended several annual meetings 4 or 5 years ago. Neji at that time was the same size as Hanabi is now. It's just that Neji's talent is so amazing that it overwhelms the people in other Hyuga branch houses. Neji himself felt that the opponent he faced was not very interesting. So I simply didn't attend the annual meetings afterwards. It's a good thing that Neji is willing to come to the annual meeting. This means that Neji and I's relationship is gradually recovering. Hiyashi said happily. Needless to say, Hinata played a key role in this. In fact, he had been worrying about how he should ease the relationship with Neji. But I didn't expect that my eldest daughter, who didn't achieve much in my daily life, could give me such a big surprise. It really took him by surprise. As the new year approaches, the Hyuga tribe begins to get busy. In the Hyuga family's camp, you can see a lot of bonfires. There are also some festive items for the new year. Having not been here for many years, Neji couldn't help but feel a little curious when he saw these things that were long forgotten. It turns out that the ninjas in the Hokage world also celebrate the new year like this. If you think about it carefully, during the new year, the ninjas from the 5 major villages rarely provoke wars near the end of the year. Yes, Neji. Suddenly, a Byakugan messenger nearby saw Neji and was greatly surprised. It's true, it's really Neji. I didn't expect that he would come to this annual meeting. This is going to be a good show. Alas, I had originally planned to let my son shine at the annual meeting, but I didn't expect that even Neji would come to this annual meeting. This is really strange. Doesn't Neji usually not attend the annual meeting? Why is he? Almost everyone in the Hyuga family seemed surprised when they saw the white-eyed boy Neji enter. After all, Neji is the genius of their Hyuga clan. Although he is ostracized in the Hyuga family, he deserves the title of genius. Advertisement. Many Hyuga ninjas' children were abused by Neji 4 or 5 years ago, so how could they not remember it? Neji got the title of genius by stepping on their son's body. After entering, Neji saw the seat where he was supposed to sit. His father, Hyuga Hazashi, is the younger brother of Hyuga Hiyashi. But his father was gone, so he should have sat next to Hiyashi. Neji-chan. Hinata called out. Next to her was little Hanabi, who was also waving her hands and imitating her sister by shouting, Neji-chan. Neji-chan. Hiyashi stood beside his 2 daughters and looked at Neji with a kind smile on his face. Neji remained expressionless, nodded slightly to the others, and instead of going to where he was supposed to be, he went to the location belonging to the branch house. Neji-chan. Hinata was confused. After seeing this scene, Hiyashi sighed slightly. Neji's behavior was within his expectations. However, this behavior is more like Neji's style. Neji still has some grudges in his heart, but it doesn't matter. At least it seems that our relationship has eased a lot now. I believe that as time goes by, their relationship will be completely reconciled in the future. I can't go over there. Neji thought silently. If I get too close to that old guy, he might then notice that the caged bird mark that should have been on his forehead had suddenly disappeared. Once you are discovered, the caged bird imprint disappears. Even though Hiyashi felt guilty about himself, even though his father died saving him, even though there were various factors involved. But Hyuga Hiyashi will still plant the caged bird mark on himself without hesitation. Now is not the time to fall out with the Hyuga family. Although with his current strength, he is not inferior to the largest family in Konoha. But once the Hyuga family is threatened, the old third Hokage will not let it go. After all, the Hyuga clan is the largest and most indispensable clan in the village, and is also the necessary fighting force to deter foreign enemies, so they must not be lost. Once he declared war on the Hyuga clan, he would inevitably be besieged by the Anbu, Root and other ninjas. He wouldn't die, but there was no need to put himself at risk. After all, in Konoha, there was Kakashi, who was 50-50 against everyone, and a man who almost flew out of the finale with one kick. Furthermore, facing the Shiki Fujin is also an extremely tricky matter. Advertisement. He hasn't extracted Kakashi yet, and there's also the entry for Emperor Guy. He hadn't extracted many of the entries for Konoha Jonin yet. Now is far from the time to turn against Konoha. Neji-chan. Just when both of them were thinking about their own things, a childish voice suddenly sounded in Neji's ears. He was stunned as he looked at the little Hanabi who had trotted over to him without him noticing. Who is this guy? Hinata's sister, Hyuga Hanabi. Although Neji has never seen Hanabi's appearance, he has only heard others talk about a new baby girl being born in the clan leader's family. But I haven't had any contact with him. This sudden scene left him a little overwhelmed. Ms. Hanabi, this is the location of the branch house. Neji was silent for a moment, then said. Neji-chan, Neji-chan, so awesome, so handsome. Little Hanabi raised his head, staring at Neji's face blankly, his big round eyes wide open, and said blankly. Father, I'm going to bring Hanabi back. Hinata, who saw this scene, said anxiously. No, that's it, maybe. Hiyashi stopped Hinata's action and looked at Hanabi who was only knee-sized in the distance, thinking silently in his heart. This may be an opportunity. Neji is a kind-hearted person. Hanabi was only 7 years old. Even if he hated him, he would not attack the 7-year-old Hanabi. That's not all. Maybe little Hanabi can become a bond to ease the tension between the two of them. Neji-chan. Little Hanabi walked over to Neji stupidly, raised his heels, and grasped 3 of Neji's fingers with his little hands. Father told me that I can sit with brother Neji. Little Hanabi looked at Neji curiously. Neji-chan, you're so handsome. Neji made the 7-year-old kid laugh for a moment. When Hanabi was young, she looked like a cute version of young Mikasa in Attack on Titan. Chapter 42. All your 10 years of training in physical skills have been in vain. With a tuft of bangs between his eyebrows and big white eyes, he looks like a little idiot. Neji rubbed little Hanabi's head vigorously and found that it was all messed up by him. But little Hanabi looked like he was enjoying it. It's so comfortable, little Hanabi said lazily. Neji secretly began to extract the entry of little Hanabi in his mind. White eyes purple, high concentration of white eyes, great potential, pure Hyuga family bloodline. P.S. This kid has nice eyes, dig them out and keep them as spares. Neji's mouth twitched when he saw the system introduction. Spare. Hanabi's eyes are of high purity. That's why his eyes were dug out by Otsutsuki Tonari on the moon, and then fused into Tenseigans, right? That means the purity of Hanabi's Byakugan is indeed terrifying enough. He was unexpectedly chosen by Tonari as the cornerstone of Tenseigan. However, no matter how pure the Byakugan is, it will be useless if the owner does not work hard. Just like the Uchiha clan's Sharingan, they can keep increasing the upper limit of their Sharingan whenever they need stimulation. But the upper limit of the Byakugan is set from the beginning. The Hyuga clan only need to follow the steps and continue to practice hard to obtain the eye power equivalent to the 3-tomo Sharingan. But the word, hard work, is often the most difficult for ninjas. Ninjas like Rock Lee who truly make positive efforts are much fewer than you think. The Hyuga clan's annual meeting is about to begin. The clan leader sat high up in the main seat, while the other 2 sides were filled with people from the branch house. The only awkward thing was that there was a little girl of about 6 or 7 years old in the branch house. She was clearly standing in the branch house, but her white forehead was faintly visible, which surprised many Hyuga family members who came later. Who is that girl? Why hasn't she been marked by Caged Bird? Needless to say, the only people who don't have the Caged Bird's mark are the Hyuga clan members of the main family. But how come a Hyuga from the main family is sitting in the branch house? The person standing next to that little girl seems to be Hyuga Neji. So, the little girl next to Hyuga Neji must be the clan leader's daughter. I see, she is the clan leader's daughter. No wonder. The elders of the main family frowned when they saw the little girl Hanabi go to the branch house. Forget it. Hanabi is still young. I didn't remind you this time, but don't do it again next time. Hiyashi. We need to keep our distance from the people in the branch house and not get too close to them and provoke them, said the great elder. Advertisement. Hiyashi smiled slightly but said nothing. After all, he is still the patriarch. Although it is impossible to determine the Caged Bird incident, no one dares to refute him if he wants to do these little things. Because refutation is useless. Soon, all the programs prepared for the year were almost finished. This is the last project that everyone is looking forward to. Check out the growth of the new generation of the Hyuga family. This is also an effective governance plan to supervise the growth of the new generation of the Hyuga family. Soon, someone from the Hyuga family came on stage. Hyuga Neji. After seeing a figure on the stage, almost everyone was stunned. How did he get on stage? That's right. When the show started, Hyuga Neji also came on stage. Nonsense. Today he came here just to extract the white-eyed entry, how could he not go on stage? The many young men on the stage couldn't help feeling pressured when they saw Neji beside them. Many of them were defeated by Neji a few years ago, and many are several years older than Neji. But there is no doubt that the focus of everyone's attention is Hyuga Neji, the genius of the Hyuga clan. Snort. The so-called title of genius was only 5 years ago. Suddenly a young man snorted, Hyuga Neji, I challenge you. 5 years ago, you and I were just one step behind. 5 years ago today, I want to get my revenge on you. Neji looked at the other person, a little surprised. Who is this person? I have no impression. Okay. Oh shit. Hyuga Kazuto saw the indifference in Neji's eyes, and he felt as if he was forgotten. Have you forgotten the fight between you and me 5 years ago? Yeah, forgot. Neji said simply. He really had forgotten. In Neji's memory, he seemed to have been crushed 5 years ago. They are mostly just extras of the Hyuga family, there is no need to remember them. I'll make you remember. Hyuga Kazuto gave Neji a deep look. Advertisement. In these 5 years, he has become a completely different person than before. As the game begins, Hyuga and the others rushed forward, veins bulging in the muscles around their eyes. I see. The flow of your chakra. Gentle fist fa 8 trigrams 32 palms. Hyuga and others quickly attacked Neji. See, Hyuga Neji. What you did 5 years ago, I have done today. Hyuga Kazuto thought proudly. At this point, he has already suppressed Neji, and he only needs to take one more step to defeat him. I can see that I have blocked chakra, so he can only defend himself. As long as I hit him once, I can make him experience what it means to be defeated. Hyuga and the others were extremely excited, and the gentle fist technique in their hands was also speeding up. But without exception, all of his moves were blocked by Neji. Gentle fist is about softness, which is about roundness. Your punching style is very open and powerful, so you are not suitable for studying gentle fist. Neji said calmly. What did you say? Hyuga and the others were stunned at first, and then filled with endless anger. You actually said that the 5 years I spent studying the gentle fist method were all in vain. You actually said I was a waste. Hateful. I will make you pay a heavy price. Gentle fist technique. 8 trigrams 32 palms. Hyuga Kazuto yelled, suddenly entering into a rage mode. His fighting style became more and more fierce and powerful, completely lacking the essence of the gentle fist method. Hiyashi, who was sitting at the first seat, sighed slightly. Neji is right. The gentle fist method is all about softness. Although it is a boxing method, it is strange and changeable, rather than being tough and fierce. Now Hyuga and others are obviously over pursuing lethality, which has caused the gentle fist method to lose its essence. The gentle fist method requires precision. Once you are hit by one move, you will have to face continuous combos. But Hyuga and the others want to defeat each other with one move. Show your strong strength, so hedge with the gentle fist method. Although the attack power is stronger, the accuracy is less and the stamina is insufficient. Because the essence of the following series of systems, 8 trigrams 32 palms, 8 trigrams 64 palms, all lies in the word, soft. Chapter 43 You are suitable to learn Benquan Bajiquan. Losing the word, soft, is equivalent to going against the path of the gentle fist method. Of course, there won't be much achievement. Give up the gentle fist method, it's not suitable for you. Neji said coldly. You really are going too far. Hyuga and the others were furious. Even if you are the genius of the Hyuga family, I have to tell you that there will be a day when a genius will be defeated by you. That's not what I meant. I meant that you are not suitable for the gentle fist method. What? You? This is still the same. But before Hyuga and Toto could continue, they heard Neji's next words. You are suitable for a different kind of boxing. You? What did you say? Hyuga Kazuto was surprised. I am suitable for another kind of boxing. Neji nodded slightly. Your offensive power is as fierce as a dragon crossing the river. Learning the gentle fist method is an insult to your talent. You shouldn't waste your talent on gentle fist anymore. Why? Hey. This. Hyuga and others were confused. Neji, are you confirming me? Is he praising my talent? But, what should I learn if I don't study gentle fist law? Doesn't the Hyuga family only have this kind of boxing? What do you mean? Hyuga Kazuto asked with a frown. The other tribesmen also looked at Neji with curiosity. Even though Neji is a genius of their Hyuga clan, isn't it a bit too arrogant to say this? They actually said that the gentle fist method passed down from generation to generation in their Hyuga family is not suitable for members of the Hyuga clan. This is absolute bullshit. Even though Hyuga Neji is a recognized genius in their Hyuga family, it is too presumptuous to say this. Neji, what's going on? Hiyashi, who was standing at the main seat, frowned slightly, as if he had thought of something but was not sure. Hyuga Neji, what on earth do you mean by that? What should I practice if I don't practice gentle fist? At this time, Hyuga and others had stopped attacking. Advertisement. He wanted to see what Neji, the so-called genius, had to say. Benquan fa Bajiquan. Neji said calmly. Collapse fist method 8 collapse fists. Hyuga was stunned. What kind of move is this? He had never heard of these tricks. What do you mean by this Benquan fa Bajiquan? Hyuga and others frowned. Why have I never heard of this? Of course no one has mentioned it. Because I created it myself. Neji said lightly. Self-created. Hyuga Kazuto laughed out loud when he heard this. Even the Hyuga people in the audience laughed. Neji is really too arrogant. He actually said that his self-created Benquan method is comparable to the gentle fist method passed down from generation to generation in our Hyuga family. It's really ridiculous. When the clan elders heard what Neji said, they immediately started to mock him. Neji was indeed a little too arrogant this time. He is just a child, what can he do? He actually challenged us openly. Neji, this guy, thinks he can do whatever he wants just because of his father's contribution. Whether they were from the branch house or the main house, they all heard Neji's words. No one believed that Neji's self-created Benquan method could compare to the gentle fist method passed down from generation to generation in the Hyuga family. If Neji's Benquan method is better than their gentle fist method, doesn't this mean that the gentle fist method they have inherited for hundreds of years is just a bunch of garbage? Could it be that Neji really created a new set of boxing techniques? Hiyashi thought secretly. He knew Neji very well. He would never say anything he was not sure of. What's more, he had already developed the gentle fist method to the 4th level of 180 palms. He even let Hyuga River Valley experience his newly realized gentle fist method, Shenkin hand. These talents made it impossible for Hiyashi to ignore what Neji said. If Neji really figured out a set of boxing techniques that were not inferior to the gentle fist method in 8 trigrams palms, that would be a huge joyous event for the Hyuga clan. By then, maybe it will change the entire family and lead the family to another peak. Neji-chan, have you created another style of boxing? That's amazing. Hinata stared at Neji blankly, his face full of longing. Benquan, Bajiquan, it sounds like it's more powerful than gentle fist. I really want to learn it. Little Hanabi didn't think so much. Advertisement. She simply thought that this name hockey was more than gentle fist method 8 trigrams palms hockey. The others couldn't help but twitch when they heard what this little ancestor said. You are still young. Only you are from the Zong family. Only you are the clan leader's daughter. If you lack any one of these 3, you, a little girl, will be cyberbullied by everyone in the family. Everyone sighed. This is the privilege. Hyuga Neji, aren't you being a little too arrogant? Hyuga Kazuto frowned. Even he didn't dare to respond to such extreme words. Neji's expression was indifferent. He had already thought about the current situation. How can we effectively extract the entries of the Hyuga family? How can we extract as many eye rolls as possible from each member of the tribe without causing suspicion from others? This is his answer. The foundation of the Hyuga clan is questioned by the gentle fist method, 8 trigrams palms. If this happens, it will definitely cause an uproar within the Hyuga clan. Then he can use this excuse to fight with every member of the Hyuga clan. He really worked hard for the White Eyes entry. I'll leave the Benquan and Bajiquan to you guys. As a price, all the White Eye entries on you will belong to me. Thinking so, Neji began to introduce himself. Benquan is different from Gentle Fist. Gentle Fist focuses on the concept of yin and yang. But the characteristics of Benquan are strength and explosiveness, focusing on the conversion and concentration of force to generate powerful attack power. Quote. Gentle Fist has high accuracy when used against an enemy. But because the move was too gentle, it failed to succeed in one strike. After attacking the opponent, you also need to attack with several palms continuously, 16 palms, 32 palms, or even 64 palms. However, as smart as I am, I have already comprehended the gentle fist method to the realm of 128 palms, but I still haven't dealt a fatal blow to the enemy. When everyone heard Neji say this, the corners of their mouths twitched. Are you bragging? You are definitely bragging, right? What about the 128 palms? They had never heard of this matter. Nonsense. You are just talking nonsense. Hyuga interrupted. How could you possibly comprehend the 128 palms? He couldn't believe it. Clearly, he has only mastered the 32 palms now, but Neji actually said that he has mastered the 128 palms. This gap is too big. In his mind, Neji's ability to comprehend 64 palms was already his limit. Chapter 44. A 30-year-old man bullies the weak. You. Don't interrupt. Suddenly, at this moment, Chief Hiyashi spoke. Let Neji continue. The tribe leader spoke, which shocked many tribe members. Judging from the clan leader's expression, it seems Neji is not lying. Not only the clan leader, but also the elders of the clan had serious expressions on their faces. Everyone in the branch house was panicking. Could it be that Neji has really mastered the realm of 128 palms? If that's true, then Neji is so awesome. From the perspective of talent alone, this child Neji is indeed terrifying enough. The elder said in a deep voice. He almost forgot that he and his friends had heard Neji's terrifying talent with their own ears not long ago. Compared to the complicated gentle fist method, the collapse fist method is simpler and more lethal. Compared to the gentle fist method, which has 32 or 64 palms, the collapse fist method only has 8 moves. Neji said in a deep voice. 8 moves. Everyone frowned when they heard this. Only 8 moves. Their gentle fist technique has a total of 64 moves. Is Neji really not kidding me and others? You know, this is the family's annual meeting, and all the Hyuga family members are gathered here. If Neji dared to talk nonsense here, his reputation would really be ruined. Each of the 8 moves of Bajiquan is extremely powerful. At the same time, there is only one realm, and that is after perfectly mastering the 8 moves, it is called Baji Collapse. By rotating and shifting the body, the force is transferred to the fists and feet to hit the opponent. But this is only a general means of attack. As members of the Hyuga clan, we can use the acupoints around our bodies to speed up and rotate, and attack the opponent with the energy of the acupoint chakra. This is far more terrifying than ordinary Bajiquan. Neji also noticed the suspicious looks on everyone's faces, so he said nothing more and just stretched out his hand and hooked it towards the other party. Come on. Attack me. I don't know any moves other than Benquan and Bajiquan. Hyuga and the others were extremely surprised, but they still got their stance right again. If you're seeking death yourself, you can't blame me. Suddenly, Hyuga and the others' speed increased, and they were next to Neji in the blink of an eye. Gentle Fist fa 8 trigrams palms. He just doesn't believe that Benquan and Bajiquan can defeat Gentle Fist in 8 trigrams. 8 trigrams palms is invincible. Advertisement. Ha, Hyuga and others reached out, trying to test Neji. But I never expected that the other party would approach me directly. The tiger climbs the mountain. Use close combat, combined with punches and turning elbows. Combined with the chakra impact on the acupuncture points, Neji suddenly burst out with powerful killing power. Collapse, regret, and attack. These are the 3 main points of Bajiquan. The force of Baji Bang requires to be as powerful as a landslide, shaking the mountains, and the movements must be clean and sharp. Neji was just like that, not giving Hyuga Kazuto any chance at all. With just one move, the opponent was beaten so hard that his body bent like a shrimp, his legs became weak, and he couldn't even stand up. One of the Bajiquan moves is the tiger climbing the mountain. Neji said calmly. Damn it, all the Hyuga family members present were stunned. What just happened? When Neji attacked Hyuga Kazuto, he attacked head-on. But when Hyuga was attacked, a strong force suddenly came from behind him. Even the clothes behind him were torn. This is enough to make everyone imagine what kind of power it is. Is supporting one move already your limit? Neji looked calmly at Hyuga Kazuto who collapsed on the ground, his gaze unchanged. There are still 7 moves left, who wants to try it? Neji continued to look at the rest of the clan. Soon, another member of the tribe stood up. Likewise, he is about the same age as Neji. I'll do it. Hyuga Neji, let me learn your Bajiquan skills. The other party got ready and rushed over. This time Neji countered the opponent's moves, switching between offense and defense continuously, and then ended the fight with a horizontal slash. Yan Wang 3 points hand, one of the 8 extremes fists. Everyone was shocked. Another move to defeat the enemy. Isn't this Neji guy too scary? I'll do it. Advertisement. Afterwards, many Hyuga people of the same generation came forward. But without exception, almost none of them could withstand the power of a single move. And up to now, Neji still has half of the moves of Bajiquan to perform. At this moment, all the Hyuga family members realized that Hyuga Neji is definitely not bluffing, he really understands it. He really mastered a boxing technique that is comparable to the gentle fist method in 8 trigrams palms. Benquan method Bajiquan. Through several offensive and defensive transitions, everyone has realized that Neji's boxing style is indeed a style of boxing that is powerful and has great impact. Compared to the gentle fist method of their Hyuga clan, it is much more practical and lethal. Normally, if you want to kill your enemy, you must reach the level of 32 palms or above. But under Neji's collapse fist, they only felt a heavy feeling like a mountain. One move of the Benquan method is more powerful than 10 moves of the gentle fist method. How could this not amaze everyone? Neji actually managed to master this powerful boxing technique. Hiyashi was extremely excited. With his vision, he could tell that this was a more powerful boxing method than the gentle fist method. In a sense, the Benquan method is more practical on the battlefield than the gentle fist method. Almost all the older ninjas present had experienced the Third Ninja World War. So he is well aware of the threats on the battlefield. On the battlefield, the enemies are in groups of 3 or 5. Even if you control the enemy, the opponent's teammates will come to support you. If you want to kill the opponent in such a short time, if you use the gentle fist method, you will need at least 32 palms. By the time they finished beating, the day lilies were cold. The opponent's teammates can interrupt their continuous moves by just throwing a kunai. The gentle fist method is more suitable for single combat. The Benquan method is more suitable for dealing with it on the battlefield. At this moment, someone suddenly stood up in the branch house. He walked up to Neji and called out respectfully. Master Neji, I am a humble person, but I would like to learn the Benquan method. When the people in the branch house saw this person coming on stage, there was a commotion. Hyuga Valley. He actually went on stage. Isn't this too unruly? That's right. A master of gentle fist is being compared to a teenage kid. This is so unfair to Master Neji. Master Hegu, you are the master of the gentle fist of our Hyuga family. Isn't it too shameless to do this? Chapter 45 The Patriarch stepped down personally. The people in the audience were talking about it, and almost all of them were standing up for Neji. It was clear that not long ago, they had mocked Neji to his face, accusing him of being a bold and ignorant child. But at this moment, the situation suddenly changed. Almost all the Hyuga tribe members followed Neji. This is the power of strength. When Neji showed his worth, all the Hyuga people couldn't hold back anymore. Because if the Benquan Fa was really created by Neji, then this physical skill that can change the future of the entire Hyuga clan must be included in the family's physical skills. By then, the Benquan technique will be taught to every member of the Hyuga family. This means that everyone owes Neji a favor. Therefore, after realizing that Neji was valuable to them, most people began to try to please him. Hyuga Hedani, please teach me Master Neji's Benquan technique. Hyuga Hedani said again. At this moment, Hiyashi, who was sitting in the main seat, has stood up. Neji, If you're willing, then agree to it. If you're not willing, don't force yourself. Hiashi said. He knew that if they were just competing, there wouldn't be any problem. Moreover, Hyuga Kawaguchi also said that he was not as good as Neji in the gentle fist method. Okay, come on then, Neji said in a deep voice without blinking his eyes. Among the Hyuga people in their teens, he has almost finished extracting today's entries. It's a pity and a shame. These people from the Hyuga family are the leeks that have not yet been harvested. So when extracting entries, there are always some other things mixed in. For example, there are emotion-type entries, chakra attribute-type entries, and some talent entries that are not so useful. For example, gentle fist method, green, gentle fist method, blue, and a series of boring entries. His gentle fist technique has already reached the purple level. Under the same attribute entries in the skill category, emphasis added, they will only be merged and the color of the entry cannot be increased. Only the remaining chakra attributes are quite impressive. But the chakra properties of the Hyuga clan. It has hardly been developed and is generally green. Bang! Neji and Hyuga Valley began to fight. Advertisement. It's still the same strategy as before. In this way, he can get in touch with more members of the Hyuga clan and extract their Byakugan entries. Open black lens bracket wind style chakra, blue close black lens bracket promotion successful. The current one is, open black lens bracket wind style chakra, purple close black lens bracket. Wind style chakra purple, your wind attribute chakra breaks through the mundane boundaries and touches the realm that only bloodline limits can reach. This is your first main attribute chakra. When you use wind style, the power is greatly increased. PS. 3 months, 3 whole months. I finally upgraded a blue one to purple. Neji raised a brow, he didn't expect there would be such good news. Although the Byakugan entry was not extracted from Hyuga Valley. However, extracting wind style and upgrading your wind style chakra is also a very good result. But then again, the probability of extracting the Byakugan entry is really small. After beating more than a dozen people, I got 3 white-eyed entries. There are currently too many entries on these guys, and it will take time to slowly consume them. As the fighting went on, the Hyuga Valley could no longer hold on. Finally, under the bombardment of the doors being forced open from both sides, the Hyuga Valley could no longer hold on. That's amazing. Master Kawatani was able to take Neji's 3 moves in a row. He really deserves to be the master of gentle fist. Yeah, those talented people could only take 1 move before, but I didn't expect that I could take 3 moves at once this time. Hearing the praises from many people in the branch house, Hyuga Hedani felt his face burning. When he came up, he was ready to experience all 8 moves of Hyuga Neji. But he never expected that this Beng Quan technique was so powerful. He was defeated just by a moment of carelessness. Hyuga Hedani covered his bruised face and quickly retreated. It's really embarrassing. The king of hell points his hand 3 times, the fierce tiger climbs the mountain, the king ignores the 3 things at the door, the king breaks the reins, the palm facing the wind and the sun, the left and right doors are opened, and the yellow oriole holds the claws together. Hyuga Hiashi silently pondered the wonderful uses of the first 7 moves. Each move is extremely powerful. If you are not careful, you will be knocked unconscious and defeated. Moreover, this kung fu can be practiced without relying on chakra. Many of the tribe members stared at the chakra flowing in Neji's body, but forgot how powerful his body was. After being attacked by Neji once, he then rushed out the chakra through the acupuncture points as a double energy attack. This technique is really amazing. Suddenly, Hyuga Hiashi couldn't sit still anymore. Advertisement. He stood up and walked onto the ring. Neji, let me practice with you so that the tribesmen can see what the last move looks like. Hiashi said proudly. Neji's expression remained impassive, but his body was already getting into position. Bring it on. Hiashi has also assumed a fixed position for the gentle fist method. Suddenly, the two began to approach each other rapidly. However, at the moment of fighting, Hiashi immediately realized that something was wrong. The gentle fist method is too weak. If it were to collide with the Beng fist, it would be like a defeated general being knocked down in one fell swoop. This is the nature of boxing, even Hiashi can't do anything about it. Even if he used brute force to force Neji over, then the next move goes against the gentle fist method, and he becomes the type of person like Hyuga and others. But Hiashi still used his strength to pull himself back into an advantageous position. He is the patriarch. How could I possibly act like a loser in front of my own people? After unleashing his powerful attack, Hiashi quickly regrouped and connected with his opening gentle fist. If you start from the beginning, you don't have to worry about the gentle fist method going astray. Neji's gaze remained unchanged as he continued to attack. He unleashed punches with both hands continuously, forcing Hiashi to use force step by step to interrupt the opponent's gentle fist method. This is the last move of Bengquan and Bajiquan, the ground-to-sky cannon. Utilize continuous punches and turning elbow strikes, combined with stomping and shaking feet, to launch an airtight and terrifying killing move. This attack is similar to the gentle fist method, 8 trigrams 32 palms, and the same applies to the 64 palms. The moves are simple, but surprisingly effective. At this moment, Hiashi was overwhelmed by Neji's continuous attacks. Whenever he tried to regroup, Neji would immediately use his groundbreaking cannon to interrupt him. This is a very helpless thing. In the end, Hiashi's gentle fist method became more and more off target, and in the end he himself didn't know what he was hitting. The tribesmen below were also confused. What kind of bullshit boxing style is this? The clan leader.
2NH Chapter 46 A higher level of revolving heaven. What about your old gentle fist method? Why don't you let Neji see the full power of your gentle fist? It's time to end this, Hiyashi thought silently. If he continues to fight, he will become a monster. It's just a simple exchange of boxing skills, not a fight. As the patriarch, he certainly has to maintain his reputation. Therefore, all along, whenever there was a slight disadvantage, he would force it to right itself and consolidate his position as the patriarch. Because of this, his gentle fist technique became more and more distorted. After thinking for a while, Hiyashi immediately took a big step back, and with a backhand palm, he used the most basic 8 trigrams of the Hyuga family, empty palm. This time he fought with the belief of forcing Neji to retreat, so he had a lot of chakra. Although 8 trigrams air palm is only the most basic palm technique of the Hyuga family, it is really useful as a long-range attack. And depending on the chakra released from the palm acupoints, the power will often vary. At this moment, Hiyashi had already gathered all the chakra in his palm and arm, and sent out a palm wind that was strong enough to break several willow trees. It's time to end. What? Hiyashi just wanted to end the fight. Unexpectedly, Neji used a special technique to reverse his palm style. Hiyashi quickly used his secret technique, Revolving Heaven, and was able to defend himself. Seeing that Neji was about to rush forward, he hurriedly shouted, "Stop!" He breathed a sigh of relief when he saw Neji stop. What you just performed should not be one of the 8 moves of Benquan, right? Hiyashi asked. He was sure that the strange punching step just now should be the last move in the Benchen method. The move that Neji just performed clearly had a feminine and lingering meaning. Judging from the surface alone, it should fall into the category of gentle fist method. Yes. Chieftain. Neji didn't talk much, he didn't want Hiyashi to find out that he was different than before. What is this move called? Hiyashi continued to ask. Gentle fist. Chankin hand. It can transform the opponent's attack ninjutsu into your own and rebound it back to the opponent. This move is about giving someone a taste of their own medicine. It is a physical technique that uses the opponent's force to counterattack, Neji said simply. Give back what you have given to others, the force of rebound. Hiyashi recalled Neji's move just now. This move. The principle of the technique is very similar to his secret technique Revolving Heaven. Advertisement. It's just that the Revolving Heaven secret technique is an absolute defense to protect yourself. The Chankin hand is a physical technique that combines offense and defense with the ability to rebound attacks. Could it be that this Chankin hand was comprehended from Revolving Heaven? Hiyashi suddenly thought of this. It's not impossible. After all, the principles of the two are almost the same. However, the technique of Chankin hand is even better than Revolving Heaven. When performing Revolving Heaven, the practitioner must rotate the body and use the chakra released from the acupoints to form an iron wall. However, when Neji performed the Chankin hand, he did not rotate himself in this way, and it was also quite simple from his own perspective. Chankin hand seems to be a step higher than Revolving Heaven, a mysterious and unique physical skill. But, Hiyashi frowned. The Revolving Heaven secret technique can only be learned by the clan members. Although his brother also knew how to Revolving Heaven, and although he could teach Neji the unique skill of Revolving Heaven. But the key is that he didn't teach, even if he wanted to teach, but Neji usually just ignored him. Not to mention Hisashi. When he died, Neji was much younger than Hanabi. It is impossible to teach it even if you teach. Have you mastered the secret technique of our Hyuga clan, Revolving Heaven? Hiyashi couldn't help but ask. Secret technique. Revolving Heaven. Neji also realized it on his own? Everyone in the audience was confused. What are you talking about, Chief? Hyuga Kawaguchi, who was kicked out of the yard by Neji, was excitedly watching Neji's performance of the Chankin hand. That's it. That's it. This is what Neji looked like when he used the gentle fist technique on himself a few days ago. I didn't expect that I could bounce back all ninjutsu and use it to attack the opponent. As a master of gentle fist, after being kicked out of the house by Neji, he had been thinking about how Neji used the gentle fist and how it worked. In principle, this move is simpler and more powerful than the clan's secret technique Revolving Heaven. He has been thinking about it for more than half a month, but still has no clue. But at this moment, the patriarch's words immediately woke him up. Could it be that gentle fist technique Qian-kun hand is actually a more advanced application of gentle fist technique Revolving Heaven? Advertisement. The Hyuga Valley was stunned. Isn't Revolving Heaven a clan secret? Did Neji figure it out too? Yes. I have figured out Revolving Heaven. This secret technique is too impractical. It takes too long to start and can be easily interrupted. So I remodeled it. Gentle fist is not only faster than Revolving Heaven. It is not easily interrupted and can move flexibly. Compared to being able to stand in one position, Revolving Heaven, which keeps spinning like a top, is much stronger, Neji said calmly. These words immediately confused the Hyuga family. Huh? Do you know what you were talking about? Because he thought the secret skill Revolving Heaven was not practical enough, he transformed Revolving Heaven into the even more awesome Chankin hand? Neji's frank and calm look immediately made the Hyuga people in the audience feel very jealous. They didn't know how many people wanted to pursue their family's unique skills all their lives, which was called Revolving Heaven of Absolute Defense. At this moment, he was actually despised by a teenager. Not only was he despised, he actually made a major transformation in the process and directly figured out a Chankin hand that was more practical than the absolute defense revolving heaven. This is simply a monster. Comparing yourself to others can really make you angry. They haven't even learned revolving heaven yet. Neji has already realized revolving heaven on his own. And then he went on to create a higher level of Chankin hand? Suddenly, everyone from the branch house or the main family was shocked. Looking at the shining figure of the boy on the stage, everyone felt deeply inferior. Compared to Hyuga Neji, these gentle fist masters have lived for so many years, but it feels like they have lived like dogs. I can't stand it. I really want to find a piece of tofu and hit myself to death. I see. You did great, Neji. Hiyashi's face was frozen. He felt like his face was like a stone. I just used the absolute defense revolving heaven, but was immediately thwarted by Neji. And he also said that revolving heaven's pre-swing is too long? Doesn't this mean that Neji can quickly interrupt himself before he can perform revolving heaven? If Neji had killed him just now, wouldn't he have made a fool of himself in front of the entire Hyuga family? Chapter 47. Patriarch Hiyashi bursts into tears? Phew, it seems that Neji still knows the big picture, Hiyashi thought silently. Good, he was really becoming more and more satisfied with Neji. Moreover, he has already experienced the power of the Bangquan method. Compared with the gentle fist method, the Bangquan method is indeed more suitable for the current Hyuga clan. It seems like I need to talk to Neji when I get back, Hiyashi thought secretly. But, tisk. How to say it? The thought of having killed the other person's father and his own brother. Now he is even asking for the unique skills that his nephew has learned. Alas, as an uncle, I must be the most unsuccessful uncle in the world, Hiyashi sighed. This matter must be relaxed a bit, and we must not use force or robbery. Hiyashi walked away. He needed to think carefully about how to tell Neji about this. As for the elders of the clan, it was impossible for them to remain indifferent after seeing such exquisite boxing skills. Then the pressure will be on me again. Is there anyone else who wants to go on stage and experience it? Neji looked at the people in the audience indifferently. If anyone is interested in Bangquan and wants to learn and practice it, it's best to hurry up while I'm still free. Suddenly, Hiyashi turned around suddenly and stared at Neji blankly. It has such a small body, but why does it look so tall in his eyes? At some point, Hiyashi's eyes became teary. Neji. Uncle is ashamed of you. All the other tribesmen, upon hearing Neji's words, became as excited as an 18-year-old child. They swarmed in, fighting for food. The Hyuga family's annual meeting, which was originally a good time, now seemed to have turned into a street market. The first to succeed will be first. I am the most outstanding young person in the branch house, let me go first. Don't worry, son. When I learn the secrets of the Bangquan technique, I will definitely teach it to you. Go to hell. I am a master of gentle fist who is as famous as Master Hegu. I should be the first to use this collapse fist. You said you were a master of gentle fist. Why are you still learning Bangquan? Why don't you just go back and learn your gentle fist? Why are you fighting with us here? Advertisement. That's right. Just be a good gentle fist master. I am determined to become a master of Bangquan now. That's right. This kind of big and powerful boxing is what men should learn. Crowds of people rushed over, and seeing the chaotic scene, Hiyashi quickly wiped away the hot tears in his eyes and began to maintain order. Come one by one, one by one. You have to think about Neji too. He's still young, he can't handle so many of you. Everyone please be considerate of Neji. After the patriarch's persuasion, everyone calmed down. And those clan members sitting in the main seats were also getting restless. Great elder, don't you want to learn? The second elder asked curiously, his legs shaking constantly. If it weren't for the face of the Hyuga family elder, he would have rushed in long ago. After all, this Bangquan technique seems to be more powerful than the gentle fist technique. Why are you in such a hurry? We are members of the clan. We can just ask Neji to make a copy when the time comes, the great elder said calmly. But copying is not as fast as the professor himself. Shining, suddenly, the first elder and the second elder looked at the third elder. The latter shrank his head and said awkwardly, why, wasn't what I said right? No, you are absolutely right, no, you are absolutely right. The first elder and the second elder said almost in unison. It's not as fast to learn the secret techniques by yourself as to have a master to teach you. Moreover, Neji is the founder of the Bangquan FA, and he even successfully created the Qian Kun Shou, a physical technique that is more advanced than revolving heaven. For a master of physical skills like this who founded a school, wouldn't it be easy for him to teach a few disciples? After all, this is the first generation. Unlike those so-called inheritors who have passed it down for several generations. Let the second generation or third generation masters teach you, and let you practice the secret skills on your own. How could it be comfortable to have the Sex Grand Master personally train with them? Oh no. Lao Ju actually sneaked into Q without saying hello. Suddenly, the second elder saw a familiar figure in the crowd, and he became furious. Normally, Lao Ju and I are best friends. We play chess and watch flowers together every day, but I didn't expect that the other party didn't even call me when he lined up. Advertisement, how outrageous. The second elder went to line up angrily. Damn it. If the clan leader hadn't stopped him in front, he would have wanted to cut in line based on his status as the second elder. We can't wait any longer, let's get in line soon. Several clan members could no longer hold back, the Bangquan technique was simply too tempting. This is enough to shake the foundation of the Hyuga family. It is conceivable that in the future the Hyuga family will be a scene of both strength and flexibility, with 100 flowers blooming. What was supposed to be a good annual meeting has now turned into a lecture ceremony. This is the first time in the history of the Hyuga family. The surrounding families heard the noisy noise coming from the Hyuga family's residence and couldn't help but sigh. The Hyuga family is indeed the largest family in Konoha. The new year is so lively, little did they know that everyone in the Hyuga family was cursing anxiously. Assholes. Hyuga and the others, you and them have been staying there for too long, haven't you? It's time to change the group. That's right, you just competed with Master Neji, do you have the nerve to go up to him now? Hyuga Kazuto's face darkened, what are you yelling about? Didn't you hear, during the competition, Master Neji said that he was a natural master of Bangquan? The collapsing fist is something you must learn in this life. But when he saw that among those shouting people, there were actually elders who were much older than him, and even people from the main family. Hyuga and others had no choice but to put up with this matter for the time being. Hiyashi looked at the noisy tribesmen and sighed, so restrictions were set on how much time a person could stay on stage. In this way, everyone will be absolutely fair. Why does it feel like that place is still very lively? In the back hills of Konoha village, Naruto looked at the Hyuga clan and a hint of loneliness appeared on his face. That's where the Hyuga clan's family is located, it's also the hometown of Hyuga Neji. Sasuke, who was standing nearby warming up, knew where that place was just by taking a glance. Okay, stop looking. We need to start training quickly. Do 1000 push-ups first. If you can't do that, then do 12,000 jumps with a skipping rope. If you still can't do that, then kick a wooden stake 1000 times. Hearing what Sasuke said, little Naruto burst into tears. Chapter 48. Drain the Hyuga family's entries. Sasuke is a big liar. Even if you have achieved this, you still have to continue to do these training programs. Once, at the beginning, Naruto naively thought that as long as he followed Sasuke to run around the village 10 times, it would be over. He also completed it with his strong willpower. But Sasuke never thought that 10 laps were just the beginning, and he immediately started the next project. He was exhausted as a dog, but for the sake of his own face, Naruto also tried his best. Unexpectedly, one project was followed by another. I was completely dumbfounded at that time. We are still just children, do we have to work so hard? In the days that followed, Naruto was miserable and didn't know what was going on, so he started training with Sasuke. If he could go back in time, Naruto really wanted to slap himself. Why are you arguing with Sasuke for no reason? Sasuke, now I know why you are so strong. Naruto was tanking. Don't you want to be recognized by the villagers? Do you think the villagers will look down on you as a person who gave up halfway? Do you think they will choose a quitter to be the 5th Hokage? Have you given up on your ideals? Sasuke suddenly spoke like a machine gun, speaking continuously. What? I, Uzumaki Naruto, will not give up easily. Let's start the next training quickly. I'm going to train hard while everyone else is having fun, Naruto yelled. He seemed to be revived and started to be proactive again. Sasuke had a blank expression on his face, but in his heart he silently increased his training workload by 1.2 times. Naruto was scarier than he thought. At the beginning of the first month, his whole body was in so much pain that he almost died. But Naruto only persisted for a week and he had already adapted to normal. This is truly a terrifying qualification. This guy Naruto obviously still has some strength left, Sasuke thought secretly. At the same time, he opened his own Sharingan. In the scarlet eyes, 2 Magatama are firmly resting in the eyeballs. It has been a long time since he opened the 2 Tomo Sharingan and there has been no progress. Even though he doubled his training volume, his Sharingan has not yet broken through from double Magatama to 3 Magatama. Advertisement, I must have been too lax, Sasuke said in a deep voice. Thinking back to the time when he broke through the double Magatama, it was only after his body and spirit had reached their limits at the same time that a strange energy emerged from his eye sockets. Because of that, his Sharingan was able to evolve. Then, all he needs to do is recreate the situation countless times, and he will be able to awaken the 3 Tomo Sharingan. Practice. Practice hard. If you can't die from practicing, then practice until you die. Sasuke suddenly yelled. Naruto was startled by him. How come Sasuke is different from the cold guy he knew before? Oh. What's wrong? Naruto scratched his head. Sasuke, have you become stupid lately? You are the one who has become stupid. No, I really feel that you have become a lot more stupid than before. You're trying to stop my progress, right? You want to stop me from activating the 3 Tomo Sharingan and defeating Neji, right? Naruto, I understand that you don't want to be left behind by me, but you have to catch up with me through your own efforts instead of resorting to such despicable means. Sasuke had a "I've seen through your thoughts" expression on his face. What? Naruto was furious. I had kindly reminded Sasuke that he had become an idiot. In the end, not only did he not appreciate it, he even bit himself back. Damn you Sasuke, I'm going to let you know that I, Uzumaki Naruto, have the strongest will in the world. Naruto yelled, I'm going to double your training today. Sorry, I've doubled my training now, then I'll triple it. Amidst all the noise and bustle, 62 years had passed in Konoha unknowingly. The next time is Konoha's 63rd year. After the annual meeting, Neji gained a lot. Advertisement. Those extras of the Hyuga family are still quite valuable. Neji looked at the countless entries like this in his entry warehouse and was about to burst into laughter. With only one chance to draw a lottery per day, he did not draw all the Byakugan entries of the Hyuga family. Even a quarter of the amount is barely enough, but it was almost enough. Among them, 2 purple-level white eyes appeared from the clan. This is really going too far. In that case, let's get started. Neji opened his own dashboard data. Host. Hyuga Neji. Occupation. Ninja, with entries. Skill talents. Genius, Gold. Creative Master, Gold. Blue Beast, Gold. Chatanla, Gold. Neji Cell, Gold. Resurrection Factor, Gold. High-Speed Regeneration, Gold. Gentle Fist Method 8 Trigrams Palm Style, Purple. Benchen Method 8 Extreme Fist Style, Purple. MLM Master, Purple. Illusion Grandmaster, Purple. Crisis Sense, Blue. Dexterity, Green. Weapon Master, Green. Chakra Attributes. Indra Chakra, Gold. Ashura Chakra, Gold. Half of Nine Tails Chakra, Gold. Yang Escape Chakra, Gold. Wind Style Chakra, Sun. Water Style Chakra, Blue. Earth Style Chakra, Blue. Fire Style Chakra, Blue. Yin Dun Chakra, Blue. Lightning Style Chakra, Blue. Bloodline Limit. White Eye, Purple. Open Black Lens Bracket 2 Magatama Sharingan, Blue. Close Black Lens Bracket. Bloodline Constitution. Vortex Bloodline, Gold. Hyuga Bloodline, Purple. Uchiha Bloodline, Blue. This panel is so luxurious that Neji is sure that even Senju Hashirama, who is known as the god of the ninja world, cannot have a panel as luxurious as his own. Just 1.5 Nine Tails entries turned himself into 10 golden entries. Add in Kakashi and Might Guy's 2 gold entries for a total of 12. But now it's about to become 14 golden entries. Neji looked into his entry warehouse, which was filled with a large number of entries. Hyuga Bloodline. White, X20. Hyuga Bloodline. Green, X13. Hyuga Bloodline. Blue, X7. Hyuga Family Bloodline, Purple, X5. White Eyes, White, X32, White Eyes, Green, X19, White Eyes, Blue, X10, White Eyes, Purple, X2. Gentle Fist Method, White, X49, Gentle Fist Method, Green, X22, Gentle Fist Method, Blue, X12, Gentle Fist Method, Purple, X8. As the basic entries of the Hyuga family, almost all of them are here. Chapter 49. Regression? Otsutsuki Bloodline. As for some emotional entries, Neji simply ignored them. There are very few emotional entries that are without side effects. The entries related to emotion types are all necessary entries for him to use for personality transformation. Anyway, it is impossible for him to install emotion entries on himself. First, let me add the Hyuga Bloodline. Neji prepared to start fusing the entries. The entry types are roughly emotion, skill and talent, chakra attributes, bloodline limits, and physical constitution and bloodline. Among them, emotion terms cannot be merged with terms of the same attribute. For skill and talent, the fusion of entries with the same attributes will not increase the value, but can only accommodate and merge. As for the chakra attribute entries, the bloodline limit entries, and the constitution and bloodline entries, these 3 entries can be combined into multiple entries to upgrade the level and color of the entries. Gentle Fist has so many white entries, green entries, and several purple entries. Even if he threw them into his Gentle Fist Method 8 Trigrams Palm Style, Purple, entry, he could only summarize them but could not learn any higher Gentle Fist Method techniques from them. Neji can't use this long list of words, it can only be used by others. The Hyuga Bloodline and the Byakugan entry are the most important. He immediately piled up the blood of the Hyuga family. Hyuga Bloodline. White, X20. Let me all in. Very good, no change at all. Neji wasn't panicking at all. There is a huge difference between the white entries and the purple entries, so it is understandable that the bloodline cannot be purified much. So what comes next? Hyuga Bloodline. Green, X13. Hyuga Bloodline. Blue, X7. Get in there. 13 green entries went down, and the entries of his Hyuga Bloodline showed a slight reaction. Some golden dots can be faintly seen on it, very good. He still has some hidden entries. Hyuga Family Bloodline, Purple, X5. Blast it for lousy. Suddenly, 5 purple entries rushed in. The world before my eyes suddenly began to become brighter. Hyuga Bloodline, Purple, reversion to the ancestral lineage was successful. The current one is Open Black Lens Bracket Otsutsuki Bloodline, Gold, Close Black Lens Bracket. Otsutsuki Bloodline, Gold. This is the Otsutsuki bloodline of the Moon White Eye clan. Its bloodline originates from Otsutsuki Hamura. After thousands of years of exploitation, only a few rare bloodlines remain. Advertisement: your full range of ninjutsu and jutsu are enhanced, your pupil power is greatly enhanced, your physique is enhanced, your chakra is strengthened, and you gain a small portion of the special abilities of the Otsutsuki clan. Additional abilities. Float. An ability derived from the Otsutsuki clan, able to float freely in the air. P.S. Oh no, something unexpected came out. Neji stared at the entry blankly. No way. He just wanted to upgrade Hyuga Bloodline, Purple, to Hyuga Bloodline, Gold. And you tell me, it's gone. The Hyuga Bloodline simply disappeared, and became the descendants of Otsutsuki Hamura on the moon? Neji scratched his head, not sure what to say. This is really an unexpected surprise. If you say so, doesn't it mean that if this Uchiha bloodline, blue, is upgraded to a later stage, it will also become the bloodline of Otsutsuki Hagoromo? This is a throwback to our ancestors? Neji asked in surprise. He looked to see if there were any other things derived from his entry. Open black lens bracket Yin Dun Chakra, blue, close black lens bracket promotion successful. The current one is open black lens bracket Yin Dun Chakra, purple, close black lens bracket. Yin Dun Chakra, purple. Due to the influence of the revived Otsutsuki bloodline, your Yin Dun Chakra potential has greatly increased. When you perform Yin Dun Ninjutsu, the power will be greatly increased. This will be one of your main attributes. P.S. Just one? That's too little. Neji took a look and found that there was really only one entry. Otsutsuki's bloodline only improved this one item of his. But it seems that the pupil power has really become much stronger. After Neji opened his Byakugan, he realized that he could now see farther and farther. It would not be an exaggeration to even say that he has clairvoyance. If you add the perspective of the white eyes, wrong. Neji suddenly realized. Although the color level of his Byakuya did not change, the scenery he saw did change. In the Hyuga family, after the Hyuga family members open their Byakugan, they can only see in black and white. But Neji's current Byakugan sees things in color. This is much more advanced than the original Byakugan of the Hyuga family. The colorful world allows him to see many things. He looked at his arms, red flesh, blood, bones, even cells. Now he sees everything clearly. This is the real eye roll. Advertisement. Neji suddenly became a little excited. But this is not the end. He also has quite a few entries on the white eyes. Although it's not much, maybe it can further strengthen the Byakugan? If I'm not mistaken, the Sharingan's Mangekyo level should correspond to the gold entry, and the Rinnegan should correspond to the red entry. Neji began to think. The status of Tenseigan should be equal to that of Rinnegan. Therefore, Tenseigan's entry should also be red, so what kind of ability does the golden white eyes entry correspond to? Neji was truly filled with curiosity at this moment. Without further ado, let's take out the entries that are getting some eye rolling. White eyes, white, X32, white eyes, green, X19, white eyes, blue, X10, white eyes, purple, X2. There is so little purple. Neji took one look and sighed. There are not as many purple entries as the Hyuga bloodline. Never mind, if that's not enough, I can continue collecting the Byakugan entries of the Hyuga family, Neji thought silently. Anyway, as a master of Benquan, he can let people from the Hyuga family come to study every day under the pretext of teaching the secrets of Benquan. By then, he would not believe that the day had not come when he would draw the eye roll entry from them. First, open black lens bracket white eyes close black lens bracket X32, throw it in. No reaction occurred. Neji had already verified this matter from the Hyuga bloodline. Don't panic, there's more below, continue to integrate lousy. Open black lens bracket white eyes, green, close black lens bracket X19, open black lens bracket white eyes, blue, close black lens bracket X10. Throw both of these low-level entries into lousy. I can feel it. Neji felt a constant stream of pupil power flowing into his eyes. Combined with the Uchiha clan's eye power, his current eye power is probably already quite terrifying. Open black lens bracket white eyes, purple, close black lens bracket X2. Neji looked at these last two entries in silence. If these two do not bring about a qualitative change, then he can only continue to fleece the sheep. Chapter 50. Jing Yutang rolled his eyes. Oh my god. When these two white eyes were thrown in, unknown changes had begun to occur. Open black lens bracket white eyes, purple, close black lens bracket evolved successfully. The current one is, open black lens bracket pure moon white eyes, gold, close black lens bracket. Pure moon eyes white eyes, gold. The second stage of the white eyes is activated. This is an unknown eye that can only be opened after going through various hard requirements. Your pupil skills have greatly improved. Your eyes have the characteristics of time and space, and can see through and use the ability of time and space. A divine power begins to take shape in the yang pupil of your right eye. A divine power begins to take shape in the yin pupil of your left eye. When your eyes are opened at the same time, you will gain an incredible mysterious power. P.S. OMG. I won the prize. Neji stared blankly at the content displayed on it. He didn't know what to do. Are there magical powers contained in those eyes? The concept of divine arts was not known until Naruto's son was born. This is the technique of the Otsutsuki clan, which is very different from ninjutsu. And, this looks even more awesome than the Mangekyo Sharingan. The Mangekyo Sharingan, if upgraded, becomes the Rinnegan. If the pure moonlight and Byakugan are upgraded, it will become Tenseigan. Neji suddenly remembered something. It seems that Otsutsuki Kaguya didn't have Rinnegan at the beginning. Instead, he was born and reincarnated into Sharingan after eating the fruit of the sacred tree. That is to say, in reality, the Otsutsuki clan might only have the Byakugan. The Rinnegan is the energy that the Otsutsuki clan obtains from the fruit of the sacred tree. By devouring the fruit of the sacred tree, they can allow themselves to evolve infinitely. This situation can be seen as the power of the Rinnegan.
But because of Otsutsuki Kaguya, and Otsutsuki Ashiki who came with him to plant the sacred tree. These two people are probably carrying out the task of planting the sacred tree for the first time. That's why when Otsutsuki Ashiki appeared later, he didn't have the Rinnegan. Advertisement. Unlike the other Otsutsuki Arashiki, Otsutsuki Kinshiki, Otsutsuki Momoshiki, etc. They probably ate some sacred fruit made by some small planets to gain the abilities of the Rinnegan. However, Otsutsuki did not eat even one fruit from the sacred tree. Therefore, they could only develop the Byakugan, and then that strange technique was born. I see. It seems that there are many types of pure moon eyes. Neji had almost figured it out. The two kinds of eye abilities of Otsutsuki Ashiki are most likely the two kinds of divine abilities that are parasitic in his pure moonlight Byakugan. It is called Viguna, and it can be activated by looking at anything, and can shrink any object, but cannot shrink other living things. It takes almost only a moment. There is also Mahakala. This magic can store shrunken objects in a different dimension where time is still, and can also instantly summon objects in the space at any time. Haha, it seems this is really interesting. The Mangekyo Sharingan, the pupil technique contained in it, and the divine technique contained in the pure moonlight Byakugan. Mangekyo Sharingan means eyes that reflect the soul. What kind of eyes does the Jogetsu Hitomi Byakugan symbolize? Body. Bloodline. It should be the eyes that symbolize the bloodline of the Otsutsuki clan. Neji walked over to the mirror and looked into his own eyes. At this moment, one of his eyes was blue-green and white, and the other was golden-black and black. Very simple combination. Just like Otsutsuki Ashiki's eyes, but the pattern in his black eyes is not a cross shape, but a hexagram shape. Black eyes and white eyes, yin escape and yang escape. Sure enough, the Byakugan's advancement is related to yin-yang escape technique. Neji said in a deep voice. He could feel the powerful yin-su chakra contained in the golden-black left eye. And in the bluish-white right eye is the powerful yang-tun chakra. To advance the Sharingan, all one needs is yang-tun chakra. However, the advancement of the Byakugan requires not only yin chakra, but also yang chakra. It seems like just one more requirement, but it is as difficult as climbing to the sky. No wonder in the thousands of years of history of the ninja world, there has never been anyone who has evolved the Byakugan into the pure moon Byakugan. Neji looked at his new pair of eyes. Although he didn't get the Mangekyo Sharingan, he unexpectedly got the Jogetsu Hitomi Byakugan, and it seems to be more powerful than the Mangekyo Sharingan. This is really extremely lucky. What is the technique contained in my eyes? I haven't sensed it yet. It seems that it will take some time for me to adapt. Neji pondered. Advertisement. Maybe it may require a little stimulation, or maybe it still requires hard training. If that's the case, let's maintain the status quo for now. The new year has arrived. Neji still has to go to school. But in addition to this one thing, he also served as the master of the Hyuga family's Benkwon style. Almost every day, people from the Hyuga family come to study. Of course, Neji gladly accepted this. After all, I haven't squeezed out all the entries on these guys yet. Many Hyuga people were also very excited about Neji's generosity. But when they rushed to Hyuga Neji's house, they suddenly saw a notice. The first week of each month is for teaching, please do not disturb at other times. When everyone saw this, they were stunned for a moment. But then I understood. After all, Master Neji also has his own things to do. In fact, after a month, Neji no longer wanted to contact them and waste his time. Because in the first month, he had already extracted all the Byakugan entries of the Hyuga family. In other words, they have all been drained dry by Neji. Apart from some emotional terms that appear every month, they no longer have any use value. Therefore, in the days that followed, Neji had only one word for the Hyuga people who came and went. Roll. This couldn't help but make the other Hyuga people feel aggrieved. Master Neji, what happened all of a sudden? Is it because we are too stupid, and he gets angry because he sees that we learn too slowly? After 2 months, Neji didn't even pretend anymore. Anyone who came to visit him would see a large calligraphy piece written by Neji himself at the door of his house. Roll. Finally, it was Hyuga Hiyashi, the chief of the Hyuga clan, who stood up and spoke to his fellow tribesmen. Neji has written down the key points of Benkwon training and the precautions for training into a secret technique. You can all learn by yourself. Please don't disturb Neji in the future. Just like that, the Hyuga family calmed down. The turmoil of the Hyuga family over the past 2 months has also caused quite an impact on Konoha village. Chapter 51. Graduation from Ninja School. Hokage Office Building. Third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed as he looked at the Hyuga clan's settlement not far away. I didn't expect Neji's taijutsu talent to be so strong. It really exceeded my expectations. Hiruzen, now the Hyuga clan not only has the inherited gentle fist method, 8 trigrams palms, but also the powerful collapse fist method, Bajiquan. They are too powerful in the village, it is time to warn them. Kaharu, who was the Hokage's advisor, warned. But the Hyuga family has always kept a low profile in Konoha village. They are not like Uchiha, who are emotional and prone to extremes. Besides, now is not the time to cause trouble with the Hyuga family. Sarutobi Hiruzen said solemnly. At first, Cloud Shinobi village slandered them and wanted to go to war with Konoha village. He had no choice but to sacrifice the interests of the Hyuga family and seek peace. This matter has touched the bottom line of the Hyuga family and hurt their feelings. They have already made sacrifices. If they continue to suppress them, it will be counterproductive. Alas, he had no choice but to make this decision at the beginning. Hiruzen sighed. Konoha village is now just a paper tiger. It is said to be the strongest village in the ninja world. But in reality, all the Sannin who were worth mentioning had already left Konoha village. He was the only old man left holding on. If we had gone to war with Cloud Shinobi village 6 years ago, we would have been defeated miserably. The current Raikage of Cloud Shinobi village is much stronger than him, and also has a Jinchuriki who has perfect control over 8 tails. During the Third Shinobi World War, these two ninjas shined in the war, especially being able to fight on equal terms with Minato who mastered the Flying Thunder God. If the two of them attacked together, he didn't dare to think about how he would be able to withstand it. The demonic seal. Stop being funny. How could the two guys who could react to Flying Thunder God's move of Shuki Fujin, which was a suicidal move, be effective? If he died, how would the current Konoha village function without him? Never mind, the village owes them this. Hiruzen shook his head. The Hyuga family is now the undisputed largest family in the village. Advertisement. It is much larger than other famous clans such as the Sarutobi clan and the Yamanaka clan. These guys are not like civilian ninjas who are easy to fool. Speaking of which, Neji and the others are about to graduate, right? It seems that we need to arrange a good ninja for them. Hiruzen pondered and began to select the Jonin who would lead the team. Kakashi, Might Guy, Yuhi Kurenai. Who should I choose? Spring of Konoha 63rd year. Neji officially graduated from the ninja school. The three-body technique was so simple that he had already learned it not long after he came to school. As for other ninjutsu, haha. Ninja schools only teach theory. To teach ninjutsu, you must have a master, or receive a task from the Hokage and obtain the learning method of ninjutsu, etc. And this guy Sasuke, after merging with the passionate boyhood of Rock Lee, has become really stubborn. For a full 6 months, I have been constantly challenging myself. No way, you haven't awakened the 3-Tomo Sharingan yet, Neji said in surprise. Even he awakened the 3-Tomo Sharingan a few months ago. Do you think the awakening of 3-Tomo Sharingan is so easy? Sasuke's face turned red. But I feel like I'm almost there. I'm about to awaken the 3-Tomo Sharingan. Well then, wait until you awaken the 3-Tomo Sharingan, then challenge me again. Neji said helplessly. Hey, are you graduating from school today? Sasuke asked. Yes, a leading ninja will be here soon this afternoon. Regarding this matter, Neji also remembered this guy named Guy. In the spring, only 3 people in the entire ninja school passed the graduation certification. Of course it's him, Tien, and Rock Lee. The remaining 9 strong men passed the exam in the autumn. Time quickly came to the afternoon. The students of the ninja school looked expectantly at the teachers who were about to arrive. Compared to previous times, this time, many more people completed the 3-body technique graduation assessment. This was all because of Neji's casual encouragement. He also didn't expect that this group of extras would work so hard. In fact, it is not necessary. In the ninja world, there is a bloodline theory. Advertisement. Whoever has good bloodline has a higher upper limit. Even if you create your own bloodline limit, it requires the chakra attribute to reach a certain level, such as green or blue. However, Neji, who had extracted the entries of these people, knew that most of the chakra attribute entries of these civilians were only white, with only 1 or 2 being green. The first person to enter the classroom was a gorgeous, bandaged ninja. This is Sunset Red. She saw Neji sitting on the seat. Yuhi Kurenai smiled, approached casually, and touched Neji's head with her hand. However, when she was about to touch him, Hong suddenly changed her gesture. She was going to give Neji a blow on the head to avenge her hatred. But who is Neji? He had already anticipated Yuhi Kurenai's move. Neji remained calm, and with his hand hidden under the table, he quietly fired a cyclone of energy into the acupuncture points on Yuhi Hong's lower body. Yuhi Kurenai suddenly let out a tender sound, squeezed her legs together, and looked at Neji with her eyes wide open. Damn kid, how did he do that? Ri Hong was shocked. She felt her stomach clenched again after a long time. Yes, that's the feeling of wanting a bird. In a hurry, she called out the students she was supposed to teach and left in a hurry. The other teachers who led the team were some acquaintances. For example, the 50-50 Kakashi, and the mysterious Jonin holding a piece of grass in his mouth. And of course there is Might Guy who comes with Kakashi. Neji, Tenten, and my dear disciple, Lee. From today on, I will be the team leader of the 3 of you. Might Guy announced the result loudly. So that's how it is, Neji thought silently. In fact, he could also guess it. Although after he was reborn, some trajectories may be different from before. But Tiantian is a master of weapons, and Rock Lee and himself are experts in physical skills. Although he has the white eyes, in order to balance the functions of this team, there is a great possibility that he will be assigned to Guy's team. Okay, come with me. Youth is passion. First, let's run 10 laps around Konoha village to celebrate. Teacher Guy yelled. And Lee, his disciple, also echoed excitedly. Ah, as expected of Teacher Guy. The 2 passionate young men were excitedly venting their passion. Chapter 52 Clairvoyance. No way, we have to run around Konoha village 10 times. Tiantian's face was a little stiff. But seeing that Neji had already caught up, she had no choice but to grit her teeth and follow. And the reason why Neji ran along was, of course, to steal entries. Open black lens bracket hot-blooded boy purple close black lens bracket. Quote. Neji was silent. How come you also have this entry? Damn guy. Forget it, there is still a lot of time, he is not in a hurry. As long as you have the opportunity to contact him every day, you can blow up Might Guy's entries infinitely. He just didn't believe that he couldn't draw any skill-related entries related to 8 inner gates. By the time the big and 3 little ones had spent a happy afternoon, it was already evening. Might Guy then smiled and said, okay. Our welcome ceremony ends here today. Gather at Konoha's back mountain park at 10 tomorrow morning. We will be taking the team entry test. I stared blankly at what the other person was saying every day, feeling a little confused. Guy, Teacher Guy, you said we train for a whole afternoon, this is a welcome ceremony. That's right. Teacher Guy showed his classic big white fang and smiled. How is it? Doesn't it feel really good to sweat like this? Ha. Tiantian stared at Might Guy with dead eyes and silence. She wanted to die. She originally thought this was some kind of team entry test, but it turned out to be a welcome ceremony. Shouldn't the welcome ceremony be a big meal at a barbecue restaurant? At worst, we can just go to a roadside ramen restaurant to make do. How could it be? How could it be like this? Tiantian. I'm leaving. Neji. I'm leaving too. Oh, see you tomorrow. Might Guy said with enthusiasm. He looked at Neji's back and his expression suddenly became serious. Neji is so amazing. I'm afraid he's already among the best in Konoha village in terms of taijutsu, Teacher Guy said solemnly. After a whole afternoon of training, even Xiaoli and Tiantian were sweating from exhaustion, especially Tiantian, who was out of breath. But Neji's breath remained balanced, and he didn't even sweat. It's really scary. Advertisement. Teacher Guy. I will definitely surpass Neji-kun in the future and become a master of taijutsu. Rock Lee suddenly yelled from behind. Oh, I believe in you, Lee. Might Guy gave a thumbs up in praise. Neji's talent was extremely high, and it was said that he even created a set of boxing techniques for the Hyuga clan. But he still felt that Rock Lee was more like him when he was young. In that case, let's do handstands around the village 10 more times. Might Guy said excitedly. I'd love to hear that, teacher. Rock Lee said excitedly. 2 figures, one big and one small, immediately began training all night. Wait until the next day. Neji woke up in the morning and looked out the window at the distant sky. Amazing, how far can I see now? Neji muttered. Now his white eyes were like loaded with an unlimited magnification scope. As long as you use the power of your pupils, you can see the distant scene clearly. Even on the moon, which is extremely far away from the ninja world, he can see the situation there clearly. That huge spherical object, and the countless puppets, and Otsutsuki Tonari. While Neji was spying, Tonari had no intention of being discovered. That's amazing. Is this the power of the pure moon Byakugan? Neji was a little excited. Far. Too far. Now, he can see all the actions in the ninja world just by sitting at home. Since the Byakugan also has the ability to see through things, the obstacles in front of him seem as if they are not there. Clairvoyance plus X-ray vision, this is simply amazing. Suddenly, Neji set his sights on a small country. Rain country. That's where Nagato is. In the land of rain, a large amount of rain falls continuously, and all of this rain contains chakra. As long as someone gets touched by this rain, the invasion will be detected. But in the face of this powerful detecting ninjutsu, Neji could still see it clearly. Soon, he found a figure wearing a red cloud robe. Purple hair, white wings. It's Konan of the Akatsuki organization. She seemed to be heading somewhere. Advertisement. Neji's eyes continued to move, with powerful chakra fluctuations in that area. In less than a moment, he had seen the scene deep in the Rain Kingdom. The man with red hair and circles around his eyes. Nagato. What? The paralyzed Nagato's eyes suddenly widened, and powerful pupil power suddenly erupted. But it didn't work. He can't see or sense it. The Rinnegan's eye power is indeed stronger than the Jogetsu Hiroku Byakugan, but he does not have the far-sightedness of the Jogetsu Hiroku Byakugan. Nagato frowned. He could feel that he was being watched, but he couldn't sense the source of this power. Who on earth is it? What on earth do you want to do? After a long while, no one spoke where Nagato was. What happened, Nagato? Konan came over. I feel like someone is spying on me, but I can't find out where it's coming from. Nagato frowned. Maybe I'm wrong. Konan didn't know how to answer this. She didn't have the Rinnegan, and she had no idea what exactly Nagato sensed. And as a Yin-Tun master, she didn't feel the same way Nagato felt about being detected. Didn't Yuhu's technique sense anything? Konan asked back. No, everything is normal in the Rain country. Nagato replied in a deep voice. It could also be wrong. Suddenly, the space between the two of them began to distort. A man wearing a vortex mask appears. The Vortex clan has a special perception ability that can sense many emotions such as hostility and malice. Nagato, you have to be careful. This is definitely not a normal thing. Uchiha Obito said in a deep voice. His former master's wife, Uzumaki Kaguya, was like this. As a member of the Uzumaki clan, Kushina has an ability similar to the ability to sense danger. He had experienced this firsthand. Plus, Nagato now has the Rinnegan, and his sensing abilities have been greatly enhanced. If he sensed something, he would not be wrong. The plan may have to be brought forward. Obito thought silently. He didn't say much, but moved to his own different space. Chapter 53 Test. The other party may have unknown abilities, but in the face of spatial isolation, even if he has any detection abilities, he cannot spy on the operation of time and space. After entering the different space, Obito called over Black Zetsu. Go and find out what is going on. Don't let it affect our plan. Obito said in a deep voice. I see. A strange man who looked like a pigweed, with one black and one white inside, said in a deep voice. At this time, Neji, who was far away in Konoha village, saw Obito's space vortex, and his head suddenly lit up. Feel it. Fluctuations in space and time. What is going on? Neji had a feeling that he could transmit through the Obito space-time fluctuation area by tracing points. This ability seems to be innate. Is this the true way to use the Otsutsuki bloodline? Neji began to mobilize his eye power, and a black vortex about the size of a thumb appeared beside him. Time and space transfer. This technique is correct. Neji immediately closed the space transfer channel. It is known that the techniques used by the Otsutsuki bloodline may be a type of space-time ninjutsu. I see. Otsutsuki's bloodline limit is actually a space-time type ability. Neji began to ponder. The Uchiha family's Kekkei Genkei is the Sharingan, and the Hyuga family's Kekkei Genkei is the Byakugan. But these are all special bloodline limits. Normal bloodline limits should be of another form. When one person combines two chakra attributes at the same time, new escape techniques are created, such as lava style, boil style, crystal style, ice style, wood style, etc. Then, there is a high probability that his descendants born after him will inherit this ability of escape. Of course, you need to learn and create various new ninjutsu on your own. As for the Otsutsuki clan, their bloodline snare may be a kind of space-time escape technique. By the way, I don't seem to feel that I have bloodline net right now. Could it be that it has been weakened? Neji thought about it and decided that it was probably true. After all, his current Otsutsuki bloodline is only golden. If it was real Otsutsuki blood, it would definitely be red. After I obtain the red Otsutsuki bloodline, I should be able to use the bloodline net ability. Advertisement. After thinking it through, Neji stopped thinking. Now, all his stats are terribly high. But the only regret is that there is not much practical experience. When he has accumulated some practical experience and some difficult ninjutsu, then it will be his turn to kill everyone. Time quickly came to the next day. In Konoha Park. Neji hadn't arrived yet, but he could already hear Rock Lee and Might Guy's shouts. Hold on, Lee, it's decided. We have to do 200 push-ups before Neji gets here. If we don't make it, we have to do 500 consecutive frog jumps. Oh, yes, teacher Guy. Xiao Li echoed excitedly. Then the two of them began to exercise quickly. Neji raised a brow. For something like this, of course he showed his head. Hello, Neji greeted with a smile. Oh, we failed, Lee. I understand. If you fail to do it, do frog jumps 500 times. Lee said. Hey, let me do it too. Guy followed suit. These two people are simply funny. Neji chuckled. In fact, he arrived half an hour early. Based on the training speed of these two people, if calculated at a normal pace, it can definitely be completed. After a while, the last person in the team, Tiantian, also arrived. Is this teacher really a Jonin? Tenten was a little confused. Their leader, Mr. Jonin Guy, looks like Xiao Li's father. If he didn't know Xiao Li's parents, he would have suspected Guy. No, teacher Guy can also eat secretly. Tiantian murmured. If this is the case, maybe Rock Lee and Might really do have a certain relationship. After Guy had released all his passion, he took out his proud team uniform with a smile on his face. Look at the streamlined shape and the natural green color. Advertisement. Teacher Guy took out 3 sets of green training clothes, which were almost exactly the same as the ones he was wearing. As long as you pass the test, you can wear the green training suits I specially customized for you. Don't underestimate this training suit. Although it looks ordinary on the surface, it is actually very waterproof and breathable. Ah, teacher Guy, this training suit is really amazing. Xiao Li echoed. Well, of course, Might Guy said with a proud look on his face. But other than Rock Lee, Neji and Tenten were both silent. If you want me to wear this thing, then I'd better go home and inherit my father's ninja tool shop. Tiantian said after a long silence. Ugly. Neji was even more direct and showed no mercy to either of them. Please. That green tight combat suit is really hard to accept. You can even be black. Neji really didn't know why Might Guy had such a special liking for the color green. How could it be? Might Guy seemed to have suffered a great blow and looked depressed. Teacher Guy, it's okay. This combat uniform is really great, I really like it. Plum. Teacher Guy, stop talking. Weren't we talking about the test just now? Neji interrupted the actions of the two passionate teenagers. Lee, if you can't even pass the test, then you won't get this combat uniform, so think about the test first. To be honest, he couldn't wait to extract Might Guy's entry. Although Might Guy's entry does not have any bloodline limits, he should have a lot of talents in physical skills and techniques. Of course, the most critical one is the skill talent entry related to 8 inner gates. If he gets 8 inner gates, coupled with multiple shadow clone techniques, it will be a great start. It's also thanks to the fact that Guy is only a taijutsu type player, he doesn't know ninjutsu, and the chakra in his body is not at the level of the tailed beast. But he is different, he has half of 9 tails chakra in his body. With such a huge chakra, coupled with the multiple clones technique, the clones can perform 8 inner gates. Isn't this awesome? Think about the time of the 4th Shinobi World War, when Naruto had half of the 9 tails chakra and unlimited clones to intervene in the battlefield. Chapter 54. Fighting against Might Guy. But if it were him now, there would be countless physical arts masters with 9 tails chakra and opened 8 inner gates entering the battlefield. Neji couldn't even imagine how horrifying that scene was. What a mere impure world reincarnation, just give Lousy a kick to the ground. As for whether the clone can use 8 inner gates, this has already been demonstrated in the Moon Theater version when Konoha blocked the meteorites from the moon. The answer is, of course. Although it may not be possible to open the 7th gate and the 8th gate, the 6th gate should be possible, right? Neji is right. After hearing what Neji said, Might Guy's expression began to turn serious. In fact, this test is very important to you. In this test, I will find out whether you 3 have what it takes to become a ninja. If you perform badly, I will fire you and send you back to ninja school. Tiantian was a little dazed when he heard such a serious topic. Is it that serious? So after passing the graduation requirements of the ninja school, one still has to take the Jonin test. What kind of test is it? Neji demanded. The content of the test is. Might Guy raised his lip and took out 2 bells from his pocket. There are 2 bells here. As long as the 3 of you can snatch these 2 bells from me, you will win. 3 people and 2 bells. Tiantian said puzzledly. That's right. Among the 3 of you, only 2 can stay here. The other one has to go back to the ninja school to continue studying. Might Guy said in a deep voice. Hehe. This is a trick he learned from his good friend Kakashi. When he first saw Kakashi come up with this idea, he was astonished. I didn't expect Kakashi to be so smart. He could test whether they have the sense of unity and cooperation by just using 2 small bells. It's really wonderful, so he used it without hesitation. Teacher Guy, you didn't learn the test content from someone else, did you? Tiantian scratched his head and said. This is it, why do you think so? Might Guy couldn't hold his composure and asked awkwardly. Were the test contents he just stole known to others so quickly? Advertisement. I feel shy and embarrassed to speak every day. Because this idea is so brilliant, it's really hard to imagine that Mr. Guy could come up with it, Neji added. In fact, it means. With your brain, it's really unexpected that you can come up with this method. After all, in Tiantian's opinion, Might Guy and Rock Lee both look like they are not smart. Tenten, like Neji, has a ninja in his family. So I know a thing or two about the tests in the ninja school. There is no such thing as 2 people must stay and 1 person must leave. The reason why Guy said this was to test the cooperation of their team. Ahahaha, you really guessed it. I learned this from my friend. Guy admitted generously. Okay, let's start the test right away. By the way, the loser will be tied to a stake and won't have lunch today. At this moment, Guy hadn't realized that his intentions had been completely seen through. And, Neji's mouth twitched. They had already eaten this morning. It's okay if a person skips a meal, right? Guy, I guess he only heard half of it. Neji smiled bitterly. When Kakashi was testing others, he told them one day in advance that they were not allowed to eat in the morning. After the test is over, the loser will be decided, and this is the key. After not eating in the morning and experiencing tremendous physical exertion, people will have an instinctive craving for food. So this is the time when the team spirit among the 3 people is tested. And now what Guy is doing, is just copying the same thing. Yesterday, I don't know whether Might Guy forgot to tell me that I couldn't eat breakfast this morning, or he simply said that this didn't happen. I guess he just watched Kakashi's live reaction and then learned it himself. Spray. Come on, attack quickly. Might Guy smiled and did not run away. He just stood there, waiting for the 3 men to attack. He is indeed a passionate guy. Neji sighed slightly. Before he could move, Xiao Li rushed over. Teacher Guy, here I come. Advertisement. Rock Lee immediately prepared to snatch the bell hanging on Guy's waist, but unfortunately, Guy's reaction speed was too fast. Xiao Li was no match for the opponent now. With just a simple side move, Xiao Li missed. There's an opportunity. Tiantian seized the opportunity and quickly formed seals with his hands. It's wind-style ninjutsu. She spit out a huge ball of wind from her mouth. Invisible and colorless, Tiantian's target is not Guy, but the bell on his waist. As long as you knock the bell away, the chance of getting the bell will greatly increase. Don't even think about it. Leaf-strong whirlwind. Guy gave a bright smile, then turned around and kicked hard. This attack was so powerful that it actually broke up the wind-based ninjutsu. I am stunned when I see this scene every day. Is this something a human could do? Using one's body to withstand a ninjutsu. This is too outrageous. Teacher Guy, you are so amazing. Xiao Li exclaimed. I really can't believe it. Is this guy a monster? Tiantian put away the doubts in his heart. Seeing Might Guy's behavior before, she felt that her team leader might be a marginal figure. But now such a strong physical skill has already highlighted the extraordinariness of Might Guy. This guy may look cheerful on the surface, but he is actually a very capable guy. Tiantian, Li, I'll stop this guy, and you two can harass him from the sidelines. Neji said in a deep voice. Might Guy, this man looks cheerful, but if you really want to count, he is probably the strongest person in Konoha village right now. Guy's title of Uncle Emperor is not just talk. Throughout the 700+ episodes of Hokage Shippuden, everyone's strength is improving, and everyone is learning new moves. Whether it is Kakashi or the protagonists, only Emperor Guy always maintains his average state. Then continue to unlock your own strength. Others are improving their strength, but he is maintaining the status quo. Guy Huang was able to almost kick Uchiha Madara to death with one kick after more than 700 episodes. He could also open the death door now and kick himself to pieces. Chapter 55. The Hand of Heaven and Earth, the Stars Change. Guy Huang, for now, is the undisputed finale boss. Neji took a deep breath, then lowered his body and began to attack. Might Guy's physical skills are amazing, and as a master of physical skills, his reaction speed and adaptability are much stronger than the average ninjutsu-type ninja. So you really have to be careful when facing him. Neji is on. Benquan method Bajiquan. Suddenly, Neji's momentum became like a mountain and he attacked Might Guy. This is not the Hyuga clan's gentle fist method. After exchanging several moves with Neji, Might Guy's eyes focused and he immediately recognized that this was not the gentle fist method 8 trigrams palm style. As the traditional gentle fist of the Hyuga family, the palm technique is feminine, lingering, strange and changeable, targeting the chakra points of the ninja. The attack power is not very strong. But the moves Neji is using now are obviously of extremely lethal type. This is very similar to himself, he is also the type who likes to be bold and open. This style is completely opposite to the boxing style inherited from the Hyuga clan. These two people, I watch the two of them going back and forth every day. Their movements are strange and unpredictable. Neji said something about himself and others coming to harass Might Guy before. But looking at the current situation, she and Xiao Li can't do anything at all. Neji and Guy's actions are so fast, whether it is their offense and defense transitions or their ability to respond, they are all better than the two of them. I'm dazzled by what I see. Tiantian exclaimed. What kind of support? He couldn't even see Neji's position clearly now. She didn't have the Sharingan and her eyesight hadn't been enhanced, so she couldn't see the current situation clearly in such a high-intensity confrontation. Neji is really amazing. He can fight Jonin on equal terms. Rock Lee felt deeply pressured. Neji was clearly fighting hard in front of them, but they could only stand there and watch stupidly. Bump. After another collision, Might Guy and Neji distanced themselves. That rumor seems to be true. Might Guy's expression became serious. Rumors. What rumors? Tiantian and Rock Lee were stunned for a moment. They didn't know why Might Guy said that. Legend has it that there was a genius in the Hyuga clan who created a set of collapse fist techniques that was the antithesis of the gentle fist techniques that had been passed down from generation to generation in the Hyuga clan. Advertisement. Moreover, the collapse fist is powerful and has a swift attack, which is a counter to the Hyuga clan's gentle fist. Might Guy said in a deep voice. Now that we've actually fought each other, I know that the story about the collapse fist is real. Neji, your talent is the best I have ever seen. Might Guy, who was originally laughing, suddenly became serious at this moment. This left Tiantian and Rock Lee confused. What is Benquan? They don't even know what happened. Teacher Guy, what exactly do you mean by this? Rock Lee asked puzzledly. That's right, you may not know. Might Guy looked at the two people's confused expressions, and then he began to talk about the things that Jonin had heard at the beginning of the year before last. A few months ago, there was a rumor that a master of taijutsu appeared among the Hyuga clan. When he was only in his teens, he suddenly realized a completely different set of boxing techniques from the Hyuga family's gentle fist method. Moreover, it is more powerful than the gentle fist method, and the attack is more concise. Each move is many times more powerful than the gentle fist method. Because of this incident, the entire Hyuga family was alarmed. The two listened to what Teacher Guy said and looked at Neji in disbelief. A teenager. The genius of the Hyuga family. It seems that Neji is the only recognized genius in the Hyuga family at the moment. He just happened to be in his teens. Plus, the punch Neji just performed was nothing like the gentle fist method he had performed before. Neji, the person that Mr. Guy was talking about, could it be you? Tiantian asked in shock. Neji didn't hide it and admitted it generously. Gentle fist's attack is too gentle and has no killing power at all. Even if 8 trigrams palms hits someone more than 100 times, the opponent may still show signs of movement. This style of boxing was not suitable for me, so I created another style of boxing. Quote. Might Guy's mouth twitched when he heard Neji's words. Hitting someone more than 100 times. This sentence should refer to the Jinchuriki. No, that's Nine Tails Jinchuriki. Can he be compared with ordinary people? If an ordinary ninja took more than 100 palms from Neji, he would be considered amazing if he could not stand up, let alone faint. Advertisement. However, after seeing Neji's attack method, Might Guy also became interested in sparring with Neji. Come on, Neji, let me see your homemade Benquan method. Might Guy yelled. He is also a master of taijutsu, and his style is similar to Neji's. In the battle with Neji, he might be able to further improve his taijutsu style. Teacher Guy, now that you say that, I'm really here. Neji became serious. Then, the two of them fought together, completely ignoring Tiantian and Rock Lee. The two of them just watched in amazement as the fight between Neji and Might Guy became more and more intense. No, aren't we conducting a test? Tiantian was confused. What's happening now? What about the test? Do you want to continue? So, are you testing or competing with each other? Leaf strong whirlwind. Guy roared, then immediately did a spinning kick. Neji's expression remained unchanged, but his hands began to move flexibly. Gentle fist method. Shenken hand. A little effort can achieve great results, and the world changes. Suddenly, Neji neutralized Might Guy's taijutsu attack and used the force of his spinning back to send him flying several meters away. What kind of trick is this? Might Guy was surprised. Although all his moves just now were very vigorous, at this moment Neji's movements suddenly became gentle. The kick he just made seemed to be directed in another direction by a torrent. It's really incredible. Come again. Might Guy said excitedly. He looked at Neji, but the expression on his face suddenly froze. Neji has two bells on his hands. He stole this when he used the Chenken hand. Teacher, the test is over. Neji said lightly. It seems like this. Might Guy scratched his head. He had been having so much fun fighting that he forgot about this matter for a moment. But since the bell had already been taken away, he had nothing to say. Rock Lee looked at Neji's victory without feeling any joy. After all, among the three of them, he seems to be the most useless. If I had to choose one guy to be eliminated among the three, it would definitely be him. Chapter 56 Mask Spirit Kakashi. Faced with the fact that he was about to be kicked out of the team and returned to the ninja school, Rock Lee felt a little sad. Neji is a genius, not only in school but also in ninja tests. Although Tenten is not as good as Neji, she can also perform ninjutsu to attack. Only I, from the beginning to now, seem to have been of no use at all. Neji and Guy senseis were really, as a taijutsu ninja, he had no room to interfere at all. Or is it that he's not trying hard enough? Or is he not diligent enough? If that's the case, then next time I take the test, I must. Yoshi, you passed. Might Guy bared his large teeth and spoke to the three men. To celebrate, it's my treat today. Tell me what you want to eat. Just tell me. As a Jonin, I do have some savings. Well, Rock Lee was suddenly stunned. Is this qualified? Didn't they say that only 2 people could stay? How could that be? Teacher Guy, didn't you say that only 2 people can stay? Xiao Li asked puzzledly. He thought he was going back to the ninja school soon. Actually, Might Guy looked a little embarrassed. So what will Kakashi's next test look like? It's over. Completely forgot about it. Actually, this test is to check whether you have team spirit. Yes, that's right. In my opinion, you have already achieved my goal, so of course you are qualified. As for leaving alone, that is of course just a test. After thinking for a long time, Might Guy finally uttered these words. If I had known this earlier, I would have asked Kakashi about the content of his test. Oh, so that's what it looks like. Rock Lee looked suddenly enlightened. He didn't expect that this test was used to test teamwork. Yes, that's it, Might Guy said seriously. Advertisement. Let's go to a dinner party while we still have time. This is also a necessary part of cultivating our team spirit. As they were talking, the three of them had already started deciding where to go for dinner. Konoha's famous ramen, and also a barbecue restaurant. In the end, the group chose the barbecue restaurant. After all, the entire team is almost entirely made up of physical ninjas who usually exercise a lot, so the amount of energy they need to replenish is also very large. As he walked, Neji looked at the entries extracted from Might Guy. Physical Arts Master, Purple, your physical arts are already unique. You can be called a master of all kinds of kicking techniques. P.S. Might Guy. Well, I didn't draw 8 inner gates again. But it's not bad. It's purple. Neji was not panicked at all. If he couldn't spare the time in one day, he would just take a week. Might Guy is not like Naruto, who has countless negative entries. Sooner or later, Might Guy will be drained dry by himself. This time may not even take a month. When everyone was returning to the Konoha village barbecue restaurant from the park, they met Kakashi by chance. Oh, Kakashi. Might Guy saw his friend alone and immediately asked. Where are the students you lead? They failed. I sent them all back to the ninja school. Kakashi scratched his head idly. In fact, their qualifications are very poor. If possible, they should not become ninjas. Moreover, they have no sense of teamwork at all, so they are not suitable to be ninjas. Forehead. After hearing what Kakashi said, Tiantian and Rock Lee were both a little confused. No, this test is real. Judging from Might Guy's look, they thought this test was just a casual talk, but they didn't expect it could actually make people go back to ninja school. For a moment, both of them were a little scared. This seemingly lazy man is really ruthless when he takes action. Teacher Kakashi, we are going to a barbecue restaurant together now, do you want to eat with us? Teacher Guy will treat you. Neji suddenly spoke to Kakashi. Although I didn't get the Guy Emperor's entry, if I could get a 50-50 entry, that would be pretty good too. Advertisement. After all, Kamui is considered a bug skill among the current ninjas. To impose a complete blockade on Obito, this second Mangekyo Sharingan is generally required. But now Neji has the Byakugan, and he can perform positioning jumps based on the fluctuations in time and space left by Obito. So when facing Obito, he was not so helpless against this guy. However, interpreting Kamui's space requires a lot of eye power and chakra. If you use Kamui Sharingan, the consumption will be relatively less. I see. Since Guy is treating me, I really won't be polite. Kakashi suddenly laughed. He looked at Neji, the guy who suppressed Nine Tails Jinchuriki last year. I didn't expect to be assigned to work under Guy this year. It seems that things are going to become interesting in the future. Kakashi thought about the rumors about Neji. Rumor has it that he is a master of physical skills in the Hyuga family and has created another set of boxing techniques, which are now becoming popular among the ninjas of the Hyuga family. Almost all ninjas now know this. Some Hyuga members who had originally formed a team with other ninjas soon demonstrated a completely different boxing style from the gentle fist method when practicing with their teammates. This caused an uproar in Konoha village. Let me see what this so-called genius Neji is all about, Kakashi thought secretly. The five of them walked to the barbecue restaurant in a very arrogant manner. Since it was Teacher Guy who treated them, the other four people ate almost as much as they could. Ahahaha, eat. Only when you are full will you have the energy to exercise. Keep eating. Might Guy laughed. Kakashi, you too, okay. In that case, I won't be polite. Kakashi smiled slightly. Then he started. In front of several people, Kakashi picked up a piece of grilled meat and put it into his mouth, which was covered with a mask. Day by day. Rock Lee, what's wrong with this person? How can you eat while wearing a mask? How did he eat the food? Both of them were almost stunned. Teacher Guy is a weirdo, and his friend seems to be a weirdo too. Not only did he cover one eye, he also wore a mask. Even when eating, she is showing off in the mask. At this time, Neji finally had the opportunity to extract entries from Kakashi. Chapter 57 Mangekyo Sharingan. Mangekyo Sharingan, Gold, a Mangekyo Sharingan with incredible power that can perform the time and space eye technique. It is an extremely powerful eye technique. P.S. I finally got it, Kamui. One Sharingan can reach gold, not bad. Life is wonderful. Neji was delighted. Although I didn't draw Guy's 8 inner gates, I unexpectedly drew Obito's Sharingan. This is really a pleasant surprise. After having Kamui, there are so many things he wants to do. When facing Obito, he can be fearless. And unlike Kakashi, he doesn't have the blood of the Uchiha clan. Although the level of his Uchiha bloodline is blue, this was also extracted from Uchiha Sasuke. Urzuzi's bloodline, it can't be that bad, right? And he also has a sage body that is even more powerful than Hashirama's sage body. The sage body originally had the ability to alleviate the side effects of the Mangekyo eye technique, and Neji also loaded the Nine Tails entry. Not to mention, I guess when using Kamui, even the side effects may disappear. After the party was over, Neji rushed home without stopping. He wants to fuse Obito's Mangekyo Sharingan. After confirming that everything around him was normal, Neji fused one of Obito's Mangekyo Sharingan into his own eye. Visibly, one of Neji's eyes actually went straight from 3 Magatama to the Mangekyo Sharingan. That spinning shuriken looks incredibly cool. It's really interesting. Neji was excited. The loading of entries has allowed him to fully integrate the abilities of Obito's Mangekyo Sharingan. After integrating the power of the Mangekyo Sharingan, his original 3 Magatama could be promoted to Mangekyo. So even though Neji is only a one-eyed Mangekyo, he has 2 kinds of dojutsu abilities. One is a fusion of Obito's Mangekyo Sharingan's eye abilities. One is the eye technique ability of Hyuga Neji's own Mangekyo Sharingan after evolving his 3 Magatama into Mangekyo through the blessing of the same process. Even though it's only one eye, it's not much worse than other binocular Mangekyo. Advertisement. The color of the yin tun has begun to change. Neji's eyes focused. As he expected, the chakra attribute of yin tun was gradually being supplemented and improved. Although this yin tun chakra is still purple, it has almost turned golden. Only a small part is still purple, and most of the rest has turned golden. I believe that if a part of yin suku chakra is integrated, it is very likely that this yin suku chakra will be promoted to a golden item. Neji could feel that within his Mangekyo Sharingan, a dojutsu unique to him was being nurtured. At the same time, a new pattern began to appear in Neji's Mangekyo Sharingan. The 2 circular patterns echoed each other, and the Mangekyo pattern belonging to Obito turned into small triangular darts and were placed around the circular pattern. The ability of this eye is Fantasy Killer. Its ability is, wherever its sight reaches, it will block and erase all the people or things that already have them. Neji said in a deep voice. It's really an incredible ability. Is this thing really what he imagined? All abilities, including bloodline limits and escapism techniques, can be blocked and erased. Isn't this equivalent to advanced sealing techniques? However, this sealing techniques directly eliminates the problem at the root. Block and erase. This is a really interesting ability. Neji chuckled darkly. The abilities of Sharingan's 2 eyes are related in parallel. Just like Obito's eyes, Kamui is divided into long-distance Kamui and close-distance Kamui. If his Mangekyo Sharingan is also like that, then it means that his other Mangekyo Sharingan, Its true ability is likely to be the exact opposite of this Mangekyo Sharingan. What is the opposite of a race, shield? Neji is already looking forward to it. With this unique skill, he can really kill his way through the ninja world. Isn't this a plug-in sealing technique? With this thing, even if Obito uses Kamui in front of him, he can directly use Imagine Breaker. Kamui is completely finished. This is like he has an infinitely reset black entry, brain hole, black, and the opponent's first ninjutsu will inevitably fail. Advertisement. Maybe then I can even seal the opponent's Mangekyo Sharingan. After all, in a fundamental sense alone, his current Mangekyo Sharingan is already half of the Eternal Mangekyo. As long as the Yin release is upgraded to Golden, it will probably become the true Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. This is really cool. Neji was a little impatient and wanted to experiment with his Sharingan. Just do it. Suddenly, Neji's eyes began to change. From the original blood red Sharingan, it changed into the posture of pure moonlight white eyes. Jingyu Tong has the Byakugan and possesses the time and space abilities of the Otsutsuki clan, which allows her to communicate through time and space and teleport. Although he did not have an alternate space like Mahakala that could be used for storage, he had experimented with it last time. He can make connections based on what he sees, and he can even interfere with Obito's alternate dimension. After a moment's hesitation, Neji chose a good place for the experiment. Kurigakure. This is it. If I can lure out Obito, then I will take his other entry for the Mangekyo Sharingan. The long-range vision capability is activated. Through the numerous obstacles, Neji has crossed the land of fire and seen the border of the land of water. This is not the end yet. As Neji's pupil power increases, he can see even farther. Kurigakure. I see. Neji saw Kurigakure's current state. The whole village was like a group of wandering ghosts, and at first glance, there seemed to be very few people. The perspective ability is superimposed. Now the distribution of personnel is clearer. It seems that Kurigakure is now completely controlled by Obito. Neji mused. Almost everyone in the village hid in their homes. There are very few villagers in the village, and blood stains can be seen on the roadside from time to time. Back then, Uchiha Madara controlled the people of Kurigakure and killed Obito's favorite Rin. I guess Obito was holding a grudge, so he made Kurigakure so bloody. When Neji wanted to sense the fluctuations in space and time like he did last time, something unexpected happened. Hiss, why don't I have the same feeling as last time? Neji seemed very surprised. Chapter 58 Fantasy Killer. Last time, he could clearly sense Obito's space-time fluctuations easily. But why doesn't it work this time? It's really strange. Jingyu Tong's ability to roll her eyes is really weird. Neji fumbled for a while and finally discovered the ability of his pure moon Byakugan. Only by seeing people can we connect time and space. That's right, you have to see the talent. When Neji saw the people from Kurigakure, the same feeling came back. At this moment, a chain of nothingness was spreading from Neji's body. It seemed infinitely long, with almost no end in sight. In just a moment, it was connected to the person in Kurigakure. Neji's time and space were opened. In the blink of an eye, he had traveled to Kurigakure and arrived at Obito's lair. Ah, who are you and why are you here? The man saw the long-haired man who suddenly appeared. The other party was wearing Sengoku-style armor, and he was obviously very scared. HMPH, ninjas nowadays are really boring. They don't even recognize me. Neji snorted coldly. At this point, Neji's current look is no longer the same person as his original look. Neji now is not a teenager, but a teenager who looks to be in his 20s. The long hair covered half of his face and one eye. Only the other eye was left exposed. That's right. Neji used the transformation technique before coming here. And the person he turned into was not someone else, but the legendary Uchiha Madara. At this moment, looking at the Scarlet Sharingan, the man was completely stunned. You're Uchiha. That's right, these eyes are only possessed by the Uchiha clan. It's absolutely correct. This guy is from the Uchiha family. But why did the Uchiha family suddenly come to Kurigakure without any warning? Why is this? Advertisement. He didn't know, but he felt like he was almost done for now. Water style. The Mist Shinobi ninja hurriedly began to form hand seals and was about to use the water style escape technique. However, this was the moment Neji was waiting for. His Sharingan quickly spun around, transforming into the Mangekyo Sharingan. Imagine Breaker. Activate. The condition for Imagine Breaker to be triggered is that the object is what Neji sees. There is no need to perform it through eye-to-eye contact like an illusion. As long as Neji sees it, it can be implemented. It only took a moment for the Kurigakure ninja to become confused. He was halfway through forming hand seals when he suddenly forgot the steps for the next water-style ninjutsu. Obviously, in the past, the connection was so smooth and so fast. But after being glared at by the Sharingan, it was as if he had forgotten everything. Not only that, when he wanted to switch to other ninjutsu, he had no impression of it in his mind. What the hell is going on here? How could this happen? Who are you? You can't be an unknown person with such a powerful illusion. Mist Shinobi Ninja questioned Neji. What about the name? You don't need to know. Neji said calmly. The ability he just showed was just a test of his abilities. What comes next is the highlight. The two abilities of Fantasy Breaker, shielding and erasing, can not only work on the ninja's memory, but also on other places. Let me see if this ability is what I thought it was. Neji said solemnly. He activated the Imagine Breaker, and the Mist Shinobi, whose battle memories had been wiped out, was now disappearing along with his body. What on earth is going on? Mist Shinobi looked devastated. This is impossible. He himself was disappearing. Is this an illusion? How can I get rid of it? He had forgotten his memories of coming into contact with the illusion and was unable to resist Neji's Imagine Breaker. Soon, the lower half of his body was erased. In less than a moment, the Mist Shinobi had completely disappeared. Yes, just like a phantom, it disappeared. Just as I thought, the essence of Imagine Breaker is fraud. Neji said in a deep voice. Fraud world. Advertisement. Defraud everyone and everything. Turn false information into reality. This is the ability to play with the world. If the world is like a huge canvas, the entire ninja world is a beautiful landscape painting. Then Neji's Imagine Breaker is like an eraser that can erase anything on it. However, there should be limitations to the abilities of the Fantasy Breaker. A Fantasy Breaker with golden attributes cannot have such a powerful erasing ability on attributes of the same series. I wonder where that Mist Shinobi ninja went. Neji looked around curiously. Even time and space cannot sense any trace of that ninja. This wonderful power is incredible. Immediately, he walked out of Kurigakure. Neji walked into the village in the guise of Uchiha Madara, wearing armor. Who are you? Why did you enter Kurigakure? Stop. Tell us your name, or we'll start to attack you. Soon, Neji's actions attracted the ninjas of Kurigakure. They looked at the stranger in front of them with vigilance, kunai in their hands, as if they were ready to attack at the next moment. Hashirama, what? The others were stunned. Neji looked up and spoke in the tone of Uchiha Madara. You never thought that decades later, Hashirama would actually give you the tailed beast. Humph. What a stupid idea. It would be a waste to give you weapons like the tailed beasts. Ants should just be ants. I'm here to get the tailed beast. The tailed beast is right here, right? Everyone saw the Sharingan, the symbol of the Uchiha clan of Konoha village. You are from the Uchiha clan. Assholes. Do you, Konoha, want to start a war with us, Kurigakure? Many ninjas couldn't help but curse. But he was alone, and he dared to enter their Kurigakure. How abominable. What the hell was this place? They were even saying they were going to take Three Tails away. Three Tails is now inside their fourth Mizukage. If he took Three Tails away, wouldn't that mean their Mizukage would die too? Konoha Shinobi, it's still not too late to retreat now. We don't want to provoke a war with Konoha village, said the leading ninja. War. Neji suddenly burst into laughter. You guys are worthy of saying this in front of me, Uchiha Madara. It seems that Hashirama has been too indulgent towards you guys over the past few decades. Know your identities, ants. Chapter 59 Uchiha Madara is coming with 9 tails. Neji suddenly bit his finger and pressed towards the ground. Summoning. Come out, 9 tails. Suddenly, a huge orange-yellow tailed beast appeared. It had 9 tails behind it, a hateful face, and endless evil energy emanating from its body. The Mist Shinobi ninjas were stunned after seeing this scene. This is 9 tails. Are the people in Konoha village crazy? They actually sent 9 tails out directly. Is this really going to start a war? Bang! 9 tails suddenly raised his claws and slapped several of the Mist Shinobi ninjas away. Hurry! Something terrible has happened, go report to the 4th Mizukage. Exclaimed the Mist Shinobi ninja. The Uchiha clan ninja from Konoha village, Uchiha Madara is coming with 9 tails. He roared loudly. I will stay here to cover you, you guys go and report to Master Mizukage. Neji was stunned by such ambition. What did you say? You want to stop Uchiha Madara? Although I'm just playing cosplay now, my current fighting power is really not to be underestimated. Although not as good as Madara in his prime, but compared with Madara who just started the Mangekyo period, it's still no problem. HMPH, really interesting. I didn't expect that the Mizukage of Kurigakure has already reached the 4th generation. How much time has passed? Neji snorted coldly, then muttered. Now, his setting is that Uchiha Madara, who returned from the past, used the power of the dragon vein to travel to the future. Of course, it may seem a little unreliable on the surface, but compared to Obito's pretentious Uchiha Madara, his setting is still very reliable. At least, he still looks like Madara when he was young. As for the rest, let's let our strength speak for itself. Use the true terrifying strength of Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Madara, stop being so arrogant. This is Kurigakure, and we will never let you be so presumptuous. Water-style Mist Shinobi technique. Suddenly, the ninja spewed out a huge amount of thick fog from his mouth, forming an invisible fog around 9 tails. Kuridani Takedo gave a cold sneer. Even 9 tails can't move freely in this fog, right? As long as he can hold back 9 tails, he can assassinate Uchiha Madara. By then, when the 4th Mizukage arrives and subdues 9 tails, all the chaos will be settled. Just as he was thinking this, a tailed beast bomb spewed out from the thick air, directly shattering his fantasy, and shocking waves erupted in the lake and sea surrounding Kurigakure. Quote. Stupid, do you think this kind of thing will work on me? Seriously, Neji was speechless. Advertisement. No. I am Uchiha Madara. Are you so brave? After these ninjas continued to commit suicide, Neji finally understood. Damn, another knowledge blockade. He hadn't thought so much about it when he was looking at the Hokage, but he finally understood it when he got here. How serious is the blockade of information and the cover-up of history in the ninja village? Damn, Kurigakure is just like Konoha village, they only pick out the good things to talk about and throw away all the bad things. It was obvious that these guys in front of me had no idea who Uchiha Madara was. Kurigakure was known as the Blood Mist village during this period, and many of the famous bloodline limit families there had been wiped out. Therefore, except for a few remaining family ninjas, the current Kurigakure knows almost nothing about the history of the ninja world. At most they know how great and awesome their Mizukage is. Neji sighed. The system of the ninja village obviously does not want the ninjas to know too much. The more they know, the more difficult it will be to use them as a tool. For a ninja, only one who knows how to fight can be a truly good ninja. Obviously, Konoha village and Kurigakure do a great job in this regard. Alas, all the pretense I just showed off was shown to the dogs. Neji felt like he was talking to a wall. He even used the transformation technique to transform his chakra clone into the appearance of Nine Tails. Oh no, oh no. Master 4th generation, something terrible has happened. The village has been invaded. Obito, hiding in the dark, looked very surprised. Now someone is invading Kurigakure. It's really interesting. You know, now is the time after the Third Ninja World War, and each village is recuperating. This is a relatively peaceful period for the 5 major villages. It was because of this that he was able to take control of the entire Kurigakure and control the 4th Mizukage so quietly. If it were during the war, Kurigakare's situation would have been explored by the other 4 villages. Obito began to control the 4th Mizukage Yugura, and began to deal with it calmly. Inside the Kurigakure Mizukage office, a young man with green hair, purple eyes, and a scar under his left eye that looked like a suture mark, spoke calmly. Advertisement. Calm down and tell me what happened in detail. Yugura said in a deep voice. The Uchiha clan from Konoha village are coming to kill us. Mist Shinobi Ninja shouted anxiously. What? Obito was stunned. Is there anyone left in the Uchiha clan now? Aren't there only 3 people left? Uchiha Itachi, Uchiha Sasuke, and him. Could it be that Uchiha Itachi has come to Kurigakure again? No, it's impossible. Itachi is on other missions now. Obito thought. At the beginning, when Uchiha Itachi used Amaterasu to injure the 4th Mizukage and then left. He took advantage of Yugura's unconsciousness and cast an illusion on him, thus keeping him under control. Otherwise, how could Yugura, 3 Tails perfect Jinchuriki, be controlled so easily by him for so long? And Itachi isn't the type to do thankless tasks. He has no reason to come. Are you sure that the person who came is from the Uchiha clan? Yugura asked in a deep voice. That's right, Mizukage-sama, he has the Sharingan, he is definitely from the Uchiha clan. The Mist Shinobi Ninja said hurriedly. And 9 Tails, he came here with the 9 Tails from Konoha village. What? Obito's face changed. 9 Tails. 9 Tails, and Sharingan. A person suddenly came to his mind. Danzo. Is it that old guy? What on earth is he planning? The Uchiha clan has been destroyed, and the person who came is an old man. Yugura continued to ask. Oops. The Kurigakure ninja was getting so anxious, why wasn't the Mizukage moving? He was still asking questions. You have to know that it's 9 Tails. If they arrive a few minutes late, it will have a huge impact on the village. So, he immediately used the transformation technique to transform into the appearance of that Uchiha. Mizukage-sama, the man who invaded the village looked like this. He also said that he was Uchiha Madara. He is extremely arrogant and conceited. Please organize a crackdown on him as soon as possible. The Uchiha Madara of Konoha village is coming with the 9 Tails. The village needs your commander. Ah, Uchiha Madara is coming with 9 Tails. Chapter 60. Give me 3 tails, I'm a college student. Obito was confused. This appearance. This Kurigakure ninja uses the transformation technique to change his appearance. How is that possible? It was actually similar to the Uchiha Madara he had seen before. Obito's face began to grow serious. Although he had only seen Uchiha Madara when he was old, there was no doubt about the Haki in him. And this image really looks like Uchiha Madara when he was young. This is impossible. Uchiha Madara had clearly died in front of him. Could it be that Uchiha Madara has a backup plan? I understand. I will immediately organize the ninjas of Kurigakure to encircle and suppress him. Yugura said in a deep voice. He wields a club-like weapon with a hook on the front and adorned with green flowers, and begins to call upon the ninjas of Kurigakure. Now that things have come to this, the only way to know the truth is to go and see it. But 9 Tails. Just when Obito was confused, there was a loud noise outside. An area on the edge of the village had been blown away. This is Tailed Beast Bomb. Really 9 Tails? What's going on? 9 Tails is clearly sealed in Naruto's body. Looking at the tailed beasts in the distance, Obito became more and more confused about what was going on. There is no doubt that the energy is definitely the aura of the tailed beast. And the posture of 9 Tails was exactly the same as the 9 Tails he controlled at the beginning. What the hell is going on? Obito's eyes were cold, it seemed that he needed to question Black Zetsu properly. Uchiha Madara, most likely had some other plans hidden from him. The space began to distort, and Obito entered the Kamui space, where there was a white Zetsu similar in shape to him. Where is Black Zetsu now? Obito asked in a deep voice. Ah, Black Zetsu. He should be found by now. The swirling white Zetsu seemed to connect to Black Zetsu, and immediately told Dragon Obito. In just a moment, Obito arrived in front of Black Zetsu. Uchiha Madara has some backup plan besides me, right? Obito asked. Huh, Madara, what do you mean? Black Zetsu was a little confused. Advertisement. Still want to pretend? Follow me. Obito looked grim as he used time and space to bring Black Zetsu to Kurigakure. In Kurigakure, Black Zetsu also saw that impossible scene. At this moment, a mighty Haki man was standing on the head of the strongest tailed beast, Nine Tails, looking down at everyone present with arrogance. Uchiha Madara. When Black Zetsu saw the appearance of this ninja, he was completely stunned. That's right, exactly the same as Uchiha Madara when he was young. Both the shape and appearance were almost the same as he remembered. What's going on? Obito demanded. This, I don't know either. Let me go over and take a look. The pitcher plant-like Black Zetsu began to dive underground, slowly approaching Neji. This is the floating technique, and through the wood-style ability that Black Zetsu possesses, he can fuse his body with the land, allowing him to move freely underground. Moreover, when traveling, you can also block out all auras. This is also one of the main methods used by Black Zetsu to collect intelligence. Really, this feeling can't be wrong. Black Zetsu lurked near Neji and began to observe Neji secretly. He is the embodiment of Otsutsuki's will, and knew the brothers of the Sage of Six Paths thousands of years ago. Indra inherited Yin escape technique, and Ashura inherited Yang escape technique. Both have their own special features. Based on Black Zetsu's years of experience in finding babies, he discovered that this Uchiha Madara also had a hint of Indra. Years of experience, coupled with his intuition, make it almost impossible for him to be wrong. That is indeed the feeling of Uchiha Madara. But Black Zetsu was confused. He, who had been secretly observing Uchiha Madara, knew that Madara had really died of old age. How did he come back to life? What on earth was going on? How could Madara survive without using the Rinne Tensei technique? For a moment, Black's mind was confused. The current situation was the first time that it was beyond his control. Where's Nine Tails? Could it be that the Jinchuriki of Konoha village was killed? Black Zetsu looked at the Nine Tails under Madara's feet, which was also the real deal. Advertisement. That huge-tailed beast Chakra was extremely pure and there was almost no difference between it and the real Nine Tails. There is no doubt that this Nine Tails is part of the sacred tree. After hesitating for a moment, Black Zetsu decided to send White Zetsu over to check out the situation. He detached himself from White Zetsu's body and asked him to go over and see what was going on. If the other party is really the resurrected Uchiha Madara, he should know White Zetsu. Hey, why don't you go? White Zetsu asked stupidly. Idiot, I have other things to do. You just need to listen to me. Do you think I would harm you? Black Zetsu said immediately. That seems to be the case. White Zetsu thought about it and realized that if the other person was really Lord Madara, then it seemed that he would not harm him. Thinking so, White Zetsu rushed forward at the instigation of Black Zetsu. However, before he could escape, he was crushed to pieces along with the ground by the violent Nine Tails. This scene frightened Black Zetsu so much that he ran behind Obito. HMPH, this Chakra, must be White Zetsu, Neji snorted. Although they are good at using wood-style ninjutsu, and the floating technique is a plug-in for White Zetsu and Black Zetsu, they are good at gathering intelligence. When lurking underground, the sensory ninja could not detect even a trace of its presence. But this doesn't include him. The Byakugan's ability is quite powerful. With its perspective, long-range vision, and 360-degree visibility, it is almost impossible to miss everything. Even if there are people hiding underground, it's the same. So Neji killed White Zetsu without mercy. Just a White Zetsu. It's really Nine Tails. At this moment, Kurigakure 4th Mizukage, who was controlled by Obito, had also arrived at the scene. Hurry up and organize the barrier. The 4th Mizukage yelled. The people of Kurigakure immediately took action. As a village close to the ocean, the barrier of their village is also related to water. Water-style water array wall technique. Dozens of ninjas immediately began to encircle Nine Tails. These ninjas extracted seawater from the ocean outside the village and formed a powerful protective barrier. You, who are you? You actually controlled Nine Tails to attack Kurigakure. What do you want to do? Yagura questioned. Neji, who was standing on Nine Tails, raised the corners of his mouth slightly. If I must say, it's just a little boring. Also, take back the tailed beast that Hashirama gave you. I can sense that you are Three Tails. Chapter 61. Kill Three Tails instantly. Yagura held his weapon, his face very gloomy. Give you Three Tails. After Three Tails went out of control, in order to better control the tailed beasts, he sealed Three Tails into his own body. If he were to hand over the tailed beast to the other party now, he would be really dead. Snort. You come to my village alone and you are so arrogant. Let me see what you, and Uchiha, are capable of. Yagura snorted coldly and began to make hand seals quickly. Water-style grand waterfall technique. Suddenly, an entire ocean gushed out of his mouth. The barrier almost submerged the entire building. But this little fight is nothing to Neji. That's interesting. Let me try out your ability. Neji began to control Nine Tails to attack. Ninetales was huge in size, and almost every attack of his was extremely powerful. Without the illusion of the Mangekyo Sharingan, it would be impossible to control Ninetales. Hateful. After fighting for a while, Yugura realized that his various ninjutsu were nothing compared to Ninetales, who had the strongest tailed beast weapon. Faced with such a huge tailed beast and such terrifying destructive power, the ninjutsu of ordinary ninjas looks like child's play. If that's the case, then this is the only way. Yugura took a deep breath and then began to transform into a tailed beast. Oh no. Obito, who was hiding in the dark, saw Yugura's actions and his face looked a little grim. When controlling Yugura's genjutsu, it's not complete. Because the tailed beasts and the Jinchuriki are in tune with each other, Yugura has been subconsciously rebelling against himself. Under normal circumstances, he can be confident that he can control this. But it won't work when it transforms into a tailed beast. There is a high possibility that Yugura has broken free from his own illusion. I really don't know whether this is a bad thing or a good thing. Obito thought secretly. If Yugura uses all his strength, the illusion will definitely be broken. But when the Three Tails Jinchuriki exert their full strength, we can also see the true power of that Uchiha Madara. Advertisement. Come on, let me see who you are, the guy pretending to be Uchiha Madara. Obito thought secretly. Tailed beast transformation. Interesting stuff, some rare stuff I've never seen before. It seems you have achieved something in these decades. Neji sneered. Then, the shape of his exposed eye began to change. Mangekyo Sharingan. This is actually the Mangekyo Sharingan. Obito was shocked. That's right, that ring shape is Madara's Mangekyo Sharingan. Black Zetsu frowned. Uchiha Madara's Mangekyo Sharingan is indeed in that shape. But, not quite. This doesn't seem to be the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Black Zetsu frowned. Things are getting weirder and weirder. If he is really Uchiha Madara, then his eyes should be the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. But why are this guy's eyes only at Mangekyo level? What about his eternal Mangekyo Sharingan? Black Zetsu was also feeling more and more confused at this point. What is going on? This was the first time something like this happened that was beyond his control. Aside from Black Zetsu and Obito, most people in Kurigakure still don't know how terrifying Madara's Mangekyo eyes are. Neji, for realism, although his and Uchiha Madara Mangekyo Sharingan have different shapes, but he can pretend. Long live the transformation technique. Even the shape of Mangekyo's eyes can actually be changed. Therefore, even though Neji is only at the level of a one-eyed Mangekyo, he can still use the disguise technique to transform himself into a double Magatama Mangekyo. He also wanted to join the Akatsuki organization and extract all the entries for the Rinnegan and the Mangekyo Sharingan. So we still need to pay attention to the details. What's going on? Those eyes. I always feel that those eyes look very ominous. Yugura felt a deep sense of terror after seeing Neji's Mangekyo Sharingan. At the same time, his original red coat that he used to transform into a tailed beast began to degenerate without him knowing when. What's going on? Why is this happening? How should I transform into a tailed beast? Yugura was confused. Advertisement. He forgot how he transformed into a tailed beast. Ah, my stomach hurts. Before he could react and wonder why, Yugura suddenly covered his stomach and let out a sharp howl. Yugura took off his clothes and saw that the seal set on his belly button had disappeared without him knowing. How is this possible? How on earth did he do it? Yugura looked horrified. Finished. Originally, the reason why Three Tails was sealed in his body was because of this sealing technique. Now the seal is gone, but Three Tails is still inside him. You can imagine what happens next. Mizukage-sama, what happened to you? Mizukage-sama, what did that damned Uchiha Madara do to you? Mizukage is an adult. Many Kurigakure ninjas, noticing that the body of their leader, Lord Mizukage, was swelling, immediately rushed to his side. Ah, get away from me quickly. Yugura looked grim. He didn't have time to explain and rushed towards Uchiha Madara alone, wanting to die together with him. Let's go to hell together, damn Uchiha Madara. Yugura roared. But how could Yugura, who forgot about the tailed beast transformation, be a match for Neji? Suddenly, Ninetales' tail began to extend infinitely, and the powerful bombardment instantly sent Yugura flying into the sky of Kurigakure. With a loud bang, a brilliant burst of fireworks erupted in the sky above Kurigakure. Kurigakure 4th Mizukage, Yugura, died. Three Tails aura is gone too. So that's how it is. When a person dies, will the tailed beasts also disappear? It seems like we got some interesting news. Neji said lightly. Even though Three Tails had died and been reborn, he didn't show any sign of fluctuation. If I were to ask why, it would be of course. Three Tails Chakra Gold, one of the incarnations of the Divine Tree Chakra, one of the nine-tailed beasts, with almost bottomless chakra energy. P.S. Wow, I made money as soon as I sent it out, my luck is overflowing. With this entry, Yugura's role is almost gone. Just die. After all, he doesn't seem to be of much use. Chapter 62. Traveling from the past. Black Zetsu's guess. How is this possible? The Mist Shinobi ninjas couldn't believe it. This is the 4th Mizukage of their village. This is the strongest fighter of their Kurigakure, and he is also the 4th Mizukage of Jinchuriki who controls the Three Tails. Why do you appear so vulnerable in front of this young man? Why on earth is this happening? Who are you? How could Konoha have someone as strong as you? Konoha, You guys just kept talking about Konoha and Konoha, it's really annoying. I'm Uchiha Madara from the Uchiha clan. Neji remained calm and continued to act cool. HMPH, the tailed beasts are gone. There's not much point in playing with you. After saying that, Neji controlled 9 tails and blasted the barrier open with a tailed beast bomb. He just swaggered out of Kurigakure. Faced with Neji's terrifying strength, everyone in Kurigakure felt powerless. Uchiha Madara. Could he be that Uchiha Madara? Many ninjas seem to have thought of the name Uchiha Madara. But they dare not admit it. Because according to current history, Uchiha Madara was from the same era as first Hokage Senju Hashirama. He is also from the same period as their first Mizukage. If calculated according to normal time, even if the other party is really Uchiha Madara, he is now just an old man in his 90s. It is absolutely impossible to be like this young man in his 20s in front of me. What an unstable factor. Obito frowned. I didn't expect that guy also has the Mangekyo Sharingan. Moreover, the opponent's attainments in illusion techniques are truly terrifying. Even he couldn't have hypnosis the Jinchuriki who was about to transform into a tailed beast, but this guy actually made 3 tails Jinchuriki quit transforming into a tailed beast with just a glance. What is going on? Black Zetsu, aren't you the will of Uchiha Madara? Hurry up and figure out what's going on. Obito demanded coldly. He couldn't tolerate the emergence of such a powerful destabilizing factor. I see. Black Zetsu remained silent, his entire body quickly diving into the ground. He had an idea in his mind. However, it is not certain at the moment. Advertisement. So, the current priority is to go to Konoha village. Intelligence. I need information. Black Zetsu roared from underground. It was the first time that he was at a disadvantage in an intelligence war. He sent a white Zetsu, sneaked into Konoha village, and came to Naruto's residence. It was now late at night and Naruto was sleeping soundly. White Zetsu also used Yin Dun to sneak from the ground to Naruto's side. There can be no mistake. 9 tails is still here. After White Zetsu learned everything, he immediately went back to convey the news. Konoha's 9 tails are still there. But the so-called Uchiha Madara also has another 9 tails on him. There are actually 2 9 tails in the world at the same time. This is a serious matter. What? In Obito's Kamui space, after hearing the news, he frowned. The 9 tails inside Naruto are still inside him. How is that possible? That mysterious Uchiha was definitely using the real 9 tails. Obito said affirmatively. He had controlled 9 tails before, so 9 tails was no stranger to him. That Uchiha guy, the one under his feet is definitely 9 tails. Black Zetsu was also silent at this moment. There are 2 9 tails at the same time. Plus the young appearance of Uchiha Madara and the strange words. I may have figured out what that Uchiha Madara is all about. That Uchiha Madara, maybe he traveled from the past. Black Zetsu said solemnly. Past. After hearing this conclusion, Obito was silent for a long time. Are you kidding me? How could such an outrageous thing happen in the world? No. From the tone and manner of that Uchiha Madara. Advertisement. The most important thing is the Mangekyo Sharingan, which is the young Uchiha Madara. That guy's Mangekyo Sharingan is exactly the same as Madara's eyes before he was promoted to the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Black Zetsu said firmly. Also, this Uchiha Madara is probably in the Sengoku period, and is not in a state of building a village together with Hashirama. Obito frowned. This matter sounded more and more outrageous to him. Can people from the past really travel to the future? Let's just make contact with him for now. I can sense that he will be a great help to us, Black Zetsu said solemnly. If that's really Uchiha Madara, have you thought it through? Obito said solemnly, that was Uchiha Madara near his prime. And this was during the Sengoku era, which was not even on the same level as the ninjas of today. Hehe. Of course I know. But that Uchiha Madara seems to be completely unaware of the developments over the past few decades. Even the seal of the tailed beasts and the Jinchuriki don't know what's going on. Don't worry, I am the will of Madara-sama. Let me lead young Madara-sama to see this new world. Black Zetsu smiled sinisterly. Uchiha Madara is coming to Kurigakure to collect the tailed beasts, although I don't know why. But if young Madara-sama is truly interested in capturing the tailed beasts, then perhaps he will become a necessary member of Project Tasuki no Mi. The only thing that made Black Zetsu hesitate was that if this young Madara-sama died, or came into this world, what would happen to Madara afterwards? Will his Rinnegan still activate? Will Nagato's Rinnegan disappear? Will history be rewritten? That won't do. The Rinnegan is part of my plan, there can't be any mistakes. Black Zetsu said in a deep voice. And now this new Uchiha Madara is also in some trouble. If he hadn't activated the eternal Mangekyo, it would mean that his brother Izuna hadn't died yet. He has not yet experienced pain, nor has he felt despair. What exactly is needed to make Lord Madara despair and allow him to participate in Project Tasuki no Mi as he wishes? Black Zetsu decided to do the same as usual and just make contact first and see. If all else fails, then forcibly control this new Uchiha Madara. He just couldn't believe that this guy never let down his guard. After making the decision, Black Zetsu chased after Uchiha Madara. Oh, Neji is happily harvesting the spoils at this moment. 3 tails chakra gold. After adding the chakra of this tailed beast, his water attribute chakra has reached the level of a gold entry. Chapter 63. Acting Competition with Black Zetsu. There is also Yin Dun, which has officially entered the sequence of golden entries from this moment on. Feel it. Neji was somewhat delighted, and a huge amount of pupil power was brewing in his other eye. Another Mangekyo Sharingan has appeared. Madara-sama. Just as Neji was delighted, a half-black and half-white figure appeared in front of him. He shrank back, looking at the young Uchiha Madara, his face full of confusion and doubt. Madara-sama, how did you survive? Black Zetsu said confusedly, and you've become so young. Neji couldn't help but curse in his heart when he saw this. This Black Zetsu is indeed an old pervert. After performing for thousands of years, it becomes a natural skill indeed. Madara, you know me. I didn't expect that in this day and age, there are still people who know me. Neji also pretended to be like this. His face was expressionless, his eyes were cold, and he looked at Black Zetsu indifferently. You look a little strange. Are you human? Neji questioned. Madara-sama, what's wrong with you? I'm Black Zetsu, and he's White Zetsu. We were all created by you. Why don't you remember? Black Zetsu showed a sad look. However, after hearing this, Uchiha Madara remained unmoved. This just fits the impression Black Zetsu had of Uchiha Madara. Interesting. It seems that I in this world have created some interesting and strange things. Neji said lightly. Madara-sama, what do you mean by that? Black Zetsu asked weakly. First, let me see what you know. Neji was extremely cold and indifferent, and he activated his Sharingan as soon as he disagreed with her. Through White Zetsu's eyes, he forcibly cast an illusion and seized White Zetsu's memory. Oh no, this guy. Black Zetsu's heart sank and he quickly started. Deep inside, he is the embodiment of Yin-Yang Tsukushi, the manifestation of Otsutsuki's will, and is naturally immune to Genjutsu. I almost forgot about this. Black Zetsu breathed a sigh of relief. This guy's actions were too sudden. But luckily he could only scan White Zetsu's memory, not his. I see. Ghetto statue, and Project Tasuki no Mi. Neji looked thoughtful. Advertisement. But, in this world, although I had a rough life, I actually awakened the Rinnegan in the end. Interesting. Project Tasuki no Mi. Did he feel defeated by Hashirama? Or was it because of the betrayal of his clan members? Did he start to disbelieve in reality? He yearns for false happiness. Black Zetsu felt a chill in his heart. Damn it, isn't this Uchiha Madara too calm? And looking at his expression, it seems that he has no interest in Project Tasuki no Mi. Did he make a bad move? Black Zetsu's heart was surging, it seemed he needed to take the next step. He couldn't let this young Uchiha Madara interfere with his plan to save his mother. Project Tasuki no Mi, which makes the whole world fall into illusion. Neji began to ponder. Although I am so miserable in this world, this plan alone is great. Yeah, not bad. That's a good idea. Why, Alalai? Black Zetsu was confused. You just showed a disdainful expression, but now you look like you agree. Please give me a definite answer as to what is going on. If you don't want to, then Lousy can continue to plan the next step. Yeah, this experiment itself is not bad. It's worth a try. Neji nodded seriously. That means. Black Zetsu was a little bit incredulous. Just accept it that easily. Much easier than he expected, right? But using the moon eye to keep everyone in the world trapped in an illusion is not okay at all. This is false happiness. Neji said solemnly, the illusion that people all over the world should be immersed in illusions, deeply and painfully aware of the nature of war, and determined not to provoke war. If someone fails, let him stay immersed in illusions. Only after he successfully passes the baptism of the illusion war world. Only those who realize that war is unavoidable can break away from the Moon Eye's plan and step into the new world. Quote. Well, that's a good plan. Neji nodded in satisfaction. Quote. Black Zetsu broke out in a cold sweat, he was stunned by what the young Uchiha Madara said. Damn it, isn't this just a large-scale illusion brainwashing experiment conducted on the people of the world? Advertisement. Only those who have been successfully brainwashed can be liberated. If the brainwashing fails, they will be hypnosis-ed until they succeed. FK me. In a sense, the ideas of the young Madara now are even more perverted than those of the old Madara. The corners of Black Zetsu's mouth twitched twice. Although the plans of the two Uchiha Madara were basically not much better. Should I say he is worthy of being a human being? This idea is simply amazing. At least these two Uchiha Madara must be carried out using Project Tasuki no Mi. Project Tasuki no Mi is an essential part of the two Uchiha Madara operations, and just that is enough. Well, but Madara-sama said that we need to use Project Tasuki no Mi to make the whole world fall into an illusion so that everyone can be happy. At this time, White Zetsu suddenly interrupted and emphasized. Well, this is not advisable. Abandon it, Neji pronounced bluntly. But this is Madara. A bit of black substance came out from the corner of Black Zetsu's mouth and blocked White Zetsu's mouth. Stop talking like that. If you make him unhappy, he might kill you right away, you know. This world's Madara is undoubtedly a loser, Neji commented. Not only did he fail to defeat Senju Hashirama, but not even a single member of the Uchiha clan followed him. And he can't even protect his own brother, what a useless guy. Neji mercilessly criticizes the Uchiha Madara of this world. It's unbelievable that I in this world can be so weak. The more Black Zetsu listened, the more something seemed wrong. No, isn't this young Uchiha Madara a little too arrogant? You have to know that his current state is only at the Mangekyo Sharingan level. However, the elderly Madara in this world, let alone the eternal Mangekyo, has even fully activated the Rinnegan. No matter what, the Madara in this world is still more awesome than your Madara who has only reached the Mangekyo level. Well, young Madara-sama, the Madara-sama of this world is your future self. You sound like you are scolding yourself when you say this, right? White Zetsu couldn't help but say again. Huh, who said that Madara in this world is my future? Neji asked in surprise. Why? Black Zetsu White Zetsu was scared. Listening to what this young Madara said, it seemed that things were a little different from what they imagined. Chapter 64 calls himself Uchiha Madara. Yes, in my world, the Senju clan was wiped out by our Uchiha clan. Although it took a lot of effort to deal with Hashirama, he was still killed by me. Neji pointed to his eyes. Use this new Mangekyo Sharingan. Black Zetsu was confused. What the hell? A little brat like you can kill Hashirama. No, you are making me laugh, right? In the countless reincarnations of battle between Indra and Ashura, was there ever a time when Indra's reincarnated successor defeated Ashura's reincarnated successor? That didn't happen even once. But this young Uchiha Madara in front of him actually said that he had killed Senju Hashirama. Is this credible? Black Zetsu is deeply skeptical about this. You know, even the Uchiha Madara of this world today was only qualified to fight Hashirama after he absorbed his brother Izuna's Sharingan and advanced to the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. But now Uchiha Madara not only did not awaken the eternal Mangekyo, but was also able to kill Hashirama. Black Zetsu doesn't look down on Uchiha Madara, he is, okay. Black Zetsu said that he just looked down on Uchiha Madara. After thousands of years, Indra's successors are inferior to Ashura. If Ashura's reincarnation wasn't extreme and couldn't awaken the Rinnegan, he would have gone to find Ashura's reincarnation to give it a try. Although Black Zetsu had deep doubts in his heart, he did not show it. After all, this Uchiha Madara also needs the Moon Eye plan to be implemented. That young Lord Madara, how did you come to my world? Black Zetsu asked weakly. I don't know. I don't know how I came to this world. Neji looked thoughtful. He didn't say any more. Because the relationship between the two parties is not equal, there is no need to explain it clearly to this Black Zetsu. Uchiha Madara is not Senju Hashirama, Uchiha Madara is a symbol of tyranny. Want to get some information from me? Sure. As long as you let me have fun, it's okay for me to tell you. If it was Uchiha Madara, he would definitely say that. Advertisement. What is important is not the details, but whether it is useful and beneficial to his plan. And Project Tsuki no Mi is the main purpose of Black Zetsu. Having the help of Uchiha Madara from another world would obviously be of great benefit to his plan. Furthermore, Neji really wanted to implement Project Tsuki no Mi. The current ninja world is twisted and rotten to the core. Just like Naruto, just like Obito, each of them is almost extreme. Although Naruto's direction was good, that couldn't change Naruto's innocent nature. And the third generation, Naruto, as an orphan of a war hero, was treated like this. And Uchiha Itachi, who was brainwashed by the village and killed his entire clan. They were all brainwashed and baptized by this twisted world. In previous lives, it was individuals who knew that a country is not an individual but a collective. You must have a home first before you can call it a country. Home is the foundation, but the people of Konoha village are changing this concept. You need a village first before you can do anything for your family. All the outrageous things in the Hokage world are because they have not received a proper education. Neji's intention to implement the Moon Eye plan is not just talk. He wanted all the people in the ninja world to receive a proper 9-year compulsory education, so that they could experience the pain of their past lives. It is a glorious red education. Neji wants to fundamentally reform the thinking of all ninjas. Go to this damn village, go to this damn Hokage dictatorship, get out of here. Laozi will let you start from scratch and undergo 18 years of compulsory education, so that you can experience what true peace is and what a real system is. Let's restore these distorted ninja worlds to normal. Neji calls it the Ninja World Personality Reform Plan. Next, Neji came to the Rain Shinobi village after being led by Black Zetsu. The reason why Black Zetsu is so fearless is because the eyes of Uzumaki Nagato, the leader of Rain Shinobi village, are the eyes of the real Uchiha Madara in this world. That's the Rinnegan, eyes far above the Mangekyo Sharingan. Even the former Uchiha Madara was powerless before these eyes. The illusions that Sharingan is so proud of are child's play in front of Rinnegan. Advertisement. Although Nagato cannot unleash the power of the Rinnegan to its ultimate level, after years of adaptation, Nagato has grown into the top combat force in the ninja world. Even if this Uchiha Madara made such an unexpected move, Nagato could still suppress him. This Uchiha Madara is really too arrogant. If it is true as he said, in the other world, Senju Hashirama has already been defeated by him. Then we must suppress his arrogance. Just let him know that in this world, you, Uchiha Madara, are no longer the boss. Times are different now, old-fashioned. Madara-sama, please wait a moment. Black Zetsu is currently using the slide body technique to contact Nagato. The Phantom technique is a ninjutsu developed by Nagato using the Rinnegan. A special ring made by Nagato allows members of the Akatsuki organization to communicate remotely through chakra sensing and projection technology. This was really convenient for the ninja world at that time, and it was almost the same as modern mobile phones. When he manifested his phantom body to the Rain Shinobi village, Black Zetsu appeared on a giant Shira's finger. The other team members also felt the same and came out one after another. Among them, the one who felt the most oppressive was Nagato standing in the center. It's strange that you would actually ask for a party. A short-looking shadow said in a low voice. Yeah, it seems everyone is quite free, Kisame laughed. I'm busy chasing the bounty hunter now. If you have anything to say, just say it quickly. If he escapes, I will lose a lot of money. Another member spoke up. On the 10 fingers, the number of people has exceeded half. Regarding the notice of Ju, although everyone was busy with their own affairs, they still took time out to attend the meeting. Because of why? Because Zetsu is the intelligence officer in Akatsuki, his gatherings may have uncovered some new intelligence. As ninjas, everyone has a natural sensitivity to information. Well, we might be getting a new member. Black Zetsu said awkwardly. A new member? One of the people with the Sharingan asked in confusion. Does anyone want to join Akatsuki again? Tendo Pain said in a deep voice. Who is it? Well, according to him, he is Uchiha Madara. Black Zetsu said awkwardly. Chapter 65. Of course it's world peace. Uchiha Madara. This joke is not funny. Kakuzu said solemnly. Uchiha Madara died decades ago. Uchiha Madara. Isn't that guy from the same era as the first generation Kages of the 5 great villages? Zetsu. Are you kidding us? Deidara said dissatisfiedly. Uchiha Itachi closed his eyes and remained silent. What does that vortex masked man want to do? Why do this? What's the point? Wasn't he a member of Akatsuki himself? Why did he have to go through all this trouble? Tendo Pain frowned. Uchiha Madara, what is that guy trying to do now? Does he want to show up so soon? Black Zetsu looked at the few people who knew about it, knowing that they had misunderstood, and explained awkwardly. The Uchiha Madara I'm talking about is not the Madara of this world, but the Madara of another world. How should I put it? Uchiha Madara from Sengoku's time, seems to have traveled through time to our time. Are you kidding me, Zetsu? Tendo Pain looked at Black Zetsu coldly. I'm sorry, it's not a joke, it's real. Suddenly, a virtual image appeared in front of them. I am Uchiha Madara, Neji said solemnly. How could you interfere with my slide body technique? Tendo Pain became alert. The slide body technique was created by him, and it is basically impossible for outsiders to interfere. Moreover, he held the ring firmly in his hand and did not let it hang out. How on earth did this guy interfere with the slide body technique? HMPH, it's just a joke. It's fun, but it's just a little trick. Neji said lightly. The reason why he could enter the phantom body technique party was closely related to his other eye technique, Mangekyo Sharingan. The Mangekyo in the left eye can block and erase objects, even abilities that the ninja already possesses. The Mangekyo in the right eye can impose all kinds of non-existent things into reality, even into the human body. Erasure and creation. Such is the power of his Mangekyo Sharingan. Advertisement. A special ability that can change reality and allow an ordinary ninja to have bloodline limits, chakra attributes, and memories. It is said that Sharingan is the eye that reflects the soul, and Neji has always been curious about what ability his Mangekyo Sharingan will awaken. But now he understood. Facing this ninja world where bloodline limits are supreme, where everything is about blood and chakra, where ordinary people have no way out, he subconsciously felt the situation of his previous life. Therefore, these incredible eyes were born. These eyes can arbitrarily change the existing laws of the ninja world. He used this fantasy killer to recreate a ring. Use the power of the eyes to deceive the world and materialize an object. He's really an interesting guy. Tendo Pain said after a long silence. This person was not the Uchiha Madara he remembered. They looked completely different. Furthermore, that Uchiha Madara had been covering his face, while this Uchiha Madara had no scruples in exposing his current appearance. Are you really Uchiha Madara? Uchiha Itachi spoke. Exactly the same. This Uchiha Madara looks exactly like the statue he saw in the Valley of the End. If we ignore the fact that Uchiha Madara has been dead for decades, he might actually believe it. Judging from the appearance alone, this Uchiha Madara is more Hokage and more realistic than the masked man. HMPH, to be more precise, I should say that I am Uchiha Madara from a parallel world. Neji laughed. Uchiha Madara from a parallel world. That's a really interesting theory. Tendo Pain said coldly. Okay, since you want to join Akatsuki, I can agree. Even when facing Uchiha Madara, who once dominated the ninja world, Nagato had no scruples. No matter how powerful this Uchiha Madara is, he is just a mortal. But now he is no longer a mortal, but a god. In front of God, even if Uchiha Madara came, it would be of no use. Nagato did not take Uchiha Madara seriously, as he had now mastered the power of the Rinnegan perfectly. Even if Hashirama, who is known as the god of ninja, came from a parallel world, he is still no match for him. Whatever this Uchiha Madara wants to do, it can be suppressed by force. Advertisement. No need to have extra thoughts. Uchiha Madara. Parallel world. That's a really interesting idea. After hearing this, Uchiha Itachi closed his eyes silently, as if he was thinking about the truth of this matter. If he is really the Uchiha Madara from the parallel world, then, does he also have Uchiha Madara's Mangekyo Sharingan? If so, to what extent did his Mangekyo reach? Okay. Master Pain. This Master Madara has just traveled from the Sengoku period. According to him, in his time, the ninja god Hashirama had already been killed by him. Also, in his world, the current ninja village model has not yet developed, and it is still in an era of endless war. Black Zetsu explained. Sengoku era. Tendo Pain frowned. Is this guy telling the truth? Is this going to continue? He never believed in things like parallel worlds. He can recruit anyone who is useful to Akatsuki's plan. If you don't obey orders and go against God's will, you can be killed. But after hearing these words, it seemed that things were really starting to get a little weird. So, young Uchiha Madara, what is your purpose in coming to this world, or in other words, your purpose in joining the Akatsuki organization? Tendo Pain said in a deep voice. Seeing this, Neji immediately started to perform. He raised his hands and said loudly in the deep voice of Uchiha Madara. You don't even understand this kind of thing. Of course. World peace. Uchiha Itachi. Tiandao Pain. Deidara. Kakuzu. Is this true? He was from the same era as Senju Hashirama. Not only had he witnessed Hashirama's terror firsthand, but he was also terrified of Uchiha Madara. Compared to the amiable Hashirama, Uchiha Madara is simply a tyrant who would glare at you coldly if they disagree with him. It felt like it was saying, if you say one more word, I'll kill you, or something like that. He remained skeptical about Uchiha Madara's idea. The impression I have of Uchiha Madara is definitely not that of a person with such lofty ideals and ambitions. Chapter 66 Join Akatsuki. Of course it's true, Neji said solemnly. It's a great place to practice. I don't know why, but I traveled to a parallel world in the future. If I were in this world, I would take the ninja world as a practice and turn the ideal in my heart into reality. If I succeed, I can return to my world with this achievement and bring true peace to the ninja world. Take our world as an opportunity for trial and error, Uchiha Itachi said in a deep voice. It really is like the style of the Uchiha people. Ah, these words are really unpleasant to hear, Kisame said with a chuckle. Are all members of the Uchiha clan so arrogant? Deidara couldn't help but say. Isn't this guy so cool in his speech? It feels like the entire ninja world is my back garden. But, to all the S-rank rebel ninjas present, this young Uchiha Madara's arrogant words. It just happened to deal with the Uchiha Madara that was recorded in their various villages. Just like Uchiha Madara, it was originally like this. World peace. This is the same goal as Akatsuki. Tiandao Pain said in a deep voice. Okay, I'll let you join Akatsuki. To make the war-torn ninja world peaceful again is the long-cherished wish of our Akatsuki organization. After the meeting was confirmed, Tendo Pain's phantom body disappeared. At the same time, Nagato's mind also returned to his body. Uchiha Madara. Is he the real Madara? Nagato wondered. Is there really such a thing as a parallel world? A ninja from another ninja world with a completely different historical trajectory. Nagato, what happened to Uchiha Madara? What does that guy want to do again? Konan frowned. No, not that Uchiha Madara, but young Uchiha Madara. Nagato said. What? Young Uchiha Madara? Konan was stunned when he heard this. What does this mean? Come with me, you will soon know what I mean. Nagato said in a deep voice. Advertisement. Konan nodded and followed Nagato-controlled Pain outside. Rain Country. At this moment, after completing the communication, Neji, Black Zetsu and others are in a tavern in the Rain Country. Well, modern architecture is really incredible. Neji made an appropriate exclamation. Hehe, Lord Madara, after all, this is the future for you, decades later. Of course it feels strange. Black Zetsu said with a chuckle. Neji quietly savored the wine and said no more. Just keep a poker face. Not long after, Konan came over with Tendo Pain. Pain, is the other party really Uchiha Madara? Is he lying? Konan asked doubtfully. After hearing what Nagato said, Konan said he didn't quite believe it. I don't know, but if he is really Uchiha Madara, I am probably the only one in the entire Akatsuki organization who can suppress him. Tendo Pain said in a deep voice. Soon, the two arrived at the location Black Zetsu told them. Konan and Pain also saw the person who called himself Uchiha Madara. The reason they were suspicious of this guy was because this was the second Uchiha Madara they had encountered. The origin and identity of the previous Uchiha Madara are almost unknown. As for this Uchiha Madara, his origin, identity and face are all transparent. Relatively speaking, compared to the scheming Uchiha Madara, this hockey-looking Uchiha Madara is more in line with the image they both have in mind. Are you, Uchiha Madara? Nagato said in a deep voice. Konan stood nearby, looking at the Uchiha Madara in front of him with cold eyes. This Sengoku-style clothing really doesn't look like modern clothes. The corpse even contains the Rinnegan of the Sage of Six Paths. What an interesting guy. Neji took a look and then said coldly. This guy, Konan frowned, and actually saw through Tendo Pain's true identity at a glance. It seems that his strength is extraordinary. Tiandao was also a little surprised that this guy was still unmoved under the pressure of Rinnegan. Uchiha Madara looks much stronger than his fellow clan member Uchiha Itachi. Let me see what qualifies you to be an Uchiha Madara. Tendo Pain definitely gave this person from the outside world a warning. He must be made to recognize what kind of person he is, and find out whether he is worthy of the name Uchiha Madara. Advertisement. Interesting. I'll play with you for a while. Neji is no slouch either. Now he not only has the Mangekyo Sharingan, but also the Jigetsu Hitomi Byakugan. These two bug-level eyes, as well as Kamui's power, are in no way inferior to Tendo Pain's. Perhaps during the battle with Nagato, the ability of the Byakugan of Jyaotsuki Hitomi might be stimulated. In order to show his divine demeanor, Nagato directly used the power of the Rinnegan and flew out of the Rain Shinobi village. You know, in the entire ninja world, there are only a few ninjas who can fly. Therefore, his move was enough to make most ninjas despair. After all, if they couldn't fly, it meant they couldn't stop Pain. But something unexpected happened to Pain. That Uchiha Madara, he can fly too. Pain was a little confused. The reason why Neji can fly is of course because of the ability of the Otsutsuki clan. The standard equipment of the Otsutsuki clan, who have a deep affinity for time and space, the floating technique. This is the ability that allows the body to float freely in space. It's like the levitation technique in Dragon Ball. The two came to the outside of Rain Shinobi village. Surrounding the outskirts of Rain Shinobi village is a vast ocean that connects to the vast ocean of Sang, and its depth is unknown. As both of them are ninjas, fighting on the water will of course have no problem. To be honest, Neji doesn't know many ninjutsu now. He is better at taijutsu, but as a member of the Uchiha clan, it would be unreasonable for him not to learn some fire style. Fortunately, he still has a cheat device. Fantasy Killer. The shape of the eyes has changed. Is it the same Mangekyo as Itachi? Nagato thought to himself. Itachi's Mangekyo eye technique is a black flame and an extremely powerful illusion. Illusions are useless against the Rinnegan, and the black flames can be repelled by repulsion. Let's see what you have to offer, Uchiha Madara. Neji had a cold expression and rushed forward alone, wanting to engage in close combat with Tendo Pain. Don't even think about it. Tendo Pain stretched out one hand, Shinra Tensai. He was not interested in close combat with the ninjas of the Sengoku era. The powerful repulsive force began to be released suddenly. Chapter 67. Battle with Pain. The water waves that filled the surroundings were repelled into the sky along with Uchiha Madara. But Neji had already flown into the sky. Fantasy Breaker Fire Style extinguished the fire. The fire style was used almost seamlessly, and huge flames began to engulf Pain. To be honest, having this treasure, Fantasy Breaker, is really beneficial to him. With both eyes, the Mangekyo Sharingan allows Neji to have both the ability to create an erase. Furthermore, when two Mangekyo gather together, the effects of both abilities are greatly enhanced. Although he has never seen how fire style ninjutsu is performed, he can materialize it through eye techniques. Universal Pull. Pain's voice came again. This time Neji felt a strong pull. Hidden at the bottom of the sea. Neji, who was sucked into the bottom of the sea, saw the figure of Tendo Pain. Neji continued to attack. Imagine breaker lightning style thunder explosion. This time, Pain had to hide once again. He rushed out of the water, waited for the time to cool down, and immediately fired a Shinra Tensai in the direction of Neji. The powerful impact almost crushed the entire lake surface into a big hole. Is it over? Tendo Pain said lightly. In front of God, this is all I can do. This attack should be able to make him see clearly the gap between the two of them. However, before Pain could be happy for long, he saw a blue arm slamming down. The purple lightning spear chopped him down horizontally, causing thousands of waves on the lake surface. That's Susanoo. Black Zetsu saw Neji perform Susanoo, and he was now more certain of his judgment. That's right, Madara's Susanoo is this color. At this moment, Neji had teleported behind Pain without knowing when, summoned out half a skeleton, and knocked Pain down. Madara-sama's Susanoo performed the first stage. It's not eternal Mangekyo, so for Madara-sama, the consumption of pupil power is not infinite, right? White Zetsu scratched his head. Should we transplant Hashirama's cells into Madara-sama? Advertisement. In this way, Madara-sama should be able to activate the perfect form without any worries. Just shut up. Black Zetsu's face turned black. What a bad idea this is. If Uchiha Madara were to be transplanted with Hashirama cells, things would become truly uncontrollable. Dead. I didn't expect him to be so weak. Neji sighed. Konan, who was observing the situation on the battlefield, was also shocked. Tien Dao Pain, I didn't expect that his weakness would be found so easily. Nagato, hiding in the dark, remained silent. It takes 5 seconds to activate Shinra Tensai continuously. Obviously, when he failed to dodge Uchiha Madara's fire style, the opponent realized that he could not use Shinra Tensai continuously. Should we say that he is worthy of being a ninja from the Sengoku era? He only used Shinra Tensai twice and he already found my weakness. Nagato sighed. This kind of terrifying insight is definitely not something that an ordinary ninja can achieve. Especially that kind of speed and decisiveness. Did he kill Tendo Pain on purpose to see who was controlling Pain? It's really interesting. After a while, Nagato began to close his eyes and control the other 6 paths. Facing this Madara with the Mangekyo Sharingan, it was obvious that just 1 6 paths would not be his opponent. Then let the 6 pains attack together. After all, pain originally consisted of 6 people. At this moment, the lake has fallen into calm, and it seems that nothing else is happening. Is this the end? Neji said to Konan and others. Konan remained silent. The strength he showed now alone was already beyond that of most people in Akatsuki. It's not over yet, Master Madara. Black Zetsu shouted. That's right, the real battle begins now. Suddenly Pain's voice appeared again. This time, not 1, but 6 appeared. Each person has black sticks piercing their bodies. Even the Tendo Pain that was torn to pieces by Neji's attack was repaired. Pain 6 paths, here comes the participation. Tiandao Pain said in a deep voice. Advertisement. 6 different puppets. There is the combat-oriented Tendo, and the mechanized Shirato equipped with scientific ninja tools. There is the hungry Kido who can absorb chakra, and the human way that can rip out people's souls. The animal path is good at summoning the undead, and can resurrect all the hell paths that died in the battle against Pain. Looking at so many abilities, even Neji felt a little overwhelmed. The most important of these is the human way, which absorbs soul energy and puts his identity at risk of being exposed. Then there is the hungry Kido who can absorb chakra, making most pure chakra attacks completely ineffective. Well, in other words, as long as it is not an attack caused by chakra. But it is simply a natural disaster caused by the gathering of natural energy, and it cannot be absorbed by the evil Kido's chakra. Nagato is serious. Konan said solemnly. It's over. Young Madara-sama, his Mangekyo Sharingan has not yet been promoted to Eternal Mangekyo. You can't use Susanoo casually. White Zetsu said anxiously. Susanoo cannot be used arbitrarily. In other words, during his heyday, Madara could use Susanoo at will. Konan thought secretly. Tendo Pain seemed to know about this as well. The current Uchiha Madara is still far from growing to the point where he could rival the god of ninja world, Senju Hashirama. If I can't even beat Madara, then wouldn't it mean that the title of god is just empty talk? Shiro rode. Suddenly, many missiles burst out from Shuridao's body. These missiles seemed to have automatic aiming capabilities and rushed towards Neji. Tisk, this is really a troublesome thing. Neji felt that he was pretending to be too tired. He clearly knows all of Pain's 6 paths abilities, but is unable to reveal them right now. You need to proceed step by step, and wait until 6 paths gradually reveals its abilities before you can deal with it. Otherwise, I can't explain this matter. Missiles do not fall into the category of ninjutsu, but rather scientific ninja tools. This is easy to do. Just use Imagine Breaker to erase it. Then, a strange thing happened in front of everyone. The missiles that attacked Neji just disappeared into thin air. How is it possible? Black Zetsu was shocked. How could this happen? What kind of ability was this? He had never seen it before. Is it another space-time ninjutsu of Uchiha Madara? Konan was secretly shocked. Chapter 68. What do you plan to do for peace in the ninja world? But that's obviously not right. When the opponent uses space-time ninjutsu, the space will be distorted into a spiral shape, and it will take a certain amount of time to activate the ninjutsu and absorb things. And this Uchiha Madara in front of him, when making those missiles disappear, there was no fluctuation in time and space at all. This is really weird. Strange ability. Let me test you again. Pain frowned and asked the other beast to take action. Devildum. Suddenly, Pain frowned. A piece of his shared vision was missing. Pain turned to look at Pain's 6 paths beside him. Shiro Road, Evil Kido, Human Road, Hell Road. Where did the beast go? Who did you call just now? Neji chuckled. Nagato was secretly shocked. The animal realm is gone. How is it possible that he didn't notice it at all? But this is not the end yet. Soon after that, Shiro Road also began to disappear. It was as if they had never existed in this space in the first place, they left silently. And Nagato's controllable 6 pains 6 paths was reduced to 4 pains. Is this the eye technique of your Mangekyo Sharingan? Nagato said in a deep voice. A completely different eye technique from Itachi's Amaterasu and Moon technique. It can make Pain's missiles, or even Pain, disappear without a sound. Nagato, who was hiding in the dark, immediately became extremely alert against this guy. On each of Pain's 6 paths, there is a black rod that he inserted to conduct chakra. But at this moment, the remaining 2 black rods conducted by Pain's chakra all disappeared from his perception. Unless Pain is too far away from him, Pain's 6 paths will never be out of his control. This is a tricky guy. Does he have such powerful strength without activating the Eternal Mangekyo? Nagato was secretly shocked. This Madara has such incredible power that it can directly destroy Pain's 6 paths. Unless his true form appears, otherwise, no. Faced with this strange eye technique, it would be too dangerous for him to show his real body. Advertisement. That's it. Seeing that the hell was about to be wiped out, Konan rushed forward and shouted loudly. Yes, Lord Madara, we are all members of the same organization. If we continue fighting like this, it will hurt our feelings. Ju also hurried out to stop them. They all felt that Uchiha Madara's eye technique was too weird. There is absolutely no triggering opportunity, just like Amaterasu and Tsukuyomi, they are all released instantly. This terrifying power made the 3 people present secretly tremble with fear. Lord Madara, what ability are you using? White Zetsu couldn't help but ask. I also want to ask, where did those 6 paths that you wiped out go? Konan asked in a deep voice. Where did he go? Who knows? Maybe it's to my parallel world. Neji laughed. A parallel world? Conan was confused. Is the parallel world you mentioned real? Is this your Mangekyo's eye technique? Asked Tendo Pain in a deep voice. So what? Neji admitted it openly. The Uchiha clan's Mangekyo Sharingan seems to be truly miraculous. Nagato was silent. Uchiha Madara's Mangekyo Sharingan's dojutsu is even more powerful than Itachi's Sharingan's dojutsu. Now everyone has a common goal, peace in the ninja world. We shouldn't continue fighting this Uchiha Madara. Even if he only used their world as an experimental site. But he wants to get the true meaning of peace from this world. Then bring the complete method back to your own world. This thing is absolutely true. I see. Welcome to Akatsuki. After figuring it out, Nagato officially accepted the so-called Uchiha Madara guy in front of him. However, Neji was not very satisfied with this. Because these 6 paths are all corpses. Therefore, it is impossible to extract the entry for Nagato. In other words, this Pain 6 paths is like a puppet of the Sand Shinobi village. Simply touching the puppet would have no effect at all. You still have to touch me. Neji smiled. Since we're already in the same class, if you try to hide it like this, you're really looking down on me, Uchiha Madara. Advertisement. Suddenly, Neji disappeared. What on earth is this weird space-time ninjutsu? Conan was shocked. It doesn't seem to be the same type of Mangekyo Sharingan as the one used by Madara-sama in our time and space. White Zetsu scratched his head. Normal. Mangekyo Sharingan, also known as the eyes that reflect the soul. As long as the state of mind changes, the abilities nurtured by Mangekyo will also change. Black Zetsu said solemnly. Because the Madaras in the 2 worlds have different life trajectories. Therefore, the ability of the Mangekyo Sharingan that was bred also became something else. Oh no, Nagato. Conan lost his voice. Now that Uchiha Madara is missing, he has undoubtedly gone to look for Nagato. It's okay, Conan. Tendo Pain stopped the other party. He has found me. If he makes any move, I will take action myself. Nagato said in a deep voice. At this moment, deep in the Rain Kingdom, a shriveled young man sitting in a wheelchair was staring coldly at Uchiha Madara. This person is the true form of Tendo Pain, Nagato. Finally I meet you. Neji smiled happily. I touch. After a while, the entries extracted from Nagato were already in hand. Whirlpool Bloodline Purple. It's a pity that the entry for Rinnegan was not extracted. But it doesn't matter. As long as you keep trying every day, you will succeed one day. Uchiha Madara. It's really worthy of its reputation. Nagato said coldly. I didn't expect that the boy who possesses the Rinnegan would be like this. Neji laughed. Now let's talk. At this moment, Conan, Ju and others all rushed over. Uchiha Madara, we are companions now. If you attack Nagato, you will be wanted by the entire Rain country. Conan said coldly. Don't worry, I've already told you that my goal is to bring true peace to the ninja world. Other than that, I have no other purpose. Neji chuckled twice and suddenly spoke. But everyone has a different definition of peace. Nagato, I want to know what you think is the future of the ninja world and your definition of peace in the ninja world. In other words, what do you plan to do for the peace of the ninja world? What are you going to do for the peace of the ninja world? Chapter 69 Unify the Ninja World. Nagato fell silent. He was born before the Third Ninja World War and originally had a happy family. However, due to the war in Rain Shinobi Village, both his parents died, and children like him were strangled like grass. Later I met Yahiko, Conan, and teacher Jiraiya. From gaining to losing, from possessing again, to losing again. This pain has been deeply embedded in his heart. Peace in the ninja world requires strong constraints. Everyone must experience unforgettable pain. Only in this way can they experience what peace is and know the beauty of peace. However, this future can only be caused by fear brought about by absolute strength. Nagato's eyes were firm. Let me tell you what we really want to do now. By collecting the tailed beasts scattered around the world. Then, using the huge chakra of these tailed beasts, they created forbidden technique weapons that were powerful enough to kill tens of millions, or even hundreds of millions of people. Only when all the people in the world truly realize the horror of war, can they desire peace from the bottom of their hearts. Quote. By making the villages experience unprecedented pain, they will then know the meaning of peace. Nagato has a long-term vision, and in some ways, he is not wrong. In previous lives, weren't countries around the world afraid of nuclear weapons and therefore did not dare to launch a full-scale war. By doing this, Nagato can indeed curb the outbreak of a large-scale war to a certain extent. However, small-scale clashes between countries will never end. Then, Nagato will find out. Even with the deterrent power of forbidden technique weapons, many people will still die in the war. Your idea is good, but it's not good enough. Neji pondered for a while and started again. The human mind cannot be controlled. Just like between villages, no matter how much time has passed, it is impossible for two villages to live in harmony forever. HMPH, if they don't obey, then they will have to experience pain. Nagato snorted coldly. Neji ignored Nagato and continued to express his own views. In my opinion, there is no difference between your so-called ninja villages and great nations and our Sengoku clans. Among ninja families, will they have to clash and rub against each other for territory, survival resources, and development? This may not be what they want, but it has to happen. Advertisement. So, are you saying that our entire ninja world will never have peace? Conan said in a deep voice. That's right. Judging from the current situation, it is indeed the case. But what I want to say is that there will be countless clashes between countries, villages, and families. We can't prevent these collisions from happening, but we can reduce their size infinitely. Neji said with a chuckle. Nagato, Conan and others were a little moved, as if they were touched by Neji. What's your opinion on this? Conan spoke first. As long as it brings peace, they are willing to try. After all, the purpose of establishing Shao in the beginning was for everyone to live happily together. Let me ask you, have you ever seen a fierce life and death struggle within a family? Nagato. Yeah, Conan. I have. Neji's mouth twitched. Uchiha Itachi. I almost forgot about this B****************. Then let me ask you, have you ever seen a family get into a situation so intense that they had to fight for their lives? This. Nagato frowned. How could this happen? Is there really someone who would, A familiar figure appeared in his mind again. Conan. It's Itachi. Nagato. Itachi. Besides the usual psychological perverts, there shouldn't be much happening, right? Neji chuckled. Really? Then it's simple. If we want to achieve world peace, we need the tailed beasts to make powerful weapons. This is indispensable. But at the same time, what we have to do is to maintain peace for a long time. Then we can't allow so many ninja villages and countries to become independent. We must unify the ninja world. Unify the ninja world. After hearing these words, something in Nagato's heart seemed to be touched. Unifying the ninja world. This is too difficult. Conan said in a deep voice with a frown. Advertisement. If you want to unify the ninja world, you must fundamentally eradicate the rule of the 5 major villages. Only in this way can it be called a truly unified ninja world. But it is so difficult to achieve this. This is countless times more difficult than taking the tailed beasts from the 5 major villages. Even if Nagato has the Rinnegan, he can't fight against the 5 major villages at the same time. Uchiha Madara, since you have already said it, I guess you already have a plan in mind. Nagato said in a deep voice. Good. Neji's lips curled up slightly. Using the power of the 9-tailed beasts, combined with the ability of the Rinnegan, we can create a huge illusion that will sink the entire ninja world. In the real world, we need to destroy the 5 major villages, and unifying the ninja world is a very difficult task. But it is not the case in illusion. In illusion, we can create any environment that is beneficial to us. Quote. Even let all the ninja world, starting from birth, starting from a little baby, experience the benefits of a country and a system. When they truly realize that the world needs to be unified, we will release these people. As for those who don't listen, haha, there is no need for that. Just let them stay in the world of illusion for the rest of their lives. Letting them out would also be destructive to the entire ninja world. Neji said it very haki. Let all the people in the world be immersed in illusion. In this way, they can experience pain and also know the importance of peace. Nagato's eyes lit up. This is a great idea. In this way, we can avoid unnecessary sacrifices. Indeed, Uchiha Madara, your plan sounds wonderful. Although this method sounds a bit. Conan was also impressed. If it was this Uchiha Madara who performed this illusion, she was suspicious. But if it's Nagato, that's a different story. Nagato and she have been together since childhood. Naturally, there is no possibility of any evil intentions. As her most trusted companion, if the most important step is in my own hands, then, it doesn't seem impossible. Seeing everyone so excited and even cheering, Black Zetsu was so happy that his heart was about to burst into tears. Ha ha ha. Go ahead, keep talking. The day your plan is fulfilled, that will be the day my mother will be resurrected. Chapter 70. Drawing up a blueprint for the moon world. They had hidden something from Nagato before, but when they were with him, he also had to be on guard against Nagato at all times, for fear that he would discover his and others' true intentions. But I didn't expect that Uchiha Madara from this parallel world could actually fool these guys. This is true. As expected, it's Madara-sama. You are really awesome. If there weren't so many people here, Black Zetsu would really laugh out loud at this moment. Work hard. Strive. Cows and horses, work for me as much as you can. You guys just try your best, and then my mom and I will reap the benefits. Ha ha ha. Without further ado, Nagato and Conan were deeply moved by Neji's words. This is much more straightforward than the brainwashing from Black Zetsu. Soon, Nagato had updated the purpose of Akatsuki's existence. To this end, he also specifically notified other members to renew the purpose of Akatsuki. Ah, isn't this brainwashing for the whole world? Boss, it seems that you also have the qualifications to be a cult believer. Hidan couldn't help but say. But I have to say, this plan is absolutely brilliant. Although it sounds a bit dangerous. But as long as it is controlled well, it is much better than the previous plan. Kakuzu said solemnly. There is no need to sacrifice anyone, all you need to do is snatch the 9-tailed beasts from other villages. As long as you have the tailed beasts, you can ignore the 5 major villages and directly carry out Project Tsuki no Mi. If the plan had been implemented smoothly, any casualties could have been avoided. Indeed, this method is good as we only need to deal with the 9-tailed beasts Jinchuriki of the village. Uchiha Itachi said solemnly. Even Mr. Itachi has spoken. It seems that we may be the pioneers in creating peace in the ninja world in the future. Kisame grinned and said, it's really exciting. From a rebel ninja to a savior who saves the world. It's exciting just thinking about it. Okay, now we need to think about what to do next. About the real world within the illusion. Nagato said in a deep voice. The definition is how to let them experience the cruelty of war and the benefits of a unified ninja world. To do this, there must be a corresponding system. We must perfect the world of illusion and strive for perfection. After hearing this, everyone began to ponder. However, at this moment, in Konoha village, Neji's wood-style clone has been waiting for a long time. No way. Where was the original body? Why did it take so long? Neji's clone couldn't help but mutter. Advertisement. He is a wood-style clone created by Neji himself. It's just in case, and also as a time and space delineation point for when I want to come back. But I didn't expect that the main body hadn't come back after such a long time. Never mind. Let's go to sleep first. Neji thought about it and fell asleep. Anyway, the wood-style clone is not like other clones. Once it is hit, it will disappear. Moreover, as Neji's clone, he has half of Neji's chakra in his body. That's a quarter of 9 tails. So even if it is a clone, its strength is terrifyingly strong. The next day, when Neji woke up from bed, he found a note left on the table. I have joined the Akatsuki organization. I am leading the Akatsuki organization. I leave the affairs of the village to you. Main body fastening. Neji had a blank expression on his face. He rubbed his hands together, and flames rose, instantly burning the small piece of paper clean. Hateful. I also want to go to Akatsuki to play. Why not take me? Yo, good morning, Neji. Now, let's start training first. After the training is completed, I will take you to take on the mission, a mission exclusively for ninjas. Guy said seriously. Oh, really, teacher? Rock Lee seemed very excited. Then let's get started. Oh, Neji deadpanned as he followed the two hot-blooded bastards. But at the same time, he was also closing in on Might Guy. Let me see what term I can extract from you today. 8 Inner Gates Gold. This is one of the few techniques that can use chakra to burst out amazing combat power in a short period of time. Please pay attention to the burden on your body and use it properly. P.S. It's finally here. My Night Guy Bigfoot. Neji's eyes lit up and he shouted. I didn't expect that a golden legend would actually appear. This feeling is really great. After running around Konoha 10 times, everyone finally received their first mission as genin. Help Grandma Yuan Lei find the missing kitten. Congratulations. You've received your first mission. Guy said excitedly. Advertisement. Ahahaha. After seeing this task, several people lost interest in it. This mission is really boring. On the other hand, in the Rain Country, the entire Akatsuki organization stayed up all night, discussing the Moon Eye Illusion World Real construction plan. They discussed Kung Fu almost the entire night. Finally, a basic sketch came out. Nagato looked at his members with satisfaction, constructing the framework of a plan that had been in place all night. It's really wonderful. Only a small part has been built, but it's a start. I will continue to fill it with content in the future. They believe that one day, the composition of the entire Moon Eye Illusion world will be realized in their hands. What are you doing? Neji came over and asked in surprise. 24 hours passed and a new day arrived. It's time to touch Nagato. We are implementing the design of the Moon Eye world and focusing on how to make people experience the hardships of war. Then we have built a basic framework for the benefits of world unification. Nagato said excitedly. The others also looked proud. This was the basic framework that took them a whole day and a night to build. I see, you are researching this problem. Why didn't you tell me earlier? Neji said as he materialized several ornately decorated books. Its name is The Moon's World History Book. The Law Book of the Moon World. Compulsory ninja education for 9th graders in the Moon World. On how ninjas establish correct values. That's right. Neji converted part of the power from his past life into the chakra system. Then there are some systems such as 9-year compulsory education and some legal provisions. The most important thing is the correct value orientation. He also drafted a book specifically for this twisted ninja world. Have you already thought about it? Nagato asked in surprise, looking at the books displayed in front of him. Chapter 71. Damn. What kind of bullshit plan is this? Of course, I was the one who proposed this plan. Do you think that I, Uchiha Madara, would just say these words casually without any preparation? Neji glanced at the other party indifferently. Nagato was silent, but then he thought again. Uchiha Madara is just one person framing it. The draft of this plan was compiled by all the senior members of the Akatsuki organization. It is also condensed from God's wisdom. How could I be inferior to just one person? Just a sketch though, but it is definitely much better than what Uchiha Madara came up with. Okay, thank you for your hard work. After pondering for a moment, Nagato decided to be more tactful. If the suggestions you have come up with are useful, I will add them to the blueprint we are building. In other words, I want the good stuff. But if it's not a good thing, then forget it. Neji smiled. Of course he understood Nagato's meaning. Take a look first. Okay, I will listen carefully to the suggestions of the Akatsuki members. Don't be idle, everyone can come and take a look. If there is anything useful in it, it can be included in the great blueprint we are building. Nagato said proudly. If that's the case, then we'd better obey your command respectfully. A crowd of people gathered together. There were only 4 books, so it was inevitably crowded, with several people reading one book. Nagato didn't care, he picked up a history book and started reading. In his eyes, Uchiha Madara was born in the Sengoku era. That's why we were able to transcend the boundaries of ninja villages and countries, and further analyze the need to unify the laws of the ninja world. That's because the time they lived in was the war-torn Sengoku era. As the overlord who defeated Hashirama, who was supposed to become the god of ninja, Uchiha Madara. Of course I want to unify the ninja world. However, in terms of knowledge accumulation, they are more adept hundreds of years later. For example, various ninjutsu and forbidden technique, perhaps the current Uchiha Madara has never seen them. Furthermore, his eyes were not at the level of the eternal Mangekyo, and were far from reaching the peak of combat power of the Uchiha Madara. Nagato glanced at it casually. Oh, it's quite formal. Then he began to read it carefully. Advertisement. At first glance, Uchiha Madara is indeed quite something. This page can just be added to the grand blueprint of their Akatsuki organization. Next page. Well, this is not a bad start. We can replace the start they made with Uchiha Madara's. When he saw the contents of the 3rd page, Nagato seemed a little surprised. This old guy really has something. Ideas popped up one after another so quickly. Sure enough, the seniors are still worthy of respect in some aspects. Nagato nodded in satisfaction and continued reading. Soon, he was completely immersed in it. FK. Suddenly, a scream interrupted everyone who was reading. Hidan, why are you so jumpy? Nagato asked somewhat dissatisfiedly. He just happened to see the crucial moment. How to make multiple countries successfully become a unified country was suddenly interrupted at the critical moment. The other members of Akatsuki also looked at Hidan with unhappy expressions. Boss, Grandpa Madara is really an expert. His work is much better than the doggy paddle we spent a whole day and night to come up with. Hidan said excitedly. Dog paddling. Conan's eyelids twitched, she was also involved in this. The other members also looked unhappy. I've actually reached page 52. Nagato subconsciously looked at the pages of the history book. He was so engrossed in what he saw before that he didn't realize it. When he came to his senses, he realized that he had seen so much. Nagato thought carefully about the contents before the 52 pages he had read. I'm so tired. This is simply a godly plan with godly content. How on earth did Uchiha Madara come up with such a genius idea? Nagato came back to his senses and looked at Uchiha Madara in disbelief. What AF ed up situation? Were all the ninjas during the Sengoku era so awesome? Not only is he very conscious, but he also has a thorough understanding of the situation. Nagato looked again at the blueprint that their Akatsuki organization had spent a day and a night to construct. Damn, it looks like a pile of shit. Half an hour ago, he was very excited when he saw the blueprint constructed by gathering the strength of all members of Akatsuki organization. Half an hour later, after watching a small portion of Madara's content, it was shit. Advertisement. I'm going to tell you something you won't believe, but after reading this book, on how ninjas can establish correct values.
I feel like Itachi, you are simply a twisted pervert now, Deidara said in a deep voice. Itachi. Why is it involving me again? Conan curiously moved closer and started to look. Half an hour later. Yeah, Itachi, you are indeed a pervert, Conan said seriously. Itachi. Conan, why do you say that too? How could Mr. Itachi be a psychological pervert? I don't believe it. Kisame was a little dissatisfied. As Itachi's companion, he knew Itachi's worries very well. How could such a calm person be a pervert? Let me see what is written in the book. Half an hour later. Mr. Itachi, you are indeed a little mentally twisted, Kisame said seriously. Itachi was confused. How come even Kisame is like this? What kind of book is this? Could it be that Uchiha Madara cast an illusion in there? Uchiha Itachi remained expressionless, and the 3-tomo Sharingan gradually transformed into the Mangekyo Sharingan. It's the same Mangekyo Sharingan, so if it was Madara who cast an illusion on it, he shouldn't be affected. After all, he is Uchiha Itachi, also a master of illusion, and even has magical skills like the moon technique. Let me see. Itachi grabbed the book, on how ninjas can establish correct values, and then opened the first page. How a whole is formed. The family foundation is the main cause of the happiness of the state. On the values that a normal teenager should have. On the current organizational structure, on Uchiha, Marxism. Soon, in less than 5 minutes, the Sharingan had recorded all the words in Uchiha Itachi's own mind. He closed his eyes and was alone in the Tsukuyomi space. The words in the books around him kept arranging themselves around him, and it was unknown how long this lasted. I see. I am actually a twisted pervert. Itachi opened his eyes and said in a deep voice the same conclusion as everyone else. Chapter 72 The Fire of Revolution is burning. Although it was only a short 5 minutes, earth-shaking changes had already taken place deep in his heart. Really? This book provides an almost detailed explanation of how to establish correct values, national concepts, and ethnic concepts. Even knowledge about brainwashing is involved. If we just look at the facts, then everything he did before can indeed be described as that of a beast. But being born in such a village and becoming such a person was also a helpless choice for him at the time. It turns out that not only the Uchiha clan is too narrow-minded, but he himself has also fallen into narrow-mindedness unconsciously. However, this is ultimately due to Konoha's system. Under this system and the distortion of the will fire, the villagers of Konoha village can rarely establish correct values like those in the books. Rather than calling them villages, the 5 major ninja villages are more like war machines, Uchiha Itachi said in a deep voice. They have been training ninjas since they were young in order to expand the power of the village. In the ninja school, apart from the necessary courses, they are hardly taught anything. The will of fire is a form of brainwashing in a certain sense. This ninja world is twisted, it's unreasonable. When the others heard Itachi's thoughts, they agreed deeply with them. That's it. I really didn't expect it. Madara, you are worthy of being a senior from the Sengoku era. We ninjas still have a lot to learn from you, Nagato said in a deep voice. He immediately waved his hand, tore the great composition that he and others had spent a day and night on into pieces, and threw it into the trash can. From today on, we will read all the contents of these 4 books to build Project Tsuki no Mi. Nagato said loudly. He looked at the 4 books, the fire of revolution in his eyes was burning. Neji saw this and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. Today's luck index is really good. He also took this opportunity to touch all the members of Akatsuki one by one. As expected, an S-rank rebel ninja knows a lot. Uchiha Itachi's, Shuriken Grandmaster. Purple, Kisami's, Water-style Grandmaster. Purple, Konan's, Yin-Dun Grandmaster. Purple, Deidara's, Explosion Style. Purple, Zetsu's, Wood-style Grandmaster. Purple. Advertisement this time it's really a great harvest. Neji couldn't help but laugh, because Deidara's explosion style is constructed from earth and fire chakras. Therefore, this special bloodline limit possesses both earth attribute chakra and fire attribute chakra. Loading this entry is equivalent to strengthening his chakra attributes in disguise. At this moment, his fire style chakra and earth style chakra were both upgraded from blue to purple. Neji's current dashboard looks like this. Host, Hyuga Neji. Occupation, Ninja. With entries, Skill Talents, Genius, Gold, Master Creator, Gold, Blue Beast, Gold, Chanla, Gold, Neji Cell, Gold, Resurrection Factor, Gold, High Speed Regeneration, Gold, 8 Inner Gates, Gold. Gentle Fist Method 8 Trigrams Palm Style, Purple, Bangquan Method 8 Extreme Fist Style, Purple, MLM Master. Purple, Illusion Grandmaster, Purple, Yin-Dun Grandmaster, Purple, Water Style Grandmaster, Purple, Shuriken Grandmaster, Purple, Wood Style Grandmaster, Purple. Crisis Sense, Blue, Dexterity, Green, Weapon Master, Green. Chakra Attributes. Indra Chakra, Gold, Ashura Chakra, Gold, Half Nine Tails Chakra, Gold, Yang Chakra, Gold, Three Tails Chakra, Gold, Yin Chakra, Gold, Water Style Chakra, Gold. Wind Style Chakra, Sun, Earth Style Chakra, Sun, and Fire Style Chakra, Sun. Open Black Lens Bracket Lightning Style Chakra, Blue, Close Black Lens Bracket. Bloodline Limits. Jinjutsu Hitomi Baikugan, Gold, Mangekyo Sharingan, Gold, Wood Style, Gold, Explosion Style, Purple. Bloodline and Constitution. Whirlpool Bloodline, Gold, Otsutsuki Bloodline, Gold, Uchiha Bloodline, Blue. Neji looked at this series of entries and couldn't help but sigh. Is he already invincible? In the following period of time, he only needs to practice steadily and continuously, and no one will be his match. Even if Otsutsuki Ashiki, who is hiding somewhere in this world, arrives, he can't be his opponent, right? Advertisement after all, his panel is already extremely awesome. When are we going to start the plan to capture the tailed beasts in the future? Ju was a little impatient. With the help of young Madara-sama, even though he is not at his peak yet, there is no doubt that Uchiha Madara is definitely a top fighting force. Especially with his current Mangekyo Sharingan, the abilities within it are outrageous. It is much more powerful than the Mangekyo of Uchiha Madara in this world. Give me some time. I need to research how to use the Rinnegan to perform illusions that extend to the entire ninja world. Also, Three Tails was beaten to death by Madara, and I'm afraid he hasn't been reborn yet. When it comes to capturing the tailed beasts, the most important thing is speed of action, so once you start, you have to be fast. So fast that the 5 major ninja villages won't have time to react, Nagato said in a deep voice. Moreover, the Gedo statue can only absorb the tailed beasts in order. The order from 1 tail to 9 tails cannot be changed. The plan made in that process needs to be more detailed. It also includes the fact that if they fail, their reign country will likely be attacked by the entire ninja world. Therefore, necessary defensive strategies and a large amount of mobilization are necessary. This point must not be ignored. Wait, Three Tails' rebirth won't take a few years. Within 3 years, Three Tails will be reborn somewhere in the ninja world. During this period, we must make a detailed plan and select members who are loyal enough to allow them to stay in the Moon Eye plan and carry out unified construction. Everyone in the Akatsuki organization nodded silently, and then began to read the book carefully and seriously. The grand blueprint of everything is in the book. At this moment, all members of the Akatsuki organization were unusually united. Except one person, Uchiha Madara, the Uchiha Obito who used the name of Uchiha Madara.
He looked at the so-called young Uchiha Madara who suddenly appeared, and in just a few words. The Akatsuki organization, which he had worked so hard for and spent several years to brainwash successfully, escaped from his control in less than 2 days. This feeling is really disgusting. Black Zetsu, don't forget this. You are the will of this world's Uchiha Madara. You were sent by Madara to assist me. Obito said with a cold expression. Chapter 73 Obito, you all isolate me. Do you listen to the words of the Uchiha Madara of this world, or the words of the Uchiha Madara from the outside world? Ah, well, of course I'll listen to the words of this world's Uchiha Madara. Black Zetsu looked at Obito, feeling awkward. Damn it, I even forgot about this annoying guy. I'm really impressed. This old guy is really a hassle when he moves. In that case, then should our original plan remain unchanged? Obito said in a deep voice. That's right. Let Nagato revive Lord Madara, and then activate Infinite Tsukuyomi. I will definitely not be careless when it comes to reviving Lord Madara. Don't worry, Obito. Black Zetsu said with a chuckle. Don't call me that name. My name is Uchiha Madara now. Obito said coldly. Anyway, both of these paths are aimed at implementing Project Tasuki no Mi. For him, no matter which plan he chooses, there is a chance that he can achieve his 1,000-year plan to save his mother. He doesn't care about Uchiha Obito. He will side with whoever has a higher success rate. After confirming what Black Zetsu meant, Obito finally breathed a sigh of relief. It can be said that this young Uchiha Madara spoke very well and his composition was very detailed. If it were in his world, he would definitely be able to achieve peace in the ninja world. But not in this world. How can I be happy without Lin's time? Even if everyone in the ninja world has achieved peace, what does it matter? What's wrong with immersing yourself in the world of illusion? In the world of illusion, you can have anything you want, even Lin. And what about this world? In this world, his Lin no longer exists. Obito's eyes were cold. Even if the person standing in his way is Uchiha Madara, he will still wipe him out without mercy. The next day, Obito went to find his confidant. Many people in Akatsuki don't know that Kisame, who was now in a group with Uchiha Itachi, was the one he arranged to monitor Uchiha Itachi. He needed to see if Kisame would still submit to him after listening to this Uchiha Madara's ideas. Advertisement. Mr. Madara, what are you talking about? How can false peace and happiness compare to the peace and happiness in the real world? Kisame asked seriously. Look, if everyone in the world were immersed in the world of illusion, would there be anyone alive after a few decades? Everyone would be dead. Your so-called eternal happiness can only last for a few decades. But order is different. A strong and logical order and system can allow generations of people to live happily. Do you think I am right? Kisami's face was burning with anger. After seeing the mind of this young Uchiha Madara, he has become a loyal believer of the other party. How could there be such a perfect person in the world? He firmly believed that this young Lord Uchiha Madara would definitely bring major changes to the ninja world and would definitely rewrite the history of the ninja world. Kisame, that means you want to betray me. Obito said coldly. Oops. When Kisame heard what the other party said, he couldn't help but start popularizing Uchiism again. Mr. Madara, please read the book that Mr. Madara mentioned. It is really wonderful. Your style is too extreme. But if you insist on entering the world of illusion, can you please ask Chief Nagato for instructions? Then, I can ask Chief Nagato to put you alone in a magical world where your wishes come true. That's fine. Obito's face darkened and he teleported away without a word. FK my own illusion world. Everyone is outside, and I am the only one entering the illusion world. What kind of broken logic is this? Everyone must enter the illusion world together. Everyone in the world must go with me. Otherwise, who would recognize everything he did? Obito has fallen into extreme psychological distortion. If they don't let everyone enter the world of illusion and enjoy the beauty and happiness there, how can they feel that they are doing the right thing? If he wanted to simply escape from reality, couldn't he just cast an illusion on himself? Why didn't he do that? Of course, that is for all human beings in the world. The happiness of one person is false, but the happiness condensed by all people will turn from false to real. This is why he is so obsessed with trapping everyone in the world of illusion. Advertisement. Alas, this Mr. Madara is so much worse than the young Mr. Madara. Kisame sighed. In fact, he also knew that the masked man in front of him could hardly be the Uchiha Madara who had dominated the ninja world in the past. After all, the real Uchiha Madara has come out. If we at least compare the two briefly, we will know clearly who the real Uchiha Madara is. In his eyes, Uchiha Madara should be the most haughty. How can one be like Uchiha Madara, who doesn't even dare to reveal his true appearance? Kisame would immediately rush to prepare their grand plan. In Konoha village, Neji's wood-style clone is still accepting the task with a miserable look on his face. Every day we either do some small missing dog notices or help farmers plow their fields. It's so boring. However, this time something seems to be different. This time, the task they received was to serve as caregivers for a day for someone in a villa. Because the previous caregivers were injured for some special reasons and are currently recuperating. It just so happened that Team Guy was free at this time, so they were taken over by Might Guy. Ha ha ha. This mission is not easy. Although it is just a simple day of care, the difficulty of this mission is B. B rank mission. When the members of Guy's team heard how dangerous this mission was, they all showed surprised expressions. The village's task system and the division of tasks actually have corresponding degrees of danger. For example, for this B rank mission, the one who can take on this mission must be a ninja of at least the Chunin level. Genin level ninjas like them can only receive C level missions at most. Ha ha ha, you don't have to worry too much. Might Guy puffed up his chest with pride. Although this mission is B rank, don't you still have me, a Jonin, here? And the location of this mission is in the center of the village. If there is a really dangerous place, it will not be distributed. So you guys can rest assured. If this mission goes smoothly and nothing unexpected happens, you will just experience a day of caregiving life. After hearing what Might Guy said, Neji suddenly thought of a bloodline family in Konoha village. Could it be that the mission this time is to be a caregiver for Kurama Yakumo? Chapter 74, Fantasy or Fake, read. However, as Might Guy narrated the events, it turned out to be just as Neji had guessed. The target of this mission is indeed Kurama Yakumo. The Kurama clan is a large illusion clan that is as famous as the Uchiha clan of the Sharingan. Especially in this family, every once in a while, a genius with great talent for illusion will be born in the Kurama family. Coincidentally, in this generation, Kurama Yakumo is the genius that the Kurama clan has been waiting for. Therefore, everyone in the Kurama clan placed high hopes on Kurama Yakumo. But the greater the hope, the greater the disappointment. Kurama Yakumo's talent for illusion is unparalleled, but his physical functions are very poor. He couldn't even do something as simple as going to ninja school. But the Kurama family did not want this illusion genius to be buried. So the illusion master Yuhi Kurenai was invited to be Kurama Yakumo's tutor. The result was that after seeing that Yakumo Kurama was unable to bear the training, Kurenai sealed Yakumo's illusion talent by force. To be honest, this whole thing is really bullshit. Neji didn't understand what Yuhi Kurenai did at all. It is possible to seal someone, and there is certainly no problem in persuading the other party not to become a ninja. But he forcibly sealed the other party's innate ability, and didn't tell the Kurama clan, keeping everyone in the dark. How to say it? At least you should tell them. How great was Kurama Yakumo's genius in illusion? You sealed his ability just because of a disagreement, and you didn't tell anyone. In the end, Kurama Yakumo, who thought he could become a master of illusion, found himself a useless person. Seeing the expectations of all Kurama's tribesmen, she suffered a mental breakdown and gave birth to another murderous personality, which killed all her parents. At this point, the Kurama clan began to decline completely. However, there is something about Kurama Yakumo's talent for illusion. Neji mused. Ordinary illusions are released directly on the mind. Just like the Uchiha family's Sharingan, as long as the eyes meet, it can directly control the mind. But the Kurama clan's talent for illusion is different. The illusion of the Kurama clan does not extend inward, but outward. Advertisement. Especially Kurama Yakumo's, it's like creating a spiritual world outside. Use illusion to materialize something that does not exist and attack the enemy. This illusion attack is extremely similar to the eye attack of his Mangekyo Sharingan. But the difference is that the things that you create by deceiving the world, or anything else, will continue to exist. Kurama Yakumo can only be used for ninjutsu attacks. Kurama Yakumo's illusion is very interesting, maybe I can extract her bloodline limit. Neji thought. After accepting the mission, the three of them began to enter the Kurama family's mansion in place of the caregivers who had left. Neji also doesn't know what period it is now, and doesn't know what the current fate of Kurama Yakumo is. He remembered that last time, Shihihong said that she wanted to be a tutor. This means that Kurama Yakumo has not yet split out his second personality and killed his parents. Of course, it is very likely that this kind of thing has already happened during this period of time. After all, the anime of Hokage Ninja does not clearly indicate the time of this story. Wow, this is really a wealthy family. Tiantian couldn't help but sigh as he looked at the surrounding buildings. After all, the Kurama clan was once as famous as the Uchiha in illusion. Although it was only in its peak period. Neji said lightly. The strength level of the Kurama family is in a wave-like pattern. If a genius illusionist like Kurama Yakumo appeared, the power of that clan would be extremely penultimate. The Uchiha clan practices illusions that are mainly internal and control-oriented, while the Kurama clan practices illusions that are mainly external and assassination-oriented. The two families have different directions, so it is difficult to say which one is superior. But it is certain that Uchiha with the Sharingan can perform illusions more easily. Although he was said to be a caregiver, he actually just took care of the eldest daughter of the Kurama family. Hey, what's wrong with you? Tenten looked at Kurama Yakumo and asked curiously. Kurama Yakumo just squatted on the bed and didn't say anything. Tiantian, you need to be more careful. Rock Lee yelled, of course you have to be considerate when dealing with girls. Don't you agree, Neji? Right. Neji glanced at Kurama Yakumo with his Byakugan and found that the binding seal of the illusion had indeed appeared on her body. Sure enough, during this period, Kurenai Yuhi had already sealed Kurama Yakumo's abilities. Might Guy scratched his head, not knowing what to say. Advertisement. This mission doesn't seem to be that dangerous, so why is the danger level B? Want to go out for a walk? Might Guy asked. Kurama Yakumo remained silent. But then she suddenly looked up. Neji, she's the eldest daughter of the Kurama clan, how can you just touch her head? Tenten screamed. You haven't even touched my head. Huh, but Tenten, she seems to have responded to Neji. Rock Lee said excitedly as he watched Kurama Yakumo move. Of course. What girl wouldn't react when being touched? Tiantian angrily slapped Neji's hand away. Neji, don't do this again. Neji nodded nonchalantly. Anyway, his goal has been achieved. It is really simple to extract the entry of Kurama Yakumo. Because she herself is very weak and only has Grandmaster Illusion, her success rate is almost 100%. 5 senses control gold illusions come true, and with the manipulation of the 5 senses, you can turn false illusions into attacks. Neji loaded this entry into himself, but the next moment, this entry suddenly began to merge with the Mangekyo Sharingan. The name of his Mangekyo Sharingan ability is Fantasy Breaker. But now it has evolved into Fantasy Fake Red. Neji looked at this entry and wanted to dance. The first red entry in my life. I didn't expect that it was born from a humble guy named Kurama Yakumo. It's really unexpected. Neji could feel that his Mangekyo Sharingan's eye technique had evolved in some way. Changing reality became easier, and more than that, in some ways, he seemed to have broken through an inexplicable boundary. I really don't know why this mission is a B rank mission. It doesn't seem to be much different from an ordinary D rank mission. Ah. Tiantian said as he was about to open the door and walk out. But she missed a step. There was a cliff outside the door. Chapter 75. A slap in the face to wake him up. Actually, it's because he's so handsome. Tiantian, what's wrong with you? Rock Lee asked puzzledly. Didn't you see it? Tiantian couldn't help but say. The road outside has turned into a cliff. No way, isn't everything fine outside? Rock Lee asked in confusion. No, I just clearly, Tiantian turned his head, but the scenery in front of him suddenly changed. The cliff that suddenly appeared outside the door disappeared at some point. What's going on? This manor feels so dangerous. Tiantian scratched his head. Just now she was sure that what she saw was definitely a real cliff, it was definitely not an illusion. Okay, let's not worry about this. It's time to go eat. Might Guy said with a laugh. Yakumo-chan, aren't you going? Tenten asked, looking at the girl in the room. Forget about her, I'll bring her over later. Neji said. Okay then. Tiantian waited for others and then went out. But some of the things they encountered in this house were strange and bizarre. Especially Guy, who was walking when his leg was suddenly caught by a trap. And there was Lee, who for some unknown reason was suddenly entangled by a snake. Haunted house, this is definitely a haunted house. Might Guy shouted loudly. I've clearly passed by here before. How could a stone suddenly appear in such a large walkway? However, before Guy could continue to vent his dissatisfaction, he suddenly found that the stone had turned into a yellowish rock lizard. It turns out that this is not a stone, but a summoning beast disguised as a stone. This house is really strange. Tiantian became alert. She said that the cliff she had seen before didn't seem fake. I see. So, negative personalities are already emerging at this time. Neji looked at these unusual events and gradually analyzed them. The so-called blockade by Yuhi Kurenai did not actually completely block Kurama Yakumo's illusion talent. According to common sense, the Kurama clan's talent for illusion is extended outward. Advertisement. Therefore, it is very likely that Yuhi Kurenai used this principle to seal Yakumo Kurama's abilities through the sealing technique she performed on her. However, what Yuhi Kurenai did not expect was that Kurama Yakumo subconsciously expanded his innate illusion inward. He took a completely opposite path of illusion from the Kurama clan, and then after a period of subconscious cultivation, Kurama Yakumo's second personality was born. After having a general understanding of what happened, Neji prepared to go over again to help Kurama Yakumo and relieve his troubles. What? Neji, you're going to go into that haunted house again? Might Guy said in shock. Neji, are you serious? I feel like the things in that haunted house. This is all caused by that guy named Kurama Yakumo. She is provoking us, right? Tiantian said what he was thinking. No, that's not the case. Her illusion ability was activated unconsciously. So she herself is not aware of it. Neji said in a deep voice. I have a way to put a stop to this. Really? Don't force it, Neji. Our mission is just to take care of this guy for one day. Tenten said worriedly. Don't worry, I'm sure. Neji once again entered Kurama Yakumo's haunted house. The personality that Kurama Yakumo had just created seemed to know that Neji was here to destroy it, and it kept tripping him up along the way. As Neji was walking, a trap suddenly popped out from the ground. The next moment, when it was about to bite his leg, it mysteriously disappeared. In the next level, there is a passage that will never have an aisle if you go straight. Anyone who walks along this path will fall from the 3rd floor. However, Neji remained expressionless and continued to crash into the wall on the left. At the moment of contact, the originally solid wall suddenly turned into a walkway. These illusions are too low level for Mangekyo Sharingan. It was bad luck for Guy's team to encounter this kind of outward extending illusion. If we replace it with a team of perceptive ninjas, they should be able to break this illusion. In less than a moment, Neji was already in the room where Kurama Yakumo was. Hello, I brought you lunch, said Neji. Kurama Yakumo was still the same, not saying a word, sitting alone in front of the canvas, painting. The painting contains a rock lizard that looks like a big rock, a trap that looks like the same color as the ground, and a closed corridor. Suddenly, Kurama Yakumo was stunned for a moment, and her paintbrush was taken away. I said it's time to eat. Neji said calmly. Advertisement. Kurama Yakumo just glanced at Neji indifferently and tried to grab the paintbrush without saying a word. Oh, Neji turned around and Kurama Yakumo performed a dog-eating shit move. Yakumo stood up and looked at Neji angrily. Don't think that I won't be angry just because you're handsome. Hurry up and give me the brush. I want to practice. I want to become the genius of illusion of the Kurama clan. I want to realize the wishes of my clan. No problem. Let's finish our meal first and then continue practicing. I'll tell you a trick of practice then, and I guarantee you'll make rapid progress. Neji said seriously. Kurama Yakumo seemed very surprised, with a look of suspicion in his eyes. Just you. Even the famous illusion master Yuhi Kurenai told her to give up being a ninja because she was not suitable to be a ninja. And this boy in front of him, who looked younger than him, actually spoke such arrogant words. Where does he get his ability? I don't want it, give me the brush quickly. Kurama Yakumo performed another dog-eating shit act. Ah, you guy, I'm really angry. Kurama Yakumo felt that he was being fooled. Her body was too weak, and she was always easily controlled by Neji. Suddenly, Neji's location seemed to have changed. A yellowish rock lizard and a trap gradually appeared on the ground. Bang! Suddenly there was a loud slap, and all these things were instantly destroyed. You. Kurama Yakumo blushed. How can you spank a girl? I'm sorry. I can't help myself when I see a pretty girl like you, Neji said with a chuckle. Would you like to do it again? I was feeling pretty turned on just now. Maybe you are too. You're a ghost. I won't be as perverted as you. Kurama Yakumo cursed angrily. He is so handsome, how could it be? Is she really too beautiful? Kurama Yakumo, who was only in his teens, started to feel nervous after being slapped by Neji. Chapter 76. Jingyutong's Byakuyan ability awakens. So are you going to eat or not? Neji asked calmly. Kurama Yakumo looked a little stubborn, but before she could say anything, she was slapped again. Pa, it was clearly a spanking, but Kurama Yakumo's face turned as red as a monkey's butt. I'm eating, isn't that okay? Kurama Yakumo looked at Neji with grievance. Only then did he go over and eat obediently. However, while eating, Kurama Yakumo would occasionally peek at Neji. Handsome, this ninja who is about the same size as her is so handsome. Are all the students in the ninja school so handsome? Kurama Yakumo was eating while secretly looking at Neji. Because her body is too weak. Not to mention going to ninja school to study, even simply going out is a problem. Therefore, Kurama Yakumo rarely met people of his age. Especially a handsome young man like Neji. It really touched her heart at once. This made Kurama Yakumo, who had been staying at home for more than 10 years, suddenly feel amorous. I don't know your name yet. Kurama Yakumo said cautiously. Neji, Hyuga Neji, Neji said simply. Oh, then Neji, is what you just said true? Kuramahachi Cloud Shinobi couldn't help asking. Of course it's true. If you listen to me, maybe you will really become a great ninja in the future. Neji smiled slightly. If you can make me a great ninja, I would be willing to marry you even if you ask me to. Said Kurama Yakumo seriously. You really are eating and taking. When Kurama Yakumo heard this, his face turned red. I am the daughter of the Kurama clan leader, and I will be the Kurama clan leader in the future. And, you said that I would become a great ninja in the future, so you must have taken advantage of me. Kurama Yakumo looked at Neji who was getting closer and closer, and was so nervous that he couldn't speak. After all, she is still a loser who has neither strength nor the clan leader. Close your eyes and don't move. Neji said in a deep voice. Kurama Yakumo thought Neji was going to do something weird, so he immediately closed his eyes and raised his head slightly. This little girl. Neji groaned for a moment before his Byakugan transformed into the Mangekyo Sharingan. Advertisement. He will now use Mangekyo's eye technique to transform Kurama Yakumo's body. But this is also his first time using it, so I don't know what the result will be. Kurama Yakumo's physical fitness is relatively poor. On the contrary, the Uzumaki clan's physical fitness is stronger than ordinary ninjas, and even their chakra reserves are extraordinary. Neji pondered for a moment, then activated Illusion True Fake, adding a second bloodline to the body of Kurama Yakumo, who was originally only a member of the Kurama clan. This is the Vortex bloodline. I see, so materializing blood is so troublesome. Neji murmured. It was extremely easy for him to materialize some inanimate objects. But if you want to give someone another kind of bloodline, you must know what this bloodline is. In other words, we must understand that we cannot materialize something just by thinking of a name. This ability is subject to many restrictions for other Uchiha ninjas. At best, those who gain this ability can only give others the bloodline of the Uchiha clan. But in Neji's hands, it's completely different. With the entry system, Neji can extract the blood power of others at will. For others, they can only give one bloodline to others. But Neji, who has the entry system, can give any bloodline. Just as I expected, it's really a terrifying ability. No wonder it's a red entry. Neji said in shock. At this moment, he was gradually shaping the vortex bloodline entries in his body into Kurama Yakumo's body. Neji could feel it. Another entry within Kurama Yakumo's body is constantly improving and changing color. Whirlpool bloodline, white. Whirlpool bloodline, green. Whirlpool Bloodline, blue. Whirlpool Bloodline, purple. Incredible. Neji felt that this was not the limit. If he wanted, he could even make the Vortex Bloodline in Kurama Yakumo's body become a golden entry. Etc. Neji's eyes suddenly widened, with a look of shock on his face. Originally, both of his eyes were scarlet Sharingan, but at this moment, one of his eyes turned into a pure moon-white eye. An invisible connection tightly links Kurama Yakumo and him together. This is the technique of Jingyu Tong's Byakugan. Neji frowned. Jingyu Tong white eyes, ability, destiny and fate. The ability of this right eye is advertisement, able to control everything connected to him/her, and transmit his/her various abilities to the other party. At the same time, the fatal attacks, sealing attacks, and any other attacks that one suffers will be passed on to the person being dominated. If there is no linked person, a nearby person or a person with a close blood relationship will be randomly selected to perform the death transmission. Interesting, the power of the pure moon Byakugan has all emerged. Neji looked at the other eye. The Byakugan is a special bloodline limit unique to the Otsutsuki clan. In the later period, Otsutsuki evolved the Byakugan to the state of having one white eye and one black eye. Both types of eyes have powerful pupil abilities. Neji also awakened at this moment because of this opportunity. The ability of the right eye's white eye is to connect with the other party, transmit ability, and die for the other party. The ability of the left black eye is Cage of the King. You can forcibly control all actions of the linked characters. And it can reversely gather everyone's power. Reverse sharing, and everyone linked will become Neji's energy bar. It's simply a heaven-defying ability. Neji secretly marveled. Neji, are you still not well? Kuramahachi Cloud Shinobi couldn't help asking. Why haven't you kissed yet? Is it because I am not proactive enough? It will be ready soon. Neji remained silent and began to activate the ability of Jogetsu Hitomi. The King's Cage. Suddenly, a strange vision appeared in front of Neji. This is the second vision that appears besides his original body. And the protagonist is none other than Kurama Yakumo. Neji wanted to explore the limits of this ability. What exactly is the so-called conduction? Under Neji's control, Kurama Yakumo has undergone a huge change. Her eyes began to become unusual. Sharingan, Mangekyo Sharingan, Byakugan, Pure Moonlight Byakugan. Nine Tails Chakra, Three Tails Chakra, Uchiha Shui Mai. Incredible. Under the control of heaven and destiny, a second, Hyuga Neji, was born. Neji was shocked. How can we play this? How can others play this? Chapter 77. Reincarnation Space Spokesperson, Hyuga Neji. All of his abilities can be channeled to allow the other party to temporarily become the complete Hyuga Neji. As long as the number of linked objects increases, wouldn't it be possible to form a Neji coalition? Chakra consumption is a problem. Neji frowned. Sure enough, there are still disadvantages. There is too little chakra in Kurama Yakumo's body. As for the Mangekyo Sharingan, there are also various jutsu that require huge amounts of chakra, and Kurama would be sucked into a jerky meat if he used them. And if Neji wants to perform this massive chakra jutsu, he must link his chakra to Kurama Yakumo's. In that case, the consumption of chakra will be transformed from Kurama Yakumo to Hyuga Neji. In this way, Neji's combat power reaches its peak. But the consumption is also his own consumption. This may not sound like much, but forget about the Neji alliance. Unless these ninjas have a huge amount of chakra and don't need to consume their own. As Neji was talking, he suddenly froze. Mangekyo Sharingan's fantasy fake, can't it create a vortex bloodline? With the vortex bloodline, there is nothing to be afraid of. After these guys practice for a while, everyone will have a chakra tons. It's really amazing. The abilities of the Mangekyo Sharingan and the abilities of the Jogetsu Hitomi Byakugan can perfectly complement each other. By then, all the ninjas will possess Senju Hashirama's chakra, and he will be able to control them and use their chakra to fight. All Neji had to pay was to activate the ability of the Jogetsu Byakugan. After knowing this fact, Neji couldn't wait to build his own foundation. The real body is in Akatsuki, so he can rewrite all the people in Akatsuki into a member of his Neji army. Moreover, their strength is not bad, and the total amount of chakra is much more than that of ordinary ninjas. Oh my god, we have to tell the main body about this discovery. Neji dismissed the clone without hesitation. In an instant, Neji, who was far away in the Rain country, received the news of the clone's discovery. Neji number 1, you are simply a genius. Neji was shocked. Should I say it's worthy of me? How could they have noticed such a terrifying alliance? It's really a bunker. And Kurama Yakumo, who was far away in Konoha village, also came to his senses after Neji released the wood-style clone. Huh, what did I just say? Kurama Yakumo's face was flushed, and it felt like he had had close contact with Neji. Neji, is that Neji? After she looked around, she suddenly realized that Neji, who was supposed to be here, had disappeared. Advertisement. Kurama Yakumo just wanted to go out to see if Neji had gone out. The next moment, her eyes turned into the white eyes of the pure moon again. Even if we are far away in the Rain country, this connection will not be broken. It seems that the space-time magic of Tianyu Mingxi, like Flying Thunder God, has little to do with distance. Kurama Yakumo looked at everything in the room and made a judgment. The magic that ignores distance control is really good. The next moment, Neji created a new wood-style clone and came here. Huh, Neji, why are you here? I clearly saw that you weren't here just now. Kurama Yakumo looked at Neji, who suddenly appeared in surprise. You're wrong. Impossible. I just clearly. Bang. Neji withdrew his hand expressionlessly. I said you were wrong, and you were wrong. Kurama Yakumo's face was puffed up and he covered his little butt with his hands. Neji is really a pervert. Bang. Isn't she perverted? Bang. She's not a pervert. Bang. Neji pervert. Kurama Yakumo raised his butt excitedly. Quote. Are you a masochist? Neji was silent. This little girl seems to have awakened some strange habit. Are you not going to fight anymore? Kurama Yakumo said with some regret. Do you like me spanking you? Neji asked back. Of course not. That's good. Kurama Yakumo quickly changed the subject. By the way, didn't you say you would teach me to become a master of illusion? You haven't told me what I should do. I already did. What? Don't you realize that you are in great health now? Hyuga Neji asked back. It seems so. Kurama Yakumo was surprised. She jumped twice on the spot and did several squats in succession. Advertisement. Normally, Kurama Yakumo would be exhausted after doing all these things. But now, she felt like she could still do 100. Ha ha ha, it's really amazing. Neji, you really are my idol. Yakumo smacked his lips excitedly. I really like you so much. Then it's settled. When I become the head of the Kurama clan and a master of illusion, I will marry you. Neji smiled slightly when he heard this. Marry me, sure, come on. After traveling through Otherworld, who would still fall in love? Of course, they would start a harem. Rain Country. Neji is working on a reward system. White Uchiha family bloodline, 1000 points. Green Uchiha family bloodline, 2000 points. Blue Uchiha family bloodline, 3000 points. 1 Magatama Sharingan, 1000 points. 2 Magatama Sharingan, 2000 points. 3 Tomo Sharingan, 3000 points. White Vortex bloodline, 1000 points. Green Vortex bloodline, 2000 points. Blue Vortex, purple. Damn it, I feel like I'm developing into a reincarnation space. Neji complained. Oh, don't tell me, this is really possible. When Neji has plundered all the bloodlines and skills of the ninja world, wouldn't it be equivalent to a ninja version of the reincarnation space? Isn't this taking off smoothly? After seeing the contents of the exchange list he wrote, Neji nodded with satisfaction. He gathered all the busy members of the Akatsuki organization and reintroduced his new product to everyone. At the Rain Country meeting, all the members of Akatsuki organization were present, no one was absent. Madara, you did a really great job on these 4 books. Nagato praised. These days, whenever I recall the contents of the book, I always can't sleep at night, and can't help imagining our great blueprint for the future. Madara, Nagato is right. Your contribution this time is of great significance to our entire ninja world. Conan also smiled for the first time in a long time. Yes, Master Madara is really awesome. Hidan smacked his lips. The contents of some of the books inside were so tempting that even he, a believer in the evil god, couldn't help but feel yearning after reading them. Madara, is there something you called us here for? If not, we have to get busy with our work. After all, we have a difficult task on our shoulders now. Uchiha Itachi said in a deep voice. Chapter 78 Sharingan can be sold. Everyone in Akatsuki is shocked. Neji smiled slightly and placed the scroll in front of each person. What is this? Nagato frowned. There seemed to be something strange written on this scroll. Uchiha Bloodline, Sharingan, Byakugan, and even some weird numbers at the back. Points. What does this mean? This is a reward for everyone, and it is also one of the ways to achieve equality in the entire ninja world in the future. Neji said in a deep voice. I believe that everyone will feel strange when seeing these on the scroll. But don't worry, I will explain them one by one. The bloodlines of the various families above, as well as Sharingan and Byakugan, are all rewards for everyone. As long as you complete the designated tasks, you can use the points to exchange for the bloodlines above. Neji's words immediately shocked everyone in the Akatsuki organization. What? Madara, you are not kidding. Deidara exclaimed. How is it possible to do such a thing? How does one use one's Kekkei Genkei and Sharingan to reward others? He could understand Sharingan, after all he had to do was to pluck the eyeballs. But what does this Uchiha bloodline mean? That's a little hard to understand. You mean, as long as you complete the mission, you can exchange everything on the scroll. Uchiha Itachi said in a deep voice. Yes, how do you exchange the Uchiha bloodline, the Uzumaki bloodline, and the like? And where did your Sharingan come from? Uchiha Itachi said in a deep voice. Although it was a bit embarrassing, all the Uchiha clan in the ninja world have been killed by him. How could Sharingan still exist? And Madara came from the outside world, so it is impossible for her to collect Sharingan. Is it through transplanting one person's blood? Nagato asked in a deep voice. Has another Uchiha clan from the Sengoku period reached this level? Of course not. That would be too slow. Neji smiled. Actually, this has to do with my Mangekyo Sharingan's eye technique. My Mangekyo technique can deceive the world and make things that could not possibly exist reappear in reality. This sentence immediately confused everyone in the Akatsuki organization. To bring something that originally did not exist back into reality. Advertisement. Could it be that, even something like Bloodline limit can be recreated in reality? Nagato couldn't help but ask. Neji smiled and pulled Conan over, who still looked confused. Close your eyes, Neji said in a deep voice. Ah, Conan was a little confused. Don't worry, I'll give you a little surprise. Neji laughed. It's okay, Conan, everyone is here, nothing will happen. Nagato said in a deep voice. Conan then nodded and let Neji start the operation. Fantasy fake Sharingan creation. After a while. When Conan opened his eyes again. I feel like my eyes can see things more clearly. Conan said in surprise. What's going on? Why are you all looking at me like that? Conan was talking halfway when he suddenly noticed that everyone in the Akatsuki organization had a fed up look on their faces. Is this really possible? Creating something out of nothing. This is too far-fetched. Hidan exclaimed. Crazy, this is really going crazy. Deidara said excitedly. It's really an incredible dojutsu ability. Is it because Uchiha Station wants to create an equal world that Mangekyo gave birth to such a powerful dojutsu? Uchiha Itachi exclaimed. What the hell is going on? Why do you all have such expressions? Conan still didn't understand why everyone's faces changed when they looked at him. Could it be my own eyes? She suddenly felt something was wrong. His eyesight suddenly increased, and his eyes were constantly consuming his chakra. This kind of chakra consumption is like being in battle all the time. Let's take a look. Neji casually created a mirror. This is 3 Tomo Sharingan. Conan said in astonishment. Things turned out to be just as she thought. Her eyes actually turned into 3 Tomo Sharingan. Advertisement. Now everyone should believe it, right? Neji smiled slightly at everyone's extremely surprised expressions. That's really awesome, Master Madara. Deidara said excitedly. It is actually possible to construct the 3 Tomo Sharingan. Doesn't this mean that if he works hard, he can also have the 3 Tomo Sharingan? Deidara has always been upset about his defeat at the hands of Uchiha Itachi's illusion. But now it's different. As long as he had the 3 Tomo Sharingan, he would be immune to Uchiha Itachi's illusion. Are you still afraid of Itachi's illusion? It can actually be exchanged for 3 Tomo Sharingan. Uchiha Itachi frowned. Originally, the Uchiha clan had to endure great pain when they awakened the 3 Tomo Sharingan. But now this Uchiha Madara can actually create the 3 Tomo Sharingan painlessly. If this matter were to get out, it would really shock the entire ninja world. I see, Lord Madara. You used this ability to destroy Lord Senju Hashirama of that world. Black Zetsu understood. With this kind of heaven-defying ability, how can Senju Hashirama be played? As long as Uchiha Madara is here, the entire Uchiha clan will have the 3 Tomo Sharingan. On the other hand, among the Senju clan, only Senju Hashirama is a sage body, while his younger brother Senju Tobarama relies entirely on operations. These two people are really no match for Uchiha Madara, who possesses the Mangekyo Sharingan and can rewrite reality. But Madara, your Mangekyo Sharingan is just a normal Mangekyo Sharingan, right? Won't you go blind if you use it so frequently? Uchiha Itachi asked in confusion. His eyesight is now deteriorating after using the Mangekyo Sharingan. Ah, that matter. It was indeed like that at first, but after I infused myself with the blood of the Uzumaki family, a distant relative of the Senju clan, the side effects were minimal and almost negligible, Neji said casually. What? Lord Madara transplanted the blood of the Uzumaki family? Black Zetsu's brows twitched. Damn, this is really too dangerous. The Uzumaki family is a distant relative of the Senju family, possessing a huge life force within their bodies, as well as a unique chakra property. This can indeed alleviate the side effects of the Mangekyo Sharingan to some extent. And the elderly Madara in this world transplanted his Rinnegan into Uzumaki Nagato's eyes for this very reason. Mangekyo has side effects, and the Rinnegan is certainly not something that the average person can afford. Chapter 79 What? Mangekyo can open by itself. Fortunately, this Uchiha Madara did not have Senju Hashirama's cell blood transplanted into him, otherwise, wouldn't the Uchiha Madara in front of him also have the ability to awaken the Rinnegan? It's really terrible. Black Zetsu felt really bad for himself in that world. He unexpectedly met the pervert Uchiha Madara. The other party's plan to save his mother may fail. But it doesn't matter, he doesn't care about himself in the parallel world. I see. You relied on the Uzumaki family's powerful vitality to minimize the side effects of your Sharingan. This is indeed a feasible method. Nagato said in a deep voice. I can't close my Sharingan. Conan frowned, she had just experimented several times. The Sharingan that Uchiha Madara gave him cannot be turned off. He can only force it to be on, constantly consuming chakra. Of course. After all, you only have the 3 Tomo Sharingan now, and you don't have the corresponding Uchiha family bloodline, so of course you can't fully control the Sharingan. Neji smiled. I see. Is it the same situation as Mr. Kakashi? Itachi understood. Without the blood of the Uchiha family, this Sharingan is just like a transplant. Only with the blood of the Uchiha family can the full power of the Sharingan be exerted. So that's how it is. I understand, Conan said in a deep voice. Now that we know this, the next step will be easy. When the mission is completed, I can just ask Madara to give me the blood of the Uchiha family. Master Madara, do you want to turn all the people in the ninja world into members of the Uchiha family? Ha ha ha, Hidan laughed. This is a good idea. After all, in this ninja world today, the Uchiha clan has become extinct. Neji glanced at Uchiha Itachi calmly. The latter is extremely embarrassing. He killed everyone, only to meet an ancestor who was more powerful than him. I didn't expect that I would have such a strange ability. Scorpion looked at the crowd cheering and became silent and annoyed. Damn it, such good news was not announced earlier. He has become a puppet now. He doesn't even have a human body. Not to mention the Uchiha bloodline. Such a great thing, but for him, he couldn't even take a bite of it. Advertisement. All of a sudden, Scorpio understood what it meant to be treated differently. Madara, I have a question. To advance to Sharingan, can one only be promoted to 3 Tomo Sharingan by exchanging points? Nagato frowned. Of course not. As long as you exchange the Uchiha bloodline, you will truly be a member of the Uchiha family. Even if you don't exchange for Sharingan, you can still open your eyes successfully, and there is no problem in opening the 3 Magatama by yourself. Of course, as you all know, the Uchiha clan's eye opening is somewhat extreme. Neji explained. As long as you have the blood of the Uchiha family, you can open your eyes on your own. That doesn't mean you can open Mangekyo too. Conan suddenly brought up the issue. Of course. Boom. The air in the entire conference room froze. Surprisingly, even the Mangekyo Sharingan can be activated on its own. Quote. This is really a scary thing. Deidara recalled Itachi's eyes. If everyone in Akatsuki had such a pair of eyes, who in the entire ninja world could be a rival to Akatsuki? Let's give up this unrealistic idea. Itachi ruthlessly interrupted everyone's fantasy. The awakening of the Mangekyo Sharingan requires extremely demanding conditions, and only a few of the Uchiha have been able to awaken it. HMPH, that's not necessarily true. Deidara, might be a genius in this area. Deidara secretly made up his mind to activate the Mangekyo Sharingan. Itachi disagrees unless Uchiha Madara can create the Mangekyo Sharingan. Otherwise, even if all the members of Akatsuki were S-rank rebel ninjas, they would not be able to awaken the Mangekyo Sharingan. Yeah, looks like I'll have to work hard from now on. Kisame laughed. Well, you must work hard. Exchange for Uchiha's Sharingan and Uzumaki bloodline. Deidara said in a deep voice. This meeting is now over. Every member of Akatsuki is full of energy. Sure enough, my strength has increased. Neji sensed his own strength and found it had increased. After linking with Kurama Yakumo, this has no obvious characteristics yet. But after linking to Conan, there was a slight increase. Not only the mental aspect, but also the physical aspect has been strengthened a little bit. Advertisement. Now if I want, I can control Conan in an instant, or suck out her chakra. Neji thought secretly. And with this link, he seemed to no longer need to touch Conan to extract the entries from her. This is another happy event for Neji. It's really wonderful. The Akatsuki organization then began to work frantically day and night to obtain and control points. Neji is currently in a loose state. After all, he still needs the entries of everyone in the Akatsuki organization. Most of the time has passed. By autumn, Naruto and his colleagues will graduate successfully from the Ninja Academy. This is a great opportunity. Neji's clone can get the Book of Seals through Mizuki's actions. It's a pity that Mizuki doesn't know about Orochimaru. Otherwise, I could follow the clues and find Orochimaru, and ask him to impure world reincarnation's successive Hokage and extract their entries. Neji said regretfully. Hashirama's bloodline, Tobirama's forbidden technique, Minato's flying thunder god, these are all fun stuff. Naruto, do you want to graduate? As long as you get the Book of Seals, you can learn any of the countless ninjutsu you want. Are you still afraid that you won't be able to graduate by then? Naruto was surprised. Mizuki-sensei, but I've already graduated. Minato was confused. How so? In fact, after being inspired by the passionate Sasuke, Naruto exercises like crazy every day. In addition, with the third generation's 5 elements seal, the 9 tails, which would occasionally interfere with Naruto's chakra operation, also became obedient. Naruto has learned the 3-body technique and successfully graduated from the ninja school. Doesn't this mean that there won't be such a scene about the sealed book next time? Neji said regretfully. However, what surprised him was that Mizuki's Pua ability was too strong. In order to defeat Sasuke, Naruto finally went to steal the Book of Seals. The sealed book of Konoha records many forbidden techniques and various ninjutsu. Among them, wood-style ninjutsu is also included. And the flying thunder god, these are just what Neji needs right now. Chapter 80 Stealing the sealed book. This old guy from third generation has been following us secretly. Neji raised his eyebrows. But if you think about it carefully, it is true. After all, the fact that the sealed book was stolen cannot be spread out. But this time the third Hokage might have miscalculated. Neji chuckled darkly. Recently he figured out a new way to play with the eyes. First of all, the Mangekyo Sharingan's eye technique can only be performed after seeing it. This is Kakashi's request to take a Mangekyo and cast Kamui. And if Neji transforms his other eye into the pure moon eye, he will be able to see far away. In this way, even if he is at home, he can perform Mangekyo pupil technique at a long distance. Through the ultra-long-range perspective of the pure moon eye, you can see far away, transmit the information back to the brain, and then use another Mangekyo Sharingan to activate the eye technique. It's really amazing. In the following period of time, Uzumaki Naruto has secretly opened the Book of Seals, wanting to learn what's inside. However, at this moment, Shuimu came out. Hey, Naruto, I didn't expect that you actually stole the Book of Seals. Ha ha ha, it seems that I really have to thank you. Teacher Mizuki, that's right. I got the Book of Seals. Once I learn the ninjutsu in it, I will definitely be able to surpass that guy Sasuke in the future. Naruto said excitedly. But he had not expected that Shuimu's eyes were filled with greedy desire. Great, now you can give me the Book of Seals. Naruto, thank you for keeping the Book of Seals for me. As long as I get the Book of Seals, I will definitely be able to, what? Shuimu was suddenly confused. What on earth is going on? In front of him, the sealed book behind Naruto disappeared. What's wrong? Naruto looked back. Huh. Where is the Book of Seals? Naruto, you are the one who did this, right? Mizuki said with a gloomy face. Hurry up and tell me where the sealed book is, otherwise, don't blame me for being rude. It wasn't me who did that. I don't even know where the Book of Seals went. Naruto retorted. Just as the two started a dispute, third-generation Sarutobi Hiruzen noticed something was wrong and arrived at the scene. Naruto, where is the Book of Seals? Hiruzen's face was serious. Third-generation grandpa. Advertisement. Naruto felt awkward after seeing Hiruzen. Shuimu was so frightened that he started shaking all over. Why is this old guy from third generation here? How could he have noticed? Had he discovered his plan long ago? Thinking of this, Shuimu ran away immediately. He couldn't stay here any longer. Damn old thing, how dare you plot against me? Shuimu cursed. I didn't expect that my every move was actually calculated by the old man from the third generation. The third generation just glanced at Shuimu indifferently and didn't take it to heart anymore. There's no need for a Hokage like him to worry about such a small person. The Book of Seals is the key thing. Naruto, where did you hide the Book of Seals that you stole? Hiruzen demanded. He really didn't expect that he would get into trouble this time. Things have been really weird lately. Not only was he becoming increasingly sleepy, but he was also not in high spirits. Am I really getting old? I don't know, Grandpa Hokage. Naruto was also confused at this moment. The sealed book was clearly here just now. How come it suddenly disappeared? Hiruzen's expression darkened when he saw that Naruto didn't seem to be lying. Hateful. Who was behind this? He actually took the opportunity to steal the sealed book of their Konoha. This sealed book is genuine. Neji almost laughed out loud at the confused looks of the two, one big and one small. Ha ha ha, are you dumbfounded? I didn't expect I had this ability. Neji looked at the Book of Seals in his hand, a brand new version. It's really great. Multiple shadow clone technique, flying thunder god technique, as well as the demonic sealing technique, impure world reincarnation and a series of other secret techniques. Among them, the wood-style secret technique that he wanted most was also included. Not bad, not bad. It looks like today is destined to be a great harvest. Neji said with satisfaction. On the other hand, Hiruzen was in a state of panic. Advertisement. Although the contents and secrets in the sealed book have been backed up, if these secrets were to be leaked out, it would be the end of us. The entire Konoha's heritage will be exposed. If some of these forbidden techniques were abused by ninjas from other villages, it would definitely deal a heavy blow to Konoha. So Hiruzen ordered that the whereabouts of the sealed book must be searched secretly. He didn't dare to publicize it too much. After all, if Konoha's sealed book were to leak out and this matter were to spread, it would cause an uproar in the entire ninja world. After all, this is the ninjutsu foundation of a big village. If they could find them, wouldn't that mean they would have gotten all the ninjutsu that Konoha had studied for free? Hiruzen really felt extremely regretful at this moment. Hiruzen, what's wrong with you? Isn't it just that I can't see the women's bath every day? Is it necessary to be like this? Hiruzen secretly cursed himself for being a good-for-nothing. It must be that evil disciple of Jiraiya who passed this bad habit on to me. No, for the future stability of the village, we must find a way to return to its previous state. Or, find a way to continue spying on the women's bathhouse. Hiruzen pondered for a moment, maybe this would allow him to return to his previous state. Yeah, I didn't do this to peek into the women's bathhouse. I just wanted to go back to being the Sarutobi Hiruzen I once was. In the following time, Neji has been learning the ninjutsu in the sealed book. Especially the flying thunder god technique and wood-style ninjutsu, these two ninjutsu are must-learns. As for other things, they can be put aside for now. In a while, it will be the Chunin exam, Neji mused. The Chunin examination was a turning point. Orochimaru will impersonate the Kazekage and carry out the extermination plan of Konoha. During this period, Hiruzen will die fighting against Orochimaru. But that's not what Neji cares about. Because whether Hiruzen dies or not is not the point is Orochimaru. He has the first Hokage, the second Hokage, and the medium of the fourth Hokage, and can use the reanimation jutsu to revive the successive Hokage of Konoha village. This matter is really important to Neji. If the body of impure world reincarnation could also extract terms, then I want to be a rebel ninja too. Neji's eyes lit up. The days of following Orochimaru were definitely exciting enough. At that time, he can completely use Mangekyo's eye technique to control Orochimaru, let him take him to the graves of the cages in various villages, dig up the graves directly, and then use impure world reincarnation to extract the entries. This is absolutely amazing. Chapter 81. What? I am the next generation Tsuchikage successor. Neji was extremely excited. The Chunin exam is truly a crucial turning point. It's really amazing. Neji exclaimed. Orochimaru, it would be nice if Mizuki knew where Orochimaru was. What a pity, he really doesn't know. In the days that followed, Neji kept a low profile in Konoha village. On the other side is the Akatsuki organization. Master Madara, I want to exchange for the Uchiha family bloodline and the Sharingan. The three Magatama won. Yes. Deidara nodded heavily. Deidara was defeated in one fell swoop by Uchiha Itachi in Iwagakure, so he has been brooding over this incident. But now that we have obtained the three Tomo Sharingan, that may not be the case anymore. Okay, you have enough points. You really work hard. Neji was surprised by Deidara's enthusiasm. I didn't expect that he would collect enough points so quickly. After some operations, a red circle of three Tomo Sharingan suddenly appeared in Deidara's eyes. Ha ha ha, is this the Uchiha family's Sharingan? It looks really interesting. After Deidara obtained the Sharingan, he felt that what he could see became more precise. Not only that, some delicate operations that he could not see before can now be seen clearly. It's really incredible. In this way, maybe he could create more sophisticated explosives. What a pair of good eyes, huh? Deidara was a little excited. Now that he has Uchiha blood, he can also control the opening and closing of the Sharingan at any time. It's much better than simply transplanting Sharingan. However, it wasn't just Deidara who was happy, Neji was also happy. Sure enough, after Deidara successfully accepted my link, my strength increased a bit. Neji said secretly. Physical fitness, chakra amount, these are constantly improving as Akatsuki accepts his transformation. After enjoying this way of becoming stronger, Neji suddenly had a new idea. That is, to make the entire ninja world become his connection object. Deidara might be able to use it. Neji suddenly remembered this guy's identity. In the Akatsuki organization, most of the people are S-rank rebel ninjas from their own villages. Advertisement. For example, Itachi killed his entire clan. For example, Scorpion killed the third Kazekage. For example, Hidan is a follower of the evil god. For example, Kisame, Kurigakure rebel ninja. But this guy Deidara is a little special. Among Iwagakure, there was a guy called Nendoroid Onoki who was training Deidara to be the next Tsuchikage. And the reason why he was kicked out of Iwagakure was not something serious. It was just because Deidara was researching a new type of explosion-style explosives in the village and then blew up the village buildings. That's why Onoki asked Deidara to go out of the village to reflect on himself. This did not mean to drive him out of the village, but rather to give him a suitable place to study the explosion style. Therefore, Deidara is not a rebel ninja in Iwagakure at all. What Onoki didn't expect was that his extremely talented disciple was actually abducted by the Akatsuki organization. Maybe I can use Deidara and cooperate with Iwagakure to achieve a win-win situation. Neji rolled his eyes. That's a good idea. Not only will Iwagakure's overall strength become stronger, but everyone will be able to possess different bloodline limits, and their own strength will continue to grow. After all, if Infinite Tsukuyomi is really going to be activated in the end, then Otsutsuki Kaguya will definitely be revived. By that time, having absorbed the entire ninja world and the nine-tailed beasts, Otsutsuki will be quite powerful. After coming up with the idea, Neji immediately wanted to take action. Deidara, I have something I want to tell you. Deidara listened and her eyes widened. What? You want me to go back to Iwagakure? That's right. Now for our great dream, we must find partners. Neji began to fool around. Think about it carefully. The entire ninja world is such a large area. If it relies solely on the Rain country, how can it manage the affairs of the other villages? So we have to expand our scale, at least to the same scale as the 5 major ninja villages. However, it is still unknown how long it will take for Rain Shinobi Village to achieve this scale. So, in order to delay time, we must find a new partner. In this way, after everyone has accepted the illusion and woken up, they can be managed in a unified way. Deidara heard what Neji said and scratched his chin. These words seem to really make sense. But, will the boss agree? Deidara couldn't help but ask. Advertisement. We can discuss this matter. After all, we are not enemies. Let's talk about it first. Neji laughed. If it was Konoha village, Nagato might not agree. But if it was Iwagakure, who didn't have much hatred towards them, that might not be the case. After all, Nagato is also a guy who truly desires peace. Therefore, if it is for the sake of future peace, there is a high chance that Nagato will agree. But Neji wouldn't care about Nagato. After all, this ability was his own, so it didn't matter if Nagato disagreed. Anyway, he has decided to do this thing. During this period of time, both Nagato and Uchiha Itachi had their entries drained by themselves. Madara's Rinnegan ability was acquired, and Itachi's Mangekyo Sharingan eye technique was also acquired. Then the entire Akatsuki organization would no longer have much value and must spread outward. If Nagato doesn't want to listen, Neji will show him who is the boss now. And choose Iwagakure. Deidara is a part. Neji also yearns for the special jutsu of Iwagakure. Whether it's Onoki's bloodline eliminating dust release, boil style, or lava style, they are all what Neji wants to obtain. As for the reason for not choosing Konoha, it's very simple. My wood style clone is in Konoha, so if you want something, you can just go there yourself. Is there any need to worry about other things? It's been a long time. The top leaders of Akatsuki organization gathered together again. You mean, we are going to cooperate with Iwagakure? Nagato frowned. That's right. The current scale of Akatsuki is too small. It is far inferior to the 5 major villages. If we want to achieve the goal of unifying the ninja world in the future, we must expand enough manpower for management. Neji said in a deep voice. I've seen Konoha village, it's no good. I don't know how the guy in power was elected in Tobarama, but he's so weak. Not to mention Sunagakures, they are too weak. Cloud Shinobi village Raikage is emotionally unstable and hard to predict what he will do. He is not a good partner. Only Iwagakure is the most suitable. Neji looked at Deidara. After all, the 3rd Tsuchikage trained Deidara as the 4th Tsuchikage. Why? Deidara was confused when he heard this. Is this true or false? Chapter 82 Go to Iwagakure to discuss cooperation. Is this true or false? Did the 3rd generation old man really train him to be the next Tsuchikage successor? Deidara was a little confused. To be honest, he didn't feel anything at all. I see. Nagato, who was sitting at the first seat, began to ponder. What Uchiha Madara said is indeed good advice. After all, to dominate the entire ninja world, a certain number of people are still needed. The scope of the ninja world is really too vast. The 5 major countries are just the 5 largest countries among them. Apart from these 5 countries, there are other small countries and other vast lands. It would be extremely difficult for them, a small range shinobi village, to manage such a large piece of land. It's too unrealistic. Therefore, the necessary manpower is certain. And just like what Uchiha Madara said, those guys in Konoha are too unreliable. Deep down, Nagato had mixed feelings towards the people of Konoha. It was people from Konoha who taught him ninjutsu, and it was also people from Konoha who destroyed their organization. If it weren't for those Konoha ninjas, his parents wouldn't have died at their hands. Indeed, this is a good choice. Konan said in a deep voice. 3rd generation Onoki is already the oldest among the ninja world. He can't stay in Iwagakure for too long. If the other party is really training Deidara as the next Tsuchikage as Uchiha Madara said, then soon, Deidara should be able to become the 4th Tsuchikage. By then, the entire Iwagakure will actually be members of our Akatsuki organization. Nagato heard this and nodded with satisfaction. If that's the case, it's not bad. Deidara belonged to their organization and was the Tsuchikage of Iwagakure, which saved him a lot of effort. Otherwise, Nagato wouldn't mind showing them the power of God. Advertisement. So what are the arrangements for the future? Itachi began to ask. If we really want to unify the ninja world, in the end our relationship with Iwagakure will definitely not be a cooperative relationship, but a relationship between superiors and subordinates. Will we use infinite Tsukuyomi to control the other party then? Kisame said in a deep voice. This is indeed a problem. Nagato had a headache. Cooperation is good, but how to confirm the master-servant relationship is the problem. Deidara listens to me, but that doesn't mean the ninjas in Iwagakure will obey my orders. Now we are in a period of win-win cooperation, so perhaps this matter is not so important. However, when the time comes to achieve peaceful unification and someone is needed to manage the entire ninja world, the master-servant relationship becomes particularly important. It's easy. Just like Kisame said, we can write a script using infinite Tsukuyomi, so that the ninjas of Iwagakure are not only ninjas of Iwagakure, but also members of Akatsuki. By then, the ninjas of Iwagakure and the people of Akatsuki will be indistinguishable from each other and will simply integrate into one. Isn't that enough? Neji said casually. Okay, let's get started without further ado. Nagato agreed. But, Madara, your exchange list requires some special level resources that are only available to the top leaders of our Akatsuki organization. Nagato said seriously that this matter must be discussed in advance. The ability of Uchiha Madara Mangekyo Sharingan is simply too terrifying. If it spreads without limits, it is likely to cause the collapse of the combat power of the ninja world. Especially the exchange resource like the Uchiha family's bloodline. If it's just the Sharingan, it's nothing. After all, without the blood of the Uchiha family, the Sharingan cannot be closed. In daily life, this is actually a burden for ninjas with limited chakra. But with the Uchiha bloodline, things are completely different. With the Uchiha family bloodline, they can not only start and shut down the Sharingan at will, but they can even evolve the Sharingan to a higher level. If Iwagakure gets lucky and happens to produce guys like Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Madara who have activated the Mangekyo Sharingan, that would be really troublesome. In Nagato's opinion, the ability of the Uchiha Madara Sharingan is now a threat to him. If a few more come, maybe even God Pain won't be able to defeat them. Of course I know about this. Neji smiled slightly. During the whole thing, Deidara was still in a state of confusion. By the time they were almost back at Iwagakure, Deidara still hadn't recovered from the shock. By the way, Master Madara, do you really think I can become Tsuchikage? Deidara couldn't help but ask. Advertisement. Deidara really hadn't given much thought to the position of shadow of a village. Moreover, everyone in the organization seemed not to be surprised at all that he became the Tsuchikage. Of course. You're just talking nonsense. Neji chuckled. With him here, that would be equivalent to Iwagakure having the bloodline limit of the entire Konoha. Not only Konohas, he can also distribute Iwagakure's bloodline limit equally to every ninja. With such an advantage in Deidara's hands, how could he not become the Tsuchikage? Deidara and Neji walked near Iwagakure and immediately alerted the ninjas in the perception squad. Deidara. The Iwagakure ninjas were all surprised when they saw Deidara. You abandoned the village and became a rebel ninja, didn't you? Do you have the nerve to come back? Huh, why can't I come back? Deidara's face turned grim. I was kicked out of the village by the old man. I just had nothing to do, so I went out for some fun. I can't go back to the village anyway, so what's wrong with me going out and exploring the world? Now that I want to go home, of course I'm back. And I haven't done anything bad to our Iwagakure, have I? Well, that's true. The ninjas in the perception class scratched their heads. That's true. Who is this guy then? The Iwagakure ninja looked at the other black-haired man. This is the distinguished guest I brought to our village. He is here to discuss cooperation. Ha ha ha, Deidara, you're really interesting. You're actually starting to think about the village. Everyone laughed when they heard this. In the past, this guy only caused trouble in the village. Deidara ni. Just as everyone was chatting, a beautiful figure in the distance heard the news and rushed over. Yo, Kuretsuchi. Deidara looked at his junior sister and greeted her. You finally came back. Come with me to see Grandpa quickly. Haito saw his senior brother and pulled him away. You were suddenly kidnapped from the back mountain. Grandpa was furious. You were so stupid to become a mercenary. Haito really couldn't understand it. Chapter 83 Deidara. Master Madara, please give me some face. After all, Deidara's status in the village is truly unique. Lord Tsuchikage taught him ninjutsu himself, and Kuretsuchi was Deidara's childhood friend who grew up with her. He ignored a good village and instead lived the life of a mercenary outside. Who is this guy? Kuretsuchi suddenly realized Neji. Quite handsome. Yeah, this guy is my friend. I brought him here because I had something to do with the old man. Deidara said. What are we waiting for? Let's go right away, Haito said happily. Immediately, the three of them arrived at the Tsuchikage conference building. Grandpa, Deidara GE is back. The sound reached the Tsuchikage's office before the Kuretsuchi arrived. Everyone loves this little girl very much. After all, her background is really amazing. His grandfather was the third Tsuchikage, his father was the first Jonin, and although his senior brother was a bit of a saboteur, his strength was also unique. Deidara. When he heard the name of his beloved disciple, Onoki became angry. How dare this brat come back? He was really pd off. He was asked to reflect on his actions in the back hill, and his precious granddaughter was asked to bring him food every day. It turned out that this guy was abducted by a mere mercenary organization. You guys are already gone. Uchiha Madara. Onoki was filled with anger and started cursing. But when he was halfway through his words, he suddenly saw the familiar face behind Deidara and was immediately frightened out of his wits. Why? This is different from what I said, Master Hashirama. There is no alliance. Submit to the power of Konoha, and don't mention the name of that ninja in front of me. You still want to dance. But, you are too naive. Single quote. Countless memories of Uchiha Madara began to flood back to my mind. 2 days later, Onoki recalled that night. Uchiha Madara single-handedly defeated Iwagakure, using his sheer strength to shatter the will of stone within him. Uchiha Madara, why are you here? 2 days of roaring, looking at the person who was no different from the one in his memory. Advertisement. He was definitely not mistaken, this guy was Uchiha Madara. What? Uchiha Madara? Kuretsuchi looked at the man behind Deidara and suddenly looked extremely surprised. Grandpa, didn't you say that Uchiha Madara had been killed by Konoha's first Hokage? How could he be Uchiha Madara? Kuretsuchi asked in surprise. Is this impossible? There's no mistake. I recognize this face, it's definitely Uchiha Madara. Unoki was extremely alert. Both of you should get away from this guy, he is dangerous. Uchiha Madara is indeed dead. But why is he standing here again? Grandpa, you really got the wrong person. Haito frowned. This young man now looks to be in his 20s at most. If he must compare his seniority with his grandfather, then maybe this guy would even call his grandfather, uncle. Ho ho, it seems like I in this world did something that left a deep impression on you. Neji said with interest. In fact, he had also witnessed what happened between Uchiha Madara and Onoki when they were young. After Uchiha Madara broke with Senju Hashirama and left Konoha. Although he had a falling out with Senju Hashirama, he still cared about Konoha. So the first thing Uchiha Madara did after leaving Konoha village was to go to the other 4 villages, take a look around, and show off his skills. Among them, Iwagakure's experience is revealed in Unoki's memories. Uchiha Madara defeated everyone in the village with overwhelming strength, and said proudly, submit to Konoha. Ah, it's really too gay, it's true, you really are Uchiha Madara. Onoki roared and launched an attack. Hey, old man, you are too impulsive. Listen to me, although this guy is Uchiha Madara, he is not the Uchiha Madara you imagined. Deidara said hurriedly. Shut up, you actually brought such a dangerous person here. Onoki formed an earth and rock fist in his hand, trying to blast Neji away. Calm down, kid, Neji sighed, then activated the Mangekyo Sharingan. Little did he know that his behavior made Onoki certain that this guy was Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Madara, you have become a ghost, what on earth do you want to do in our village? Asked Unoki. Cooperate. Cooperation. When Unoki heard this, he sneered. Cooperate. If Uchiha Madara was really willing to cooperate, then he would not have defeated Iwagakure directly after Hashirama established the principle of peaceful coexistence. Advertisement. Don't think that I, Onoki, am still being fooled by you like I was back then. Earth-style Yan Quan technique. Suddenly, a huge petrified fist began to grow from Onoki's right arm. Earth-style super heavy rock technique. This technique is used to strengthen the power of rock fist, greatly increasing its attack power. Hey, Grandpa, are you serious? As Onoki's granddaughter, Kuretsuchi was dumbfounded. It was the first time he saw his grandfather so excited. However, facing such a terrifying rock fist, Neji remained motionless. It's too light. Neji's face was expressionless, and a skeleton began to appear on his body. This is Susanoo. Susanoo is both offensive and defensive. Onoki's rock fist was unable to break through Susanoo's defense at all. Bang bang bang. In just a blink of an eye, Onoki, who was charging forward, was suddenly pinned down by Susanoo. This is Susanoo. Blood flowed from the corners of Onoki's mouth. But he hasn't stopped his resistance yet. At that time, he had not yet mastered Dust Escape. If I use Dust Release now. Dust Release. Original World. Original World. What is Original World? Onoki was confused. How could that be? He actually forgot how to release the Dust Release ninjutsu. Alright, stop it now. Master Madara, don't forget that we are here to cooperate. If you continue to make trouble, things will be bad. Well, give me some face. Deidara said in a deep voice. You. After hearing the words of his beloved disciple, Onoki immediately wanted to curse. Who the hell do you think you are? He is the legendary Uchiha Madara. Laozi was beaten like a dog by him back then, how can he still give you face? Alright, just for your sake, Neji said calmly. Deidara. You. Onoki was dumbfounded. What did he just hear? Is Deidara so proud? Even Uchiha Madara has to give you some face. Chapter 84 Iwagakure is the organization I chose. When did Deidara become so successful? He could even make that Uchiha Madara give him face. He never had any face in front of Uchiha Madara. Onoki was very confused by this. After all, in his impression, Uchiha Madara is not so easy to talk to. Oh my, what is going on? You beat my grandfather until he vomited blood, and are you really Uchiha Madara? Kuretsuchi couldn't help but ask. It's absolutely true. And, when did I ever beat your grandfather until he vomited blood? Neji said indifferently. You still have the nerve to say that. Look, huh? Haito was about to say something when he suddenly discovered that the environment at the scene had changed. Originally when the two were playing chess, the Tsuchikage building was caused to collapse. But what about now? Her third-generation grandfather is still sitting in his seat. There were no signs of a fight in Tsuchikage's office. Is it an illusion? Deidara saw the change and immediately thought of Uchiha Itachi. That guy's illusion is so weird. It seems that this guy Madara cast an illusion on the three of them at some unknown time. It's really so terrifying. Deidara said darkly, even though he already possesses the 3 Tomo Sharingan. But when facing Uchiha Madara, he was caught without realizing it. It seems that the gap between 3 Tomo Sharingan and Mangekyo Sharingan is not small. Under the power of Mangekyo, his 3 Tomo Sharingan had no effect at all. Damn it, it seems that I am not immune to Uchiha Itachi's illusion now. Deidara said secretly. It would be nice if his 3 Tomo Sharingan could also evolve into Mangekyo. I see. It seems that you are indeed different from the Uchiha Madara in my memory. Unoki said in a deep voice. Although both of them are extremely haki, Lord Madara usually just beats him up directly and doesn't even bother to activate genjutsu. Even though this is Iwagakure, it doesn't matter to Uchiha Madara. As long as he is not in Konoha, he can roam freely in the 4 major ninja villages. Because no one can stop him. Advertisement. In this situation, if it was the Uchiha Madara in his memory, it would probably split the Tsuchikage building in one fell swoop and then beat himself down severely. Of course, Onoki never thought that he would lose to Uchiha Madara now. That's right, old man, listen to me, this Mr. Madara is. The background introduction written by Neji, with Deidara's explanation, introduces Unoki's ears. Parallel world. The ability of the Mangekyo Sharingan. All these things immediately surprised Onoki immensely. I never thought the Mangekyo Sharingan could even do something like this. Traveling through one world to another future world is really too outrageous. If he hadn't seen this Uchiha Madara with his own eyes, he would never have believed it. Only now did Onoki gradually regain his composure and begin to analyze the situation carefully. If you think about it carefully, the Uchiha Madara in front of you does have various subtle differences. For example, this Uchiha Madara looked too young, much younger than he remembered. Also, the appearance of the Mangekyo Sharingan in his eyes was different from the last time he saw it. Plus what Deidara said, this Uchiha Madara is from the Sengoku period. Onoki immediately understood one thing. The Uchiha Madara in front of him is probably not at his peak yet. He probably hasn't even activated the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Yes, the Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, as the Uchiha clan's highest level of power. This power was gained by Madara after he received a transplant of his brother's eyes. But in Uchiha Madara's world, his brother is still alive. Therefore, the opponent's current Sharingan is not yet Eternal Mangekyo, but just ordinary Mangekyo level. I see. I now have a general idea of the situation. Onoki pondered. So, young Uchiha Madara, what brings you to our village? You seem to have said before that you need cooperation. I wonder what you mean by that. Experiment. I want to conduct an experiment. Neji said solemnly. In my time, I advocated the unification of the entire ninja world, so that true peace could be achieved. Advertisement. But there are too many ways to achieve unity. In our world, we are short of manpower and cannot waste it at will. That's why I came to your world and chose the most direct and fastest way to achieve peace in the ninja world. When Unoki heard this crazy idea, he was shocked. This guy Uchiha Madara is indeed a dictator even in a different world. He actually treated his and others' world as an experimental field, letting everyone do whatever he wanted. This guy, because they are not from your own world, because they are from a parallel world, and because the people here have nothing to do with you. So Uchiha Madara, no matter how many people die, you don't care. Unoki asked. Uchiha Madara is simply the definition of evil. In order to bring peace to their own world, they don't care how much suffering the world they live in suffers. This style is really Uchiha Madara. That's right. But Onoki, you are lucky. Because you, Iwagakure, were chosen by me. Neji said in a deep voice. You Iwagakure should thank me. Because I came to this world, there are no extra manpower, so I need a huge organization to rule the unified ninja world. And you, Iwagakure, are the organization I have chosen. When Unoki heard this, he fell silent. Iwagakure is the organization chosen to unify the rulers of the ninja world. If it was Uchiha Madara in his prime, he would indeed have this ability. But the current Uchiha Madara doesn't even have Eternal Mangekyo. Where on earth did he get such confidence? After a long silence, Unoki spoke doubtfully. Why Iwagakure? Why is it our Iwagakure and not Konoha village? Shouldn't you, the Uchiha family, support Konoha village? This puzzled Unoki. Even if Uchiha Madara wanted to find an organization that could unify the ninja world, then he could have chosen Konoha. Why Iwagakure? After all, in terms of relationship, the position of Hokage of Konoha is still because Madara is good at using fire style, so he is called Hokage. Chapter 85. Onoki. Illusion. Release. I release. 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 Boring. Konoha is now as weak as a sheep. I'm not saying that the people of Konoha are weak, but the rule of Konoha is weak. Neji's face was cold. If the ruler of the new world is weak, how can he rule the entire ninja world? I just chose the person who is most qualified to take over the entire ninja world. In my world, I am of course the best choice, but in this world, I didn't expect that I would be killed by Senju Hashirama, the defeated opponent. Humph. Unoki was silent. Senju Hashirama, the man known as the god of ninja, had this Uchiha Madara killed. Although it is only from a parallel world, this also shows that Madara in the parallel world is also extremely powerful. Quote. Indeed. Now Iwagakure is indeed unique among the 5 major ninja villages. Onoki nodded. Onoki accepted Uchiha Madara's recognition without any modesty. Konoha is weak. This has become the norm. Cloud Shinobi Village was once the most militarily powerful village, but after the Third Ninja World War, the strongest third Raikage was assassinated by him. That new brat is not worth mentioning at all. The place in Fungying is not good. The whole village is extremely poor. Kurigakure has now become the Blood Mist Village, and is no longer in line with Uchiha Madara's requirements. So, what exactly is this cooperation you're talking about? Onoki asked in a deep voice. You don't want us Iwagakure to start a war, do you? Now there is a brief peace, and if possible, he doesn't want to be involved in war again. We can't rule out this possibility. There may be a war, but I can make Iwagakure's total combat power reach an iron wall that cannot be broken even by the combined efforts of the remaining 4 villages. Uchiha Madara said in a deep voice. He pulled out a scroll and threw it to Onoki. What does it mean? Onoki was very surprised. Sharingan, Byakugan, Uzumaki Bloodline, Explosion Style, Lava Style. During this period, there were many bloodline limits that were famous in the ninja world, as well as some family bloodlines that were famous for their strong physique. I can let you Iwagakure have everything on here. Neji said calmly. The latest lava-style bloodline limit was what he had just extracted from Kuretsuchi's body. What do you mean? Onoki asked in surprise. That's what it means. However, before Unoki could continue asking, Deidara showed her eyes with excitement. Master, look, this is the Sharingan that Master Madara gave me. Deidara said excitedly. What? Onoki met Deidara's eyes. Those eyes turned scarlet. It was 3 Tomo Sharingan. Master Madara's Mangekyo ability over there is to copy someone else's bloodline limit onto another ninja, just like me. Deidara said excitedly, I can now be said to be a member of the Uchiha clan. After all, I now even possess the blood of the Uchiha family. Advertisement. Real. Kuretsuchi took a closer look and found that Deidara's eyes really seemed to have turned into 3 Tomo Sharingan. This couldn't help but surprise her. Being able to copy another person's bloodline limit onto another person is simply unheard of. Illusion. Solution. Suddenly, Onoki made several seals in succession. He must have fallen into Uchiha Madara's genjutsu again. Otherwise, how could he see 3 Tomo Sharingan in his beloved disciple's eyes? What's going on? Am I still in the illusion? Onoki looked around and saw no change at all. Deidara still had a pair of 3 Tomo Sharingan in her eyes. Could it be that I failed to resolve the illusion of Uchiha Madara? Illusion. Solution. Illusion. Solution. Illusion. Solution. Deidara and Kuretsuchi were both confused by their grandfather's actions. No. How scared are you of Uchiha Madara? Is it not enough to lift it once? Do you need to do it several more times? Yeah, it seems to be true. After many attempts, Onoki was sure. Now they are not in the illusion space. Deidara also really has the 3 Tomo Sharingan. So, you can really let an ordinary person possess the bloodline limit of other families? Onoki couldn't help but ask. Of course, Neji pulled Kuretsuchi next to him. What's wrong? Looking at the handsome guy in front of him, Haidu felt a little shy. Close your eyes and don't move. Haidu closed his eyes obediently. When Neji told me I could open my eyes. What's going on? Why are you looking at me like that? Haidu asked in surprise. Advertisement. But soon, Haidu felt that something was wrong with his eyes. Huh, what's going on? Haidu was surprised that part of the chakra in his body was flowing into his eyes. At the same time, her eyes became clearer and clearer. It's like using a 2x scope. This feeling is really incredible. I didn't expect it to be true. This time, Onoki believed it completely. Because at this moment, his granddaughter's eyes had turned into the shape of 3 Magatama. Kuretsuchi, like Deidara, possesses the 3 Tomo Sharingan. What happened to you? And why are my eyes out of control? Haidu frowned. Although it was a good thing that his eyesight had improved, this strange thing had been consuming the chakra in his body. And it can't be terminated. Look at what you look like now. Neji casually produced a mirror and placed it in front of Kuretsuchi. What? Is this me? Haidu saw himself in the mirror. That pair of scarlet Sharingan is showing in her eye sockets. This is the Uchiha clan's bloodline limit, Sharingan. Kuretsuchi was shocked. It's not just Sharingan. The Sharingan she holds now is not the single Magatama at the beginning, but the 3 Magatama state. This completely overturned Haidu's cognition. Randomly fabricated 3 Tomo Sharingan. You know, even for the Uchiha clan, it takes a long time to open the 3 Tomo Sharingan. Even most of the tribe members will never have the chance to open the 3 Tomo Sharingan in their lifetime. You can only choose between single Magatama and double Magatama. And the Uchiha ninjas of the 3 Tomo Sharingan are considered Jonin in Konoha. She, without any effort, actually got this 3 Tomo Sharingan. For a moment, Haidu was a little dazed. This is too happy. Chapter 86. We must get more money from Madara. Uchiha Madara, this guy is too scary. Onoki said secretly. Unexpectedly, after sending away one Uchiha Madara, a more terrifying Uchiha Madara from another world came. This is really. Fortunately, Uchiha Madara currently has the intention to cooperate with them, Iwagakure. And he still hopes to let Iwagakure unify the ninja world. This is really good for them. Seeing his good apprentice and granddaughter both obtained the Sharingan that only the Uchiha family could possess. Onoki's heart couldn't help but get hot. He began to imagine the future of Iwagakure. With the help of Uchiha Madara, Iwagakure can master countless bloodline limits. By then, all the ninjas in Iwagakure will be staring at a bunch of Sharingan. I really don't know what expression the Hokage will have at that time. When he thought about that kind of thing, Onoki couldn't help but laugh out loud. These conditions are indeed good. But what do we need to pay? Onoki said in a deep voice. Although what Uchiha Madara said was tempting, and exactly what they needed. But if he just accepted this kind of thing for free, he still felt it was not realistic. The first point is that Deidara will definitely become the Iwagakure Tsuchikage in the future. With Deidara, our union will become even stronger. Neji said. That's no problem at all. Onoki originally wanted to train Deidara to be Tsuchikage. After all, he only has 3 disciples. Kuretsuchi is too immature, and the other one is too honest. Only Deidara is the most suitable. Old man. After hearing Onoki's words, Deidara agreed without any hesitation. Advertisement. Only then did he believe that what Uchiha Madara said was true. Mr. Onoki really wanted to train him to be the next Tsuchikage successor. This could not help but make Deidara feel excited. Another thing is bloodline limits and special physiques. They can't be easily obtained by the ninjas in your village. You must complete tasks and accumulate points. Only then can you exchange them for the bloodline limits you want. Onoki listened carefully, but as he listened, there was only one word in his mind. Wonderful. Uchiha Madara is indeed a god. He has thought clearly about even the exchange system he has built. In addition, I need to restrict some special bloodlines to prevent accidents. For example, I will not sell the blood of the Uchiha clan widely, but for the high-ranking members of your Iwagakure, it can be exchanged, but not for other villagers. Neji said solemnly. You don't want a character like Konoha village Uchiha Itachi to appear in your village, do you? Onoki nodded subconsciously, but suddenly he was stunned again. Wait, you mean, that's right. With the blood of our Uchiha clan, there is a chance of awakening the Mangekyo Sharingan. As long as you have the talent, it's not impossible. Neji calmly shared this horrible news. After hearing what Uchiha Madara said, Unoki was really shocked this time. That's Mangekyo. Is it possible to awaken oneself? Awakened the same eyes as Uchiha Madara. You, why would you do this? Aren't you afraid that our Iwagakure will expand to a point where you can't control it? Unoki couldn't help but ask. If someone in the village really did awaken Mangekyo, Onoki wouldn't be like Hiruzen, the fool, to let this person run away and become a traitor ninja. It doesn't matter. As long as we can confirm that the ninja world is peaceful, that's enough. Anyway, after achieving this goal, I will return to my world. I won't stay here forever. My brother and family are in that world. Neji said lightly. Yeah, Unoki smiled awkwardly. He almost forgot that Uchiha Madara was not from this world at all. And he came to this world just to conduct an experiment to see if peace could be achieved after the unification of the ninja world. When Unoki thought about obtaining the bloodline limits of all the villages in his own village, his heart began to burn with excitement. Advertisement. If that's the case, then what are you afraid of? Anyway, Uchiha Madara will be in trouble by then, and I must get as much money as possible from him. In this way, it can also offset the bullying he suffered at the hands of the other party in the past. Okay, I agree, Onoki said excitedly. At this point, Uchiha Madara and the Akatsuki organization represented by Deidara have reached a unified cooperation with Iwagakure. Without Konoha's knowledge, their village's bloodline limit was being shared with every ninja in Iwagakure. Kuretsuchi, you will be the liaison between Iwagakure and Akatsuki from now on. Unoki said in a deep voice. Deidara will definitely be the Tsuchikage in the future, so you will be the assistant Hokage. I'll need you to worry about this matter. I know, Grandpa. At this point, the Iwagakure collaboration event has come to an end. Deidara returned to the village and accepted training from Onoki, who planned to help him gain fame in the village so that he could smoothly become the next Tsuchikage. Kuretsuchi, the granddaughter of Onoki, replaced Deidara and became the person in charge of liaison with the Akatsuki organization. On the surface, the current Akatsuki organization is still just a mercenary organization, and its true purpose has not yet been revealed, so the major personnel of Iwagakure have no guard at all. Soon after, Onoki began to promote this exchange regulation. What does this mean, Tsuchikage-sama? The ninja from Iwagakure was stunned after seeing the series of bloodline limits and this important escape technique on the scroll. Pick 1, Scorched Earth. Onoki said with a smile. What to choose? You have completed your recent tasks well, and you have accumulated enough points. You can also redeem some things on it. Take a look at the things you need and redeem one. After hearing Tsuchikage's words, he first fell into memories. A few days ago, the third Tsuchikage suddenly announced a points system in the village. But they have no idea what these points are used for. At first, no one took it seriously, because no matter how many points there were, they were useless. At most, they thought that the more points they earned, the more they contributed to the village. So this is a symbol of honor, but now it seems that it is not the case. Tsuchikage-sama, I still don't understand what you mean. Scorched Earth scratched his head. Chapter 87 Iwagakure's Growth. Although he knew that points might be useful, what was the use? Scorch also saw the points marked behind these bloodline limits, but so what? It's not possible that once you have enough points, you can redeem things like 3 Tomo Sharingan, Byakugan, Lava Style, etc., right? This is simply a fantasy. Hey, you kid, let me give you some advice. Onoki sighed as he saw how dull his ninja was, and continued. Most of the ninjas in Iwagakure are good at using the Earth style. But your main attribute is only Earth. I suggest you exchange it for a green chakra attribute with fire as the main attribute, and then exchange it for a lava style bloodline limit. For now, this method is the most suitable for you. Jiaotu was confused. What on earth was Tsuchikage talking about? How come he didn't understand at all? Then, we will all listen to Master Tsuchikage. Jiaotu had no choice but to say this. Okay, in that case, thank you very much. Onoki looked at Neji behind him. Small things. Neji smiled slightly, then began to use Mangekyo's ability to build a bloodline limit for the opponent. After a moment, it's done, Neji said casually. It's really fast. Are all lava-style bloodlines so fast? Unoki exclaimed. At this moment, Jiaotu was still in a daze. It seems like there is something extra in his body now. Some weird, fiery, lava style. In an instant, Jiaotu knew what he had gained. Go out and see your new powers, Scorch. Onoki smiled deeply. There is no need to spread this matter. I don't want many ordinary people to know about this. After all, if people outside of Iwagakure knew about it, it would inevitably be a trouble for the village. So you can just tell others that this is what you realized on your own. Yes, I understand, Master Tsuchikage. Scorched Earth said excitedly. Yes, there is one more thing. The reason why we can achieve this result now is thanks to Deidara. Without him, this ability would not appear. Deidara. Advertisement. Scorch was shocked. He knew Deidara. He was the apprentice of Master Tsuchikage. I didn't expect that the kid who only knew how to blow things up in the village would actually do something so incredible. After leaving the Tsuchikage office, Jiaotu immediately came to the training ground and began to practice lava style, a new escape technique. Incredible, it's really the lava style escape technique. Jiaotu's face was full of shock. He just became a bloodline limit ninja. How could he grow from a civilian ninja to a bloodline limit ninja so quickly? You know, once he has a bloodline limit, his future offspring will have a certain probability of awakening the lava style. Maybe one day in the future, it may become a big family in Iwagakure. Lord Tsuchikage, I will never forget your kindness to me, Scorched Earth said excitedly. At the same time, I silently memorized the name Deidara in my heart. Some time passed again. Iwagakure has undergone significant changes from top to bottom. Inside the Anbu agency, a group of ninjas gathered together, and were immediately startled by each other's appearance. FK, why did your eyes turn into white eyes? Damn it, you are the one. How did the Uchiha family's Sharingan get on you? Holy shit, you two exchanged Sharingan and Byakugan. Why not lava style? The three people understood immediately. What exactly is going on with the changes that are happening to me? It's the points redemption system. The three of them used their accumulated points to redeem the escape techniques in the field they were good at. Similar scenes continue to appear in various venues in Iwagakure. Especially the Iwagakure ninjas who exchanged for Sharingan and Byakugan began to wear thick goggles to prevent others from seeing the changes in their eyes. This is mainly because they are afraid that the ninjas from the rival village will notice something is wrong. Because the Uchiha family's bloodline is not for sale to outsiders, so they can't automatically shut down the Sharingan. The Byakugan of the Hyuga family is also white from birth and there is no such thing as turning them on and off. Although the eyes will put some burden on the chakra in their bodies. Advertisement. But the third Tsuchikage also said that one can exchange for Uzumaki blood to expand the life energy in one's body, so that the influence of the Sharingan can be minimized. At a fixed time every month, Neji would go to Iwagakure and transmit his bloodline limit to the ninjas in Iwagakure. And Kuretsuchi replaced Deidara and came to Neji's side. After a period of observation, Onoki finally let down his guard against the so-called Uchiha Madara. Alas, what a pity. Neji said regretfully while playing with the face of Kuretsuchi, who would later be known as the Leg Shadow. Your grandfather did not accept my gift, otherwise. At this moment, Kuretsuchi, who was originally Onoki's granddaughter, did not show any resistance to Neji's outrageous behavior. Instead, he looked at Neji with admiration. It doesn't matter. In the future, the entire ninja world in Iwagakure will belong to Neji brother. Of course, Kuretsuchi will also belong to Neji brother. Kuretsuchi said shyly. Neji smiled. After a period of time, all members of the Akatsuki organization and most of the Jonin in Iwagakure have become targets of linking with him. With such a huge base of connections, Neji's strength has become more and more terrifying. And this kind of terrifyingness is not only reflected in his strength, but also in the various people connected to him. Neji simply experimented with it, and after connecting to the black soil, he interfered with her a little. This caused her attitude towards herself to change drastically. This is truly incredible power, Neji exclaimed. This power is even more outrageous than that of Yuwatch in the Shinigami world. The return of dozens of forces not only enhanced his strength, but also made other ninjas have a will to submit to him. Maybe, now I can unify the entire ninja world without doing anything. Neji clicked his tongue. So happy, it really is. Konan, give me a striptease. Neji suddenly said with a smile to the beautiful lady in Akatsuki organization. Master Neji, you really are a pervert. Konan glared at the other person unhappily. After saying this, Konan paused and then added, I am also a pervert. Then, Konan shyly followed Neji's instructions and started dancing. While Konan was dancing gracefully, he was also approaching Neji. Oh my goodness, once people have power, it is really easy for them to fall into depravity.
3nh Chapter 88 The Switch of Contrast. The depraved life begins now. With the service of Konan, the handsome guy in Akatsuki, and Kuretsuchi, the future shadow figure, Neji can be said to be living a very comfortable life. At this time, Nagato and Onoki had never imagined that the treasure of their village had fallen into their hands. This feeling is simply indescribable, especially Konan's charming dance moves and her slender waist. Can you imagine that the cool and beautiful Konan angel suddenly turns into a succubus and starts to use all kinds of tricks to please you? The feeling of turning the tables and becoming the master is so awesome. With the support of many ninjas, I am now strong enough to forcibly control the minds of some ninjas with lower chakra, Neji said. People like Konan and Kuretsuchi are much easier to control. And powerful ones like Uchiha Itachi and Uzumaki Nagato. Those who are indirectly related to Otsutsuki by blood have not yet been managed by him in body and mind so quickly. Could it be that all reincarnation spaces are in this mode? Neji asked in surprise. As long as you give power to others, you can forcibly control their body and mind? Because of the blessing of the pure moonlight Byakugan, fantasy true fake has achieved the ability to perform things like memory modification, consciousness change, and common sense transformation. If Neji now makes Konan and Kuretsuchi think that he is a dog, then it is not necessarily impossible for the two to be together. This ability of mine seems a bit bad. It feels like it's tempting me to become corrupt. No, it feels like it's making me turn the female characters into evil villains who become corrupt. But Neji is still very excited now. Do you want to test to what extent you can modify them? How outrageous must one be to be rejected by both of them? In his own Kamui space, Neji began to experiment on the two women. It's just a simple experiment. Woof, 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 woof. After hearing the loyal dogs barking countless times, Neji almost understood. Hyuga can really think of himself as a dog. Although she has 2 bloodline limits, her current strength is too weak. Whether it is chakra or strength, she is far inferior to Neji. Conan cannot be a dog, but if he can satisfy some of Neji's sexual preferences by shifting his mind, then that's fine. It's quite difficult to switch between humans and dogs. Advertisement: if there is no absolute overwhelming strength, or if the opponent has a main chakra attribute such as Yin Dun or Yang Dun, there is a chance that the resistance will be successful. Neji didn't go too far. After all, the process of transforming a dog into a human is really troublesome. But without exception, in the basic instructions, Konan and Kuretsuchi, and even most of the members of Akatsuki and Iwagakure, will be under Neji's control. Ah hey, doesn't this Chunshin want me to use evil means to capture all the beauties? Neji smiled knowingly. Sorry, traveling to Otherworld, who wouldn't want to have a harem? But now, if Konan and Kuretsuchi accidentally let it slip, it would be really troublesome. Neji pondered for a while and came up with an idea. Konan, remember my voice. When you hear the word slave angel, you will forget that Uchiha Madara was originally Hyuga Neji. And forget the many intimate actions between you and me. Transform into the identity of Akatsuki's angel Konan to perform. But during this period, you still respected me and secretly liked me so much that you couldn't help yourself, late at night. And when I say this sentence of slave angel again, you can recover all your memories. Kuretsuchi, you too. When you hear about the loyal dog's legs, you will be like Konan, forgetting that Uchiha Madara is actually Hyuga Neji, and when I call you as the loyal dog, you will regain all your memories. Until then, please continue to play the role of Otsutsuki's granddaughter Kuretsuchi. After several strong psychological hints, Neji had successfully implanted the 2 codes into the 2 people's minds. At this point, it can be said that it is foolproof. At this time, Konan and Kuretsuchi have returned to their normal state. Where is this place? Who are you? Konan was a little surprised. How did I get here? She remembered that she had never left Rain Shinobi Village. Ah, Kuretsuchi suddenly covered himself in shame and looked at Neji with resentment. What the hell did you do to me? Why am I wearing nothing? Nothing to wear? Konan's eyes suddenly widened as she looked at her current appearance. In an instant, a strong sense of anger came over me. No wonder I felt so cool just now, so, it turns out to be like this. Advertisement, you damn little thief, how dare you attack me? I will never forgive you, paper arts, lava style. However, when the 2 beauties were suppressing their shyness and quickly forming hand seals, regardless of being seen, Neji lightly uttered 2 code words. Slave angel. Loyal dog leg shadow. Suddenly, the 2 beauties, who were originally extremely ashamed and angry, heard these words. He stopped what he was doing and looked at Neji with fear and worry. Yes, I'm sorry, master. We accidentally. I admit my mistake, please punish me. Konan and Kuretsuchi recalled all their memories. They were role-playing, but they didn't expect that they almost attacked their master. Haha, it seems that the training of you 2 was quite successful, Neji laughed. This time, after leaving his own Kamui space, Neji transformed into the appearance of Uchiha Madara. Then he called out the spell again, Slave Angel, Loyal Dog Leg Shadow. Suddenly, the 2 of them returned to their original indifferent expressions. Uchiha Madara. Konan was surprised after seeing Uchiha Madara. How did I get here? What were you doing just now? But she soon remembered that she seemed to be too lonely. So I want to have a heart-to-heart talk with Madara, the ninja from the Sengoku period. Although I don't remember what the content was, but Konan could feel that after communicating with Uchiha Madara, she felt warm and as if she was surrounded by happiness. Yes, I think I even had dinner with him, Konan murmured. Because she felt her belly was bulging. Sorry, I have to leave first, Konan said in a deep voice. Maybe she drank too much water just now and felt like going to the bathroom. Chapter 89. You were brought here. The other black soil does not have so many twists and turns. Kuretsuchi was originally there to serve as an informant for Iwagakure and Uchiha Madara. So, I usually follow Uchiha Madara. Slurp, Haidu licked his tongue and said, Grandpa Madara, I don't think I've ever seen the drink you just gave me. Can you tell me where I can buy it? I want to drink it again in the future. Kuretsuchi looked at Uchiha Madara's face and also became pious. Uchiha Madara is even older than his grandfather, so it's not too much to call him grandpa, right? After all, according to normal history, his grandfather is of a lower generation than Madara. Kuretsuchi looked at Madara hopefully, his face flushed and full of emotion. Haha, there will be in the future, and you will drink a lot more later, Neji said with deep meaning. While the original body was enjoying a good life, the clone was indeed still penniless. It's really too difficult to create a bloodline limit for yourself, Neji sighed. Even if you have creative genius, you are still blessed with 2 golden entries, genius. On average, it takes 2 to 3 months to create a bloodline limit. Although he is just a clone now, the system panel can still be seen. Host, Hyuga Neji. Occupation, ninja, with entries. Skill talents. Fantasy fake, red, genius, gold, creative master, gold, blue beast, gold, channeler, gold, Neji cell, gold, resurrection factor contract, gold, high speed regeneration, gold, 8 inner gates, gold, Dust Release Grandmaster, Gold. Gentle Fist Method 8 Trigrams Palm Style, Purple. Bangquan Method Bajiquan Style, Purple. MLM Master, Purple. Illusion Grandmaster, Purple. Yin Dun Grandmaster, Purple. Water Style Grandmaster, Purple. Shuriken Grandmaster, Purple. Wood Style Grandmaster, Purple. Lava Style Grandmaster, Purple. Boil Style Grandmaster, Purple. Explosion Style Grandmaster, Purple. Danger Sense, Blue. Dexterity, Green. Weapon Master, Green. Chakra Attributes. Indra Chakra, Gold. Ashura Chakra, Gold. Half Nine Tails Chakra, Gold. Yang Chakra, Gold. Three Tails Chakra, Gold. Yin Chakra, Gold. Water Style Chakra, Gold. Earth Style Chakra, Gold. Fire Style Chakra, Gold. Wind Style Chakra, Gold. Open Black Lens Bracket Lightning Style Chakra, Purple. Close Black Lens Bracket. Bloodline Limit. Rinnegan, Red. Jetski Baikugan, Gold. Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, Gold. Wood Style, Gold. Dust Release, Gold. Explosion Style, Purple. Lava Style, Purple. Boil Style, Purple. Bloodline and Constitution. Whirlpool Bloodline, Gold. Otsutsuki Bloodline, Gold. Uchiha Bloodline, Purple. The panel is extremely luxurious. It can be said that if Neji wanted to, he could really destroy Konoha. Advertisement, but this is not good. There is no value in destroying Konoha to him. Drop. Suddenly, the Hyuga Neji in Konoha and the Hyuga Neji in Akatsuki began to connect. This is due to the ability of Jayugetsu Hitomi's Sharingan. Suddenly, Neji's eyes widened. There is such a way to play? He already knew the situation at the main body at this moment. The main body actually used the power of the Jayugetsu Hitomi and the Mangekyo Sharingan to take Konan and Kuretsuchi into his harem? Haha, as expected of me. Neji looked at Konoha village and began to feel some movement in his heart. The original body told me this. Isn't that a disguised way of telling me to take care of Konoha? Is this okay? What are you talking about? Of course this is possible. Neji immediately started to implement his strategy without hesitation. Let's deal with Kurama Yakumo first. After a moment, Kurama Yakumo, who was originally at home, was suddenly stunned. Master, my master is Hyuga Neji. I will be loyal to my master, Hyuga Neji. I will follow my master's orders. Kurama Yakumo, you must obey your master's orders. Suddenly, Kurama Yakumo's consciousness was completely transformed. Neji, it seems like I need to meet Neji. Yakumo felt an urge in his heart. Originally, she liked Neji very much, and because of Neji, her love for him reached a higher level. Suddenly, Yakumo ran out of the house without stopping. Yakumo, why did you come out? Yuhi Kurenai was strolling around, and when she saw Yakumo, she was shocked. Why did this guy suddenly run out of home? Advertisement. How did the Kurama clan keep Yakumo under control? Didn't they know that if she lost control, it would have a huge impact on the village? However, when Yakumo saw his illusion teacher, his expression was unusually cold. Yakumo left without looking back. Wait. You have to go back home now. Kurenai stepped forward to stop Yakumo. Yuhi Kurenai, my affairs have nothing to do with you, right? Yakumo said coldly. After Neji's explanation, she already knew what was going on. So she didn't have any good feelings towards this guy named Yuhi Kurenai. Not only did he seal himself, but he also didn't tell anyone, so that although he was enjoying the hopes of his people, he also had to bear the pain of not being able to practice illusion techniques. Shirihong, this guy is the culprit that caused her such a tragedy before. Your body seems to be different from before, Shihong said in surprise. The previous Kurama Yakumo looked like a sickly person. But now Kurama Yakumo is surprisingly healthy, with an unusually rosy complexion. Oh, that's because a powerful ninja helped me solve my physical problems so that I can start training. What? After hearing this, Shirihong was shocked. Who on earth could have made Yakumo, who had a weak constitution, become like this? Not only can he run without panting, but even some of his chakras can function normally, allowing him to fly over rooftops and walls like a normal ninja. Yakumo's eyes rolled around, and she suddenly had a good idea. Teacher Yuhi Kurenai, would you like to go with me to see that person? Then I can indeed meet him. Shihong pondered. After all, Yakumo is also his student. Next, Yakumo took Yuhi Kurenai to Hyuga Neji's house. Lord Neji, here I come. Neji? Is it that brat? Yuhi Kurenai was extremely shocked. It seems like many things happening in the village recently are related to this guy. Neji also looked at Yuhi Kurenai in surprise. You just left like this? No, were you led here? Neji asked in surprise when he saw Yuhi Kurenai's current posture. Chapter 90 The Mastermind Behind the Scenes. Pull it here. What on earth are you doing? Shirihong's face was filled with shame and anger. Does this guy know how to speak? He is clearly. Huh? When Shihong saw her current appearance, she was stunned. Why is it like this? Don't worry, Mr. Yuhi Kurenai. And at this moment, Kurama Yakumo said with a smile. Everyone around you thinks you're my dog. You won't lose the reputation of Yuhi Kurenai sensei as the master of illusion. What on earth did you do to me? Yakumo. Yuhi Kurenai's face was filled with shock. Is this an illusion? She had actually fallen into an illusion without realizing it? It's really terrible. When did Kurama Yakumo's illusion become so terrifying? Haha, so that's how it is. Neji immediately understood what was going on. This is the bloodline limit of the Kurama clan, an illusion that operates with the five senses. Originally, it was impossible for Kurama Yakumo to force hypnosis on Kurenai Yuhi, who was a Jonin. But after combining with the Uzumaki bloodline, gold, Kurama Yakumo's five senses became extraordinary. Even Yuhi Kurenai, a Jonin who specializes in illusion, was caught in the trap when she was not careful enough and was not aware of it. Lord Neji, I'm here to see you. When Kurama Yakumo saw Neji, he was extremely happy. Hey, you're really something. Did you really hold Yuhi Kurenai's hand all the way? Neji asked awkwardly. Huh, of course. This guy is a ninja with a mental problem. I really don't know how she had the nerve to talk to me when she met me just now. Yakumo got angry when he thought of Yuhi Kurenai's face. It's obvious that she has such a good talent, and it's obvious that the Kurama family invited her and paid her to teach them illusion techniques. It's obvious that this guy took the money, advertisement. But look at what the Jonin of this village did. Not only did he seal his talent, he also didn't tell anyone. Isn't this just an ungrateful person? Not only did they take the money but they also did not do any work, and ended up causing great harm to their employers. Kurama Yakumo has a lot of dissatisfaction with Yuhi Kurenai. She really didn't know what was going on in Shihi Kurenai's mind. Yakumo, how can you say that? Yuhi Kurenai looked at the weak girl in shock. I didn't expect that she had such a big prejudice against me. What's wrong with me saying that to you? Yakumo snorted coldly. Yuhi Kurenai, you are still the Jonin of the village. Look at what you have done. We, the Kurama clan, paid you to be our tutor, and you actually did this to the young leader of the Kurama clan. Not only did you use the sealing technique to seal my ability, you even took away the money that my family gave you. You should be grateful to me. You should be thankful. If I spread this matter to the Kurama clan, Yuhi Kurenai, you would be provoking the entire Kurama clan. My father would definitely ask the third Hokage to seek fairness for me. After hearing these words, Shihi Kurenai was silent for a long time and then slowly spoke. You are wrong, Yakumo. Do you really think your father doesn't know what I did? He knows. Not only does he know, but even the third Hokage knows. Yuhi Kurenai looked at the energetic little girl and sighed. I was originally ordered to do this by the Hokage-sama, and the Kurama clan leader also approved it. This is impossible. How is this possible? Father, the third Hokage also knows about this. Was he the one who ordered this? After hearing the reason, Kurama Yakumo was shocked. Why would third Hokage? Why would he do such a thing? Alas, Yakumo, your talent is too strong. The ability to control the five senses has surpassed the abilities of most Uchiha families. It can even reach the illusion level of Mangekyo Sharingan. Yuhi Kurenai said in a deep voice. Perhaps you don't know that more than a decade ago, a nine-tails attack occurred in Konoha village, and the tailed beast weapon kept by Konoha was controlled by a mysterious Uchiha using illusion. And you, Yakumo, also possess that terrifying power. You have to forgive the third Hokage. He has to consider the village. How could this be? Kurama Yakumo suffered a big blow. She never thought that things would turn out like this. Advertisement, I see. So it was the third generation who ordered this. Neji looked thoughtful. But it's normal if you think about it carefully. After all, the Kurama clan was once a famous illusion family along with the Uchiha clan. And Kurama Yakumo is the young patriarch of the Kurama family. Kurenai Yuhi wants to take action against Yakumo Kurama and seal him in front of such a big family. This is the equivalent of sealing Sasuke's Sharingan in front of the Fugaku family. It is not reasonable for the Kurama clan to remain silent. After Kurama Yakumo was sealed, the place where she was directly managed by Anbu. There were two caregivers and a member of the Anbu to monitor. If this is just Yuhi Kurenai's self-judgment, then why let Anbu take over? At least it would be reasonable to leave it to the Kurama clan. The reason why Anbu took over was simply because this matter had the shadow of third generation. It feels like something the third Hokage could do, Neji said solemnly. That's of course. After all, Naruto is also the son of the fourth Hokage, but hasn't he become like that? Although the third Hokage wanted to avoid suspicion, there was no conflict between avoiding suspicion and confirming Naruto's identity. A big part of the reason why Naruto's identity was not exposed by the third generation was because, all Jinchuriki are like this, they are hostile, even Naruto is the same. So the third generation used this point to transfer the hatred of the villagers who had nowhere to vent because of the nine tails to Naruto. The treatment of Jinchuriki is almost innate, no one can change it. Even if it's Kushina, her master is the first Hokage's wife. Kushina was raised by Professor Mito Uzumaki, but after becoming a Jinchuriki, she was still placed under house arrest by the village within a fixed range and could not move around freely. When it came to Naruto, the third generation was much more relaxed and allowed him to run around the village. Just talking about the situation of being a Jinchuriki, Naruto was actually treated a little better than Kushina. But from the perspective of the villagers' protection and companions, Naruto is far inferior to Kushina. At least that's the case now. After comprehending the situation, Neji thought about it. So under normal circumstances, are there always Anbu members monitoring Yakumo? What will happen if Yakumo leaves a certain range? Neji asked. Chapter 91 Konoha Domination Plan. Start. Of course they were stopped by Anbu ninjas. But judging from Yakumo's appearance, he should not have encountered any Anbu ninjas. Yuhi Kurenai said in surprise. I used a shadow clone and stayed at home, Kurama Yakumo said gloomily. No wonder after being rescued by Lord Neji, she could always feel strange gazes around her. It turns out to be a ninja from Anbu. At this moment, Kurenai Yuhi has broken through Yakumo Kurama's control with her powerful illusion grandmaster ability. Yakumo and Neji, can you tell me clearly what exactly happened to you? Yuhi Kurenai said in a deep voice. Neji scratched his head. In fact, he was just experimenting to see if he could control Kurama Yakumo. So far, it has been successful, but I didn't expect that Yakumo Kurama would bring Kurenai Yuhi with him. Well, that's fine. Since you're already here, I can't let you go. It's a good opportunity to add members to my organization. What? What are you talking about? Yuhi Kurenai frowned, but soon she found that her body was out of control again. This is the control of the five senses? Yuhi Kurenai was shocked. She had clearly broken free from Kurama Yakumo's illusion just now. Why is it? No, this illusion is more overbearing than the previous one. She was able to break free from the illusion last time, but this time she couldn't break free at all. No, this is not Kurama Yakumo's ability, Kurenai suddenly exclaimed. Even if Kurama Yakumo had a bloodline limit, he could not obtain such tremendous power. However, besides Kurama Yakumo, there was only one other person present. Hyuga Neji. That's right, isn't it all because of Neji that Kurama Yakumo became like this? Hyuga Neji, what on earth did you do to me? How could you cast such a powerful illusion? Hyuga Kurenai couldn't help but ask. She has no control over her body now. She obviously didn't think about anything, but her body moved towards Neji. It's really weird, you've just experienced it, haven't you? The Kurama clan's bloodline limit, the control of the five senses, Neji said with a smile. Advertisement, but don't worry, I won't do anything to you. Not only will I not let you do anything, I can even make you stronger. Shi Yihong's face turned pale. What on earth happened to this kid? Why is he so weird? I am a dignified Genjutsu Jonin, but I didn't even have the strength to resist. Is he really Neji? After a while. Neji has used illusion true fake to inject the blood of the Uzumaki clan, the blood of the Kurama clan, and the Sharingan of the Uchiha clan into Yuhi Kurenai's body. He discovered a pattern. The more terms you apply, the stronger your control over a person will be. Although Kurenai Yuhi's strength is not that strong, she is the second person he can control in Konoha village. So I gave her a little more personal stuff. In this way, he could also use Yuhi Kurenai's identity to capture all the other Jonin ninjas and assimilate them all. Master, Shi Hong greets you. After the reinforcement of the entries, Kurenai Yuhi has become a member of Neji's camp. Haha, it looks like things are about to become interesting, Neji said with a smile. Yuhi Kurenai is the first, but definitely not the last. As for his companions, Might Guy, Xiao Li and others, it is most convenient to modify the entries. Further back are Kakashi, and the other Jonin. Even for his own Hyuga family, he could secretly add some entries to them under the guise of teaching them the Benquan method to control them. As long as their fundamental bottom line is not shaken, it becomes particularly easy to control a person.
Of course, with his current strength, forced control is not a problem. It won't be long before Konoha village will become Hyuga Neji's Konoha village. After the experiment was completed, Neji began to call on Kurenai Yuhi and Yakumo Kurama to leave. The next day, as the third-generation son who was a bootlicker of Yuhi Kurenai, he was asked out by Yuhi Kurenai.
Hong, this is really rare. You would actually ask me out on a date. Sarutobi Asuma was immediately excited when he heard that his goddess wanted to go on a date. Advertisement. He was originally supposed to lead the Ino Shikacho team, but the three little ones all knew their own teachers and liked teacher Hong.
So they all left wisely. Little did they know that their cleverness would harm Sarutobi Asuma.
Asuma, there is something I need to tell you, Yuhi Kurenai said in a deep voice. Yeah, go ahead and talk. I'm listening carefully to whatever you say. Sarutobi Asuma nodded with sincerity. Then wait for me. Kurenai Yuhi placed her hand on Sarutobi Asuma, who looked very excited. No way? Are we going to kiss so soon? This is too fast? Sarutobi Asuma's heart was pounding, but when he looked into Yuhi Kurenai's eyes, he was immediately stunned. How could that be? Hong, how do you have Rinnegan? Sarutobi Asuma was confused. At this moment, there were purple circles around Yuhi Kurenai's eyes. Isn't this the eyes of the legendary sage of six paths? Of course it's to better keep you from moving around, Neji said with a smile. At this moment, Neji, who was alone in his own home, had already taken over Kurenai Yuhi's body remotely. Using the power of the Byakugan of Jinyue Tong, he remotely controlled Shi Hong.
What's going on? Are you red? No, what on earth happened? Sarutobi Asuma was confused. But soon, he became exactly like Yuhi Kurenai. Simple, it's really too simple.
Neji shook his head, not finding it challenging at all. With the connection between heaven and destiny, Neji's strength has been further strengthened. Although Sarutobi Asuma didn't get much, as the son of the Hokage, he had many opportunities to get close to the Hokage. If I add Sarutobi and Hiruzen to the entry, wouldn't it be easy to get the entire Konoha village?
A few days later, inside the Hokage's office.
Hyuga Neji stood beside third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen. On the other side is Kakashi, who is known as the Copy Ninja. What? Hokage, are you saying that Hyuga Neji created a new bloodline limit by fusing yin-yang release? Kakashi said in shock. Chapter 92 Danzo. What's wrong with you guys? You're all just acting like me, right? That's right. Neji is simply the genius ninja of Konoha village. I never thought he could create this special escape technique using yin-yang escape.
Third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen looked towards Neji, a look of amazement on his face. This jutsu is called creation jutsu, and it can be used to process other auxiliary ninjas. It plays an extremely powerful supporting role for the ninjas of Konoha village. Creation escape. Kakashi felt a little curious after hearing this strange name. So, what is the difference of this escape technique? Kakashi continued to ask. The third Hokage smiled. Let Neji show you and you'll know. Following the third Hokage's signal, Hyuga Neji walked up with a smile on his face. Mr. Kakashi, don't move, it will be fine in a moment. During this process, your body may feel itchy, but that's normal. Kakashi frowned. He himself is quite averse to this kind of thing. But after seeing how the third Hokage acted, Kakashi couldn't refuse. However, after a while, Kakashi suddenly felt that something seemed to have changed in his body. This is chakra consumption. Suddenly stopped. Kakashi was stunned. Under normal circumstances, his Uchiha clan's Sharingan would consume his chakra all the time. But at this moment, this eye suddenly stopped absorbing the chakra in his body. I seem to be able to control this Sharingan. What on earth is going on here? Kakashi was very confused about his current situation. Haha, this is the power of creation jutsu. Neji can create various jutsu on the body of ninja. The third Hokage said with a smile. Creation escape. I didn't expect it to be such a terrifying escape technique. If people from other villages knew about it, it would definitely cause a sensation. Kakashi said in shock. If this terrifying jutsu were to become popular in Konoha village, every ninja would possess a bloodline limit. This alone makes him many levels higher than the ninjas from other villages. Okay, don't spread this matter. You go down first, Hyuga Neji said with a smile. Advertisement. Okay, Neji-sama. Kakashi retreated without any awareness of his current behavior. After a day of baptism, almost most of the ninjas were transplanted by Neji's creation technique. At this point, it can be said that all of Konoha village's high-level ninjas are under his control. Neji just sat on the chair in the Hokage's office, swinging his legs leisurely. Things are really starting to get interesting. I took over the entire Iwagakure and Konoha village without losing a single soldier. There aren't many time travelers like me, right? Neji laughed. I really didn't expect that things would be so simple. Originally he wanted to find Orochimaru and follow him to Impure World Reincarnation to meet the successive Hokage, but he never expected that the development of things would always exceed his expectations. Now that the entire Konoha village is in our hands, this old guy Orochimaru is not that important anymore. The only thing that makes him worthwhile is his strong scientific research ability. Call that old guy Danzo over here, Neji said in a deep voice. In the past, when I encountered Danzo, I could usually kill him directly, but now I'd better drain all the attributes on him first. Soon, Danzo, who received the order from the Hokage, came to the Hokage's office from the root base. I heard you had something urgent to talk to me about. What is it, Hiruzen? After Danzo opened the door, he was stunned when he saw the situation here. What's going on? Why did Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was originally sitting in the position of Hokage, become a white-eyed brat? You kid actually sits in the position that belongs only to Hokage. Danzo's face was gloomy. Hiruzen, who was supposed to be sitting in the Hokage's position, now stood respectfully to the side like Neji's secretary. Of course, because I am now the Hokage of Konoha village, Neji said with a smile. What, are you kidding me? Danzo yelled. Are children nowadays so lawless? Hiruzen, are you just going to ignore him? This is the position of the cage of a village, can you just joke about it? Danzo questioned. I'm not kidding. Lord Neji is now the 5th Hokage of Konoha village. Hiruzen said seriously. Advertisement. After all, I am so old now and should have retired more than 10 years ago. It is normal for a newcomer to take over now. Normal. How can it be normal? Danzo's face was extremely gloomy. How old was this little thing? Only a little over 10 years old. Letting a little kid in his teens be the 5th Hokage of the village, this is simply bullshit. Hiruzen, what exactly do you want to do? Danzo asked in a deep voice. Are you being controlled? Although he didn't believe it, if Hiruzen wasn't joking now, then Hiruzen was most likely under the spell of this brat. That's really interesting. You thought of it because of distinguished heavenly gods, right? Neji chuckled. Even the distinguished heavenly gods know about it. You are indeed extraordinary. Danzo's face was gloomy, and suddenly, he threw a shuriken at Neji. However, Danzo's attack was blocked by Hiruzen, who was quick-witted and quick-handed. Danzo, you are crazy to attack the new generation of Hokage. Hiruzen was shocked. Someone, Danzo attempted to attack the Hokage, arrest him now. What? Danzo almost lost his mind when he heard what his friend said. Are you serious? Bang bang bang. Suddenly, many ninjas rushed into the narrow Hokage's office. What happened? How dare you attack the Hokage in our Konoha village? Kakashi, Might Guy, Yuhiko and I and other Jonin arrived here in an instant. Well, you came at the right time. Come and help me, Danzo said in a deep voice. Hiruzen, the old fool, has been controlled by this little guy with mysterious means. Let's work together to kill this white-eyed boy. However, amidst his cries of indignation, what was met with was a terrifying silence. What do you mean? Danzo came to his senses and looked at the Anbu ninjas who were coming towards him. They had surrounded him without him realizing it. Chapter 93. Subdue Danzo and destroy the roots. Hehe, what does this mean? The meaning is very simple. Kakashi, tell me, Neji said with a smile. Danzo, you actually attacked the 5th Hokage. We are so disappointed. You were the assistant Hokage, but we didn't expect you to do such a thing to betray the village. Kakashi said coldly. Danzo, why did you attack the 5th Hokage? Were you brainwashed by the ninjas from other villages? Said Might Guy. Danzo, give up resistance quickly. You attacked the Hokage in Konoha village. I think you really want to die. Yuhi Kurenai said coldly. This. Danzo stared at the Jonin in a daze. What on earth was going on? Not only Sarutobi Hiruzen was hit, but also these guys, have they been hit as well? How on earth did this little brat do it? You have all been brainwashed. Danzo said with a gloomy face. How dare you? Don't be so stubborn. Danzo, just accept the punishment from the Hokage. Hiruzen said coldly. Hehe. Danzo gave them a cold look, but deep inside he had a burning passion surging. If I can pacify these brainwashed ninjas, then, as the 3rd Hokage controlled by the enemy, he would certainly not have the face to continue to be the Hokage. By then, he can replace Hiruzen and become the new generation Hokage. However, the Jonin in front of him were very powerful, so he still needed help. We must go back to the root. As long as we gather all the ninjas at the root, we will be able to quell this riot. At this moment, what I need to do is retreat. After making the decision, Danzo immediately prepared to slip away without hesitation. However, Neji is in charge of the situation here, so how can he let this guy slip away? That must be impossible. Leaf strong whirlwind. Guy took the brunt of the attack and started kicking. Damn you guys. Danzo's face was gloomy and he dodged quickly. His entire arm is still sealed and he is unable to activate the power of Sharingan. If you want to activate the power of Sharingan, you must open the seal first. Advertisement. But it was obvious that many people present would not give him such a chance. Danzo was also helpless about this matter. After all, the consumption of Sharingan is really too terrifying. Even if he had Hashirama cells, he couldn't possibly withstand such a strong consumption of chakra every day. Look at Kakashi, a Mangekyo Sharingan, and his chakra is weakened so much. On his Danzo, however, there is a Mangekyo and more than 10 3-tomo Sharingan. If he really let it absorb, he would be doomed. Therefore, Danzo had to seal these Sharingans out of necessity, and would only unseal them when a battle was needed. If it were a normal time, the Anbu ninja would naturally buy him time. But now, Lord Neji, we have arrested Danzo, the guy who attempted to capture the Hokage. Please decide his fate, Kakashi said in a deep voice. Yeah, good job, Neji said with a smile. He touched Danzo's hand, and an entry popped up. Open black lens bracket Mangekyo Sharingan, gold close black lens bracket. It seems that there is indeed stock. But I didn't expect my luck to be so good. I got the money as soon as I touched it, Neji said with a smile. After subduing Danzo, Neji didn't let him die. Doesn't he want to contribute to the village? Then let him do it. It's just that it's not like before, when it was based on oneself, but on his will. Let's go. Let the Anbu seal off the root base, Neji said solemnly. There are still many good things in the root base. The Hashirama cells alone are enough to make one's blood boil. Neji led many ninjas and began to head towards the root base. Among them, everything Danzo had done before was also exposed. What kind of horrible guy is this? He actually captured the villagers and conducted experiments on them. Kakashi was shocked after seeing some research materials. Advertisement. Some ninjas whose identities were unknown were locked in cages, as if they were materials for human experiments. Tisk tisk tisk, old guy Danzo is still studying Hashirama cells. Neji sighed. Neji looked at the experimental subjects imprisoned, and suddenly an idea came to his mind. I have the Rinnegan now, Neji thought secretly. Although it is not self-awakening, it is loaded by extracting Nagato's Rinnegan. But there is no doubt that the Rinnegan's eye power has indeed been integrated into his body. His own Rinnegan ability is also being activated. It's just that maybe because it's not awakened by itself but loaded, the formation of this ability is relatively slow. However, Neji can still use the abilities of other Rinnegan. For example, the 6 Paths of Samsara, the Graveyard of the Rinnegan, and the Rinne Tensai technique. Perhaps I can try to resurrect the dead, Neji pondered. The conditions for using the Rinne Tensai technique are that one needs to have the Rinnegan, and that the practitioner must have extremely large amounts of chakra. And in some cases, the caster may need to sacrifice his own vitality to activate the spell. As for the objects of resurrection, they can be resurrected to their peak state before death. According to my current condition, I can avoid death by using the revolving heaven technique. But, if I consume my own vitality, it will be more trouble than it's worth. Neji looked at the imprisoned test subjects and already had an idea in mind. He moved forward and began to perform his Mangekyo technique. Whirlpool Bloodline, Gold. Loading completed. This bloodline has a strong vitality. Even if one does not have much chakra in the body, after obtaining this bloodline, one's vitality will be greatly enhanced. Suddenly, the guy in front of him who looked like he had no energy at all has become the most talented person in the entire ninja world. But that's not all. Neji once again used the power of Jogetsu Hitomi and began to control him. All the ninjas from Konoha village stared at the scene in front of them in amazement. Originally, he was just an ordinary ninja. And now, Rinnegan has grown above his eyes. Is this the strength of Lord Hokage? Everyone said in shock. After accepting Neji's control, even if Neji now does all kinds of incredible things, they will not doubt Neji. Chapter 94 Rinne Tensai Experiment, Nohara Rin is resurrected. Hokage-sama actually has the Rinnegan. This is really a great thing for Konoha village. Kakashi said excitedly. What is Lord Hokage doing now? Why does the imprisoned ninja have Rinnegan in his eyes? Yuhi Kurenai asked in surprise. I don't know. It's possible that Hokage-sama is doing some kind of experiment. Quote. By now, Neji should be feeling pretty much the same way. Gaido Rinne Tensai Technique. Neji began to control the ninja and activated the resurrection magic. Originally, the Rinne Tensai technique could only be activated by the owner of the Rinnegan. However, because of Neji's pure Munai ability, all people who are linked to him can become Neji's power. Because of this, Neji transferred his Rinnegan ability to the other party. This is equivalent to loading a temporary Rinnegan entry for the opponent. And doing so would just allow the other party to be qualified to use the Rinne Tensai technique. Resurrection, my dear Lin. Neji shouted excitedly. What happened next was that Lin began to be resurrected. Suddenly, Nohara Rin's soul was pulled back from the world after death by the Rinnegan. Lin, are you, Lin? Kakashi was greatly shocked when he saw such a petite figure. Is this Lin? Is this really Yuan Yellen? There was no mistake. She still looked the same as she did then, so young, so. You are, Kakashi. Lin regained consciousness in the spirit state. She looked at Kakashi, who had grown a lot, with a look of surprise in her eyes. You, how could you have changed so much, and, am I already dead? Nohara Lin was very surprised. Her consciousness was still stuck at the moment she was killed. For her, the time now was just a blink of an eye. Lin, what on earth are you doing? Hokage-sama, what on earth are you doing? Kakashi was shocked to see that Lin, who was originally an illusion, was now hollow. Kakashi knew that everything that was happening was done by the newly appointed young Hokage. Alright, the experiment was successful. Neji smiled faintly. Nohara Lin was successfully resurrected. Advertisement. Hehe, I wonder what Obito would think if he saw Nohara Rin who had been resurrected. I'm really looking forward to it. No, I have to connect with the main body later and convey this matter to Obito. Neji thought sinisterly. I want to see whether you can make up your mind after Nohara Lin is resurrected. Lin, are you, really Lin? Kakashi was still in shock. He looked at the living Lin in front of him and found it hard to imagine. It was obvious that Lin was killed by me at that time. But, you are, Kakashi, it's only been a short while, but it feels like more than 10 years have passed. After saying this, Lin looked at Might Guy in surprise. You, look really familiar. A bit like Guy, and you, I feel like you look alike to Kurenai Yuhi. You too, Asuma, why do you all look so much older? Is it really Lin? When they saw that Nohara Lin recognized them and the others, they all looked incredulous. The person who once died, has been resurrected. Lin, it's been more than 10 years now, of course we've aged. We're already 30 years old. Kakashi smiled bitterly. On the contrary, Lin now looks the same as she did a dozen years ago, only 14 or 15 years old. Ah, it's been more than 10 years. What is going on? Nohara Lin was also confused. Could this jutsu that can resurrect be impure world reincarnation? Hiruzen asked in confusion. Among the forbidden techniques developed by the second Hokage, there is indeed a forbidden technique that can resurrect the dead. But it seems a little different from what it is now. Not impure world reincarnation, but Rinne Tensai technique. Neji said with a smile. The principle of this technique is very simple. It is to revive the dead from the underworld and bring them back to reality. It seems that the experiment I conducted was quite successful. Congratulations, Nohara Lin. The Konoha village you are in now is the Konoha village of more than 10 years later. Quote. Rinne Tensai technique. Can you revive the dead? After hearing this, many ninjas were shocked. Advertisement. How could such an outrageous thing happen in the world? Really, Nohara Rin's current state is completely different from the impure world reincarnation. She has flesh and blood, and her body is no different from that of an ordinary ninja. Hiruzen said in a deep voice. It's incredible. This is the first time I've seen something so incredible. Is this the power of the Rinnegan? And at this time, Nohara Lin also seemed to be aware of the atmosphere at the scene, which seemed to be a little different. All the ninjas seemed to be surrounding this young boy. And from what Kakashi and the third Hokage said, it seemed that it was this young man who resurrected himself from the underworld into reality. Third Hokage, who is this? Is he the one who resurrected me? Nohara Rin asked curiously. Now I am no longer the Hokage. The fifth term Hokage is Lord Hyuga Neji in front of you. Hiruzen said with a smile. Of course, it was the fifth generation who resurrected you from your dead state. Hyuga Neji, of the Hyuga family, Nohara Lin said in surprise. How could someone from the Hyuga family have such power? And, he is almost the same age as me, so how could he become Hokage at this time? This is true, Lin. Kakashi also said, Hyuga Neji-sama, is indeed the 5th Hokage. That's right, Neji-sama's strength is unfathomable. That's right, because of Neji-sama's presence, our collective strength in Konoha is probably the strongest among the 5 great nations right now. He, Nohara Lin, how does it feel to be resurrected? Neji asked with a smile. Thank you, Master 5th generation. I feel my body is in good condition now. Nohara Lin was a little uncomfortable. After all, this Hyuga Neji looks even younger than me. It's okay. After all, you have just been resurrected. Your body may have some unexpected conditions during this period. Let me give you an insurance policy. Neji reached out his hand, wanting to load a few items on Nohara Lin. Nohara Lin subconsciously stepped back. Lin, don't be afraid. This is a brand new yin-yang escape technique developed by the Hokage. It can condense the bloodline limit in your body. Kakashi's face showed true emotion as he spoke softly. Believe me, after receiving Master Neji's creation release, you will definitely feel the difference in yourself. Chapter 95 Impure World Reincarnation touch the entry. You will definitely feel the difference. Faced with the persuasion of her former companions, Nohara Lin gradually began to relax her vigilance. Although more than 10 years have passed, it cannot be wrong. The person in front of you is your former companion. Companions are trustworthy. Good. Lin agreed immediately. Little did they know, once you accept Neji's power, you will belong to him for the rest of your life. Neji smiled and installed the Uzumaki family bloodline on Nohara Rin. The Uzumaki family's bloodline is very useful. Especially after he had been tempered, his vitality was enough to rival the Senju bloodline of the original Senju Hashirama. With powerful life abilities, the upper limit of these ninjas' chakra refining will be greatly increased. Once the chakra of these ninjas is upgraded to a higher level, Hyuga Neji, as the ultimate beneficiary, will also become more powerful. Alright, I have condensed the vortex bloodline into your body. Now you should have a huge amount of vitality in your body, so you don't have to worry about the side effects after resuscitation. Neji smiled and touched Lin's head. Frustrated. In the end, Lin's face was rubbed red. Thank you, Hokage-sama. You don't have to be so polite. Just call me Master Neji. Why? Nohara Lin was a little surprised when she heard this, but soon her heart changed. Master or something, it seems to be true. After all, he was resurrected because of Lord Neji. It can also be said that I am his now. Then, Master Neji, Lin said shyly. Well, you're very well behaved. You should stay with me from now on. After all, this is the first time I use the resurrection technique, and I want to observe what effect it will have in the future. Neji said lightly. Well, that's fine, Master Neji. After dealing with this matter, Kakashi and others immediately looted Danzo's root base. At the same time, some incredible scandals were also unearthed. Advertisement. Neji has no interest in these things. Just let Anbu and the others handle them. He was more interested in something else. When he became Hokage, he had access to Hashirama cells and the relics of successive cages. This meant that he didn't need to look for Orochimaru to carry out Impure World Reincarnation. Now, he can carry out Impure World Reincarnation by himself. The curse seal of suppression, and the white Zetsu planted with Hashirama's cells, this will restore the more strength Hashirama had before his death. Neji began to calculate various conditions one by one. Among them, the matter of white Zetsu's clone can be replaced by a hostage. All he had to do was use his pupil skills to add some powerful blood to them. But, Impure World Reincarnation cannot fully realize a person's abilities. Madara once said this during the Fourth Shinobi World War. For some reason, the Hashirama brothers no longer have the same peak combat power after Impure World Reincarnation. Therefore, even if the quality of the sacrifice is high, it cannot reflect the full peak combat power of Hashirama. And the most crucial point. That is, Neji didn't know whether or not dead people could extract entries. After all, Impure World Reincarnation seems to be just a simple summoning of a person back from the underworld. The actual body is no longer there. The body no longer exists, which means that it is very likely that the entries related to the body cannot be extracted successfully. Forget it. We'll know if it works after we give it a try. Neji immediately began to form the seal of Impure World Reincarnation. Impure World Reincarnation. Chu Lai Ba, first Hokage, second Hokage. Suddenly, the two coffin lids were summoned out. First Hokage Senju Hashirama and second Hokage Senju Tobarama came out of their coffins. Impure World Reincarnation. I didn't expect that the technique I created would be abused by future generations. As soon as Senju Tobarama came out, he just took a quick look and immediately understood what state he was in. Alas, I told you not to develop some weird ninjutsu. Senju Hashirama said like a good guy. That's, Byakugan, are you a member of the Hyuga clan? Senju Tobarama saw Neji's eyes. The only family with Byakugan in his memory was the Hyuga family of Konoha village. Advertisement. This guy is so small. Tobarama frowned. This boy with a white eye is only 12 or 13 years old at most. But he can use the forbidden technique called Impure World Reincarnation. What happened in Konoha village? Why would a child be allowed to use such a forbidden technique? At this moment, Tobirama thought a lot. Let me ask you, are you an enemy or an ally of Konoha? Tobirama said coldly. If it's an enemy. Oh, you are the guy who summoned us, right? You really look small, just like my granddaughter. Hashirama laughed. Because both of them were reincarnations of top-grade sacrifices. The stronger the force, the more difficult it is to restrain the two of them. First generation, second generation. Now I am the fifth Hokage of Konoha village, Hyuga Neji. A member of the Hyuga clan. Neji smiled slightly. Hyuga clan. Is it already the fifth Hokage's turn? Time flies so fast, Hashirama exclaimed. Brother, don't just believe everything he says. What fifth Hokage? I think he is only 12 or 13 years old. Even if you are called the god of ninja, do you think you can become the Hokage of Konoha village at this age? Tobirama said mercilessly. That seems to be the case. Doesn't that mean you must be really amazing? Far from doubting it, Hashirama said to Neji with an excited look on his face. After all, if you can become Hokage at the age of 12 or 13, wouldn't that be awesome? This kid must be a genius. Brother. Tobirama had a headache. How could he explain it? His eldest brother's innocent personality hadn't changed even after his death. Thank you for the compliment, first generation. I have to say without hesitation that I am probably the strongest in the current ninja world. As for my specific status, you can just think of me as the god of ninja who has returned to the ninja world. Neji said. The god of ninja world returns to ninja world. Hashirama raised his brow. Is this kid so confident? But before Hashirama could ask, he saw Neji touching his body. Hey. What are you doing? Nothing. I'm just going to see if there's anything good. Neji hummed. Quote. The corner of Hashirama's mouth twitched. This is the corpse of the impure world reincarnation. How can there be anything good in it? Chapter 96. I am the Hokage, who can control me? Golden talent with extraordinary talent, you are an unrivaled grandmaster in all kinds of battles, and become more courageous as the battle goes on. Withdrawal. But it is a gifted emotional type. Neji frowned. Is it possible that the body of the impure world reincarnation is really unable to extract entries for bloodline constitution, bloodline limit, and other attributes? Neji reached out his hand again towards the second Hokage's position. However, Senju Tobirama was not like Hashirama, who allowed Neji to touch him whenever he wanted. Disrespectful boy. Tobirama suddenly burst out chakra, trying to deter this guy who was ignorant of the world and used the forbidden technique at will. But under his powerful outburst, the floor was cracked, but Neji still looked calm. Stop. Don't move. Can't you see I'm conducting an experiment? Neji launched a control hand seal in dissatisfaction. Then, to Tobirama's shocked expression, he discovered that he couldn't move his body. How is it possible that a brat like you can actually restrain me? How is this possible? He, the second Hokage Senju Tobirama, was actually controlled by a white-eyed boy of 12 or 13 years old. Even if a Jonin came, Tobirama was confident that he could break free of impure world reincarnation on his own. But under Neji's control, he couldn't move at all. Hateful. Oh, you can actually control Tobirama? Hashirama asked in surprise. If nothing goes wrong, I can also control you, the first generation. After all, my current strength is not ordinary. Neji smiled slightly. Hashirama raised an eyebrow. Really? Before he could say he wanted to give it a try, he found that he couldn't move. Just like Tobirama, his entire body was controlled and he couldn't move. Ah, Hashirama was stunned. I really can't move. What? Big brother is also under control. Tobirama was shocked when he heard this. What the hell is going on? Advertisement. As the creator of impure world reincarnation, he knew exactly where the limit of this technique was. The sacrifices they made before reincarnation were extremely good, and could almost bring their combat power to the peak level. If the practitioner does not have many impure world reincarnation spells or does not use special restrictive spells, it is generally very difficult to control. On the contrary, the more powerful the practitioner is, the more control he has. Otherwise, he will lose control. Tobirama had already been monitored when he came out. There were no restraining curses on their bodies, and they had a high degree of freedom in this impure world reincarnation. However, even so, the two of them were still controlled and unable to move. Who on earth is this boy with white eyes? You really can't move. Big brother, please don't play me. Tobirama couldn't help but ask. You are the god of ninja. When your Senju Buddha comes out, who can be your opponent? Ahahaha, Tobirama, I really can't move. This kid is so powerful. He said he is the fifth Hokage of Konoha village. He really has something extraordinary. Hashirama said optimistically. That's it. To become Hokage at such a young age, this kid must be a super genius. At this moment, Neji also got the entry of Tobirama. Development Genius Gold. You have penultimate talents in various fields and can develop unexpected techniques and products. Another talent entry. Neji frowned. He wouldn't be able to perform a second extraction within 24 hours. We can only wait until tomorrow. By the way, what exactly do you want to experiment with? Tobirama asked puzzledly. Oh, this is a secret of Konoha village and cannot be told to outsiders. Neji said calmly. Tobirama, am I an outsider? I'm the second Hokage. Ahahaha, This is the first time I see someone who makes Tobirama lose face. Hashirama laughed. HMPH. Don't forget, I'm the second Hokage of Konoha village. Don't I have the right to listen to even this little bit of news? Tobirama said with a dark face. Neji thought about it. Senju bloodline, wood style, yang attribute chakra, these are all good things. First Hokage and second Hokage are likely unable to be extracted successfully due to the state of impure world reincarnation. Advertisement. That is to say, if I really want it, then I must revive the first generation and the second generation. He will probably have to deal with these two guys in the future. After all, as the first Hokage and the second Hokage with excellent combat power, it would be a waste to let them die. It would be better to be controlled by myself and then work for him. Wouldn't that be wonderful? Ahem. Okay. Although this experiment is top secret in Konoha village, I can make an exception and tell you. Tobirama's mouth twitched. This guy seems more and more outrageous the more I look at him. Especially that sentence, I am the fifth Hokage of Konoha village. In his system, it should be impossible for such a young kid to become Hokage. What I want is, to understand the wood style and unique bloodline of your Senju clan. And to reproduce it through yin-yang escape technique. Neji said briefly. Reproduce the bloodline of our Senju clan. Hashirama was confused. Why? Because all the Senju died. Only your granddaughter is left. Neji explained. Ah, X2. Hashirama and Tobirama were both confused. What the hell? All the ninjas in our family are dead. Yes, the Senju clan was wiped out with only Tsunade left. As for the Uchiha clan, they lived a little longer than your Senju clan, and then they were also wiped out. Neji said with a grin. The Uchiha family was wiped out, the Senju family was wiped out, the two most powerful families that founded Konoha were both wiped out. Tobirama frowned. It seems that a lot of things happened after his death. Even the two most powerful families in Sengoku at that time, the Senju family and the Uchiha family, would disappear into history. Okay, I won't tell you any more unnecessary information. I'll summon you to the next world when I need you. Neji said calmly. Hey, using reanimation jutsu is a blasphemy against the dead. Are you going to use forbidden techniques so casually? Tobirama couldn't help but accuse. I can't help it. I'm the Hokage. Who can stop me? Neji said with a smile. Tobirama. FK it. How can a guy like you become Hokage? I'm afraid there is some shady operation going on here. However, before Tobirama could speak again, Neji had already lifted impure world reincarnation. Under his control, the Senju brothers couldn't even move, so they had no choice but to return to the underworld. Chapter 97 The Resurrected Second Hokage. After 24 hours, Neji summoned the Senju brothers again. Damn boy, do you know that you are blaspheming the Hokage? How could someone like you appear in Konoha village? Second Hokage Tobirama cursed. Ahahaha, calm down, Tobirama. We're all dead now anyway, so blasphemy doesn't matter. Unlike Tobirama's violent reaction, Hashirama still looked indifferent. As long as it is beneficial to the village, it is not impossible for me to help out. It is also a rare opportunity to see the Konoha village in its original state. Rather than being a desecration, it is more like coming back to take a look. As expected, Neji groaned. Open black lens bracket natural idiot blue close black lens bracket. Don't underestimate this entry, it will really make you stupid. Cold and cautious gold, when fighting, your combat awareness will be extremely sharp and will not be disturbed by other emotions. You will do whatever it takes to achieve your goal. Emotional talent again. It seems to be just as he thought. It is impossible to extract items other than gifted emotions from the corpse of the impure world reincarnation alone. Although this also benefited Neji a lot, some important things may have to wait until the Hashirama brothers are resurrected before they can be extracted. After thinking about this matter, Neji also understood. I need to find a suitable time to successfully resurrect the two people. If two people are resurrected at the same time, it will be a bit troublesome, but if they are resurrected one by one, then it is not impossible. Neji looked determined and did what he said. After he lifted the impure world reincarnation this time, he began to use the Rinne Tensai technique again and began to revive the second Hokage. Gaido Rinne Tensai technique. Under Neji's forceful control. The former second Hokage Senju Tobirama has officially been resurrected. This feeling is, not reanimation jutsu. Senju Tobirama checked his current state and was shocked. This skin, this flow of blood, this beating heart. There is no doubt that he, Senju Tobirama, is resurrected. From the land of death in the underworld, he was resurrected into this world again. And to achieve all this, Senju Tobirama looked at the boy in front of him. Hyuga Neji, how on earth did you manage to do such a thing? Tobirama asked in shock. Of course it took a lot of effort, Neji said with a wry smile. Damn it, advertisement. The second Hokage is worthy of being the second Hokage, compared to the resurrection of Nohara Rin. The Rinne Tensai technique performed this time consumed dozens of times more chakra than the last time. Although it is nothing to him now. But he is just a wood-style clone now. If he had been too careless and resurrected both Senju brothers at the same time, that might be a bit too much to handle. Humph, this weird kid. Senju Tobirama's expression changed unpredictably, and he finally uttered something coldly. He felt that the boy in front of him with a roll of eyes must be hiding something. Or maybe something big must have happened in Konoha village. Otherwise, he firmly believed that it would be impossible for a child of 12 or 13 years old to sit on the position of Hokage. Because this is a constraint within the system. And if someone like Hyuga Neji really appears, it means that the current system of Konoha village has been challenged unprecedentedly. Although I still have many questions to ask you, but let me see the current Konoha village with my own eyes. Tobirama said coldly. Suddenly, he rushed out of the underground laboratory and came into the village. Although more than 10 years have passed. But standing on this land, Tobirama can still feel a sense of familiarity. That's right. This is Konoha village. This is the Konoha village of the past. Looking at the bustling and dimly lit scene in the distance, Tobirama seemed very surprised. This was not quite what he had imagined. What's going on? Konoha doesn't seem to be invaded by a powerful enemy. Not only that, it seems to be quite peaceful. Tobirama frowned. He continued to quicken his pace and headed towards the Hokage office building. Here, he saw a familiar figure again. Sarutobi Hiruzen was sitting in his office, handling official business seriously. The monkey is here too. Tobirama was greatly surprised. Everything in the Hokage building seemed normal. No one seemed to be shocked at all. He could even see a few familiar and old faces. Who dares to run into the Hokage building and act wild? Advertisement. Soon, the Anbu members scattered around the Hokage building had discovered Tobirama. However, when they saw each other's faces clearly, they were all stunned. Isn't this the second Hokage? Many ninjas seemed unable to believe it and looked up at the location of Hokage Rock. That's right. The second Hokage's portrait on the Hokage Rock looks exactly like this ninja. What happened? At this moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was handling official business, also rushed over after hearing the news. After he saw Senju Tobirama's posture, he was also distracted. This, Nadaime. HMPH, long time no see, monkey. You look like you've really aged a lot. Tobirama's lips curled up slightly. Is he really the second Hokage? It can't be wrong. The third Hokage admitted it himself. I didn't expect that the dead Hokage would be revived. This must be Neji-sama's work. That's right. Only Neji-sama can bring the dead back to life. Nadaime must have been resurrected by Neji-sama. Tobirama couldn't help but feel surprised after hearing about the white-eyed boy. These Anbu ninjas who looked to be in their 20s or 30s were actually calling a kid a respectful title. This is enough to show that the other party has a special status in Konoha village. Let me ask you, monkey. What do you think about that Byakugan kid, that Hyuga Neji? Tobirama asked. Neji-sama. Neji-sama is now the fifth Hokage. He is extremely powerful, and has the incredible power to bring the dead back to life. Hiruzen immediately began to explain. I believe Nadaime, and it must be Neji-sama's credit that he was able to be resurrected from the dead. That's true. Tobirama was silent. He didn't expect that the boy actually didn't lie to him. The current Hokage of Konoha village is that guy. But how is this possible? Haha, I told you I didn't lie to you. But you still don't believe me. Neji didn't know when he had come to the crowd. And this shocked Tobirama even more. No sound at all. He is just a small guy, but he has such terrifying fighting power. Chapter 98 Senju Tobirama's Rebellion. Boy, it seems that you really did not lie to me. Tobirama said in a deep voice. Of course, Lord Tobirama, I need you to do me a favor next. Do you want to study the Senju bloodline in my body? Or do you want to use the creation release to grant me a bloodline limit? Tobirama said in a deep voice. If it's possible, then of course both sides would want it. After all, if the second Hokage-sama can also use the wood style, it will be a huge boost to the combat power of Konoha village. I understand. Come on. For the sake of the village, I will be your guinea pig for once. Tobirama said with great courage. Nadaime, don't worry. Lord Neji has now successfully researched and developed the creation release. Most of the ninjas in the village have successfully constructed new bloodline limits. Hiruzen seemed to be afraid that Tobirama would be worried, so he started to release his thoughts. I know. Come on, kid. Since you can become the village Hokage at this age, I still believe that you have some ability. Tobirama said in a deep voice. Okay. Then I'll trouble you, Nadaime. Neji walked forward with a smile. As long as he blesses Tobirama with the bloodline he has constructed, this versatile second Hokage will be his own in the future. But in reality, things didn't develop as Neji expected. Just as he was about to get close to Tobirama, the latter suddenly spat out a poisonous needle from his mouth. The target of these needles is undoubtedly Neji. However, how could such a simple attack possibly hit Neji? Neji just turned slightly and dodged. Water-style water dragon bomb technique. Tobirama was extremely ruthless and attacked Neji one after another without showing any mercy. Nadaime, what are you doing? That's right. Lord Neji is the Hokage of our Konoha village. Why are you suddenly attacking the Hokage-sama? Nadaime, why? Hiruzen and the other ninjas all looked confused. But out of instinct to protect Neji, they quickly acted subconsciously and surrounded second Hokage Senju Tobirama. However, facing everyone's questioning, Tobirama remained expressionless and snorted coldly. Hyuga Neji, what on earth did you do to the people of Konoha? You must have used something to control them. The creation escape is actually just a cover, right? What you get is not a creation escape, but a strange power that can control others. Tobirama cursed in a deep voice. After his rebirth, he discovered strange differences while wandering around Konoha village. And there's the monkey Hiruzen. No matter how great Hyuga Neji's achievements were, he would not be worshipped so much by a third Hokage. Advertisement. And the Hokage office building is also extremely weird. Obviously Neji has become the Hokage, so why is Hiruzen still sitting in the position that belongs exclusively to Hokage? Combined with all the information Hiruzen had told him, this made Tobirama realize it. This kid with white eyes in front of me must have used some method to rewrite the cognition of all the people in Konoha. Tisk tisk tisk, I really didn't lie, Master Tobirama. The creation release thing is not fake. Neji said with a smile, third generation master, Nadime seems to be a little distrustful of us. How about you show us your newly acquired power? Monkey, Nadime, you are really wrong. Lord Neji really does possess the power of creation release. Hiruzen said solemnly. Then he began to use dust escape. Dust release. Original world separation technique. The beam of light shot out from the dust release directly cut off a section of the mountain behind Konoha village. There is no doubt that the power of dust escape is absolutely real and definitely not false. Am I really wrong? Tobirama frowned. Creation escape. Is it really just creation escape? Dust release, a bloodline elimination technique, is currently available in the ninja world, and as far as he can remember during his lifetime, it can only be used by the second Tsuchikage of Iwagakure. But now the monkey actually used it in front of him. No, something is wrong. Tobirama increasingly feels that Konoha village is becoming weird. He couldn't understand the current situation at all. Okay, second Hokage, I finally resurrected you. Would I harm you? Neji asked sincerely. Looking at your attitude towards impure world reincarnation, I really can't tell that you look like a good person. Tobirama snorted. Ahahaha, then you were really right. Neji laughed, but ninjas are all about killing people. It's not that I'm not a good person, but rather that ninjas themselves are not good people. Tobirama, you don't have Wood Style yet, right? I have already obtained Wood Style's bloodline limit. Don't you want Wood Style's bloodline limit? Not interested. No, you must be very interested. Tobirama looked gloomy. Sure enough, his feeling was not wrong. Although the monkey can indeed perform dust release, Neji may have actually figured out the creation release technique. Advertisement. But there is no doubt that everyone in Konoha village is now controlled by the other party in some form. The moment he took action, these Anbu ninjas became extremely wary of him. Even Hiruzen was watching with a serious look on his face. If I act rashly, this guy might really attack me. If I kill you, everyone in Konoha village will be restored, right? Tobirama suddenly attacked. He was once known as the fastest ninja in the ninja world. The combat speed is not much slower than that of Yellow Flash. But facing Tobirama's attack, Neji seemed to be at ease. Under the all-round scanning of the Byakugan, even using the Flying Thunder God technique would be useless. Because I will be faster. At the moment when the Flying Thunder God technique moves, the opponent's eyes will not be able to see the scene. All actions are pre-attacks before transfer. However, this moment of blindness, in the eyes of Bayan, is a huge disaster. Boom boom. Two cyclones of air emerged from the acupuncture points on Neji's back, blasting Tobirama away. It's useless, Nadime. I am just a clone in Konoha village now. Even if you defeat me, it will be useless. Neji shook his head and sighed. Stop wasting time. Tobirama was silent. This boy with white eyes is so powerful, but he is just a clone. This is too ridiculous. No use. Let's retreat now. This kid has too many secrets. Tobirama thought secretly. With Flying Thunder God, who can stop him if he wants to go? Now that the decision has been made, let's retreat. This kid didn't even catch up. Tobirama said in surprise. What am I chasing? Haven't you always been here? Neji's voice rang in Tobirama's ears, and it was like a sudden thunderclap. He came to his senses and looked at the scene around him. This is the underground laboratory where I was resurrected. Tobirama said in shock. He didn't even go out in the beginning. Chapter 99. What? News about Lin. Is this an illusion? When did it start? Tobirama was shocked. And in front of him, Neji still looked indifferent. The only difference from before is that the Byakugan in his eyes has now transformed into Rinnegan. It's actually the Rinnegan. Who the hell are you? Tobirama spoke intermittently, but when he came to his senses, it was too late. Neji has forcibly controlled Senju Tobirama. I knew you, the second generation, would find out. Fortunately, I was prepared. Neji said with a smile. Among the first generation and second generation, the second Hokage is the most difficult to deal with. Now that the second Hokage has been dealt with, shouldn't the innocent first Hokage be easy to capture? But just in case, Neji waited a few days to fully recover. After all, he is just a Wood-style clone now. A few days later. Ah, creation escape. Is there something so interesting? Hashirama said with a surprised look on his face. Yeah, big brother. This kid Neji really created some amazing things. Faye agreed. Brother, why don't you try it too? You'll definitely get a different experience. Ha ha ha, okay, then come on. I also want to know what creation release is all about. Hashirama laughed. After a moment, Neji also managed to control Senju Hashirama, the god of ninja. The whole process went extremely smoothly, not at all like the Tobirama period, which was so jumpy. Hehe, now that the first generation second Hokage has been resurrected by me, who should I resurrect next? Neji thought happily. Minato's flying thunder god is pretty good too. After some time, Minato can be resurrected. Ah, and Uchiha Madara. If the opportunity arises, he can also revive Uchiha Madara. Anyway, the resurrected Uchiha Madara doesn't have the Rinnegan. Although I can also use Mangekyo Susanoo, I am currently in full condition and may not lose to the opponent. Now I should inform the main body of the situation here. Neji began to pass on the news here to the main body. And the other side, advertisement. Neji's real body, who is far away in the Akatsuki organization, has already received the current information from his clone. FK. Neji sighed. It's indeed me. Now, all the first Hokage and second Hokage have been resurrected. Damn it. This is really a plot breakdown. The resurrection of the first Hokage was enough to shock the entire ninja world. But this Lin guy can be used for some good reasons. Neji mused. After coming to Akatsuki recently, Uchiha Obito always kept avoiding him. This leaves Neji with some room to maneuver his other Mangekyo Sharingan's Kamui entry. Just then, Lin was resurrected by her clone. This is something that can be done. Obito, isn't the reason you turned evil because of Nohara Rin. But if this Nohara Rin suddenly came back to life, hehe. I wonder what you think. Neji secretly had an idea in his mind. Madara. In the secret liaison base, a spiral white Zetsu appeared in front of Obito. Something strange seems to have happened in Konoha village. Afei said. Konoha village. What happened there? The most important thing now is how to capture the tailed beasts. A mere Konoha village, even if they are extinct, as long as the tailed beasts are safe, it will be fine. Obito snorted coldly. He no longer has the slightest attachment to the past. The ninjas of Konoha village, it didn't matter to him how many of them died. As long as the Moon Eyes plan succeeds, all the dead can be resurrected in the world of illusion. That little guy, I seem to have seen your companion in Konoha village. Afei said hurriedly. Companions. Humph, I don't have such things anymore. Obito still didn't buy it. Kakashi and the like were no longer his friends now. No, not Kakashi. Afei hastily denied it. It's not that guy, it's that guy, that female ninja from Konoha village. Female ninja, Afei, what are you talking about? Female ninja from Konoha, do you think I care about such things? Obito said coldly. Advertisement. Neither my companions nor my friends in the village can stop my ambition. However, this sentence immediately made Afei even more anxious. No, I'm talking about that person. Think about it, the one with bandages on both sides of his cheeks. You forgot. The last time I took you to see him more than 10 years ago, that guy named Lin. Said Afei. Lin. After hearing the name, Obito's face suddenly changed. All the coldness from before seemed to disappear suddenly at this moment. Lin. Why did Afei say the name Lin? He knew very well that Lin had died 12 years and 7 months ago. What do you mean? Afei. Obito said coldly, are you kidding me? No, Obito. The white Zetsu monitoring Konoha village received a message saying. A ninja named Nohara Rin appeared in Konoha village. She looked exactly like the little girl we met 12 years ago. I think you will definitely care about it, so I told you in advance. Afei explained. Obito's expression under the mask changed again and again. HMPH, Lin is dead. She was killed by Kakashi. There is no doubt about it. We saw it with our own eyes. So there is no way that Lin can appear in Konoha village. It's impossible. How can Konoha, a mere Konoha, do such a thing as resurrecting the dead? But, alright, Afei, stop talking. The things about Konoha are absolutely false. Even if Lin is really resurrected, I will not change my will. Afei obviously wanted to say something, but Obito waved his hand. Alright, let's leave this matter at that. You go down first. Tell the white Zetsu to continue checking on the other tailed beasts and not just focus on Konoha village. Afei scratched his head. What? It was obvious that this guy cared so much about this little girl at that time. How come it has become like this now? Human beings are really weird creatures. After Afei left, Obito paced back and forth in the room with a heavy face. A ninja similar to Rin suddenly appeared in Konoha village. How is this possible? The only one who can master the art of resurrection is the host of the Rinnegan. Konoha village doesn't have a Rinnegan, so how could they possibly do such a thing? Chapter 100 Obito. Lin. My Lin is really resurrected. Could it be impure world reincarnation? Obito suddenly thought of a possibility. But then it was extinguished again. How could the people of Konoha village do such a thing that desecrates the dead? Besides, Kakashi is there, how could he allow this to happen? HMPH, they're just some rumors, how can they possibly shake me, Uchiha Madara? Obito snorted coldly. This kind of rumor is really too low level. However, after a while, outside of Konoha village, the space was distorted. Uchiha Obito appeared here, looking at Konoha village in the distance with an expressionless face. It's been a long time since I came to visit. I don't know what Nine Tails Jinchuriki is doing now. If something goes wrong with Nine Tails Jinchuriki, it will be a serious blow to the future project Tsuki no Mi. It is necessary to take a look at the current Nine Tails Jinchuriki. Obito said in a deep voice. Apart from this matter, There is also the matter that White Zetsu mentioned, so let's investigate that as well. Looking at the security perimeter of Konoha village, Obito sneered. This kind of defense is completely useless in the face of his space-time ninjutsu. Obito entered Konoha village very easily. Not here. First, Obito came to where Lin lived. There was no one inside. Sure enough, that guy White Zetsu was lying to him. They also said that Lin had been resurrected. How ridiculous. Did he think he would be fooled? Obito scoffed. After leaving where Lin lived, he began to look carefully at the current Konoha village. The last time I came to this place was about 6 or 7 years ago. Just as Obito was sighing silently, suddenly, he saw a familiar shadow. That small figure was gradually overlapping with the figure in his memory. Lin. Obito's eyes widened in disbelief. How is this possible? That guy is too similar to my Lin, isn't he? Advertisement. It must be fake. That's right. This has to be fake. Lin had already been killed by Kakashi. How is it possible that he would appear in Konoha village? The other party is just somewhat similar to Lin. Is there any need to make a fuss? Obito snorted coldly. I see. That guy Afei seems to be something. Even he couldn't tell the difference between the other person and Lin for a moment. It is inevitable that Afei will make a wrong judgment. Boring. No matter how similar they are, fake things are always fake. Lin has been dead for a long time. Obito said coldly. Looking at the guy who looked like Lin and was gradually moving away, Obito pondered for a while. Since you're here already, then it's time to look up information about Konoha village. I've come all this way here, so it can't be in vain. That's right. In order to steal Konoha's information, let me do more research. After Obito made up his mind, he gradually began to walk towards the place where Lin disappeared. Well, let's start with these genin. Obito said softly. The other side. The resurrected Nohara Lin is now incorporated into Might Guy's team. Hey, Lin Senpai is so amazing. At such a young age, you've already become a Chunin. We're still genin now, Tenten muttered. I didn't expect that senior Lin, although looking so small, is actually much stronger than them. Ahahaha. Lin is very good. She completed many amazing tasks together with Kakashi and Obito. She is much better than me, her master. Might Guy laughed. He was extremely happy that his dead companion had been resurrected. Ah, Teacher Lin, is she even better than Teacher Guy? Xiao Li was shocked after hearing this. They have been training with Might Guy for some time. So it is quite clear how terrifying Might Guy's current strength is. But I didn't expect that Teacher Lin is even better than Teacher Guy. No. Those are all thanks to Kakashi and Obito. I am just the healing ninja in the team. Nothing is so outrageous as what Guy said. Lin laughed. By the way, that Xiao Li, you look a bit like Guy. Are you Guy's son? Lin asked curiously. After all, if you just look at their appearance, Xiao Li and Might Guy look like they were cut from the same mold. Ha ha ha. Lin, you really like to joke. I'm not even married yet, how can I have a son? Guy laughed. Advertisement. That's right. Teacher Guy is my most respected master. Although we are not father and son, the relationship between Teacher Guy and I is like that of father and son. Xiao Li shouted. Ahahaha. So that's how it is. Nohara Lin smiled awkwardly. She didn't expect that the other person was not Guy's child. But why do they look so similar? Lin, Konoha village has changed a lot now than before. If there is anything you don't understand, you can just ask me. Guy said seriously. I understand. I'm with Neji-sama, and if there's anything I don't understand, Neji-sama will tell me. Lin leaned closer. Isn't that right? Neji-sama. Listening to Lin's words, Neji smiled and said, that's right. As long as you don't understand, I will definitely tell you everything. Hee. After saying this, Neji quietly looked towards a certain place. Uchiha Obito, are you here already? What's going on? Why is that guy so similar to Lin? Uchiha Obito panicked. He was confused. That's impossible. How come this kid is so similar to the Lin in his memory? No. They can almost be said to be exactly the same. What the hell is going on? What happened to Konoha village? Obito was now very confused. Lin, is that guy Lin? Obviously, if it was Lin, he would be able to recognize her at a glance. But, Lin is obviously dead. What the hell is going on? Obito was now unusually irritated. He had long forgotten about things like gathering intelligence on Konoha. Now he just wants to figure out who that guy is. Why was Might Guy calling her Lin? And he seemed to think she was the long-dead Nohara Lin. I will never let go of anyone who wants to offend Lin. Obito was extremely gloomy. It seems that it is time to understand what changes have taken place in Konoha village now. Oops, how could you be so careless, Neji-sama, that you got the cake on your mouth? Lin looked at the cake residue at the corner of Neji's mouth, gently wiped it off and put it in her own mouth. Yeah, this can't be wasted. Lin. Obito stared at the scene with wide eyes in disbelief. Lin, are you falling in love with that boy with white eyes? Chapter 101 Peeping Tom Obito, Minato couple mixed doubles. Damn it, that guy actually made Lin do such a thing. It's really unforgivable. Obito saw Lin's own smile, which was blooming towards others. He suddenly felt unhappy. But, is that really my Nohara Rin? I clearly didn't see any trace of her life at Lin's house. It seems I need information. Something must have happened in Konoha village recently. Something must have happened that I don't know about. Obito left with a gloomy face. He wanted to gather intelligence, at least to know why Lin appeared so strangely. With the power of the Mangekyo Sharingan, Obito quickly obtained the information he needed from the ninjas of Konoha. Lin, she's actually resurrected. Obito said in shock. It's unbelievable. In the memories he explored, Konoha village had recently developed a secret technique that could resurrect the dead from the underworld. And Nohara Rin was the first successful person. But shouldn't the Rinnegan be the only thing that can pull people out of the underworld and revive them again? Could it be that there is some method of resurrection that he doesn't know about? Will this method have any side effects? Will Lin be in danger? Obito couldn't help but think in his mind. Will this unknown secret of resurrection cause any harm to Lin? For Lin's safety, it seems I need to go check it out. Obito thought secretly. When Lin fell asleep, he would sneak in and check what side effects she had. This is just a simple inspection. I have absolutely no bad intentions. Then, Uchiha Obito, one of the biggest behind-the-scenes masters in this game, started doing some sneaky paparazzi activities. For a whole day, Obito did nothing but stare at Rin. However, a day passed. The bloodshot on Obito's Sharingan was really increasing, and his eyes were almost bulging out of their sockets. Hateful. That Byakugan boy is from the Hyuga clan, right? What's up with that brat? Why is Lin so close to him? Advertisement. Obito gritted his teeth. It was a little hard for him to accept. When did another person besides Kakashi come into the relationship between him and Lin? A whole day. Lin, whom he was thinking about all the time, was either eating with Neji, playing around with her, or performing various intimate actions. And the latter didn't show any intention of refusing. Even at times, that boy with a white eye was deliberately taking advantage of Lin. What's even more infuriating is that Lin actually looked shy and didn't resist at all. This really pd Obito off. Lin must not be defiled by this boy. I must take good care of Lin. Obito said angrily. But when it got dark, Lin did not return to her home, but instead, he returned to the Hyuga clan's base with that white-eyed boy. What? Obito was confused. How could this happen? How could this happen? Lin is not living with that white-eyed boy, is she? This won't do. Obito shuddered suddenly and hurriedly followed him stealthily. Damn white-eyed brat, if you dare do anything to my Rin, I will exterminate your Hyuga clan just like I did to the Uchiha clan. Obito thought secretly, but the only thing to be thankful for is that the boy with the white eyes still has some sense of propriety. Didn't sleep with Lin. Obito's eyes widened, almost bulging out of his head as he watched what was happening at the Hyuga Neji station. Neji-sama, let's sleep together. Nohara Lin hugged the pillow, opened the door and came over shyly. No. Obito felt as if his heart was bleeding. He had previously thought that if the white-eyed boy did anything excessive towards Lin, he would definitely kill him. But now, it was his beloved Lin who came over. Why? Why on earth is this happening? You damned black-eyed brat, what kind of magic potion did you give Lin? Obito gritted his teeth secretly. Advertisement. He now couldn't help but want to rush over and tear that roll-eyed boy into pieces. However, at this moment, a shadow suddenly appeared behind Obito. I got you. Suddenly there was a noise from behind, followed by a huge Rasengan. With a bang, Obito's figure was hit hard by himself and fell into Hyuga Neji's yard. What happened? Nohara Lin said in shock. She looked towards the center of the courtyard. The person standing there was wearing a snow-white divine robe with the words, 4th Hokage, written on it in large letters. That familiar yellow hair, that warm smile, there's absolutely no mistake about it. Teacher Minato, Lin said in surprise. Were you also resurrected by Neji-sama? Minato smiled warmly. Lin, long time no see. I have always wanted to apologize to you. I'm sorry, Lin. Last time I didn't get there in time. Every time it was just a little bit off. I was known as the Yellow Flash of Konoha, but it was always just a little bit off. I'm sorry, Lin. I couldn't catch up and you died. Really? Teacher Minato is still Teacher Minato. It's okay. Teacher Minato, I don't blame you at all. This is my own choice. Lin was so moved that she burst into tears. In fact, this was indeed Lin's own choice. Kakashi never thought of killing her, it was she who wanted Kakashi to kill her. If I delay a little longer, maybe Minato-sensei will arrive. Lin, it's been a long time since we last met. Let's have a reunion dinner together some other day. Invite that cocky Kakashi. A bold female voice suddenly came over. Looking head-on, the person had fiery red hair, which was extremely dazzling. Master Kuxingya, Lin said in surprise. You have been resurrected too. Well, this time I really have to thank Lord Neji. If it weren't for Lord Neji, I wouldn't have the chance to be reborn again. Said Kokona. The 4th Hokage, and the second Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, who was originally dead at this point. The person who was supposed to be killed by him suddenly appeared in front of him. This unpredictable and impossible thing happened in front of Uchiha Obito. His brain froze for a moment. How so? Project Tsuki no Mi hasn't even been completed yet. Why did all the people I cherish come back to life? Chapter 102. If you do it again, Naylan's innocence will be gone. Obito couldn't believe it. All of them, Minato, Kushina and Lin were standing in front of him alive at this moment. Could it be that? Is this the world of illusion? Has the moon eye been successfully cast? He raised his head and looked at the bright moonlight. It is obvious that this is not a world of illusion, but the real world. Why? Why are you all resurrected? Obito asked in a trembling voice. Minato looked extremely serious in response to his question. Long time no see, Uchiha Madara. I lost to you last time, but this time I won't let you hurt anyone I hold dear. This time, whether it's Kokona or Lin, I will never let them die. Minato said in a deep voice. It is enough to fail once in life. He absolutely could not let his wife and his apprentice die before him again. And, I was finally reborn. He and Kushina also wanted to take a look at their adorable son. Suddenly, Minato's expression changed. His whole body began to turn golden, and there were traces of sage art above his eyes. Sage art Rasengan. Minato growled in a low voice, and then he disappeared from the spot. Flying Thunder God second stage. Minato, who once carved a spell on Obito's back, activated the spell again. That terrifying Rasengan has become extremely terrifying after being blessed with natural energy. Once hit, it will definitely cause great damage. And this time, Minato was full of murderous intent from the start. If he had used Sage Art last time, this guy might not have been able to escape from his hands. Boom boom boom. A big hole was smashed into the ground, but Obito was not hit by it. Instead, he hid there with the help of Kamui. It's not over yet, UB************D. Ju Xingya was furious, and several sealing chains emerged from her body, and she rushed towards the other party. Facing the siege of Minato and his wife, Obito was really miserable. Kill. How to kill. Advertisement. Should I attack Minato and Kushina in front of Lin? What's the point of taking action then? What would Lin think if she saw me doing this? Obito was extremely confused, which caused him to dodge instead of attack. But Kamui has a time limit. Once this time is over, he will be interrupted. He would really be facing the mixed doubles team of Minato and his wife. What to do? Damn, this guy's space-time ninjutsu is really tricky. Minato looked extremely ugly. If the opponent does not attack or change space, he will always be in an unhittable state. If only we could lure him into attacking, that would be enough. But he had already revealed several flaws, preventing the opponent from attacking. What's going on? Minato secretly wondered. This guy was totally different from the cold masked man he remembered. Ah, this is really annoying. Are you going to hit me or not? Kushina was also annoyed. Why is this guy always hiding? Obito remained silent, his Sharingan hidden by the mask full of doubts. Do you want to fight? What's the point? Is Project Tsuki no Mi still necessary? Lindu has already been resurrected. If Lin is also involved in Project Tsuki no Mi, can I do it? Let's retreat for the time being. Obito was silent for a long time and decided to temporarily escape from the current situation. Oh no, he's going to escape. Minato's face suddenly tightened. If this guy wants to use the time-space ninjutsu to escape, then we're going to be in trouble. Damn it, if you have the guts, don't run away. I'm going to beat you to death. Jushingya cursed. Obito said nothing, and he finally looked in Lin's direction. However, just this one glance made him stunned. Even the transfer of space seemed to have come to a standstill. Just see. The boy with the white eyes was pinching Nohara Lin's neck with a smile on his face. As if due to lack of oxygen, Nohara Lin's face began to turn purple. If Neji didn't let go, Lin would probably die again soon. You D, you white-eyed brat, what the hell are you doing? Obito was extremely shocked and angry. At this moment, he really wanted to rush up and kill this guy. How dare he treat Lin like this? What a beast. Don't move. If you move again. Advertisement. Neji raised the corner of his mouth and sniffed Lin's hair, while his other hand touched Lin's body dishonestly. I don't know what will happen to this little girl's life and death, and her innocence. Neji's sudden action confused the ninjas present. Ah, Minato was confused. Kokona was even more confused. You, why are you holding Nohara Rin to threaten this masked man? Neji-sama, what do you mean by this? Minato asked hesitantly. That's right. Let Lin go quickly. She is on our side. How could she surrender just because you, sir, threaten our ninjas? Hey. Kushina pointed at the masked man's location and was halfway through her words when she suddenly froze. What's going on? The masked man actually stopped his actions. He didn't run away, and for some reason, Kushina could even see the dragon's angry expression from his Mangekyo Sharingan. Iahe. What on earth is going on? Minato and Kokona were confused. Why was their good apprentice Lin being threatened? It seemed like this masked man really didn't dare to move. Why? Tell Minato to seal your chakra, otherwise I will attack this little girl. Neji said with a smile. It's fun to play it once in a while. Huh, this is really hilarious. You are threatening a Konoha ninja and you are actually ordering me around. Do you think I would agree to it? Obito's expression couldn't be seen through the mask. Neji said nothing, but just smiled. Then, in front of everyone, he gave Nohara Rin a passionate French kiss. Wow, a lot of tears flowed from my mouth. Minato and Kushina both blushed when they saw the nimble little snake. A-hole, what the hell are you doing? Obito's eyes turned red. Lin, you ruined Lin's first kiss like this. B asterisk 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 D. What a beast. Ha, ha, ha. Lin was breathing hotly, and her expression seemed as if she was savoring the moment. If you keep talking. Neji picked up Nohara Lin and walked deeper into his room. A girl's purity will be lost tonight. And she will face cruel abuse. Chapter 103 Subdue Obito. Obito was furious, he clenched his fists tightly but didn't dare to move. Because there is a ninja like Minato who is a grandmaster of space-time ninjutsu here. If he wanted to rescue Lin, it would be impossible to break through Minato's defense. Of course, the most important thing is that I am afraid that Lin will get hurt. Minato, Kushina, seal his chakra. Neji smiled faintly. Ah, Minato was still in a daze. No way, could it be that the other party would really be so cowardly for a female ninja that he didn't even know? This is impossible. Kushina was also very surprised. Lord Neji, you are using Lin to threaten this guy, will it really work? After all, Lin is on our side. Neji said nothing, and simply slapped Lin's butt hard. Yeah, Lin wailed in pain, she felt her buttocks burning. However, Neji had not stopped his actions yet. Pa 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 pa. It hurts so much. Lin's tears came out due to the pain. A-hole, what are you doing to Lin? Isn't she your companion? How could you possibly do this? Obito was furious, he was about to explode. If Lin hadn't been in the hands of this white-eyed boy, she would have definitely torn him into pieces. He is simply a beast, he can even harm his companions. If Neji knew what the other person was thinking, he would definitely burst into laughter. You are such a traitor to your teacher, and you still dare to say that to me. How dare you? It seems, it really works. Minato was surprised. No way, this masked man was actually restrained. Obviously, Lord Neji was threatening me and others, but why does this guy care so much? Never mind, let's quickly restrain this guy. Minato immediately used Flying Thunder God and came behind Obito, trying to seal the flow of chakra in his body. However, Minato's action was still dodged by Obito subconsciously. Advertisement. Bang. A red palm print suddenly appeared on Lin's fair cheek. You guy, if you dodge again, I will give this little girl another slap. Neji said lightly. A-hole, she's your companion. Obito cursed. How could there be such a vicious guy in the world? Of course I know that Nohara Lin is my companion. But, Lin, who brought you back to life here, who saved you? Neji asked softly. It's Neji. It's Hyuga Neji-sama, Lin said excitedly. Then if I do this to you, will you blame me? Of course not. Neji-sama, Lin was already dead, and the reason she is still alive is because of Neji-sama. As long as Neji-sama tells me to do something, I will definitely do it. No, Lin, your idea is wrong. Obito felt extremely painful inside, this was not the Lin he was familiar with. Hateful, could it be that Lin was under an illusion? That was why she obeyed this white-eyed boy so much. Just be quiet and don't move. Minato said in a deep voice. Minato, are you going to let your apprentice suffer humiliation like this? Obito asked angrily. That's all because of you. If it weren't for you, how could Lin have encountered such a thing? Minato said coldly. He has noticed it. The guy in front of him is most likely a member of Konoha, and is also acquainted with his apprentice Nohara Rin. After sealing the masked man's chakra flow, Minato knocked the man's mask away. Let me see who you are. Minato said. The mask flew off. The person hiding behind the mask has already revealed his true face. Everyone was stunned when they saw the true appearance under the mask. Obito, Kushina said in surprise. How could the masked man be this guy? Obito, how could it be you? Minato also found it hard to believe. The person under the mask turned out to be Obito. It turned out that Obito was the culprit who invaded Konoha. It was he who caused their family to be destroyed. How is this possible? Obito, is it really you? You are not dead. Lin was also very surprised. Advertisement. Why is it that the person who invaded Konoha was Obito? Rin, yes, I am the masked man. The one who controlled Nine Tails to invade Konoha. Obito sighed helplessly and admitted what he had done. Why destroy Konoha village? Why destroy your hometown? Minato demanded. Hey, Minato-sensei, it's all your fault. You were always just a little bit short, every time you were just a little bit short. And Kakashi was the same. He clearly promised me, but he broke the promise. Before Obito could finish his words, Neji kicked him into the wall. What are you talking about? Blame yourself for not having the ability. The person you should blame the most is yourself. Neji cursed. Okay, Uchiha Obito, you have now invaded Konoha village, created Nine Tails to attack Konoha, and attempted to stir up strife in Konoha. Now, you are unforgivable, take you away. Neji said coldly. This is, Neji-sama. Minato and Kushina looked at each other and immediately took Obito away. To be honest, everything they were doing to Obito now was incomprehensible. Not only is it incomprehensible, it is even quite infuriating. How could such a good child do such a thing? Obito was escorted away. Because the opponent was quite proficient in time and space ninjutsu, the Konoha village's security department sealed his Sharingan, preventing him from using time and space ninjutsu. After the whole incident, Nohara Lin was still a little dazed. During the few days since her rebirth, she also learned about many stories in the ninja world bit by bit. For example, after her death, the Third Ninja World War ended not long after. But not long after, a guy who called himself Uchiha Madara came to Konoha and controlled the Nine Tails to wreak havoc. Among them, his beloved fourth Hokage Minato and the previous generation Nine Tails Jinchuriki, both died because of this incident. What follows is the genocide of the Uchiha family. And now, after knowing that Obito was the masked man, the one who attacked Konoha and killed Minato and Kushina, Lin was a little collapsed. Lord Neji, why would Obito do such a thing? Lin had a headache. In the past, Obito was obviously so lively and caring about his companions. Why on earth did he become like this? It's a headache, isn't it? Lin nodded. I don't understand. Obviously Obito, he wasn't that kind of person before. If you can't figure it out, don't think about it. Come over here and drink some milk. Neji smiled and pulled Lin into the room. Neji is an adult. Lin's originally confused expression suddenly changed into something else. Chapter 104. Mr. and Mrs. Minato return home. A night passed. Nohara Lin's heart was fully nourished. She couldn't remember what happened yesterday about Obito being a traitor to Konoha. I just remember that the drink I had yesterday was pretty good. Neji-sama, it's time to get up. Lin looked at the sun that had already risen and couldn't help but give a small reminder. No rush. We just went to bed. Just continue sleeping for a while. Tobirama is in the Hokage's office anyway, so why should we get up so early? Lin's face turned red and she snuggled into Neji's arms again. On the other hand, after questioning all night yesterday, Mr. and Mrs. Minato have learned how Obito fell. I didn't expect Obito to be this kind of person. Minato was silent. What is this? His personality is so twisted. Well, let this traitor spend the rest of his life in jail. Kushina now has no good feelings towards Obito at all. She now knew how old Konoha was. 12 years. His own child, Naruto, has been alone and helpless for 12 years. If it wasn't for that beast Obito, how could Minato die? How could I die? How could Naruto become an orphan? He also indirectly caused the death of the Uchiha clan. He is really worse than an animal. Women's psychology is always sensitive. No matter how much Kushina loved Obito before, after he did this series of things. Now Kushina only feels great disgust towards Obito. What a beast. He even had the heart to kill his master and his mistress. Okay, let's go see our son now. Kushina suddenly said with a smile. Since he was resurrected, of course I have to go home. I haven't seen my son for 12 years and I don't know what he looks like now. That's true. Minato also smiled when talking about his son. Advertisement. Naruto is all alone, and must have suffered a lot. No. The third generation promised me that they would take good care of Naruto before we left. HMPH. If I saw my son being wronged, I would definitely break the third generation old man's ribs, just like Aunt Tsunade did. Kushina said viciously. Don't worry. The third generation master is a good man who keeps his promises. And, Naruto is very strong. After all, he is our son. Along the way, the Minato couple chatted about trivial things, almost all of which were related to Naruto's daily life. In their imagination, no matter how miserable Naruto was, at least he could have enough food and clothing. After all, Minato is the fourth Hokage, and as for Kusuna, the combined savings of the two of them are enough for a family to enjoy a lifetime. At best, Naruto might just live without their care. Why is it so dilapidated? After returning to her home, Kushina was shocked when she saw the situation inside. Why are there so many instant noodles? Does Naruto like instant noodles? And a lot of the things in this refrigerator are expired. And these clothes and bed sheets, why are they all torn? Why don't you have many pieces of clothing? And Jushingnai walked around the room tremblingly. The more she looked, the more shocked and angry she became. These living conditions are too bad. Especially the food, why are they all eating instant noodles? Jushingna's eyes were sharp. Some of the instant noodles opened in recent days were still expired for a long time. Things were obviously not what she thought. Naruto's life was really far from what she had imagined. Damn third generation old man, I will definitely kill you. Kushina wailed. She only has this one son. For 12 whole years, what kind of life did her Naruto lead? When Naruto was born, he died. Now 12 years have passed, but for Kushina, it is just a moment. It seemed like yesterday she had seen Naruto as a baby, but where was Naruto? He has spent thousands of days and nights alone. In an instant, Kushina suddenly wanted to rush into the Hokage's office and kill the third generation. Wait a minute, Kushina, maybe things are not what we think. Listen to me, Naruto hasn't come back yet. Why don't we wait for Naruto to come back and ask him in person? Minato hurriedly stopped Kushina. Don't you want to see your son? I think he will be back soon. Advertisement. I have asked the perception class to notify Kakashi. Naruto, and Kakashi will be here soon. Do you want Naruto to see you like this? Quote. Naruto, his son will be here soon. After hearing these words, Kushina regained some of her sanity. Yeah, Naruto will be here soon. There's no rush to settle the score with that third generation old man. Kushina hurriedly tidied up her appearance. I wiped away my tears and began to tidy up the home I had been away from for a long time. The other side. Kakashi and his group were still confused after receiving the message from the perception class. What? No mission today? Sasuke frowned. Right. We're going to Naruto's house today. Kakashi's tone was a little off. Go to Naruto's house. Why should we go to Naruto's house? Naruto's house must be dirty and ugly. I don't want to go there. Little Sakura muttered. Sakura-chan, my house doesn't stink at all. My house is very clean. But, Mr. Kakashi, why did you come to my house? Naruto was also very confused about this. Why did you suddenly stop doing the mission and want to go to my house? I don't know the details, but the Hokage said he'll give us a surprise, Kakashi said seriously. Hokage-sama, Neji. That guy, he became Hokage without any word, it's really despicable. Sasuke gritted his teeth. This guy's progress is really fast. Now, he hasn't even activated the 3-Tomo Sharingan, but that guy has become the Hokage of Konoha village. How can I defeat him like this? Alright, no more talking. We can just go and take a look and find out. Teacher Kakashi, you seem to be in a good mood recently. Did something good happen? Little Sakura asked puzzledly. Yes. Teacher Kakashi was unexpectedly not late today, said Naruto. Teacher Kakashi was not late for the assembly, which really surprised them. How could Mr. Kakashi not be late? This is really outrageous. Something big must have happened. Hehe, is that a good thing? I guess so. Kakashi laughed. Lin was resurrected, which is certainly a good thing. The companion who was killed by his own hands in the past came back to life again. This made Kakashi feel a lot more relaxed. Chapter 105 Naruto. Oh no, there's a thief in my house. Soon after, Naruto's home was reached. However, Naruto saw that there were different marks around his home than before, and he immediately felt that something was wrong. It seems like someone is in my house. Naruto suddenly said. He clearly felt that his home was a little different from before. Here, Naruto could vaguely sense some fragrance coming from his home. Oh no, there's a thief in my house. Naruto said hurriedly. What? The thief is so short-sighted. Why did he steal from Naruto's house when there are so many other houses to steal from? Little Sakura muttered. Naruto's family is so poor, what good things are there worth stealing? Stop talking and hurry up and catch up, Uchiha Sasuke said coldly. The two immediately hurriedly followed Naruto's steps and rushed in. But Kakashi, who was standing outside, was stunned. How could this be? This feeling, this chakra fluctuation? Kakashi said in shock. This familiar chakra is exactly the same as it was more than 10 years ago. Kakashi was a little bit unbelievable, even though he hadn't felt it for more than 10 years. But when that familiar feeling appeared again, he still recognized it. Ah, you guys, why did you come to my house? Damn it, get out of my house now. Wait, Naruto, that could be. Kakashi was suddenly awakened by Naruto's voice and shouted hurriedly. But Naruto had already rushed in. When I arrived at my home, the first thing that caught my eye was that the home environment was much cleaner than before. Humph, even if that's the case, I won't forgive you. Naruto felt a little strange seeing his room cleaned up, but he continued forward, wanting to catch the thieves. Damn thief. Pa 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 pa. Suddenly, a series of salutes were sounded, and something like a rainbow ribbon fell on Naruto's head on his birthday. Welcome back, Naruto. The two mysterious ninjas suddenly smiled warmly at Naruto. Quote. Who are you? Naruto was confused. I don't know why. Advertisement. When he saw these two people, he felt a thrill in his heart. Naruto looked at the two strangers carefully. Looking at their current appearance, they don't look like thieves. One of them had red hair and looked very gentle and amiable. The other one has the same yellow hair as him, like a little son. No. Wait. Naruto seemed to have discovered something, pointed at Minato in horror and yelled, you. How come you look exactly like the fourth Hokage? Fourth Hokage, Sasuke, little Sakura and others who arrived a little slower, subconsciously looked towards Minato and his wife after hearing Naruto's roar. Then they saw what Minato looked like. Transformation technique. The fourth Mizukage should have died long ago. Sasuke was extremely shocked. That's right. This yellow-haired guy actually looks exactly like the sculpture of the fourth Hokage on Hokage Rock. How is this possible? Naruto, is your house haunted? Little Sakura said in shock. Teacher Kakashi, please come over here quickly. There's someone here who looks exactly like the fourth Hokage. Kakashi was extremely excited. It is true. I didn't expect that Lord Neji could even successfully resurrect the fourth Hokage. Although Kakashi had expected this after sensing that familiar chakra. But when he saw with his own eyes the dead teacher Minato, he was resurrected in front of him. Kakashi's tears started flowing. Welcome back, teacher, Kakashi said excitedly. Ah, teacher. The three little ones looked at Kakashi calling the yellow-haired ninja, teacher, and were immediately confused. What on earth is going on? Advertisement. Are you, Kakashi? I haven't seen you for a while. You've grown so big. Minato smiled. No, Minato-sensei. The Yamanaka clan told me before that they would give me a surprise, but I didn't expect it to be you and your wife. Kakashi was excited, but also a little confused. But why are Teacher Minato and Mrs. Kushina in Naruto's house? Wow, 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 Teacher Kakashi, do you know these two people? Naruto was still a little curious. Silly child, I am your mother, Naomi Jushin couldn't help but say. Ah, you are my mother. Why? Don't lie to me, do I look like someone who is so easy to fool? Naruto immediately retorted. Everyone in the village knows that I'm an orphan. I don't have any parents. Don't try to lie to me. No, Naruto, we really are your parents. I can feel that you still have my chakra left in your body. Minato smiled warmly. You two are really going too far. How can you be so careless? Wait, Teacher Minato, are you saying that Naruto is your child? Kakashi said in shock. That's right, Naruto is the child of Kushina and I, Minato said seriously. So that's how it is. No wonder Minato-sensei showed up at Naruto's house. Kakashi understood. He really didn't know that Naruto was Minato's child. Well, what is going on? Little Sakura couldn't help but say. Let me explain. This is what happened. Minato told everything, including what happened to Uchiha Obito, and how he and Kusuna were resurrected. Obito, he's not dead either, Kakashi said in shock. Not only is he not dead, but he is also the mastermind behind the Nine Tails Rebellion. This news is really shocking. How did things turn out like this? So, you two are really my parents? Naruto couldn't help but ask. Of course, Naruto, we are indeed your parents. Thank you for your hard work over the years. Yes, Naruto, how have you been during these years when we were away? If anyone bullies you, just tell mom. Ju Xingya waved her fist and said, when mom was a child, she was always bullied. Your dad didn't help her at all. In the end, those who bullied me were all beaten down by mom. Minato looked a little embarrassed after hearing this. That's because you, Kuyukina, are already very strong. You don't need my help at all. But I'm a girl, and girls always want men to be heroes and save the girls. I know. Chapter 106. Kushina furiously attacks Hiruzen. Seeing how close the two were, Naruto couldn't help himself and threw himself into their arms. Mom, you don't know how I have lived these past 12 years. They all call me a demon fox. Not many people want to play with me. They all despise me. I'm obviously rich, but the shop owners won't sell me food. Quote. Meeting his real parents for the first time, Naruto's past 12 years of grievances suddenly came flooding back. Whether it existed or not, he blurted it all out. Sasuke felt a little uncomfortable when he saw the family reunion scene. I once had a happy family, but I lost everything. However, Naruto, this guy had nothing at the beginning, but got everything in the end. It's really unbelievable. I didn't expect that the father of the last place Naruto is actually the fourth Hokage. The one who was most shocked among them was little Sakura. Who would have thought that Naruto, who was always at the bottom of the list in the Ninja Academy, would suddenly become the son of a hero and the son of the fourth Hokage? This situation made little Sakura's brain unable to react for a moment. In her eyes, Naruto was just a loser and was useless, but it turned out that he had such a great background. Snort. Sasuke snorted and left on his own. I hate this place. However, before he took a few steps, he was frightened by Kushina's roar. What? How dare that damn old man from third generation do this? Ju Xingya was immediately filled with anger. Damn it, you think my son is not a human being? What a beast. My son has suffered such a great injustice. It was clearly agreed that I would take care of Naruto. Third generation, you old fool, even if you take Naruto to your Sarutobi clan, what's wrong with that? She would accept Naruto's last name as Sarutobi. But do you really have to leave my son here alone? And he even said he was the son of a fox demon. FKU, son of the fox. Who knew Naruto was a Jinchuriki? Aside from the Anbu who attacked Nine Tails and that old guy, how could anyone know that Naruto was a Jinchuriki? This kind of news must be spread secretly by someone. Although he is the son of a hero, he is slandered as a fox demon that harms the village. Advertisement. This damn old man actually explained. She was really PD off. If I don't beat that old third generation guy to the point where he can't take care of himself today, I won't live anymore. Kushina angrily rushed to where Hiruzen was. Mom, what happened to mom? Naruto said in shock. He felt that the third generation grandfather was very nice to him. Give him money every month and promote the will of fire. Naruto, you don't have to worry about this matter. Leave it to mom and dad. Minato said in a deep voice. His eyes were sharp and he seemed to lack his usual tenderness. He, Uzumaki Minato, has carried out at least hundreds of S-rank missions in his life. He didn't leave any of his saved money to Naruto, but only gave his son a small amount to send away. In this regard, third generation did something wrong. What's wrong? What happened? Little Sakura exclaimed. That location seems to be the location of the Hokage building. What a terrifying strength, not much worse than that of Master Tsunade. Kakashi secretly exclaimed. Third generation old man, this time it's really dangerous. Facing the furious Kushina, who was in the wrong. Alas, the third generation was quite smart when they were young, but they are getting more confused as they get older. Kakashi sighed. Before today, he had always thought that Minato and Kushina-sensei's child died in the Nine Tails Rebellion. I didn't expect that Minato's child was still alive, but Being the child of the fourth Hokage, this was a miserable life. It was much more miserable than the other orphans in Konoha. After listening to Naruto's crying, Kakashi really couldn't understand the third generation's thoughts. Think about the third generation's grandson and Naruto's situation. What on earth is going on in the minds of the third generation adults? How could they do such a stupid thing? Konoha Hokage building. Sarutobi Hiruzen was in a miserable state at this moment. Almost all the ribs on the chest were broken. Kushina's punch was simply amazing. He couldn't even stand up. Cough. Advertisement. Hiruzen spat out a mouthful of old blood. You old B******************* D, I'm going to beat you to death. Kokona was still angry. She raised her fist and rushed towards Hiruzen fiercely again. 12 whole years. Her heartache lasted only a moment. But what about Naruto? He had been enduring this kind of environment for 12 years, thousands of days and nights. This is even worse than when she was a child. Kukina, I know I'm sorry Minato. Bang. Kushina threw another punch, causing Hiruzen to lose several teeth. You still feel sorry for me and Minato. You old thing. Minato and I's son is like this. If it was someone else's child, you would have tortured him to death. Bang. Kushina punches again. You're still feeling sorry for me. Minato and I died a long time ago. What is there to feel sorry for? The one you feel most sorry for is Naruto. You didn't give him what he should have. Where's my Minato's money? You let an old man like you take care of people, and this is how you take care of people. B*************** D. Bang bang bang. Sarutobi Hiruzen's teeth were almost broken. He knew he was in the wrong, so he didn't fight back. But damn, Ju Xingya was too ignorant of the limits. If you keep fighting like this, you will really die. Hiruzen was in terrible pain, but he was the third Hokage, so someone should have come to stop Kushina at this time. Why didn't anyone stop it? Where are the people? Tobirama, do we really not need to worry about it? Hashirama scratched his head. The monkey seemed to be about to be beaten to death. No need. No one needs to care without my order. Tobirama said coldly. I thought Monkey could manage Konoha, but I didn't expect that I chose the wrong person. This is the punishment he deserves. Senju Tobirama is extremely cold and ruthless. During this time, he already knew the basic situation of Konoha village. Hiruzen's philosophy was completely different from what he had in mind. During his tenure, he even came up with this crap called the root. Danzo and Hiruzen too, without their own restraints, grew so wildly. Moreover, the two major families that the village was proud of, the Senju family and the Uchiha family, were destroyed one after another. After carefully checking the news, Senju Tobirama immediately realized that this was the Hokage's top brass trying to eliminate dissidents. Chapter 107 Naruto's identity is revealed, the son of a hero. HMPH. Can Konoha without the Senju clan still be called home? Tobirama snorted coldly. Konoha village is made up of families, which are both a collective and different individuals. The collective interests of Konoha are important, but without the support of the family, how can Konoha be peaceful? The family came first and Konoha came second. This is in line with Tobirama's philosophy. How can a village be united if it can't even bring happiness to its own people? What Hiruzen did before was not integration, but internal fighting and eliminating dissidents, which went against Konoha's concept of peace. By the end, Sarutobi Hiruzen was almost beaten into a half-crippled state. Hashirama couldn't bear it when he saw this situation, so he stepped forward to stop Kushina's actions. Stop it. With Hashirama's appearance, even the furious Kushina was shocked. You are the first Hokage. Kushina said in shock. First Hokage Senju Hashirama, also known as the god of ninja, has a fighting ability that is unique in the ninja world. Facing the god of ninja, even Kushina no longer had that angry expression. Hashirama started to get serious. Just by sensing his huge chakra, Kushina felt as if she felt an infinite pressure sweeping over her. This farce ended only after the first Hokage appeared. Haha, it seems that Kokona is having a great time. Neji smiled. He actually didn't really care whether Hiruzen lived or died. After awakening his ability, he can immediately give birth to countless Sarutobi Hiruzen if he wants. And this old man is indeed old. In addition, what he did was not a glorious thing, so there was no need for Neji to intervene. Snort. This time I did it for the sake of being the first Hokage. If there's a next time, I will never forgive you, you old man. I will never forget the injustice our Naruto has suffered. Kushina cursed. After saying this, she left without looking back. Minato came in front of Hashirama and apologized with an embarrassed look on his face. Advertisement. I'm really sorry, Shodai. My wife is a little excited right now. Ahahaha, it's okay, it's okay. It's time for Monkey to suffer a loss. It was originally this kid's fault. The two of them were talking quite harmoniously, but it seemed like everyone had almost forgotten about the old guy Hiruzen. After the two of them finished their conversation, Hiruzen was taken away for treatment by the medical team who had arrived late. This injury is too severe, isn't it? His sternum is almost broken. I'm afraid it will take 3 to 5 years for him to recover. The medical ninja from the medical squad gasped after seeing Hiruzen's horrific injuries. Damn, this is too cruel. However, the third Hokage was beaten like this. This inevitably aroused the suspicion of many people. To this, Tobirama also issued the notice in a timely manner. The son of 4th Hokage Namikaze Minato is the current Uzumaki Naruto, this news. In just half a day, everyone in the village had received the notice. What? That guy is the 4th Hokage's son. Doesn't that mean a hero's son? Shit, no way, I beat that kid before. Is he really the son of a hero? Nonsense. This news was personally passed on by the top leaders of Konoha. How could it be false? It's over. What on earth did I do to deserve such a thing to the child of the hero who protected our village? I really deserve to die. I deserve to die too. It's all the fault of those people who insisted on saying that the child was a demon fox. Who on earth said that? For a moment, all the villagers in the village were terrified. The 4th Hokage died protecting the village from a demon fox. However, they mistook their son for the demon fox that attacked Konoha village. This is just like sending the son of your benefactor into the frying pan. They really deserve to die for doing such beastly things. At the same time, advertisement. The friends who were in the same period as Naruto also knew about this. I didn't expect Naruto to be the son of the 4th Hokage, it's incredible. Shikamaru said in shock. Naruto is so amazing, I didn't expect his father is the 4th Hokage. Choji said. Ah, that last place student turned out to be the legendary 4th Hokage's child. This is really unbelievable. Ino looked doubtful about life. Obviously the 4th generation members are so handsome, but why does Naruto not look like his father at all? But the 4th generation ones are so handsome, Ino's eyes sparkled. He saw the 4th generation, and he really was a handsome guy. Really, why didn't Naruto inherit his father's handsomeness? After the news spread, Naruto's status in the village immediately changed drastically. Those villagers who were unwilling to sell things to Naruto and even beat him up in the past, all ran to Naruto's house and apologized repeatedly. However, when they saw the 4th Hokage himself, they were so frightened that they knelt down and kowtowed to apologize. Damn, that kid is really the 4th Hokage's child. After Minato found out what these people did to his son, he was not very happy. You shouldn't say forgiveness to me, but to Naruto. Minato said seriously. Even if Naruto is just an ordinary orphan, you shouldn't transfer your hatred to a child. The child himself did nothing wrong. Think carefully about your children. If you suddenly disappeared and your children were treated badly by people around you, wouldn't you be angry? If everyone is like you, is there any need for Konoha village to exist? Quote. Listening to the 4th Hokage's criticism, the villagers were embarrassed and could only say yes repeatedly. Okay, I don't want to say anything more about you. You are sorry to Naruto, not me. I am not qualified to forgive you on behalf of Naruto. As long as Naruto doesn't care, then let it go. Minato said indifferently. After hearing this, the faces of the villagers looked unhappy. Not long ago, they were still hurling insults at this little brat, but now they are begging for forgiveness. This is very embarrassing for those of them who are over 30 years old. But his father, the 4th Hokage, is here, and he is the descendant of a hero. Chapter 108. Hey, if you don't let your parents live, what can you do to me? Master Naruto, I'm sorry for offending you before. I believed the rumors. Yes, we really deserve to die. This is a little gift from me. Master Naruto, if you come to our store in the future, I am willing to compensate you, 10% off. Little Naruto was a little uncomfortable seeing many of the guys who used to speak ill of him suddenly start to respect him. Forget it. What happened before is in the past. Naruto, I'm a very generous person, unlike you guys who even bully a child. Naruto said proudly. After hearing this, everyone felt extremely embarrassed. After the incident, Naruto happily returned to his home, ate the food his mother cooked, and had his father, the Hokage, teach him ninjutsu. This was the warmth of home that Naruto had never thought of before, and had never felt before. Immersed in this warmth, Naruto quickly forgot all the unfair treatment he had suffered before. However, Naruto's happiness made some people jealous. Naruto's father is resurrected, but what about my parents? What about my clan members? Sasuke said sadly. If he had nothing at the beginning, he could get all the happiness like Naruto, he also wants it. Go find Neji. Yes, go find Neji. The 4th Hokage was resurrected because of him, so Neji must have a way to resurrect my parents. Sasuke suddenly thought of the person he remembered. That's right, if it was Neji, maybe he could actually revive the dead members of the Uchiha clan. After thinking about this, Uchiha Sasuke immediately set off and ran towards the Hokage building. Neji, I want to see you, Lord Neji. Lord Hokage, Sasuke yelled as he ran. He ran to the Hokage's office, only to see a white-haired figure. It's really noisy, you born evil Uchiha kid. Tobirama frowned, looking displeased. Where's Neji? Sasuke asked in a deep voice when he saw the Hokage in his office. Oh, he should be in the back mountain now, right? Tobirama said casually. After hearing Neji's news, Uchiha Sasuke immediately ran towards the back mountain without stopping. At this moment, Neji is camping with Nohara Rin, Hinata, and Hanabi. I was halfway through eating when I heard Sasuke running frantically. Neji, Neji, I have something to ask of you. Sasuke said loudly, panting. Advertisement. Do you know how to resurrect the dead? Sasuke asked. Yes, you want to resurrect your parents. Neji said with a smile. Sasuke nodded. May I? As long as you resurrect my parents, I, Uchiha Sasuke, will work like a slave for you all my life, and be your little brother all my life, and obey your orders. Sasuke said excitedly. As long as you revive my parents, you can ask Uchiha Sasuke to do anything. No. Neji smiled and said, I'm sorry. Although I have the resurrection magic, I really can't revive your parents. Sasuke was stunned. Could it be that the resurrection magic has extremely powerful side effects? That's right. A divine power like this that can resurrect the dead cannot be performed easily. I'm afraid that once Neji uses it, he will face extremely serious side effects. No. Neji smiled. What? There are no side effects at all. Just look if you don't believe me. After saying that, Neji then pulled out a copy of White Zetsu from his Kamui space. One is used as a medium to add Uzumaki bloodline to him, and then use the Rinnegan to link and use the Rinne Tensei technique. After a moment, Hotake Tsukumo, which had been dead for decades, is now freshly released. What's wrong with me? I remember I should have committed suicide. Why am I still alive? Hotake Tsukumo asked in surprise. Why is this? He looked at his own fresh flesh and boiling blood. There is no doubt that he is not dead. You, who are you? This is the Rinnegan. Tsukumo looked at Neji in shock. This little kid actually possesses the legendary Rinnegan. Hello, Neji greeted with a smile. Welcome to 20 years later, Hotake Tsukumo. 20 years from now. Advertisement. Hotake Tsukumo looks toward Hokage Rock in the distance. First generation, second generation, third generation, fourth generation, fifth generation. Hokage has already reached the fifth generation. Before he committed suicide, the Hokage had only reached the third generation. Did you resurrect me? Tsukumo asked in surprise. How did you do that? And this kid looks exactly like the fifth Hokage statue. I won't say anything more. Since you are Kakashi's father, I will give you something good. Neji came up and applied the whirlpool bloodline to Tsukumo's body. In this way, the resurrected Tsukumo was also under his control. I feel like my strength has gotten stronger, and my vitality has also. Tsukumo was secretly shocked. What on earth did this kid just do? Then, before he could be surprised for long, many memories suddenly came to his mind. That's the basic situation right now, and there's also the matter of Kakashi. Okay, you have nothing to do here now. Go home and find Kakashi. You are almost the same age as Kakashi now, so don't call him son. Just call him brother. Neji waved his hand, ready to send him away. Thank you Hokage for giving me a second chance to be reborn. Tsukumo looked excited. I can't believe that it's already been about 20 years. Kakashi, I didn't expect my son to suffer so many setbacks. It's dad's fault for leaving you alone in the village. Hotake Tsukumo left. Sasuke was overjoyed when he saw a living person who had been dead for more than 20 years resurrected in front of him. This guy sounds like Kakashi's father. That white-haired guy died much earlier than his father. Until now, my parents have not been dead for 10 years. If they were to be resurrected, wouldn't it be easier than this? Neji, since the resurrection technique has no side effects, please resurrect my parents quickly. Sasuke said excitedly. Neji smiled and spoke slowly. No, I can't do that. Sasuke was stunned. Why? Is it that the resurrection magic has a limit and can only revive one person a day? No. If I want, I can revive 30 or 50 people a day. That's no problem. Then why can't I revive my parents? Chapter 109 Sasuke's Dark History. Because I don't want to. Neji said seriously. Look, Sasuke, how can you make people do something they don't want to do? But, damai, I just don't. Please, I'll knock for you. No, this is not a question of kowtow. Quote. Hey, you're right, I was just trying to make things difficult for you, what's wrong? Quote. Neji smiled and sent Sasuke, who looked ashen, away. Well, Neji-chan, isn't this a bit too much? Hinata felt a little reluctant. Yes, Lord Neji, I saw that guy looked as pale as death, so pitiful, Lin couldn't help but say. Neji chuckled. Of course he has his own considerations. Don't worry, I'm just trying to stimulate Nijiru's potential. Neji said seriously. This guy's Sharingan is too slow to open. During the night of the genocide, this brat had only awakened one Tomo Sharingan. Perhaps it was because Sasuke was young at that time that he was limited in opening the Sharingan. But now Uchiha Sasuke is already 12 years old. Now I give him hope that he can revive his parents, but I won't revive this guy. I just don't believe it. Sasuke won't awaken the Mangekyo Sharingan this time. Neji chuckled. Having the hope of resurrecting his family is no less than revenge against his brother. However, even though this opportunity was right in front of him, Uchiha Sasuke was unable to do it. He just didn't believe it. Under such great stimulation and torment, this kid still can't awaken the Mangekyo Sharingan. Although I can add Mangekyo Sharingan to him, the added Mangekyo Sharingan cannot be extracted. If necessary, let this guy grow on his own. Neji said secretly. The Kakashi family, as the leader of the Jonin, compared to the Anbu's job, these days are obviously more leisurely. I just spend my days with 3 kids, and as long as there is no particularly important task, it feels like I'm on vacation. Oh my, what a wonderful day. Rin is resurrected, and although it's a bit regrettable about Obito's incident, but, Advertisement. Kakashi could do nothing about Obito's current changes. It's all his fault. If he hadn't failed to protect Rin, Obito wouldn't have ended up like this. But people have to admit their mistakes, and the most help he could give to Obito was to go see him with Lin. There seems to be someone in my house. Kakashi was stunned. How is this possible? He is the only one living in his home now. How could there be someone there? Looking at the shining lights in the house, Kakashi subconsciously thought of the scene when Naruto returned home. Could it be? Kakashi was shocked. There will be no mistake. This Chakra is Dad. As if wanting to verify his thoughts, Kakashi hurriedly opened the door of his house. The one who came towards me was a white-haired man. Oh, is that Kakashi? Long time no see. I'm resurrected. Tsukumo scratched his head. I saw my son again. He is not much older than me now. This really seems a bit embarrassing. Father, is this you who was resurrected by Lord Neji? Kakashi asked excitedly. Tsukumo nodded, then said awkwardly, I'm sorry, Kakashi, for leaving you alone. No, it's okay. After all, it's all over now. And, there's nothing wrong with this scene right now. Kakashi said with a smile. Yeah, ha ha ha. I didn't expect that the once serious Kakashi would actually read a banned book like Intimate Paradise. It seems that you have grown up. Father, how did you know? Hey, isn't this book right on the table? I saw it as soon as I came in. Is that so? Haha, don't worry. The content is pretty good. My father also enjoyed it. Especially. Wait, father, let's not discuss these topics. Let's talk about something else. In the following days, Uchiha Sasuke never gave up looking for Neji. However, Sasuke failed each time. Advertisement. Neji had no intention of reviving his parents. Finally, after half a month of begging, Sasuke finally realized that Neji was just playing with him. Damn it, why? Why can you revive Naruto's parents, but you can't revive my Uchiha Sasuke's parents? Sasuke stood in the former Uchiha station and roared in anger. Damn Hyuga Neji, why do you treat me like this? You even resurrected some other insignificant ninjas in that village. Why can't I revive my parents? Why on earth is this happening? In the past half month, Sasuke has almost exhausted all his dignity. Whether it was kneeling and kowtowing to Neji, or constantly complimenting him like a lapdog. Sasuke almost threw his dignity into the dirt, but Neji was not only not moved by his behavior, but became even more excessive. Sasuke was filled with shame and indignation. Thinking back carefully to what Neji had asked him to do these days, he became annoyed. It's fine if he went to peek at the women's bathhouse. He even pretended to be blind and sneaked into the women's bathhouse to take a bath. It's really abominable. He had the Sharingan, and he was from the proud Uchiha clan, yet he did something so shameful. That's fine. What's even more outrageous is that this guy actually asked him to walk under the moonlight, release grace, steal the panties of the village aunties, and even asked him to kiss that guy Naruto. Sasuke gritted his teeth. Recalling the humiliating history of the past half month, he was about to collapse. For the sake of his father and mother, he endured it all. But what is the result? This guy Hyuga Neji showed no intention of giving in at all. Resurrecting one's own parents seems like a gimmick. This guy is just playing with himself. He didn't even want to revive any member of the Uchiha clan. This really made him shiver with anger. Why is the world so unfair? I have come this far, what else do you want from me? Sasuke roared in grief and anger. Can you understand? I know clearly that my parents can be resurrected and come back to me again. But he could never revive them, and could only be sadly treated as a pet dog and played around by Neji. Chapter 110 Sasuke. Listen to me and thank you for having you. This feeling of grief and anger suddenly made Sasuke feel a surge in his eye sockets. Streams of heat began to gush out. His two Tomo Sharingan began to change. Suddenly, the third Tomo appeared. However, this is not the limit. After the third Tomo appeared, the situation changed again. Mangekyo Sharingan. He actually awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan at this moment. This is the Mangekyo Sharingan. It's the same eyes as that Itachi. Sasuke said in shock. Then he couldn't help laughing wildly. Ha ha ha. This is truly a life-saving opportunity. I never thought that Uchiha Sasuke would actually awaken the Mangekyo Sharingan. Hyuga Neji, just wait for me. Once I have these eyes, I will take back all the humiliation you have inflicted on me. Sasuke said with a gloomy face. He wants to use this pair of Mangekyo to defeat Neji and then let him resurrect his parents. Sasuke, who had awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan, was unusually confident, and he immediately headed to where Neji was. Looking from the outside, the lights were dim and there seemed to be a group of people gathered in the house, as if they were having a party. However, Sasuke was so overwhelmed by his inner desires that he completely ignored the existence of these people. He blasted the door with a great fireball. Hyuga Neji, I want to challenge. Dad. Sasuke had a defiant look on his face, and was about to challenge Neji, but before he could finish his words, he saw his father, Uchiha Fugaku, actually walking out of the house. This made Sasuke rub his eyes. Is it because I miss my parents so much that I have this hallucination? But how is this possible? You have to know that his eyes now are Mangekyo Sharingan. How could I be wrong with these eyes? So, In front of him, was the real Uchiha Fugaku. Sasuke, I haven't seen you for so many years. You've grown up. A smile appeared on Fugaku's calm face. It's been 5 years since we last met, right? You've worked really hard during these 5 years. Father. Sasuke was shocked when he confirmed that it was really his father. Advertisement. Why? Why is my father here? My father was resurrected, but didn't Neji say that he would never resurrect his father? Sasuke came in furious, and all the anger he had built up suddenly disappeared. This is too unbelievable. Something is wrong. However, before Sasuke had time to react, another figure walked out of the house. Sasuke. Is that Sasuke? Sasuke shuddered, tears threatening to fall from his eyes at the familiar voice. Mother. Sasuke. After seeing Makoto, Sasuke couldn't control his emotions and rushed into his mother's arms. Neji, Lin and others who were inside the house were also smiling as they watched this scene. After a round of crowd support, Sasuke finally returned to his original state. He looked at Neji and the others sitting at the table and immediately questioned. Hey, Neji, what the hell is going on? Didn't you say you would never revive my parents? Oh, you're talking about this. Neji smiled. Sorry, I love to tell little lies all my life. You be asterisk 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 D. When Sasuke heard this, his face turned purple with anger. Damn it, do you know how much I have suffered for your little lie? Not only did he peek into the women's bathhouse and break into it, he also stole the panties of the village widow, and he was with that guy Naruto. It's really despicable. Thinking back on the humiliation he had suffered over the past half-month, Sasuke felt that he could feel the strange looks from others when he walked on the street now. That look made his face burn. A-hole, how dare you play tricks on me like this? I will make you pay the price. Sasuke cursed. Resident, Sasuke, Uchiha Fugaku suddenly scolded. Don't be like this, Sasuke. Don't you realize that Lord Neji did all this for you? Fugaku said in a deep voice. Advertisement. For me, Sasuke laughed angrily when he heard this. Father, do you know that for the past half-month, your own son has been being teased like a monkey? Damn, do you know what it feels like to walk a bird under the moon? Do you know what it feels like to be caught with the manna from heaven? Do you know how humiliating it is to be caught in a women's bathhouse? Father, you don't understand. I must compete with this guy today, Sasuke said angrily. Madness. Do you think I haven't seen what you've done in the past half-month? Fugaku scolded. You have no idea how much Neji-sama has helped you. Look at these eyes of yours. These Mangekyo Sharingan. These eyes can only be awakened by the Uchiha after experiencing a great emotional shock. Among our Uchiha clan, there are only a few people who can awaken these eyes. Everything Neji-sama did was all done to awaken your Mangekyo Sharingan. Fugaku yelled, causing Sasuke to freeze in his tracks. What? This guy did all this just to make me awaken the Mangekyo Sharingan. Yes. Sasuke, you don't know. The Mangekyo Sharingan possesses great power. Although you have endured a lot in the past half-month, now that you have the Mangekyo Sharingan, your strength is now extraordinary. Makoto said seriously, the power of the Mangekyo Sharingan can catapult you to the top fighting force of the village. Seeing his parents like this, Sasuke understood. Neji probably knew about this. In that case, I should thank you too, Hyuga Neji. Sasuke deadpanned. No, after all, I have put a lot of effort into you. It would be great if you could understand. Neji laughed. Hurry up and thank Neji. Sasuke. Fugaku said in a deep voice. Do you know how heavy the price of awakening the Mangekyo Sharingan is? When I awakened Mangekyo, my best friend died in front of me. Every awakening of Mangekyo is cruel. You are very lucky to have awakened Mangekyo without losing anything. Sasuke was silent. But Dad, I lost my dignity. He will never forget the scene when he was caught walking his bird under the moon and enjoying the rain. Chapter 111. The Master of Fraud, Hyuga Neji. Still, Fugaku is right. Neji really helped him a lot this time. Not only did he revive his parents, but he also awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan himself. This is a favor he can never repay. Neji, thank you so much this time. Thank you for bringing my parents back to life, and for letting me awaken the Mangekyo Sharingan. Sasuke's mouth twitched. I don't know why, even though he has awakened such a powerful Mangekyo Sharingan, he can't be happy. It's okay, Sasuke, you are still young and cannot understand my intentions. I know, Neji said with a smile. As an adult, you always have to take on more responsibilities. Sasuke's mouth twitched when he heard this. But in fact, he did benefit from it. Not only did his strength increase, but even the Mangekyo Sharingan was awakened. This should be a great thing. But thinking back on what happened over the past half-month, Sasuke couldn't laugh at all. Since you're here, why don't you have a meal with us, Sasuke? Lin said with a smile. No, Sasuke quickly declined. The person he least wants to see right now is the Hyuga Neji in front of him. Sasuke is right. Lord Neji has helped us so much, you should let us treat you to a meal. How can we let you treat us to a meal? Fugaku said seriously. We will hold a grand banquet some other day and sincerely invite Lord Neji to be a guest of our Uchiha clan. Yes, please give us a chance to thank you, Lord Neji. Makoto also echoed. Both of them are extremely sincere. Especially Fugaku. What worried him most during his lifetime was how his family and the village could live in harmony. This task was not completed until his death. But I didn't expect that after being resurrected, it would be so easy to complete. Now after the Third World War, the third Hokage and Danzo and his gang have all stepped down. The power of the entire Konoha village has been reshuffled, and the threat from the Uchiha clan is no longer a destabilizing factor for the new Hokage. This is really cause for celebration. No, I will definitely come to support you when the time comes. Neji said with a smile. Now is not the time to talk about this. Let's eat. If you don't eat now, the food will get cold. Advertisement. Yes, Master Neji is right. After finishing this dinner, Uchiha Sasuke took his parents back to the Uchiha base. Who would have thought that when he came he looked like he was going to kill someone, but when he left he was as happy as a child. After the wave of Konoha's resurrection, almost all the famous ninjas in the history of Konoha village were resurrected by Neji. Increasing combat power is one aspect, but mainly these people can also make him stronger. The more people there are, the more power they give to themselves. Dad, can you teach me ninjutsu? The Chunin test is coming soon. I want to learn new ninjutsu. Naruto said. A new ninjutsu. Minato thought about it and smiled. Okay. Dad is currently proficient in two types of ninjutsu. One is a support ninjutsu called the Flying Thunder God technique, and the other is an offensive ninjutsu called the Rasengan. Which one do you want? Is there any need to ask? Of course I want them all. Naruto said excitedly. I'm going to show those guys how powerful the fourth Hokage's son is during the Chunin test. I won't be the last one in their impression anymore. I won't let my father's reputation be ruined in my hands. Minato smiled kindly after hearing this. Our Naruto is really kind. All right. Then leave the rest of your time to me, your father.
The other side. Sasuke is also trying out his new powers. The power of this Mangekyo Sharingan is indeed terrifying enough. But, the side effects are too great. My eyesight has actually decreased a little. Sasuke frowned. If you use Amaterasu or flame control, your vision will deteriorate significantly. But if it's just some simple illusions, then the impact won't be that great. Dad, is there any way to make the side effects of Mangekyo disappear? Sasuke asked towards the back.
To make the side effects of Mangekyo disappear, I'm afraid that would require turning Mangekyo Sharingan into Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. As Fugaku was talking, he suddenly thought of someone. Weasel, I wonder if you have realized your ideas now. Soon, the day of the Chunin test arrived. Advertisement. This time, the Chunin test is a comprehensive test combining the two ninja villages of Sunagaku and Konoha village. Agreed upon simultaneously by the third Hokage and the fourth Kazekage, the Chunin test. Of course, Neji knew that the fourth Kazekage was Orochimaru in disguise. But Neji didn't expose him. After all, I'm quite bored right now. Neji laughed. Let's just catch the turtle in the jar and let Orochimaru get in here by himself. Ha, Neji, you are also going to take the Chunin test. Naruto and the others were stunned after hearing the news. Are you serious, kid? Aren't you already a Hokage? Do you still need to be certified as a Chunin? Of course I will participate. Neji pretended to sigh. Although I am the Hokage, I still have to follow the rules of Konoha. As a genin, of course I have to take the Chunin promotion test. UB *****************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************ằằằằằằằằằằằằằằằằằằằằằằằằằằằằằằằằằằằằằằằằằằằằằằằằằằằằằằằằằằằằằằ After a few days, many unfamiliar faces have come to Konoha village. These guys are wearing forehead protectors and are obviously not from the same village as Konoha village. At the end of the alley, Neji saw a red-haired boy. This is the one-tail Jinchuriki of Tsunagaku, Gaara. It just so happens that the entry for one tail hasn't been extracted successfully yet. Neji chuckled. If this continues, I'm afraid there won't be any need for Akatsuki to plan, as I can capture all the other tailed beasts in one fell swoop. Bang! Gaara was knocked to the ground. The two people following Gaara felt their hearts almost jump out of their throats when they saw this scene. It's over. That guy actually dared to hit Gaara. Konkuro said in shock. This guy is going to die. Tamari also spoke up. Don't be fooled by Gaara's young age, but among Tsunagaku, he is a very scary lunatic. Once he goes crazy, even Jonin can be killed by him. What's more, this skinny ninja. Chapter 112 Neji's sand bath time. Oh my, I'm really sorry. I didn't expect your body to be so fragile. I accidentally knocked you down, Neji said with a smile. Are you all right? Are you okay? Tamari couldn't help but twitch when she heard the name. Is this kid trying to provoke Gaara? He really doesn't know his place. How dare he do such a thing? I'm going to kill you. Gaara also had a look of hatred on his face at this moment. He was cold and evil, without any nonsense, and directly controlled the sand to tie Neji to death. Hey, you want to give me a sand bath? That's really fun. Neji moved curiously, looking pleased with himself. This action really made Gaara dumbfounded. How is this possible? Tamari couldn't believe it. How did this guy do it? Facing Gaara's sand attack, he was not hurt at all. Hehe, it seems that you still have some ability. I am more and more interested in you. Seeing that Neji did not die as he thought, Gaara's eyes suddenly showed a hideous and cruel smile. Guys like this are worth killing. Sandbound coffin. Gaara increased his strength, trying to seal Neji in the sand once again. However, the result was beyond his expectations. Neji still looked comfortable, without showing any pain at all. Not bad, not bad, keep going. Damn it, are you kidding me? Oh my, I've been discovered. Neji said with a smile. He walked out of the sand at an incredible speed. As Gaara was about to retreat, Neji had already arrived at his side. That big hand slapped Gaara's shoulder heavily. Paw. Suddenly, Gaara's body sank about half a meter into the ground. Paw. Advertisement. Once again, Gaara's body went down another section. Temari's eyes widened, looking at the man in front of her in disbelief. How is that possible? This guy just patted Gaara on the shoulder twice and pushed Gaara into the ground. It's really a monster. Kankuro looked alert, and the chakra lines on his fingers had already connected to the puppet behind him. Even Gaara is no match for him, how can he win? Why, you two calm down. I have no intention of attacking you. If you didn't want to attack me, I wouldn't attack this red-haired boy. Neji laughed. A-hole, I'm going to kill you. How can a mere piece of mud trap me? Gaara was extremely furious. He was actually knocked to the ground by a small minion. What a shame. Snort. As long as he uses the power of chakra, he can quickly break through this kind of restraint. After all, he was born with the ability to control sand, soil and rocks on the ground, so how could they stop him? However, after a while, Gaara's originally confident face suddenly became confused and panicked. How is it possible? My chakra is being absorbed. Gaara said in astonishment. There was something underground, wrapped around his body like a root. This thing can forcibly absorb the chakra in his body, making the chakra in his body disappear quickly. For a moment, he was unable to get out of the mud. What did you do? Why was my chakra sucked away? Gaara demanded. How should I know this? If you ask me, who should I ask? Neji said with a smile. By the way, I still have things to do. If you're all right, I'll leave first. Temari and Kankuro saw this and didn't dare to stop it. They could only let the Byakugan ninja leave. What should we do? Temari asked. The two looked at Gaara who was still in the dirt, confused. Gaara, can you come out? Kankuro couldn't help but ask. Both of them were at a distance from Gaara. Because even though Gaara is their younger brother, the relationship between them is hard to describe. Because Gaara was out of control all the time, the two of them didn't dare to get too close to this guy. Damn it, it's just a trap. Do you think you can stump me? Gaara sneered. Although I don't know what that white-eyed kid did, the chakra in his body is almost being sucked dry. But this was exactly what he wanted. Advertisement. Inhale, inhale. When the chakra in my body is sucked dry, the monster in my body will wake up. By then, everything here will be destroyed, and I will make you pay with blood. Come out, monster. Gaara slammed his head hard into the ground, knocking himself unconscious. Oh no. Gaara, are you crazy? It's not the agreed time yet. Temari was shocked when she saw Gaara's actions. If one tail comes out now, wouldn't all their plans be ruined? Damn it, stop this guy quickly. Kankuro cursed. What a psychopath. It had only been a short time since we entered Konoha village, and something like this had already happened. It's easy for you to say that. How can we, the two genins, stop Gaara? Temari cursed. No. Let's go back and inform the captain first. Now that Gaara is asleep, a lot of sand and gravel have appeared on his body, as well as some strange runes. I'm out again. A sharp voice came out of Gaara's mouth. Hearing this strange sound, Temari and the others were startled. It's too late now. Damn it, it's all the fault of that kid with the rolled eyes just now. He actually caused such a thing. Temari's face turned pale. This monster is out, we're doomed. No. Why hasn't it come out yet? Kankuro suddenly seemed to have discovered something and he frowned. Gaara's body was still inside the pit and hadn't come out. Although the monster kept twisting its body, it was unable to break free. How strange. Could it be that even this guy can't get out of the pit? Temari was confused. What the hell is going on? Why can't even one tail get up? Is it stuck in the hole? Nonsense. It's just a small pit, how can it be so troublesome to me? Shukaku cursed. Who do you think lousy is? Lousy is Shukaku. It's just a small hole, I'm going to burst it. Shukaku was charging, but the more chakra it stored, the more it lost. This familiar scene brought back memories to Shukaku's mind. It can absorb a large amount of my chakra. Senju Hashirama, FKU. Shukaku screamed. Chapter 113. I seem to have seen him somewhere. So cold. Shukaku shivered. FKU, isn't this that damn wood style of so-and-so? So much time has passed, and that old guy is still not dead. After a moment, Shukaku, whose chakra was sucked dry by the wood style, shrank back into Gaara's body. FK it. What F asterisk 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 G bad luck. I actually ran into this guy. Now I'd better go back obediently. Shukaku sensed it. It was only a short while later that its chakra was consumed so much. Too scary. Can't afford to offend. That monster, has it gone back? Temari and the others were confused. What's going on? What happened to the monster inside Gaara? Didn't he jump out? Why did he suddenly go back? Anyway, This is a good thing for us now. Kankuro said in a deep voice. Let's take Gaara and leave here right now, before the people in Konoha discover our true purpose. After hearing this, Temari also became serious. That's true. It was really a great luck for them not to be exposed. Otherwise, their plan to come to Konoha village this time would have died in the cradle before it even started. Temari pulled Gaara, but couldn't move him. That guy with the white eyes dug the hole so tightly that I couldn't even pull it out. Temari increased her strength. Gaara's body was all bruised and blue, but he didn't come out of the mud. No wonder Gaara can't get out. It seems that the kid from Konoha has an incredible secret. Temari was secretly shocked. Fortunately, that kid didn't take them seriously before, otherwise today would not have ended so easily. Is it so troublesome? Let me do it. Kankuro frowned. Isn't it just pulling a person out of a dirt pit? Is there any need to be so panicked? After a moment, Kankuro was also confused. What kind of construction is Konoha's ground made of? So hard, so arrogant. The foundation is so solid, Konoha must be really rich. I can't pull it either. Advertisement. What should we do then? What else can we do? Dig a hole. Let's dig Gaara out. It seems that this is the only solution at the moment. Then, Temari and Kankuro began digging the pit despite the strange looks from people around them. That's weird, brother, what are they doing? They are digging a hole, haha. They dug the hole really well. They even managed to fit a person inside. I also want to dig a hole big enough to fit my brother. Stop it. This is not a big pit. Sister, you are digging a grave for your brother. Brother, what is? Kankuro and Temari's faces turned purple and red. It's really embarrassing for the whole family. However, the deeper one digs, the stronger the power of confinement becomes. This is. Temari looked in shock at the vines wrapped around Gaara, too many to count. So that's how it is. The reason why Gaara has been tied underground is because of these vines. Kankuro looked at the vines and frowned. What is this vine? Is it a bloodline limit? If there is anything that can be related to plants, it must be wood style. But, does Konoha have wood style bloodline limit now? Kankuro was extremely surprised. Isn't the wood style bloodline limit a bloodline limit that only the first Hokage possesses? Damn, these vines are so troublesome. I can't cut them with a kunai, and they absorb my chakra. Temari cursed. She had never seen anything so annoying. What are you guys busy with? Just as the two were rushing to rescue Gaara, an older man who looked kind and gentle came over. No, nothing. One of our friends accidentally fell into the pit. We are rescuing him. Temari said a few words casually and wanted to get rid of this guy. Fell into the pit. Hashirama looked surprised. Are there still potholes on the roads in the village now? Let me see. No, we will rescue him ourselves. No, what I mean is that I have to fill the potholes in Konoha's roads. Temari was stunned. Advertisement. I've been digging for most of the day, and now you want to fill it up for me. However, before she could vent her dissatisfaction, she saw that this seemingly kind guy in front of her could so easily accomplish something that they could not do. Those vines that can absorb chakra are like little brothers in front of this uncle. Hashirama clapped his hands, and the vines wrapped around Gaara retreated on their own. We have to fill the potholes on the village road. If someone falls into them again, it will be troublesome. Hashirama said casually. And the big hole created by Gaara has now been filled by wood style. Temari stared blankly at the old man in front of her, not knowing what to do. He seemed to have used wood style just now. He performed wood style. I think so. After all, those plants could be controlled by the other party and leave Gaara's body. Who on earth is this guy? Kankuro broke out in a cold sweat. It seems that Konoha village really is full of hidden talents. This guy looks like an average middle-aged man, but I didn't expect that what he did was so shocking. And, Kankuro felt very strange. Why do I feel like I've seen this guy somewhere? Kankuro murmured. You feel the same way? Temari asked in surprise. You have it too, Kankuro asked in astonishment. Could this guy be from Sunagaku? I don't know, but I feel like I've seen this guy somewhere before. Really, when I saw this guy's face, it really felt so familiar. Me too. The two looked at each other. Hiss. This is really a strange feeling. My brother clearly feels familiar with him, but why can't I remember who he is? Never mind all that, let's go and report what's happening here to the captain as soon as possible. Temari said in a deep voice. That's true. The people of Konoha really should not be underestimated. It seems we need to be more cautious. Kankuro also agreed very much. When they arrived at their residence, they told Baki, the commander-in-chief, everything that had happened to them today. What? Baki looked very surprised. I didn't expect to encounter such a thing on my first day in Konoha. And, are you sure that uncle is the owner of Wood Style's bloodline limit? Baki said in a deep voice. Chapter 114 Baki, look in front of you, see who is on the Hokage rock. We are sure. Yes, there's nothing wrong with that. We saw it with our own eyes. They used wood style ninjutsu in front of the two of us. And they didn't even make any hand seals. They just clapped their hands together. Kankuro's performance was extremely exaggerated. Most ninjas always have to make hand seals when using ninjutsu. But that uncle is really weird. It's not that he was forming hand seals so quickly that they couldn't see clearly, but he really just put his palms together and the ninjutsu came directly. That's not all. Captain Baki, I don't know why, but after my sister and I saw that man, we unexpectedly felt that he was very familiar. It's very likely that we have seen him before in Sunagaku. What? I saw that guy who performed wood style in Sunagaku. Could he be an undercover agent? Baki became serious. Draw me what that person looks like. Good. Kankuro nodded and started drawing immediately. He's not bragging. As a puppeteer, he deals with puppets every day. And as a puppeteer, you also need to assemble your own puppet. So when it comes to painting, even though he had almost never touched upon it before, he was very skilled at it. It only took a moment. Kankuro has already drawn the other person's appearance. Lifelike. Kankuro looked at the painting with great satisfaction in his eyes. The person on the screen is exactly the same as the ninja he saw during the day. Captain Baki, that's him. This guy is the one who performed wood style in Konoha village. Kankuro submitted his drawing. Okay, let me take a look. Baki said in a deep voice. He was a jonin in Sunagaku and knew many ninjas in Sunagaku. If the other party had really been undercover in Sunagaku, he would definitely be able to recognize him at a glance. Baki took the portrait and looked at it carefully for a moment. Hiss. Hey, why do I feel a sense of familiarity when looking at the man in this portrait? Baki was confused. What the hell is going on? After seeing the people on the screen, he felt the same as Tamari and Kankuro deep down. But, it's really strange. Baki wondered. Advertisement. Looking at the person in the portrait, he is so familiar, as if I had seen him not long ago. But the strange thing is, he just can't remember. It's really strange. However, in the midst of this confusion, Baki raised his head and wanted to say something. But his eyes suddenly looked through the window and saw somewhere outside the house. Quote. Masaga. Baki raised the portrait in his hand and looked somewhere outside the house. Exactly the same. It's as if they were carved from the same mold. Hey, are you two kidding me? Baki was silent for a while and finally spoke. Tamari and Kankuro were stunned. Brush you. How is this possible, Captain Baki? Why do you say that? Tamari couldn't help but say. That's right, Captain Baki. My sister and I really met the ninja who possessed the wood-style bloodline limit. Kankuro said. They really aren't lying. Alas. Baki sighed. Do you feel that the person in the picture is very familiar, as if you have seen him not long ago, but you can't remember him? Yes, that's me. It's really strange. Tamari wondered. It's fine if I'm alone. But my brother and I actually feel the same way at the same time. Do you know why? Captain Baki, do you know why? Tamari asked in surprise. Turn around and you'll know why. Baki deadpanned. If you turn around, you will know why. Tamari and Kankuro were a little surprised, but still turned their heads away. Now, do you know? Tamari, Kankuro. Not yet. How do we know? Looking at the two stupid guys, Baki sighed. Look at the Hokage rock outside of Konoha village. Isn't the portrait you drew of the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama, on the Hokage rock of Konoha village? Advertisement. Seriously, he was really convinced. Senju Hashirama, the god of ninja, has been dead for decades. Then his own people said that they had just met Senju Hashirama today, and also said that he could use wood style. Isn't it natural that Senju Hashirama would use wood style? After all, wood style was founded by him. You two must be tired, claiming to have seen Senju Hashirama, who has been dead for decades, Baki said. No wonder he felt that he had seen the person in the picture somewhere before. Isn't that right? You can see it as soon as you enter Konoha village. It's hard not to see the statue on Hokage rock in the center. The first Hokage who's talking to us, Senju Hashirama. At this point, both Tamari and Kankuro were confused. How is this possible? To be sure, they immediately locked their eyes on the Konoha Hokage rock. Although it is late at night now. But as a ninja, his eyesight is still better than that of ordinary people. So even in the deep darkness, they could vaguely see the sculptures on Hokage rock. The two of them faced the sculpture and looked at the portraits they had drawn. Quote. They were silent. It's exactly the same. The man in the picture is exactly the same as the sculpture of first Hokage Senju Hashirama. How is this possible? Could it be that the person who spoke to us before was first Hokage Senju Hashirama? Kankuro was confused. He can't understand. Are we encountering a ghost? The ghost of the first Hokage. Temari's face turned pale. But how can ghosts appear in the daytime? And, the guy who looked like Senju Hashirama that I saw during the day really looked like a living person. From her senses, Tamari was very sure that he was not a dead man or a ghost, but a living person. Snort. Baki snorted heavily. I see. I've seen through it. It's the people of Konoha who are playing tricks. This is a conspiracy of those people of Konoha. You think you can intimidate a Sunagaku with a mere first Hokage's ghost? Hee. You really underestimated us. Even if there really is a ghost of first Hokage Senju Hashirama, even if Senju Hashirama is really alive, I am not afraid. This time we have a deliberate plan. Even if Hashirama is resurrected, we will catch him off guard. Chapter 115. Orochimaru is confused. Baki is extremely confident. Although among ninjas, the legend of Senju Hashirama is incredible. But now that they have completed their plans, Konoha village is bound to suffer a heavy blow this time. Wait until the day of the Chunin test arrives. As the Hokage of Konoha, the Kazekage of Sunagaku also gathered together. Orochimaru, who was disguised as the fourth Kazekage, was completely stunned after seeing the Hokage appearing on the opposite side. Water fake. Orochimaru was dumbfounded. Isn't this guy the second Hokage, Senju Tobarama? How did he end up here? Isn't the second Hokage already dead? And the name written on this sacred robe is still second Hokage. Is it the third Hokage? Is it Sarutobi Hiruzen? Where did that old man, master, go? Although Orochimaru was shocked inside, he pretended to be smiling on the surface. Aiya, it seems like it's still a stranger. What happened to third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen? Why can't I see him? Orochimaru asked with a smile. Monkey, that guy brought this upon himself and is now recovering from his injuries. Tobarama said coldly. But speaking of which, are you the fourth Kazekage? You look quite young. Is this a face I haven't seen before? Are you a newcomer? Hehe, actually, I have another question but I don't know whether I should ask it or not. Why, you look exactly like the second Hokage Senju Tobarama on the Hokage rock. Orochimaru asked in pretended confusion. And your Hokage robe has the word second Hokage written on it. Why is that? It's simple. Because I am the second Hokage, Senju Tobarama. The answer is that simple. Senju Tobarama said coldly. Orochimaru secretly felt that something was wrong. And, what Chunin is testing now is also different from what they agreed upon. It was clear that at the beginning of the record, there was going to be a written test, but what about now? Not only were all the ninjas from the Chunin test gathered together, but even the ninjas from Sunagaku were vaguely surrounded. This is really an ominous sign. Orochimaru was secretly anxious. What should we do next? Should we launch the Konoha collapse plan ahead of time? Advertisement. But at this moment, he couldn't find any loopholes at all. And, the guy opposite him who looked like the second Hokage was also staring at him closely. Especially that cold look, it's really chilling. It was as if the real second Hokage had appeared. No, the second Hokage is dead. What on earth is this old guy Sarutobi Hiruzen thinking about? Orochimaru thought secretly. The death of second Hokage Senju Tobarama, as a member of Konoha and the apprentice of the third Hokage, he was well aware of this matter. There is no such thing as ninjutsu that can bring back the dead in this world. As far as I can remember, the only ninjutsu similar to this one is impure world reincarnation, which can temporarily summon the dead back from the underworld. But the Senju Tobarama in front of him didn't look like he was being impure world reincarnation at all. Maybe other people don't know what the ninja will look like after impure world reincarnation, but as someone who has done in-depth research on reanimation jutsu, he knows the specific effects and functions of this ninjutsu. That is to say, the second Hokage Senju Tobarama in front of me is that old guy Hiruzen in disguise. Orochimaru said with certainty. After all, to be able to imitate the second Hokage so perfectly, it would be impossible to do such a thing unless you have seen him in person. Currently, there are only 4 or 5 people in Konoha village who know about the second Hokage. Orochimaru had a blank expression on his face, he was a little confused about what Hiruzen was thinking. Why is this old guy dressing up as the second Hokage? Orochimaru was extremely confused, this was not like the style of the Hiruzen he knew. Watching the genins gathered in the audience, Orochimaru felt something strange. The current state of Konoha village was not what he had imagined. Not only as the third generation of Hokage, but also by doing this. Moreover, he even called other genins to gather together. This was totally different from the genin test that was agreed upon at the beginning. Oh no. Could it be that Hiruzen has realized what I want to do? Orochimaru exclaimed secretly. Which link went wrong? Almost all the ninjas of Konoha were present in the entire conference hall. Moreover, there seemed to be an encirclement formation that enveloped them. This had to cause Orochimaru to think. After all, although he wanted to implement the Konoha collapse plan, he didn't want to send Sarutobi Hiruzen to his death at the cost of his own life. Advertisement. Hokage-sama, this seems to be different from the process of the genin test we agreed upon, Orochimaru asked calmly. He wanted to test Senju Tobarama's attitude. Oh, this is what you are talking about. Because there have been new changes in Konoha village recently, the content of the Chunin test has been changed to a new version. Tobarama said in a deep voice. What? Orochimaru was stunned. Why didn't you tell me such an important thing? Tobarama gave him a strange look. You know now, don't you? Besides, our Konoha village's Chunin test must of course be conducted according to our Konoha village's ideas. Orochimaru's face was gloomy. Wrong. Something is so wrong. The Sunagaku ninjas in the audience also felt a sense of oppression in the air. What is going on now? Tamari was extremely alert. Konoha is becoming more and more weird now. Especially after seeing the reappearance of wood style in Konoha and the appearance of a figure similar to the first Hokage, she was no longer as optimistic as before. Okay, everyone be quiet. Suddenly, in front of a group of genins, a handsome guy with golden hair appeared. Namikaze Minato said to everyone, now we are going to engrave the samsara mark on everyone. After the samsara mark is engraved, we will immediately go to the new world for the Chunin test. Please line up in an orderly manner and get ready. Tamari and others were stunned. What is the reincarnation mark? Engraving. Even the team leader Baki felt something was a little weird. What the hell is going on? That Hokage looks like that, and this yellow-haired ninja. Baki's face darkened. These two people should have died in history. The current Hokage of Konoha is obviously the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, but the man who was facing off against the Kazekage-sama looked exactly like the second Hokage on the Hokage Rock. The most important thing is the blonde boy in front of him. Namikaze Minato. Chapter 116 Shukaku. I'm out. I'd better go back. There will be no mistake. Baki would definitely not mistake this ninja. Namikaze Minato is the fourth Hokage of Konoha village. He also participated in the Third Shinobi World War and of course witnessed how powerful Namikaze Minato was. The ninja in front of him looked exactly like the yellow flash in his mind. What on earth happened in Konoha village? Captain Baki said in horror. Is it transformation technique? But he couldn't find any trace of transformation technique. It was as if fourth Hokage Namikaze Minato died right in front of him. But the fourth Hokage had died long ago. Although it is not easy to obtain Sunagakure information, this intelligence is still known. I wonder what Lord Kazekage wants to do now. Baki said secretly. On the other hand, he watched as Konoha's troops were constantly surrounding his own troops. They even called it planting the reincarnation mark to protect their personal safety. How could Orochimaru possibly fall for such an obvious lie? You know, he knows about things like curses. If Konoha engraved something like a curse seal on the ninjas of Sunagakure now, they would be wiped out before they could even put up a resistance. No, the situation is not as planned. We must start the Konoha collapse plan ahead of schedule. Orochimaru's face darkened, and he immediately signaled his subordinates. Whoosh. After learning the signal sent by Orochimaru, the ninjas who were lying in ambush nearby immediately took action. Among them, 4 ninjas who were Orochimaru's subordinates immediately locked onto the Hokage's range and performed sealing techniques. A huge barrier suddenly enveloped him and second Hokage Senju Tobirama. At the same time, there was also a wave of commotion in the surrounding area. There are ninjas in the dark, quietly releasing hypnosis-inducing ninjutsu. But before the whole process was completed, Minato immediately realized where the enemy was. Flying Thunder God flashed by. Suddenly, Minato had already come to the side of the enemy ninja. Faced with the fourth Hokage who had been famous for a long time, these ninjas had no power to resist at all and were killed immediately. But this is just the beginning. As Sunagakure's ninjas, as well as Gaara the Tailed Beast, have already begun to take action. Advertisement. Hehe, teacher, we haven't seen each other for a long time. I didn't expect your transformation technique to be so powerful. I didn't even find any flaws at all. Orochimaru stopped pretending and immediately tore off his disguise, wanting to confront his beloved master. But the Senju Tobirama on the opposite side had a grim look on his face. Who are you? I don't remember having a disciple like you. Hehe, are you still pretending? Orochimaru remained unmoved, as he had already found out the current combat power of Konoha village. Even for an old man like Hiruzen, it would be impossible to set up a maze. Long time no see. You even forgot about me, your apprentice. Haha, but it doesn't matter. I also gave you a big gift. I hope you like it. Orochimaru smiled sinisterly, bit his finger, and began to summon 3 coffins. The coffins are numbered 1, 2, and 4. Orochimaru made seals with his hands one after another. Kid. Reanimation jutsu, you can't abuse it casually. Tobirama frowned. This junior actually abused the forbidden technique he created. Haha, since you know this is reanimation jutsu, you should be able to guess who is behind the coffin. Orochimaru was extremely happy. I didn't expect that old guy Hiruzen was really so confused. After seeing through his impure world reincarnation, he did not stop it at all. But even if you want to stop it now, it's too late. Come out, Hokage of all generations. Orochimaru shouted excitedly. Tobirama crossed his arms, looking unperturbed. Kama kama. Kama kama. Kama kama. Orochimaru. What's going on? Orochimaru used the impure world reincarnation seal again, but there was still no reaction. This is impossible. He has improved the forbidden technique of impure world reincarnation, and it is even better than the original one. How could there be no reaction? HMPH, I see. It seems you want to summon me and my brother. I'm so sorry. Tobirama said grimly, a mere world reincarnation will not work on those who have already been resurrected. No matter how many times you try, you will never succeed. What? People who have been resurrected? What do you mean by that? Orochimaru's eyes widened. As expected, there is something strange about this Konoha village. This weirdness has been there since he entered Konoha village. But things have come to this point, and Orochimaru has no way out. Advertisement. Bang bang bang. Outside the barrier, there was a loud noise. Shukaku's voice sounded again. Ha ha ha, I'm here again. Shukaku was very proud. I didn't expect that this kid fell asleep again. Haha, the tailed beasts. Oh, right, I almost forgot about the tailed beasts, this powerful weapon. Orochimaru smiled sinisterly. As the tailed beast of Sunagakure, this giant creature has combat power no less than that of a cage-level strongman. This is the method to restrain Konoha's main force this time. Back then, it was just a 9 tails that killed Konoha's 4th Hokage. Now there is another tailed beast in Konoha village, although it is not as powerful as 9 tails. But it's not something that ordinary people can do. The plan is fine. If only one tail is here, then. It's you again. Shukaku seemed to have suddenly seen something terrifying, and immediately got scared and drilled into Gaara's body. Shivering so much that he dared not even let a grain of sand show. What the hell just happened again? Orochimaru was about to collapse. What happened to this tailed beast again? Isn't it said that the tailed beasts are brutal and murderous? How come it just came out for less than 2 minutes and suddenly shrank back? What the hell is going on? Huh, that thing just now seemed very familiar. It looks like the tailed beast I caught decades ago, Hashirama said in surprise. He was sitting in the audience. Hashirama was dressed simply and looked very ordinary among the crowd. When Shukaku first came out, he just jumped out and tried to suppress the rebellion. But I never expected that the big guy would just run away. Now, One Tail, who was hiding inside Gaara's body, had a look of devastation on his face. Oh my god, it's been so many years, why is this guy still alive? Shukaku collapsed. Senju Hashirama's fighting ability is still higher than Uchiha Madara's. I thought the previous wood-style Shukaku was a coincidence, but now I see such a familiar Hashirama. What the hell, what a coincidence. The corners of Shukaku's mouth twitched. Sunagakure, these idiots, Senju Hashirama is still alive, and they want to invade Konoha. Don't want to die, right? Do you have to let others beat you half to death and then kneel down to beg you to stop beating? Chapter 117 Marine Headquarters, Marineford. In just a few minutes. Sunagakure, and the ninja rebellion in Kusagakure had been forcefully suppressed. The speed is beyond imagination. Orochimaru was still preparing to resist, but the situation on the scene developed too quickly. So fast that he didn't even have a chance to react. Even the tailed beasts that he wanted to use to restrain Konoha's high-ranking officials were scared back. Oh no, run. Orochimaru's face darkened and he wanted to call his men to cover his escape. But he didn't know when. He looked into Tobarama's eyes, and the scarlet Sharingan in them seemed to have magical power, nailing him in place and making him unable to move. Why? Orochimaru was filled with questions at this moment. Why does Senju Tobarama have the Uchiha clan's 3-tomo Sharingan for his eyes? Why doesn't Impure World Reincarnation work? Are all the previous Hokage resurrected? One after another, reversals appeared in Orochimaru's mind. HMPH, the Uchiha clan's bloodline limit is really useful. Tobarama's mouth curled up slightly. After clearing the battlefield, everyone had been marked with the reincarnation mark. This is a special seal created by Neji, which can be regarded as a symbol of the reincarnation space. The function is to control the opponent's actions, including the inheritance of various bloodline limits, etc. These can all be granted through the mark of reincarnation. After annexing Iwagakure and Konoha village, Neji's power has now reached an incredible level. In just a short moment, the Iwagakure people who originally wanted to rebel had completely surrendered to Neji. Alright, let's continue with the next Chunin test, Neji chuckled. After so much power feeding, he has now gained the ability to manifest. I can feel the existence of another otherworld. Neji began to activate his Rinnegan, and the space-time ninjutsu began to take effect. Advertisement. The gate to Otherworld is connecting. This will be the beginning of the first step. As long as I devour a few extraordinary people from Otherworld, my reincarnation space can be truly created successfully. With a hint of joy, Neji began to communicate with another Otherworld. Pirates World. Portgas D. Ace, son of the Pirates King Gal D. Roger, the blood of sin. I will announce this at Ace's public execution. Buddha Sengoku said in a deep voice. Garp, you already knew about this, right? Huh, what are you talking about? I don't know anything at all. A middle-aged man who looked very strong said with a grim face. Garp, where do you want to go? Don't forget, you are a marine hero. Sengoku said in a deep voice. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. I just want to take a look at my child, just a look. Sengoku frowned and wanted to say something, but when Garp left, he didn't say it. Oh, I hope that old guy Garp doesn't do anything stupid. Sengoku sighed. Don't worry, Garp knows the importance of this matter. But, this guy Blackbeard Teach needs your attention. Vice Admiral Crane said in a deep voice. He actually knew that Roger's child was Ace, something we didn't know. This guy is also an ambitious pirate. I know, but the naval headquarters needs to improve its reputation. Since Roger's death, the pirates have become more and more arrogant. We must fight this battle. Sengoku drummed his fingers on the table. Marine can't be the only one mobilized for this battle. Those pirates usually do whatever they want outside in the name of the Marine. Now it's time for them to contribute. Calling all the 7 warlords of the sea. If the 7 of them do not respond to the call this time, their status as the 7 warlords of the sea and all the privileges they enjoy will be revoked. Soon, orders began to be issued from the naval headquarters. In various marine branches around the world, the elite marines who received the news all headed to the marine headquarters, Marineford. This will be a brutal war. The execution of the captain of the Whitebeard Pirates 4th Division is likely to attract Whitebeard, one of the New World 4 emperors. If you are not prepared, even the naval headquarters is likely to fall. After all, Whitebeard is the strongest man in the world. Advertisement. Although he is old and frail, he is not on the same level as the other 3-4 emperors. Although old, it's still scary. The 7 warlords of the sea, who received the call, also rushed here one after another. This time, Marine's attitude was very tough and left them no wiggle room. Anyone who doesn't come will be treated as a traitor. However, just as the Marines were mobilizing, something unexpected happened in the square of Marineford. Several people dressed strangely, wearing forehead protectors on their foreheads and looking like ninjas, suddenly appeared here. What's going on? How did they get into the Marine headquarters? I just saw clearly that there was no one here. Why did so many people suddenly appear in the blink of an eye? Unbelievable. Are these guys pirates? Are the Whitebeard pirates coming here early? Oh no. Hurry up and inform the Marshal and Admiral. Marineford, the Marine headquarters, has been invaded by pirates. Many Marines looked alert and began to surround Neji and others with weapons in their hands. Ah, is this the new world? It really looks different from our world. Hashirama looked at the people present. Each of them has a strong body and their life energy is several times stronger than that of a ninja. And this number is really scary enough. Wherever you look, almost all of them are powerful people. This powerful total amount is several times stronger than the entire Konoha village. It seems that the strength of the people here is unmatched by ordinary people. Minato said in a deep voice. Even he could feel the power of these people. And seeing as they were all wearing the same style of uniform, it was obvious that these guys were from the same faction. This scale has far exceeded that of a village. New world, it seems like these are some interesting guys. Senju Tobarama looked at the crowd secretly and began to think secretly in his heart. Marine headquarters, Marineford. Looking at so many Marines at this moment, Neji knew that he had not come to the wrong place. Chapter 118 We are not pirates, we are ninjas. In fact, he had already referred to this nearby world in advance. I also learned that this is the world of Luffy, the king of pirates. Now that Ace has been arrested, it happens to be the period of the Summit War. This is a great help to my actions. Neji thought secretly. As long as he could gain a firm foothold in the Marine camp in this war, he could infiltrate the entire United Nations at will, and in the end, he wouldn't even have to put in much effort to dominate the ruling system of the entire pirates world. Hey, who are you, you weird guys? Why are you trespassing into the naval headquarters without permission? Don't you want to live? I have never seen such bold pirates. One of the guys, wearing a cloak of justice, stood up and said with a stern look on his face. Sok held the long knife tightly, as if he was about to attack at the next moment. Vice Admiral. Neji raised his eyebrows. Looking at this Marine guy, his status was not low. He was actually the Vice Admiral of the Marine headquarters. The Vice Admiral of the Marine headquarters is different from the Vice Admirals of other branches. Their strengths are not on the same level. Hehe, you misunderstood. We are not pirates. We are ninjas, ninjas from Konoha village. Neji stood up and began to explain with a smile. Ninja. Sok frowned. Not pirates but ninjas. Ninja. The eyes of the other elite Marines lit up when they heard the word, ninja. Is this really the ninja they imagined? Ninja. Then do you know the clone technique? The transformation technique. Hina is very curious. A Marine beauty with pink hair and a cigarette in her mouth stood up. Ninja. Ninja. Could it be that their sudden appearance in Marineford is due to witchcraft? Ninjas. Looking at their appearance, it seems that they really act like ninjas. Many Marines are attracted by the word, ninja. I see, you are ninjas. Sok said seriously, so, you guys should also know ninjutsu. Let me see your ninjutsu. A ninja who doesn't know ninjutsu is not a real ninja. Hina thinks he is right. Hina nodded seriously. Forehead. Neji scratched his head and had to say it. The style of the Pirates King world is just different. Advertisement. If the style of the Hokage world is still similar to conspiracy and layout, then the people in the world of Thief are generally a breath of fresh air. Asterisk at caret asterisk dollar asterisk caret. It doesn't look stupid, but when I watch it, I always feel that it is somewhat stupid. Well, maybe it's because he's the protagonist. What's wrong? Don't you know any ninjutsu? Hina is very disappointed. Hina said. Ahem, how is this possible? Of course we know ninjutsu. Neji suddenly said with a smile. He called the group of ninjas he brought with him and began to perform ninjutsu. Some of the Chunin, Genin, etc., immediately used the transformation technique. In just a blink of an eye, those guys in strange costumes suddenly turned into regular Marine troops. Each of them was wearing a cloak with the word, justice, written on their backs. They look just like members of the naval headquarters. What? Really a ninja? This is so scary. Is this a ninjutsu? You've become exactly like me. Bear with it, bear with it. It's a real ninja. It's real ninjutsu. I didn't expect there are real ninjas in this world. Hina was dumbfounded. She looked at the people in the opposite camp and saw at least several of her own. And just from their appearance, she couldn't tell the difference between these guys and herself. Oh, this is really an amazing ninjutsu. Ha ha ha, that's nothing. For us, this is just the most basic E-level ninjutsu. There will be even more powerful ones coming up. Neji laughed. He called his men over and immediately began to use more powerful jutsu. Suddenly, all kinds of 8 gates ninjutsu appeared before everyone. Hina was almost stunned. Create lightning out of thin air, condense tornadoes, and summon waves. Oh my god, they really are ninjas. Incredible, the ground is shaking. Ninja, I also want to learn ninjutsu, I wonder if they are willing to teach me. Damn, he's so handsome. Hina was extremely shocked when she saw a real ninja for the first time. Fire and lightning are fine, but they can also control water. Advertisement. As we all know, demon fruit powers are afraid of the ocean. If a devil fruit user really encounters these ninjas, wouldn't that be a dimensionality reduction attack? Are you users of devil fruit's abilities? Hina couldn't help but ask, unable to resist her curiosity. Of course not. Neji smiled. Not a devil fruit user. The Marines were stunned. They are not the users of devil fruit, so could it be that they are really using ninjutsu? A group of Marines suddenly had stars in their eyes. Oh no, it's an emergency. Marshal, a bunch of people suddenly appeared in the square of Marineford. They are dressed strangely and look like they are up to no good. After hearing this, Marshal Sengoku slammed the table and his heart tightened. Could it be that Whitebeard and his men attacked ahead of time? Sengoku's eyes widened. This is impossible. How could it be so early? Ace is still in prison now and is not in Marineford at all. What's the point of him barging in now? Oh my god, it seems like we're really in danger now. Someone has invaded the naval headquarters without us noticing, Kizaru said. The other party was able to bypass the alert Marine and come directly to the Marine headquarters. I'm afraid their strength is extraordinary, Aokiji said in a deep voice. HMPH, no matter who they are, they actually came to our Marine base. They are walking into a trap, Akainu said heavily. Even the four emperors did not dare to charge into their Marine headquarters alone. What do those guys think this place is? Under normal circumstances, there is only one admiral and Marshal Sengoku in charge of the Marine headquarters Marineford. But things are different now. In order to execute Ace, Marineford now gathers all the elite Marines. All three admirals were called back. Not only that, even those powerful vice admirals gathered together. Even the 7 warlords of the sea are gathering here. It can be said that Marineford is now a den of dragons and tigers. Whoever comes will lose a piece of flesh. Chapter 119 Accepting Marines' Employment. Let's go and see who is so bold as to invade the Marine headquarters. Sengoku slammed the table and rushed out with the 3 Marine admirals. Until we arrived near the square in Marineford, Sengoku felt a little strange. This doesn't seem right. Why is it so quiet? Has the enemy been subdued? Sengoku asked in surprise. He walked forward, and many Marines saw the Marine Marshal coming here and immediately made way for him. Wow, what a powerful ninjutsu, you guys are actually ninjas. Bear, well, I also want to learn ninjutsu, is that possible? Me too, I want to learn perspective technique. Yes, the perspective technique is very useful for searching for information. It is a very good ninjutsu. I also want to learn it. Looking at the lecherous Marines in front of her, Hina snorted coldly. What a bunch of brainless guys, thinking about that kind of thing every day. Just a moment. Sengoku and the 3 admirals came over. What's going on? This doesn't look like an enemy, Aokiji asked in surprise. Not only that, in my opinion, these outsiders are quite popular in our marine. Kizaru said with a chuckle. Hina, what the hell is going on? What kind of ninja jutsu is this? Sengoku asked with a frown. Hina saw Marshal Sengoku coming and didn't dare to delay and pointed directly at Neji and the others. These guys claim to be ninjas. It seems that something went wrong when they were using some special ninjutsu, and they unexpectedly came to our marine headquarters. Hina added, I don't think they did it on purpose. They don't seem to be our enemies. Sengoku looked at those people, his eyes full of surprise. Because in front of him, there were 3 identical Hina, 5 identical Tsushigumo, and 7. Is this really a ninjutsu? Sengoku said in surprise. This sudden accident, I don't know whether it is good or bad. Soon they will go to war with the Whitebeard pirates. They couldn't help but be on guard against the sudden appearance of such an army. Advertisement. Hello, sir. I am the supreme leader of Konoha village. My name is Hyuga Neji. You can just call me Neji. Neji walked up with a smile on his face and shook Sengoku's hand. By the way, add a few little things to Sengoku's body. Why did you suddenly appear in Marineford? The Marine headquarters is now in a period of high alert. Even the masters who have been famous for a long time cannot enter our headquarters. How did you get here easily? Sengoku said in a deep voice. He didn't know yet that Neji had already put a little thing in his body. Well, to be honest, I don't know how I got here. Neji played dumb. However, we are really lucky. We actually met an official organization. If we had met some pirates or some robbers, we would have been in trouble. But within just a few minutes, Sengoku and Neji were talking more and more excited. After all, Sengoku has now been secretly lured by Neji to cooperate with him in the conversation. We live in a country isolated from the rest of the world. As the village leader, I rarely go out that far, so I don't know what's going on right now. I see. But speaking of ninjas, let me ask you, is the country you live in Wano Kuni? Akainu asked coldly. Upon hearing this, the other marines became serious. Wano Kuni. That is the pinnacle of the pirates, the territory of the 4 emperors Kaido. If these ninjas came from Wano Kuni, then these guys are most likely Kaido's subordinates. No. Our country is not called Wano Kuni. I have never heard of this country. Our country is the fire country, not Wano Kuni. Neji denied immediately. Huh, I've never heard of a place with ninjas other than Wano Kuni. Akainu snorted coldly. It's still very suspicious, Kizaru nodded and said. After all, these guys suddenly appeared here, and it was impossible not to arouse other people's suspicion. I understand what you said. But, to be honest, look at us now. We have no place to stay, no source of income, and no food to eat. So can you hire us? Neji said after a long pause. Hire you? Sengoku asked in astonishment. That's right. Don't be fooled by the fact that we don't look as strong as you, but in our village, we are the top jonin. I dare say that some of them would be top-notch masters if they were put outside. Oh, advertisement. Hearing this, Akainu couldn't help but laugh out loud. A top-notch jonin. A peerless master. It's really boring. I don't think this is necessary at all. Akainu snorted coldly. He looked at the child who had just reached his chest. How powerful can a ninja village led by a little kid be? These ninjas are following the lead of a child. Aren't they afraid of being laughed to death if they tell others about it? No, now is the critical moment. Maybe we can hire you. Sengoku suddenly said. Vice Admiral Suru glanced at Sengoku calmly. Does this guy Sengoku want to use them as cannon fodder? Vice Admiral he felt a little reluctant. After all, these people have nothing to do with the upcoming summit war. Really? That's really great, Marshal. Akainu frowned. Now is a critical period. If these guys were undercover agents and stabbed them in the back, wouldn't that be the end of them? Akainu, you don't have to say more, I have my own considerations. Sengoku stopped Akainu and continued. But I want to test the strength of the ninjas from Konoha village. Yes, Konoha village. To be honest, we are about to face a war. If you want to join now, you will probably be baptized in blood. Sengoku glanced at the children. The team led by Neji includes people of all ages. What surprised him most was that there were quite a lot of children in their teens. Just by seeing this scene, Sengoku knew that these guys definitely could not be undercover agents of the pirates. Who would bring so many teenagers to carry out a stealth mission together? Isn't that sick? Are you sure you want to be employed by our marine? If you don't want to, I can send someone to take you to a nearby island, and I can personally introduce you to some jobs. I'm sure. Neji smiled. Chapter 120 Kobe vs. Rock Lee. Seeing this, Sengoku stopped trying to persuade him. No way. The marshal really wants these people to join the next battle. Aokiji said in surprise. There are so many children. What will they do if their elders die on the battlefield? Sengoku looked around and finally fixed his eyes on a young marine. Kirby, a young marine with pink hair stood up. Yes, Marshal. Sengoku nodded. Practice with them. Test their strength. This Kobe had a very low rank in the marine, just a sergeant. Marine's combat power is linked to his military rank. The strongest is the general level, which is divided into admiral, vice admiral, rear admiral, and commodore. Then comes the lieutenant commander level, which is divided into captain, commander, and lieutenant commander. Then comes the lieutenant grade, which is divided into lieutenant, lieutenant junior grade, ensign, and warrant officer. Finally, the NCOs and soldiers. In the Marines' combat effectiveness, it is the second to last sequence. Generally speaking, a Marine like this would never catch his eye. But this Kobe was Garp's disciple, and he often talked to him about it, so he got to know him. Please give me your guidance. Kobe's eyes were filled with excitement. This is a ninja. He saw the scene just now. It was really cool. Haha, who was I thinking? Turns out to be the deserter king. Neji smiled secretly in his heart. This guy Kobe is still just a sergeant now. In the entire Summit War, they are undoubtedly the most junior combat unit. Generally speaking, in a battle like the Marine Summit War, the minimum rank for a participant is lieutenant. It was a miracle that this lowly Marine dared to stop the highest-ranking Admiral Akainu. Of course, Neji thought he must have lost his mind. Neji looked at the people behind him and finally locked onto Xiao Li. Rock Lee, it's your turn to perform. Don't let others look down on us. Hey, I get it, Neji. Xiao Li, who had once been in the same team with Neji, immediately stepped out with an excited look on his face. However, after seeing Rock Lee coming out, Sengoku and the others were stunned. Isn't this guy still a child? Hey, are you kidding me? Aokiji couldn't help but speak. Advertisement. He's just a child. There are some adults around you. Why let a child take action? In Aokiji's opinion, the guy in green clothes is just a teenager. He really didn't want to see such a young child fighting against their elite Marines. It's okay. Neji smiled and explained, this guy's name is Rock Lee. Don't be fooled by the fact that he's only 12 years old, but he's already an elite genin. Although he is still young, his strength is extraordinary. Go ahead, Xiao Li. It's time to show your strength. Xiao Li nodded seriously and actually walked to the opposite side of Kobe. Kobe was a little confused. You want me to compete with a 12-year-old kid? He is 16 years old now. The two are 4 years apart in age. Since you said so, let's start. Sengoku said lightly. Seeing that Marshal Sengoku had spoken, Kobe had no choice but to agree. At the same time, he also secretly warned himself in his heart. Be sure to control yourself and not hurt the other person. After all, He had been training with the legendary marine hero Garp for a while. The game begins. Suddenly, the two quickly collided with each other. Just a moment. Kobe couldn't withstand the powerful impact and was knocked away. Everyone looked extremely stunned, but he is only 12 years old, and he is already so amazing. I haven't used my full strength yet. Kirby's face flushed. This was not his full strength, he just stopped. After taking a deep breath, Kobe started to get serious. As a marine, he began to display his expertise, the Marine 6 styles. Soon, the Marine 6 styles technique made Kobe's body visibly stronger. Especially Iron Body, which makes his body extremely hard. It's interesting, but it's far inferior to energies like Chakra, Neji commented lightly. The basis of Marine 6 styles is physical strength and vitality. The principle of Iron Body is to speed up blood flow and make muscles faster, but it will cause muscle loss and make the body unable to move. But Chakra is different. As long as it is attached to the body, it will have powerful attack power. It is much more powerful than simply carrying things. Soon, Kobe, who was unable to move after using Iron Body, was knocked down by Lee's Leaf Hurricane. Advertisement. At this point, Xiao Li won this battle. I didn't expect these ninjas to be so powerful. Aokiji said in surprise. That's interesting. Rabbi, go up and try it. Sengoku also became interested. It seems like these ninjas are the real deal. Among the marine team, a marine with a burly appearance and tall stature stepped out. His position is captain, which is different from the lowest ranking non-commissioned officer. Hee, boy, you are so powerful at such a young age, that's enough. Step back and let others come. Rabbi said arrogantly. That's true. I'm going to be serious about this too. Xiao Li seemed to feel the pressure as well and immediately began to dismantle his equipment. What is this kid doing? Rabbi asked curiously. All I saw was Rock Lee taking off a bunch of things from his limbs, which looked like weight-bearing props. Oh, it seems that he is a hard-working little guy. But with such a small weight. Boom boom boom. What? The rabbi was stunned. What's going on? How heavy is this G horse? The marines watching around were all frightened. FK me. A hole was smashed into the square of marine headquarters. Does this guy usually practice with something this heavy? Yoshi, I feel much more relaxed now. Xiao Li said with a smile. Okay, let's get started now. The rabbi's face twitched. As the competition began, before he could see clearly what was going on, the opponent had already come to kill him. This round, Rock Lee wins again. I'm sorry, but we ninjas have been undergoing brutal training since we were young. Even an insignificant genin can defeat 100 at once. Neji scratched his head. Sengoku was silent. A teenager has such fighting power. He looked at the adults behind Neji. Doesn't this mean that these people are even stronger than him? Ah, these ninjas are really scary, Kizaru exclaimed. Just look at this kid's fighting ability and speed. If it were released, it would probably be comparable to some pirates worth tens of millions of Baileys. Chapter 121 Marine Admiral goes to battle. It's really incredible. He's just a child, but his combat power is comparable to that of the Marines' regular troops. Aokiji exclaimed. These are not the small fry in the branch. These are all regular troops of the Marine headquarters, and are not on the same level as some branch Marines. The Marine at the Marine headquarters is only at the captain level. But even the Commodore at the branch may not be able to defeat the captain at the headquarters. It seems that these ninjas are really useful. If they really help us kill the pirates, it might be a good thing. Who knows? Akainu also changed his mind. These ninjas might be unexpectedly useful. It really surprises me that even the children of your village's ninja are so powerful. Sengoku was amazed. Of course. But don't be discouraged. Neji looked at the young marine rabbi. This guy Rock Lee is an elite genin in our Konoha village, but an average chunin may not be able to beat him. The general chunin. Vice Admiral He's eyes flashed, that is to say. Surely a normal chunin could beat that. She also served as an officer in the marine for several years. Of course I know some polite words. Something like the average marine has far less potential than you, and the average person definitely doesn't have as much perseverance as you, and so on. These are obviously just polite remarks. It's just to make the other person look better. Apparently, Marshal Sengoku had thought of this as well. Ahem. Sengoku looked at the little guy with satisfaction. He was about the same age as that boy, but he was so smart. It was really impressive. And Neji was getting a little fed up. I say, it's a waste of time to do it one-on-one. Why not just let these guys check out the strength of our Konoha village genin, chunin, jonin, and kage levels? Neji pointed at Aokiji, Akainu, and Kizaru behind Sengoku. I have selected several representative ninjas from our ninja village. You can test their strength. This one-on-one combat test is too slow. Let's let the real strong ones take the lead. This way, it won't take long before we know the specific combat effectiveness of our village. After hearing this suggestion, Sengoku began to think about it carefully. Advertisement. This is really convenient. With these three admirals personally testing it, the assessment of the village's combat power can be more accurate. Okay, that's it. After Marshal Sengoku agreed to this request, the Marine's highest combat power, the admiral level, began to step forward. Oh my, the Marshal is really so kind to them. Kizaru laughed. I feel that the marshal today was a little too polite. Normally, for such a small matter, why would they need the presence of top marine forces? Why not just find a few powerful vice admirals to test it? Does Marshal Sengoku really think that any of these guys can match the combat power of the marine admiral? Kizaru subconsciously looked at the children in the team. Was it because of them that the marshal became so polite? Forget it, just consider it as voluntary overtime. Kizaru shook his head. And the other side, Neji also selected several representative ninjas. Genin, of course, is Rock Lee, and Naruto. As for Chunin, just pick a few at random. As for Jonin, let Sasuke, Shisui come. Alright, hurry up and show your strength. Don't worry about them, it's okay. Everyone nodded. Immediately, the two tribes each found an admiral. Among them, Naruto and Shaoli found Kizaru. From the moment the two sides attacked, Kizaru realized something was wrong. What? This actually makes the elementalization ineffective, Kizaru said in surprise. What's going on? He clearly wanted to use elementalization just now. But the moment it touches the other person, the body is disturbed by some special energy. After being mixed with this energy, the elemental body began to become unstable. Kizaru frowned. These ninjas are really not simple. Judging from their appearance, they are obviously not armament hockey. What could they be? At the same time, it was not only him who sensed the current situation, but also Akainu and Aokiji. Advertisement. My elemental transformation doesn't work, Aokiji said in astonishment. No, elementalization can be performed, but there will be some side effects when it is materialized. Akainu frowned and said in a deep voice. You guys force it to become an element, give it a try. After hearing this, Aokiji and the other two immediately forcibly transformed into elements when these ninjas were about to attack. Yes, if the subjective consciousness is strong, elementalization can indeed be used normally. But, my internal organs felt like they were hit by a hammer, Kizaru said in a deep voice. Why is this happening? It's the strange energy flowing through them, Akainu said in a deep voice. These ninjas are covered in a special, invisible energy. When they attacked us, this energy was also mixed into our bodies. If we transform into elements, this special attack energy will be entangled with our elements, and once we materialize, it will enter our bodies. This is just like emission, Kizaru said in shock. This is the use of advanced hockey. These guys actually know this trick. He looked at his opponent, a kid in his teens, who actually knew this kind of trick that even the famous marine generals didn't know how to use. This is too shocking. Akainu's eyes sparkled with fire. These guys are born to be marines. If we attract all these kids to the marine, they will eventually become a group of marine vice admirals. And this isn't just any marine vice admiral, but a marine vice admiral who can use advanced hockey techniques. Ah, emission is such a headache, Aokiji sighed. After some discussion, even Marshal Sengoku, who was watching the battle from the sidelines, realized what was going on. See, Aokiji Akainu and the others don't need to use elemental defense to attack, Vice Admiral Crane said in a deep voice. Sengoku nodded. Combined with what they said, it seems that these ninjas have some incredible abilities that can use methods similar to emission hockey. Vice Admiral He's eyes were filled with fire. Sengoku, even 11 or 12-year-olds can use this technique. If they join the Marine, they will be the hope of the future Marine. We must keep them in the Marine. I understand. I'll find a way to keep them in the Marine, Sengoku said excitedly. Chapter 122, Double Susanoo vs. Akainu. On the battlefield, the situation has been changing for a long time. As a Kizaru, dealing with Genin is the easiest thing. But after the fight, Kizaru just smiled bitterly. The ninjutsu of these guys is not ordinary natural energy, but a special energy that can actually cause harm to me. Kizaru looked at the meatball in Naruto's hand, and the dozens, hundreds of Narutos around him. Draft it. It turns out that ninjas really know ninjutsu. Kizaru tried to take the beating several times. He discovered something that devastated him. First, if these clones attack him, he will feel pain. Second, if he counterattacks, the opponent will suddenly disappear in a puff of smoke. Even if he chooses to counterattack the target after being attacked, the outcome will be the same. Third, I can't find anyone. Kizaru was confused. Among these hundreds of minions, which one is real and which one is fake? Yasaka Nyong Magatama. Kizaru couldn't bear it any longer, so he jumped into the air and launched a full-range attack. After all, this time it was just a sparring match, so he held back on his strength. How? After finishing, Sengoku asked Kizaru. Kizaru suddenly chose to end the battle, which must have been a test of the combat effectiveness of these genins and their level among marines. Between Commodore and Rear Admiral. Kizaru was shocked for a long time after giving this answer. Damn it, these two kids are actually as strong as the Commodore and Rear Admiral at the headquarters. These little guys are a little too strong. On the other hand, Aokiji also ended the fight. His strength is between the average Rear Admiral and the average Vice Admiral, which is very strong. That emission-like method is very tricky. Sengoku nodded. I didn't expect the fighting power of these ninjas to be so strong. Suddenly, the Marines watching screamed in surprise. What? Am I seeing right? Lord Akainu was suppressed by the two of them. This is the strongest force in our Marine headquarters, and they were suppressed by two teenagers. Advertisement. How is this possible? It must be the admiral who is releasing water. No, he is releasing the Pacific Ocean. The Marines at the Marine headquarters didn't believe that their own admiral would be suppressed. At this moment, on the battlefield, Shisui and Sasuke have both shown their true strength. Two huge Susanos emerged and covered the bodies of the two people. Compared to that huge body, Akainu's 2-meter-tall body seemed extremely small. Especially the two Susanos, when facing Marine Admiral, not only were they able to fight with ease, but they could even put Akainu at a disadvantage sometimes. After seeing this situation, Sengoku was stunned. How so? That's Akainu. Did he use his full strength? Hehe, the current Konoha village is not the same as the previous Konoha village. Neji laughed secretly. After the redemption system was opened, almost every ninja in Konoha village now has a special bloodline limit. To be frank, Shaoli's current level has really reached the Genin level combat standard. As for the Uchiha clan, the guys who opened the Mangekyo Sharingan, of course they had to exchange for the wood style. The Senju clan naturally chose the Sharingan as their bloodline limit. This also led to a significant increase in the combat power level of the Konoha Jonin. After all, he has now resurrected all the members of the Uchiha clan and the Senju clan. Neji did not let go of any remaining remains of the Senju family, and brought them all back to life to work for Laozi. Boom. Uchiha Sasuke found an opportunity for Akainu, who was blasted away and hit hard on the Marine headquarters building. This is too powerful, even the admiral was suppressed. Sengoku was shocked. Jonin's fighting ability is too terrifying. I guess it's not just that. The black flame used by the purple giant is constantly interfering with Sakazuki, preventing him from unleashing the true power of the lava fruit. Vice Admiral Suru said sternly, Sakazuki was suppressed by the black flames. Black flames. Is it a special ability of the mythical beast type? Sengoku thought secretly. That black flame can actually suppress the magma. Boom boom boom. Akainu was completely enraged. He turned into a lava man, with magma gushing out of his body crazily. But the black flames that had been entangled with him soon spread to his magma. Then his magma was out of control. Alright. Advertisement. Sasuke, stop it. This isn't a life and death duel, and you're still using Amaterasu. Let's stop here. Neji exits, bringing this fight to an end. Amaterasu, is that the black flame? Sengoku thought. Akainu looked fierce as he glared at the brat. A little guy with special powers actually caused him so much trouble. Because of the black flame, he was unable to use the armament Haki and could only use elementalization and magma isolation. Once he uses the armament color, these black flames will chase him like hyenas, following the scent. Just when he wants to give chase, another person will provide support. It might be difficult to deal with both of them in a short period of time. Above the elite vice admiral, probably the quasi-admiral level, Akainu snorted coldly. That brat's flames are too troublesome. If you give me a little more time, I'm confident I can deal with him. After hearing what Akainu said, Sengoku fell silent. Jonin is comparable to an elite vice admiral, or even a quasi-admiral. But looking at the fighting power of the two of them, it is indeed terrifying enough. Being able to match Akainu is much more important in Sengoku's heart than being able to match Aokiji and Kizaru. What's more, this is not an evenly matched situation, but a short-term suppression. Although he was confident that Akainu could defeat these two guys, that would take time, right? Being able to hold back an admiral is enough to show how powerful he is. Who exactly is this ninja village? It's so powerful, why have I never heard of it? Sengoku frowned. Moreover, this group of people is much stronger than the ninjas rumored by Wano-kuni. If Wano-kuni had such a group of guys, Kaido would not have dominated Wano-kuni. Alright, you two are among the few elite-level Jonin in our village, and they are exceptionally strong. There aren't many in our village either, Neji said with a smile. Etc. Elite-level Jonin. Vice Admiral he suddenly spoke. Are you sure it's an elite-level Jonin? Neji nodded. I heard that there are cage-level experts in your village. What does this cage-level expert mean? Asked Vice Admiral he. After all, according to what the young man said, cage-level strongmen were ranked ahead of Jonin. The strength of these two guys is already strong enough. Is there anyone who is stronger than them? Vice Admiral Crane couldn't believe it. If so, wouldn't that mean a cage-level warrior is strong enough to rival an admiral, or even Marshal. Chapter 123. Save your strength and fight against the pirates. After hearing what Vice Admiral Suru asked, Neji laughed secretly. Ahem. The so-called cage-level strongmen refer to ninjas who have served as the ninja leaders of Konoha village. Cage-level strongmen at this stage are one level higher than those other elite-level Jonin. Neji pointed to the group behind him. As of now, we have a total of 5 cage-level masters in Konoha village. But there are only 3 of them here right now. Hashirama, Tobarama, and Minato, the 3 of you step out of line. After Neji finished speaking, 3 handsome young men began to stand up. Is this another cage-level expert? Sengoku looked at the 3 ninjas who looked no different from the other ninjas, except for the one with white hair who looked a little fierce, the others looked quite kind. How about it? Do you want to test the strength of these 3? Maybe I'll surprise you. Neji said with a grin, these are the most advanced combat forces in our Konoha village. In my opinion, the 3 of them are no weaker than your Marine Admiral. Not inferior to Marine Admiral. The Marines around were all shocked after hearing this. If Neji had said this at the beginning, they would definitely not believe it. But after several competitions, even Akainu was suppressed for a short period of time, they couldn't help but believe it. Is there really someone so powerful in the world who can rival the Admiral? Where on earth did this ninja village get such strong people? The top strong men in our marine are only 3 admirals. That's right. They actually said they have 3 admiral-level ninjas at the same time. I don't believe it. The Marine Admiral is the strongest. No matter how special these ninjas are, they can't really beat the Admiral. Everyone was talking about it, looking at Hashirama and the others with suspicion. After all, the sudden appearance of 3 Admiral-level masters is no joke. If what this kid said is true, then this suddenly appearing ninja army may have a decisive impact on the upcoming Marineford War. At this moment, everyone can no longer ignore Neji and others. We must let them stay in the naval headquarters. Vice Admiral, he said in shock. This is a turbulent time. If we let them go, if they join the pirates, it will very likely bring great danger to the Marine. Furthermore, it is soon time to prepare to execute Ace. At this critical juncture, no accidents can happen. Advertisement. Is this true? Judging from the surface, it's really hard to tell whether these guys are real or fake. Aokiji scratched his head. A small village actually claims to have the combat power to rival 3 admiral-level warriors. Anyway, he doesn't believe it. Even though the Chunin he had fought before were powerful, it didn't mean anything. As long as he is serious, there will be no problem in ending the battle quickly. As for Akainu being targeted so badly by the 2 Jonin, it was just because he was restrained by the Black Flame. Aokiji believed that if he and others became familiar with the special energy of these ninja villages, they would be more skilled and could end the battle faster when fighting against these ninjas. Interesting. Let me test the fighting power of you 3. Among the 3 admirals, Akainu stepped out. He was previously suppressed by 2 little kids, which made him feel very embarrassed. Akainu's face was cold and gloomy. Could it be that this little guy had a wrong estimate of the strength of these admirals because he was temporarily at a disadvantage? You don't really think that this is all my ability is, do you? You are totally wrong. Akainu firmly believed that there was no way he could be defeated by the leader of a small village. Before, I was just accidentally caught off guard by that special energy. Now he already knew how these ninjas fought. If we fight again, I can definitely crush you easily. He wants to restore his prestige. How could a dignified Marine Admiral be defeated by a ninja from a small village who knows where? Okay, I have no problem with that, Neji said with a smile. Although Hokage and pirates are 2 completely different worlds. But in terms of the combat system, especially the top-level combat system, pirates are inferior to Hokage. Akainu is pretty good, but still far behind Hashirama. Advertisement. Especially since Chakra can also be used like armament hockey, the ninja has a huge advantage in this respect. Not to mention Hashirama, just Tobarama and Minato, these 2 guys are also top-notch strongmen. Tobarama was once known as the fastest ninja in the ninja world, and Minato created the Flying Thunder God 2nd generation, which was even better than his predecessor. Although its linear movement speed is not as fast as Kizaru, it is more changeable and cannot be interrupted. Moreover, once the mark of Flying Thunder God is applied, it will be instant movement, and the whole process cannot be stopped at all. It can be said that once Kizaru is attacked once, his sparkling fruit, no matter how far away it is, will be caught up in an instant. Who do you want to challenge? Neji asked with a smile. Who is the strongest person in your village? Akainu snorted and asked. The strongest person, of course that's me. What? Akainu looked very surprised. Just a tiny thing like you. Neji is only in his teens now, not much different from the little brat he dealt with before. Neji said with a matter-of-fact look on his face. Isn't this natural? After all, I am the leader of our village now. Isn't the strongest person the leader? What's the problem? Akainu was silent. This really seems to be no problem. But he really didn't expect that this little guy was also a powerful master. He also thought that the leader of this ninja village was passed down through bloodline. Forget it, you all come together. Akainu said proudly. I won't show mercy this time. Get ready. However, just when Akainu made his bold statement, Vice Admiral Suru and Sengoku suddenly stood up and stood between the 2 groups. That's enough, Akainu, Sengoku said in a deep voice. The current results have far exceeded their expectations. These ninjas from Konoha village are so powerful. A few Jonin alone could temporarily suppress the Admiral. But above the Jonin, there are Cage-level strong ones. The war is imminent, we can't continue fighting. We must save our energy to deal with the pirates instead of fighting among ourselves. Vice Admiral, he said in a deep voice. Chapter 124. Teach the method of refining marine chakra. Sengoku nodded as well. They weren't afraid that Akainu would lose to them, but fighting against these cage-level warriors would probably involve a huge battle. There is not much time left until Ace's execution. If Akainu is affected again at this time, it may affect the execution of Ace. Snort. Akainu obviously thought of this as well. Judging from the previous situation, the black flame is indeed powerful. If these 3 guys can really use this black flame, it would not be good news for him. It may be hard, but it is definitely impossible to avoid getting hurt. After figuring it out, Akainu stopped forcing it. Sengoku, We admirals may need to conserve our strength, but they don't. Suru Vice Admiral suddenly said. They, who are you talking about? Sengoku was stunned. But I reacted quickly. You mean those pirates? 7 warlords of the sea. Sengoku was stunned. That's right. Vice Admiral he nodded seriously and explained, think about it carefully. These pirates are used to freedom. If they are asked to contribute in this war, they may be able to cope with it. This shows their confidence in their strength. But if the ones on the battlefield are a group of injured beasts, what do you think will happen to them? Sengoku thought about it and his eyes suddenly lit up. Yes, you can use the ninjas to attack the 7 warlords of the sea. No matter what the result is, it is an extremely beneficial result for their marine. Okay, it's decided. Sengoku immediately decided to hire the ninja troops as non-staff members of the marine. Neji, the leader, started to discuss with Sengoku in the war room. I have a question, this ninja leader. Just call me Neji. Neji waved his hand. Aokiji nodded, and then began to ask the questions in his mind. Advertisement. What on earth is that special power you used? It doesn't look like hockey, but it can interrupt our Logia's elementalization. What's going on? Having said that, other people in the office were also very curious. Really, these ninjas, none of them seem to know armament hockey, but they can use power that is beyond the reach of armament hockey. What shocked Kizaru and others the most was that even a child in his teens could use such high-end techniques. In this world, there are only a handful of people who know how to use armament hockey in an advanced way and the techniques of emission. Neji, is this a secret of your village? Sengoku asked curiously. It's not a secret anymore. It's actually a very common thing. Every village in our area knows this technique. It's very basic. Vice Admiral he frowned. Our village. You mean, your hometown is not the only village in your area? Vice Admiral he couldn't help but ask. Neji nodded. If you count them randomly, there are probably more than 10. But there are only 4 or 5 powerful villages among them. What? There are still 4 or 5 such powerful villages? Sengoku was confused. The strength of those village leaders won't be as strong as your village, right? Akainu's mouth twitched. Neji chuckled. The mid and high-end combat power is basically the same, the top combat power is 1 level lower. But there is one village that should be particularly good against your demon fruit power. The ninjas there use the water style, which allows them to manipulate the waves. Control the waves. Restrain demon fruit power. After hearing this, Sengoku's vigilance towards these ninja villages rose to a new level. Indeed, those ninjutsu are quite troublesome. Aokiji said in a deep voice. One of the ninjas fighting against him happened to be able to perform water-style ninjutsu. Although he is the user of the freeze fruit, the ocean has no effect on him. But if it were other fruit users, it would be a different story. Do you want to learn? Neji suddenly asked. What? This special ability is something we can learn? Sengoku asked in astonishment. Of course. After all, these things are not that difficult, and with me here, you will soon know how to control the energy in your body and form chakra. You can even use ninjutsu. Neji said with a smile. Believe me, this is definitely a great thing for you. Advertisement. When Sengoku and the others heard this, their hearts were filled with passion. But they also know that there is no free lunch in this world. If Neji wanted to teach them the training of ninja, then that must require them to do something. What do you want? Let's exchange. You teach us hockey techniques and then recruit us into the Marine Corps. We ninjas are not like those pirates. Sengoku thought about it. This condition is simply too generous. As a Marine Marshal, this is within his authority. And this can also greatly enhance the combat effectiveness of the Marine. He agreed immediately. After sending Neji and the others to rest, Sengoku immediately started dialing the 5 elders. After all, now that such an unknown force has suddenly appeared, we still need to report to them. What? A group of ninjas suddenly appeared in Marineford Square. Is it a ninja from Wano Kuni? No, that's not it. We have tested them and found that they have nothing to do with the Wano Kuni ninjas. They even mastered a special ninjutsu and voluntarily joined the Marines to dedicate their ninja village's ninjutsu training methods. Sengoku, in essence, is completely oriented towards Neji. After all, the mark of reincarnation has been engraved. This mark will subtly influence him. Especially now that Neji is watching him all the time, Sengoku's every move is completely under his control. If it's really as you said, then it's really a great thing for us. The 5 elders agreed to this matter immediately. After Roger's death, the number of pirates in the world has increased exponentially. The current number of Marines is no longer enough. It just so happens that the Marine expansion plan scheduled to be implemented within the next 2 years is being reviewed and approved. We can absorb the ninjas from this village in advance and use them for testing. The 5 elders holding the first generation Onikiri said in a deep voice. Good. I agree. You don't look like a spy for the pirates. I'm fine. Quote. After all the 5 elders agreed, Marshal Sengoku hung up the phone with satisfaction. These old guys haven't become senile and confused yet. Chapter 125 Extract the Marine Admiral's entry. On the other hand, after the fight was over, Hashirama, Tobarama and other ninjas from other villages were eating heartily in the cafeteria. What on earth is this food? The energy in it is too high, right? Compared to the food in our village, the nutritional content is much higher. Hashirama was shocked. Indeed, just by eating these foods every day, it seems that most people's bodies can become very strong. Tobirama said in a deep voice. If these Marines were raised on this kind of food, even without any training, their strength would probably be comparable to some of the lower-level ninjas in the village. Tobirama took a sharp bite. The moment the food entered his stomach, he felt his abdomen warm. As a member of the Senju clan, he has a particularly clear sense of vitality. These big fish and meats have extraordinary vitality. Once he finishes digesting it, he can greatly expand his total chakra amount. The other ninjas were also eating frantically. This is damn delicious, much better than Bingliangwan. Naruto yelled. Although I am reluctant to accept it, compared with these, ramen seems bland. The main reason is that there is too much life energy in the organisms of the pirates' world. In the Hokage world, Hashirama has the top yang attribute and his life energy is extremely rich. But in this pirate's world, there are probably several people whose life energy is even more intense than his. In the cafeteria, everyone was full of curiosity about the sudden arrival of the ninjas. Especially since they know the 8-gate ninjutsu. This is too attractive for people in the pirate's world. Neji, what types of ninjutsu can you ninjas use? It seems to me like you guys know everything. Hina is very curious. Hina came closer. At that time, in the square of Marineford, she clearly saw this ninja. He was spitting fire in the last second, and in the next second he was shaking the ground and then began to transform. This made her feel as if she was omnipotent. There are 8 gates of various types of ninjutsu, and all kinds of them have been developed. Neji pointed at Tobirama. This is a master who develops ninjutsu. You can ask him for some experience. Advertisement. Hina glanced at the fierce Tobirama. According to Neji, this white-haired man has combat power comparable to that of an admiral, and once served as a village leader. A man of the same type as Smoker. But he seems more reserved than Smoker, and his strength is not on the same level. During the conversation with Tobirama, Hina gradually understood what the ninjutsu they were talking about was. But at the same time, Tobirama also wanted to know how the marine admirals were able to perform the darkening skin-like thing. Armament Haki hardening. I see. It looks like it's based on the same principle as the Muji self-healing technique you use, big brother. Tobirama murmured. After understanding the principle, the research and development of armed color was not so difficult for him. Just a moment. Tobirama's hands were already covered with a layer of blue light. You have learned how to harden your armament Haki in such a short time. Hina said in surprise. How could it be so fast? He had never seen anyone who could learn armament Haki so quickly. The principle is very simple. Once you know the principle, it won't be difficult to use. Tobirama said in a deep voice. I see. Your so-called armament color is quite similar to the first Hokage's lightning style enhancement. Hashirama said curiously. Then, with Hina looking dumbfounded, Hashirama also used armament Haki. I don't know if it's an illusion, but Hina always feels that the armament Haki they use is not the same as the armament Haki used by their marines. They used chakra to replace your life energy, so they look a little different from you. Neji explained. Although Tobirama appeared to have performed armament Haki, Neji knew that it was still only within the realm of ninjutsu. The principle is probably similar to the super powerful punch used by Tsunade. The only difference is that Tobirama has made some improvements on it, allowing the whole body to break through. You ninjas are truly incredible, Hina exclaimed. Neji chuckled. In the past few days, Marines from branches all over the world have been rushing here. There is not much time left until the agreed date for Ace's execution. Ace is the captain of the 4th Division under Whitebeard, the leader of the 4 emperors and the strongest in the world. Advertisement. If Marine insists on executing Ace, he will most likely go to war with Whitebeard, one of the 4 emperors. That's why Marshal Sengoku immediately mobilized the best Marines from various branches. The next day, Sengoku gathered a group of elite Marines at the naval headquarters and asked them to organize and learn ninjutsu. When they heard that they could learn ninjutsu, they all became extremely excited. I want to learn the technique of transparency. Early in the morning, many people in the Marine team were talking about their dreams. For this, Neji also sent special teachers to impart experience. At the same time, he also needs to update some entries on the Marines of Marine Base. Especially those items on Admiral with Devil Fruit. Just extracting the entries from the 3 admirals made this trip worthwhile. Frozen Man, Gold, there is a demon living in his body. He can control the power of ice and is afraid of sea water. Lava Man, Gold, there is a demon living in his body. He can control the power of lava and is afraid of sea water. Flash Man, Gold, there is a demon living in his body. He can control the power of flash and is afraid of sea water. Neji scratched his head, even though the entries had already been extracted. However, the weaknesses contained in the devil fruit have also been incorporated into the entry. He had no way to deal with this. If I want to overcome the devil fruit's fear of the ocean, I need to purify it a second time. This will probably take quite a while. Neji groaned. If he really wanted to analyze the power of this, he would probably need to use Mangekyo to analyze it slowly. The other side. The latest batch of Marine elites selected by Marine Marshal Sengoku are now constantly refining the chakra in their bodies. The so-called chakra is a special energy that is a fusion of physical energy and spiritual energy. By utilizing this energy in the body and combining it with seals, many different ninjutsu can be created. As for the people in the pirates' world, their physical energy alone, not to mention their spiritual energy, far exceeds the general level of people in the ninja world. A strong body will make your spirit more energetic. Chapter 126 The Seven Warlords of the Sea Alliance. Therefore, when it comes to practicing chakra this time, the people in the pirates' world have considerable talent. But there is one pity. What are you talking about? I don't understand anything at all. Many of the selected marine elites were confused. Neji sighed. I was clearly a rear admiral and a vice admiral, but when it came to learning some theoretical knowledge, it was as if my brain had never been used before and I just couldn't learn it. After a day of training, Akainu, Aokiji, and Kizaru, the three marine admirals, all deeply felt the extraordinary power of this chakra. Dark Hound. Suddenly, Akainu attacked towards the ocean, creating waves. He could feel that the power of his moves was now greatly enhanced. At least twice as powerful as before. After realizing this, Akainu was shocked. This is just one day of chakra training. If he continues to practice, he can feel that he can become even stronger. This is definitely a great thing for their marine. On the other hand, Aokiji and Kizaru also felt that they were different now. I felt as if a stream of energy was generated inside my body, as if my body had become a battery that was fully charged, Aokiji said softly. It's a pity that the number is too small. It's not an easy task to unleash this energy. Kizaru sighed. Among the three of them, Akainu worked the hardest and extracted the most chakra. He and Aokiji don't have enough chakra to perform a ninjutsu right now. Soon, it's time for the seven warlords of the sea to gather. However, due to the sudden appearance of the ninja village, and its combat power cannot be ignored, it has no cooperative relationship with the marine. Therefore, Neji's ninja troops were temporarily listed as Shichibukai camp sequence and fought together with them. Bang! The door to the conference room was kicked open. The person who came was a man wearing a pink feather cape and sunglasses. Oh, it seems you were also summoned by the marine. Doflamingo saw some familiar figures. The world's greatest swordsman, Hawkeye Mahawk. Advertisement. The Queen of Nine Snake Island, Hancock. Tyrant Bear, Moonlight, Moria, and the newest promotion, Blackbeard Teach. Doflamingo frowned. In addition to these guys and some marines, there were actually some guys wearing other clothes. And it seems to be an unfamiliar face. This is really interesting. Since when did the marine headquarters become a tourist attraction? Any little b************* D can come and sit with us. Doflamingo said arrogantly. What level are these four guys to be qualified to sit with them? The most annoying thing is that the guy sitting in the main seat is actually a little kid who looks like he hasn't even grown any hair yet. It looks like everyone is here. The senior vice admiral, he said in a deep voice. In this case, I will briefly and clearly explain the next deployment. First of all, the three supernova ninjas hired by the marine in front of you, Senju Hashirama, Senju Tobarama, and Namikaze Minato, will join the seven warlords of the sea and act together with you guys. After hearing the news, the pirates of the seven warlords of the sea all looked unhappy. You three are all strangers, said Mahawk the Hawkeye coldly. Among the famous strong men in the world, he had never heard of the names of these people. Vice Admiral Crane actually incorporated the three of them into the camp of seven warlords of the sea. This really surprised him. Does this mean that the three of them have the fighting power of seven warlords of the sea? Is this possible? Etc. Gecko Moria slammed the table in annoyance. Who the hell are these three? How dare they be on the same level as us? They are guys we have never even heard of. Tyrant Bear remained silent, and Snake Queen Hancock looked at him coldly. I say, Vice Admiral let's not talk about the fact that you put these three minions together with us, but. Doflamingo's face was bulging with veins. He looked at Neji, who was sitting in the main seat, showing that he was the boss, and said coldly. You let a little brat sit in this position, are you looking down on us? Suddenly, Doflamingo began to flick his fingers, and imperceptible threads began to extend towards Neji's body. Advertisement. Just be my puppet. Doflamingo laughed secretly. But when he was about to restrain Neji, the picture in his eyes suddenly changed. The thin figure in front of him suddenly became tall and mighty, and green dragon scales and dragon horns began to appear one by one. A huge monster suddenly appeared in front of him. Doflamingo was shocked when he saw the guy in front of him. This guy is. Yes, Kaido of the beasts, the strongest creature on land, sea and air. Doflamingo was extremely surprised. Why would Kaido of the beasts, one of the four emperors, suddenly appear here? Before he could continue thinking, Kaido suddenly spoke. You dare to attack me, you're looking for death. Doflamingo's eyes were as big as copper bells. He only saw Kaido swinging the mace. With the powerful dominance, a gust of angry wind blew over. Thunder 8 trigrams. Ah, no, I'm your Dover. Dover shouted in horror. He couldn't afford such a blow. After being hit by a stick, severe pain spread throughout the body. When he came to his senses, he found that his body had been entangled in circles without him knowing when. There was even blood on the neck. This is actually my own silk thread. Dover said in surprise. That's right. The silk threads wrapped around his body were the ones he made himself. What's going on? I actually entangled myself. Doflamingo was horrified. He had no recollection of doing this. What on earth was going on? Has Heavenly Yaksha gone mad? A foolish man actually got himself entangled. Hancock snorted coldly. It looks like something interesting has happened. Hawkeye secretly glanced at the guy sitting in the main seat. Is this the guy who did this? I don't know why, but I suddenly felt a chill on my back and I didn't dare to look him in the face. What kind of ability is this? Is it the power of the devil fruit? Hawkeye pondered. Could this guy be Marine's hidden secret weapon? Sit down first. After all, we still need your help in this battle. It would not be good if we start fighting first. Neji smiled and pointed to the empty seat. Chapter 127 Moria's Ignorance. The next moment, Doflamingo felt as if his body was under control. He walked towards the seat and sat down. During the whole process, he tried to resist, but his body seemed to have lost its function and he couldn't muster any strength. It felt like he was controlling other people. What the hell did you do to me? Doflamingo's face turned black. He usually controls others, but today he was the one being controlled by others. It's a shame. But at the same time, this also made Doflamingo feel deeply terrified. How powerful must this guy be to be able to control him so completely? He is the Heavenly Yaksha. Even if he was facing the 4 emperors at sea or the 3 admirals of the marine, he couldn't be so defenseless. This guy is so extraordinary. Heavenly Yaksha, it seems that you have also fallen. You are actually being led by the nose by a little brat. Moria sneered. Ha 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 ha, we are all comrades on the same front. Harmony is the most important thing. Harmony is the most important thing. Blackbeard Teach said with a big laugh. At the same time, he was also secretly looking at the guy in the first position. Heavenly Yaksha had no ability to resist him. This guy is too scary. It's better to stay away from him in the future. Teach decided secretly. He simply showed off his skills and easily amazed everyone. It was so easy to control one of the 7 warlords of the sea. This kind of strength was really too terrifying. It is rumored in the New World that if the 7 warlords of the sea united, they would become the 3rd most powerful force in the world, rivaling the 4 emperors and the marine. Although there is a certain amount of fraud in this matter, it is undeniable that those who can become 7 warlords of the sea are all very powerful. Even the plain-looking Moria survived Kaido's clutches when he was young. Crocodile is also a guy who challenged the strongest man in the world and remained alive. The reason he was defeated by Luffy was entirely because he appeared too early and was killed by the plot. Neji just made a simple move, but it made the pirates present feel deeply fearful. But Gecko Moria, maybe because he stayed at home for too long or his brain was damaged, actually provoked Neji. It seems I don't need to say more. Vice Admiral, he sighed slightly. I originally wanted to use Neji, the leader of the ninja village, to deal with these pirates. Advertisement. But I never expected that the gap in strength between the two sides would be so huge. This was really beyond her expectations. However, this also relatively illustrates the strength of this ninja organization. There are actually 3 guys at the same level as the ninja. Are the strength of these 3 people as strong as Neji? Vice Admiral Suru looked at the 3 people secretly. 2 of them looked very kind, like tigers with their fangs pulled out, with no signs of aggression. But the one with white hair looks too fierce. Vice Admiral Suru has worked in the marine for decades, and he unexpectedly felt an unusual sense of oppression when facing Tobirama. This feeling is even stronger than that of the original Marshal Kong. It seems that he is also a person of great power. Vice Admiral, he commented secretly. This kind of temperament is impossible to cultivate without a certain level of attainment. Okay, since you've all met, I'll just give you a brief introduction. Vice Admiral Suru pointed at Neji and the others. These people are from a mysterious ninja village. They are also foreign aid hired by our marine. At the same time, they were also invited by our marine Marshal Sengoku to become the 4th Admiral of the marine. The 4th Admiral. The members of the 7 warlords of the sea at the round table were all shocked after hearing these words. Snake Princess frowned. To be the 4th Admiral of the marine, does that mean they have the strength to rival the other 3 admirals? She decided to remain silent and not speak anymore. The backgrounds of these new guys are unclear, and they may be Marine's hidden secret weapons. Ninja. Is it a ninja from Wano Kuni? No, it doesn't look like it. Doflamingo said secretly. I didn't expect these guys were actually ninjas. He has economic and trade dealings with Kaido, one of the 4 emperors. He was not unaware of Wano Kuni's affairs. Legend has it that there is a secret ninja force among the Wano Kuni. But Wano Kuni is now the territory of Kaido, one of the 4 emperors. There is no way these marines would recruit a group of ninjas from the pirates' territory. So, aside from Wano Kuni, are there any other ninja families in this world? Haha, it seems that this war is becoming more and more interesting. Doflamingo laughed secretly. Advertisement. Huh, Admiral's strength. Moria snorted coldly. Does this brat deserve to be an admiral? Moria felt unhappy when he saw Neji, who had just reached his lower body and looked no different from a brat. Why do I always meet these immature brats? Moria's face was gloomy. It was the same last time, when a brat named Luffy suddenly broke into his lair and caused chaos. Now, there was another little devil in front of him. And this little brat is actually younger than that guy named Luffy. What is wrong with this world? Even a tiny kid can become a marine admiral. Kid, do you think you are so strong? Marine admiral, he, the marine is in decline nowadays. A little kid is actually allowed to be a Marine Admiral. Moria sneered unceremoniously. Idiot. Snake Princess snorted coldly. Is this guy's brain damaged? The guy in front of me can control Heavenly Yaksha. This strength is shocking enough. Could it be that this person who was brought in to make up the numbers really thinks that the other party is a simple person? It's so stupid. Interesting. Hurry up, let's fight. Blackbeard Teach's eyes rolled around. It's a good opportunity to see how strong these mysterious guys are. Among the 3 admirals of the Marine, Akainu, Aokiji, and Kizaru are all masters who have long been famous on the sea. But this guy who suddenly appeared became the Marine Admiral without any notice. Is it because of real strength or just a facade? Teach is very curious now. After all, the sudden appearance of an admiral at this critical juncture is no joke. If I interfere with his plan, I might have to face this guy myself. He doesn't have the confidence to deal with an admiral yet. At least he didn't want to conflict with the admirals of the naval headquarters before completing his plan. Chapter 128 Hashirama suddenly attacks and kills Moria instantly. Wrong, I'm not the admiral. Neji smiled and shook his head. Konoha village still needs my deployment, so the admiral appointed this time is not me, but the first-generation leader of our Konoha village, the Senju Hashirama who was also the god of ninja. He pointed his finger in Hashirama's direction. God of ninja. Haha, you dare to call yourself a god. You are so arrogant. Moria snorted coldly. He looked at the guy who was called the god of ninja, who looked kind. If you meet this kind of person on the street, he will definitely be the first one to die. A guy like you is worthy of being called a god. If you were a god, wouldn't I be very embarrassed? Moria smiled sinisterly. The god of ninja, that's a really interesting title. Hawkeye said indifferently. Everyone present here was completely caught off guard by the new Marine Admiral's appointment. Especially Heavenly Yaksha, he thought that the admiral appointed by the Marine was the little brat who had just controlled him. But I never expected that it was another honest man who seemed to pose no threat at all. Gecko Moria, I've heard of your name. Since you don't believe it, how about having a competition with our first Hokage? Anyway, it's still early before the war, and it's a good opportunity to warm up. Neji laughed. Gecko Moria's shadow fruit is also a good fruit. It is somewhat of a waste to put this fruit on Moria. HMPH. Very well, let me test out the new Marine Admiral and see how strong he is. If you lose to me, then I'll take your shadow. Moria looked at Hashirama's shadow greedily. This guy's shadow looks pretty delicious. It just so happened that he needed to rebuild his troops, so he would use this honest man as the first sacrifice. Ah my, how did things suddenly become like this? Can't we all sit down and talk peacefully? Hashirama seemed helpless. He is a peace-loving person and really doesn't want to use violence if possible. However, at this moment, Tobarama suddenly spoke. Brother, these guys are pirates. They burn, kill, rob, and commit all kinds of evil. They are not members of the regular army. Pirate. Hashirama was stunned for a moment. In their world, there are naturally pirates. Advertisement. He also knew exactly what Tobarama meant. That is to say, Hashirama looked at the other members of the 7 warlords of the sea who were sitting at the table. Are these guys all pirates who commit murder, robbery, and all kinds of evil? That's about right, Vice Admiral, he said calmly. Laugh. In an instant, an extremely terrifying feeling of oppression emerged from Hashirama. Hello. Hashirama suddenly seemed like a different person, and slammed his arm towards Moria. Before the latter realized what was happening, countless branches pierced his body, dozens of holes appeared, and blood gushed out. Just a face-to-face encounter. Moria is dead. I've never heard of Marines and pirates colluding with each other. Hashirama said in a deep voice. Such a brutal scene immediately frightened everyone at the round table. The 7 warlords of the sea immediately realized the malicious intent directed at them and retreated on alert. Hawkeye had already tightly grasped the supreme sword, Black Blade Knight, and looked at Hashirama with a vigilant look. What a scary guy. It's like he has become a completely different person. Now he's like the king of beasts, and it actually makes my hair stand on end. Hawkeye stared at the other person. Too strong. This guy was chosen to be Marine Admiral definitely because of his ability. It only took one move to kill Moria, and there's this strange tree trunk. Is this guy the user of the Logia fruit? Snake Princess was secretly alert. Oh no, this guy is also a monster. Teach's eyelids trembled. Damn it, if I had known, I would have gone straight to the prison instead of coming here. Advertisement. These are all monsters. Teach decided. After this meeting, find a chance to escape immediately. Hey, I saw it. It was so easy to break through Moria's haki, the destructive power is no joke. Doflamingo's mouth twitched. Whether it's the younger one or the older one, they are both tricky guys. Alright, brother, you're already old, don't scare these youngsters. Marine had no choice but to do this. In the end, it took Tobarama some persuasion to finally convince Hashirama to calm down. Neji has remained silent about the whole thing. Because when Hashirama and Moria came into contact, he had already extracted the terms of the shadow fruit. So don't panic. Just die. After this meeting, no one dared to underestimate these ninjas anymore. Hey, your Marine is so useless. You actually hired pirates to increase your deterrent power. First see your Marine is quite large. Is it necessary to do such a thing? Tobarama looked at Vice Admiral Crane standing beside him. Hey, Vice Admiral Crane shook his head. If it was more than 20 years ago, then of course there is no problem. But ever since that man called the Pirate King did that 20 years ago, the number of pirates around the world has skyrocketed. For a while, the scale of the Marine was at a disadvantage. For the pirates, who are growing wildly, the current scale of the Marine is indeed difficult to form the deterrent it once was. I see, I still can't understand it. Hashirama nodded, looking very confused. Those 4 emperors are the leaders of the Marine, right? If that's the case, why don't we just get rid of them? Vice Admiral he smiled bitterly when he heard such an innocent statement. The 4 emperors are too powerful. If we want to annihilate one of them, it will be very devastating for the Marines. By then, the pirates who are causing chaos around the world will also rise up and fight for the position of the new 4 emperors. Therefore, it is a wise decision to maintain the current situation. Brother, the execution is about to begin. I heard from them that one of the 4 emperors will come to rob the execution ground. When the time comes, let's see how strong the so-called 4 emperors is and then make plans. After all, we are new here and are not familiar with this place. Tobirama said in a deep voice. That's true. Hashirama nodded in agreement. There is not much time left until Ace's execution. They don't lack this little time. Chapter 129 Snake Princess becomes a little fangirl. After seeing Hashirama's fighting power, the pirates suddenly calmed down. The strength of this newly named admiral is definitely not as simple as they imagined. For a moment, the pirates were so frightened that they dared not move. In the following period, more and more Marines landed on Marineford. Some of the pirates who came were afraid of the Marines from the naval headquarters and stayed on their own ships. Some were very bold and continued to stroll around the island leisurely. Among them, the most leisurely guy is naturally the Empress Snake Queen. Whenever she walked in front of many Marines, countless Marines were unconsciously attracted to her. Marines' eyes began to move along Snake Princess's graceful figure, and some people even rushed up to compliment her. Snake Princess, you are quite charming today. Lady Snake, you are so beautiful. Sir Snake, just tell me what you need, I'll get it for you. Snake Princess. Hancock looked very proud and treated the Marine headquarters as his own backyard. None of the insecurities of the other pirates. In her words, no one in this world can resist her charm. Thinking back to what happened a few days ago, and the new admiral. Snake Princess wanted to find out some information. However, the news about the new admiral and those guys must have been strictly blocked, so Hancock didn't want to find out much information. But the result was beyond her expectations. The information about the new admiral and that little brat was obtained so easily. Hancock was stunned for a moment. Is it that easy to get it? As she listened to the fawning Marine officers around her, a hint of doubt flashed across her face. Ninja. He suddenly showed up at the Marine headquarters. This is really interesting. After learning that these ninjas were not from the same camp as the Marine, Hancock became interested. Those guys were using ninjutsu. Not some devil fruit power. She had never seen what ninjutsu was like. Led by a group of bootlickers, Hancock soon arrived at the training ground where Hashirama and others were training. Advertisement. Tell me, where are you guys from? Hancock assumed a stance unique to an empress, and activated the devil fruit's ability. As expected, these ninjas also fell at the feet of Hancock. Wow, how can there be such a beautiful person in the world? This beauty, no, a goddess, you are simply my goddess. Oh, my dear goddess, I will tell you everything I know. Neji, who was far away, saw this scene. What could he do? Immediately began to restrict the actions of the ninjas. It would not be fun if unnecessary information was leaked. After all, Marine hasn't planted all the reincarnation marks yet, so they don't completely belong to his subordinates yet. If Snake Princess revealed something at this time, it would not be Whitebeard who would face the summit war, but the ninjas of their Konoha village. Although Neji is not afraid, why use force if the situation can be resolved peacefully? Stop, Empress Hancock. Neji immediately stood in front of Hancock to stop her from taking the next step. Oh, it's you. Hancock raised his eyebrows. She still remembered that a few days ago, this little guy was able to control Heavenly Yaksha. In terms of force alone, I am probably no match for him. But if it's a competition of charm, I'm invincible. Hancock leaned down and touched Neji's face and then his chest in a teasing manner. You've come just in time. Aren't you their leader? Tell me how you ninjas got here and what you want to do. Neji had a blank expression. He has the power of tens of thousands of people accumulated in him, how could he be subdued by Hancock's charm? But, you brought this upon yourself. After a few days of contact, Neji has almost collected all the entries for the other 7 warlords of the sea. Some unlucky ones were extracted into the devil fruit entry in the first few times. Those who are luckier, like the Empress, have barely delayed it until now. Got the sweetie entry. Advertisement. Neji looked at the entries he had extracted today. Very good. Sure enough, today is almost the time for this entry to appear. After all, in the pirate's world, the attributes of entries are almost limited to 3 aspects: devil fruit, hockey, and swordsmanship. Neji didn't hesitate at all and directly installed the sweet fruit on his body. Don't you, Hancock, like to seduce others? Don't you think you are the most beautiful in the world? Then I'll let you see what the most handsome guy in the world looks like. Suddenly, the entry of the sweet man begins to activate. With Neji's current strength, if this entry is activated, no matter how strong-willed a guy is, he will inevitably fall in love with him after seeing him. This effect is more obvious on him than on the Empress. You are so handsome. I have never seen such a handsome man before. Under the influence of the sweet person's entry, Hancock can be said to have dug a hole in himself. Hancock stared at Neji blankly, his cheeks flushed unconsciously, and his heart was pounding. Is this what being in love feels like? My feelings towards this guy, is it like? No, it's love. Suddenly, the cold image of the Empress suddenly changed. She turned into a female bootlicker just like the other Marines fawning on her, with the love in her eyes almost jumping out. The majestic pirate's queen now behaves like a little woman. Will he hate me if I put my hand on his chest like this? Hancock saw that his hand was still on Neji's chest and suddenly felt that he was a little abrupt. How could she do such a shameless thing? What if she was disliked? Lord Neji, I didn't mean it. Hancock said nervously. Haha, it's okay. You didn't mean it, and neither did I. Neji did the same. Feeling the warmth of Neji's palm, Hancock suddenly looked shy. Fortunately, Lord Neji didn't hate her. At the same time, after seeing that Neji was interested in him, Hancock felt a little happy in his heart. Very good. From today on, the Marine officers at the Marine headquarters can always see that the Pirate's Empress, who is known as the most beautiful woman in the world, is following Neji like a follower, serving tea and water like a servant. This immediately broke the hearts of countless Marine officers. No. Advertisement Chapter 130 Kizaru. Clone technique. This is simply a lazy technique. What kind of charm does this guy have that can make the Empress willing to be his maid? No. My heart is breaking. Oh my god, did you see that? That's the Empress's leg. He's actually lying on the Empress's leg. FK. What is this? I saw it yesterday. Empress Hancock followed Neji-sama into the same room yesterday. I stayed outside all night, and they didn't come out until daytime. The queen has been taken down. The pirate's queen was taken down so easily. What kind of magic power does this man have? The news that the pirate's queen was subdued by Neji and taken as a maid, or a wife, or a slave continued to spread in Marineford. This is really the sky falling. The dignified Marine queen, one of the 7 warlords of the sea, was subdued just like that. She even acted like a little woman. Is this still the Marine Empress they know? Before long, the news spread throughout the base. The other 7 warlords of the sea who came with them also had their own thoughts when they heard the news. Interesting. Snake Princess's ability actually harmed her. He, Heavenly Yaksha Doflamingo said in a deep voice. Snake Princess must have used some charm on that guy and then he took a fancy to her. What an idiot. He actually did this to a guy whose strength is unknown. Does he really think he is a good person? Doflamingo snorted coldly. Just based on his ability to control the human body, Snake Princess must be controlled by that Neji guy now. The dignified queen of pirates was actually controlled by others and treated like a dog. It's really too dangerous. A streak of cold sweat broke out on Doflamingo's forehead. Hancock is also a good-looking BCH who can be favored. But if that guy uses his ability to control the human body on him again, he's probably going to become a lackey like Hancock. Judging from his awful appearance, it goes without saying that he will not have a good ending after becoming a running dog. No, I have to go back to the ship. It's too dangerous in the Marine base. If I run into that guy, my life will be over. Doflamingo was sweating profusely. He doesn't want to be controlled. As a former celestial dragon, he knew how horribly celestial dragons treated their slaves. That is really inhumane. He is a noble celestial dragon. He has always been the one who enslaved and controlled others. How could he let others dominate him? This is absolutely not allowed. On the other hand, advertisement. What Doflamingo was thinking about was that the pirate's queen, who was facing endless humiliation, was now standing in front of Neji with a well-behaved and shy look on her face. Different from her previous outfits, this time Hancock was wearing a set of Marine female officers' clothes. However, it seems that this outfit is not much more conservative than the original one, and may even be more revealing. Especially the black stockings on the legs, which further highlight the seductiveness of the Empress. Lord Neji, here I come. Hancock said stupidly. Marine Marshal Headquarters. Those ninjas seem more dangerous than I thought. Sengoku, you have to pay attention to that guy named Hyuga Neji. This guy is not a good guy, said Vice Admiral Crane in a deep voice. Suru, are you worrying too much? I feel like Neji is a very nice person. Not only did he teach us chakra training for free, he even taught us ninjutsu. Sengoku frowned. We started Marine, how can we speak to our benefactor like this? Haven't you noticed what happened today? That man, Hyuga Neji, may have the ability to control people's minds. Before, he was Heavenly Yaksha, and now he's the Empress. We'd better be on guard. Vice Admiral Suru frowned and began to explain. I don't think so. Neji is so powerful, it's understandable that the Empress would bow down to him. After all, love is always inexplicable. Kizaru said. After saying this, he started fiddling with hand seals. Ninjutsu. Light clone technique. Blow, blow, blow. Suddenly, more than a dozen Kizaru jumped out of the conference room. Oh, this ninjutsu is really amazing. Kizaru looked at his clones with excitement. This is simply a lazy skill. After fighting with those ninjas, he has been coveting this skill. But he did not forget the shadow clone used by that yellow-haired boy. Even if it is a clone, it still has combat power. Even if it is a clone, it is a clone with thinking. These light clones can be said to be copies of Kizaru. Looking at his dozen brothers, Kizaru was excited. From now on, he can sit in the office and drink tea every day while letting his clones go out to work. He, Kizaru, can sit in the office from now on, and get paid for nothing. No, is there any need for me to sit in the office? Advertisement. Suddenly, Kizaru thought of something serious. Everyone knows the clone technique. Why does the real person need to go to work? Can't the clone go? Anyway, there won't be any fighting in the naval headquarters. In this way, the light clone wouldn't disappear suddenly after being hit. Looks like it's time for me to go on vacation. Sunshine, beaches, beauties. Kizaru's smile became more and more obscene. The clone is at work while the main body is on vacation. This ninjutsu is really awesome. Hey, make some room for me, I want to rest too. Give me some of the melon seeds. I want to eat some too. What? No more melon seeds. Then I'll just have senbei. Do you still have the newspaper? Marine outside, bring me some snacks and senbei. I want one too. The shouting of a group of Kizaru filled the room. It's over. I didn't expect this guy to learn this kind of ninjutsu. Aokiji couldn't help but cover his face. There's no hope. He asked why Kizaru had been practicing chakra so hard in the past few days. Damn, it turns out there is such a use for it. Etc. Should I also arrange for the ice clone technique? Aokiji suddenly thought of a question. If he also learned the clone technique, then couldn't he just let his clone be on standby for work while he went on vacation? Aokiji pondered for a while. The clone will not disappear as long as it is not attacked. He is the user of the Logia fruit, and can also use Haki to strengthen his body. Even if it was an ice clone, it was still much more powerful than the clone technique of the yellow imp that was tested before. There is no problem at all fighting against some pirates like Supernova. Damn it, why didn't I think of this earlier? Aokiji said inwardly. If I had known this earlier, I wouldn't have been lazy and would have practiced ninjutsu well. How much sleep time has been lost?